Chapter 1. What? Selling fiery hot wings outside the Proctology Hospital, Monday, 8 p.m. Outside the Dawn Proctology Hospital, the largest specialized hospital of its kind in the city, throngs of patients and their companions create a bustling atmosphere. Lin Xuan navigated his barbecue cart with great speed. Upon arrival, he noticed numerous roadside stalls already set up, offering various snacks such as cold dishes, marinated meats, wraps, and cold noodles, predominantly mild in flavor. Lin Xuan found a suitable spot to park his cart and commenced preparations for his official opening. Beside him, a cheerful lady selling cold noodles struck up a conversation. "You seem new here. Is this your first time selling?" Lin Xuan mentally added the word food to her inquiry and nodded. "Once you finish up here, if you have any leftovers, I'd love a bowl of cold noodles," he offered. The lady smiled, but was quickly drawn away by a customer, leaving Lin Xuan to his own devices. She seemed amiable, and her business appeared to be thriving. A few patrons waiting for their cold noodles cast curious glances at Lin Xuan's barbecue cart. Upon reading the sign, they exchanged bewildered looks. "Hellishly spicy, juicy wings?" One customer read aloud, chuckling. "Young man, are you selling fiery wings outside a proctology hospital? Are you perhaps a plant sent to increase our patient numbers?" The jest was understandable, as Lin Xuan's choice of location for selling spicy wings was indeed absurd. What could he say? He felt equally despondent. 2 days prior, he had been penalized 200 yuan from his salary for not responding to work messages within 5 minutes. In a fit of anger, he muttered, "Let anyone who wants to take this job do so." Suddenly, an inexplicable notification appeared before him. Ding. Strong aversion to work detected. This system will now issue random culinary tasks weekly. Random locations, random recipes. Completing them will yield generous rewards. This week's task has been refreshed. Requirement: sell a total of 1,000 portions of hellishly spicy juicy wings at the Dawn Proctology Hospital entrance, every night at 8 p.m. Recipe: hellishly spicy juicy wings has been released. Equipment: barbecue cart has been issued. Software: ingredients purchasing app has been installed. You can purchase the necessary ingredients through the app. Task reward: 500,000 yuan. Once Lin Xuan confirmed he wasn't losing his mind, he eagerly accepted the recipe. A dazzling icon resembling a book appeared on his interface, flooding his mind with an abundance of knowledge about cooking wings, along with years of expertise as if bestowed upon him by divine revelation. Amidst his confusion, excitement surged within him. With this newfound skill in wing preparation, he could easily run a small restaurant and thrive. The prospect of earning 500,000 yuan for simply completing the system's task was nothing short of miraculous. Selling fiery wings outside a proctology hospital? He was all in. Thus, after gathering the necessary ingredients, the current scene unfolded. The customer, named Zhang Changdong, was one of the hospital's leading surgeons in his 30s. Upon seeing Lin Xuan's stall, he felt inexplicably chatty. "I always thought there should be more flavorful options at the hospital entrances. After all, it's not just patients who visit. Your stall reminds me of a proctology hospital I visited in Sichuan, where they sold spicy chicken intestines." He laughed heartily. Zhang Changdong chuckled at his own memory, while the noodle lady joined in with a few polite laughs. Lin Xuan regarded him with quiet observation. "Care for taste?" "They're quite delectable," Lin Xuan offered. Zhang Changdong seemed a bit disappointed that the humor hadn't landed. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's question, he responded, "Maybe another time. I have surgeries to attend to. After all, if the wings are too spicy and I need to use the restroom, I certainly don't want to be caught halfway through a hemorrhoid surgery." He declined politely. Lin Xuan nodded, undeterred. Every beginning is challenging. Surgeons often have dietary restrictions before operations. It couldn't have been due to his earlier lack of humor. As Zhang Changdong moved to a small table behind the noodle lady to enjoy his meal, Lin Xuan pondered that he might as well grill a skewer for himself. Perhaps the alluring aroma of the wings would entice potential customers. That he switched on the grill, the charcoal glowing red with intensity. This was authentic charcoal grilling, capable of imparting a delightful smoky flavor to the wings. As the heat enveloped him, Lin Xuan placed a skewer of wings on the grill. His muscle memory kicked in seamlessly. Every flip of the wings was effortless, and his precise control over time and temperature was akin to a textbook example, visually pleasing. Beyond mere cooking, The secret to the wings' succulent flavor lay in a prolonged soak in a precisely balanced brine and spice mixture. As the grilling neared completion, he prepared to add the pièce de resistance, a blend of 12 distinct types of chili powders, varying in grind and flavor, sprinkled in a meticulous order and timing. The wings, now a golden hue, became enrobed in a spectrum of crimson shades, culminating in a visually striking, fiery pattern resembling flickering flames. The entire process felt magical. With a rich aroma wafting through the air, a delightful scent emerged from the sizzling oil and charcoal, mingling with the spiciness of the chilies. Job well done. Lin Xuan gazed at the wings in his hand with satisfaction before taking a bite. So spicy, the heat surged like flames from the depths of hell, igniting his palate. The intricate interplay of the 12 chili powders formed an impenetrable web, ensnaring every taste bud. Yet the tender, juicy meat, infused with rich, savory juices, possessed an enchanting quality that balanced the overwhelming heat perfectly. The act of chewing oscillated between these two sensations, leaving him drenched in perspiration, yet craving more. In the blink of an eye, the wings were reduced to mere bones. Just as Lin Xuan reveled in the deliciousness, a voice unexpectedly called out from behind him. "Give me 2 skewers." Startled, he turned to find the same customer who had been waiting for cold noodles, now eagerly eyeing the wings in his hand. Chapter 2. A Surgical Quandary and the Allure of Grilled Wings Aran and Oppos. "You scheduled for surgery soon?" Lin Xuan inquired, a note of surprise in his voice. "What does my surgery have to do with savoring these grilled wings?" Zhang Changdong retorted, his tone unapologetic. Lin Xuan conceded the point and refrained from further questioning. "That will be 60 yuan. Please remit payment in advance." "My word, these grilled wings are rather expensive." 50 per skewer, Zhang Changdong exclaimed, feigning shock. Typical roadside grilled wings usually cost between 10 and 15 yuan per skewer. "You get what you pay for," Lin Xuan responded. He had an amp, Oppos, T arbitrarily set the price. Whether it was the chicken wings or the infernal chili powder, Lin Xuan procured them from the grocery application that came pre-installed with the system. The costs were not low, but the quality was exceptional. As for losing money to drum up business to fulfill the mission, the system explicitly forbade it. After careful consideration, Lin Xuan arrived at the price of 30 yuan per skewer. Zhang Changdong could certainly afford it with his salary. His exclamation was purely out of surprise. Moreover, the aroma of the grilled wings had completely ensnared him, igniting his appetite. He simply had to indulge. As for the surgery, that was a mere trifle. He was a proctologist, after all, and possessed unwavering confidence in his muscular control. He practiced Kegel exercises religiously. While scanning the QR code to make the payment, Zhang Changdong remarked, "Alas, the price of grilled wings has surged to 30 yuan per skewer, yet my salary remains stagnant. Could it be that I haven and Oppos? Been diligent enough in my work lately?" Zhang Changdong began to ramble. Lin Xuan remained silent, realizing that this customer was quite loquacious. He could carry on an entire conversation single-handedly. Once Zhang Changdong had completed the payment, Lin Xuan retrieved 2 chicken wings and commenced grilling them. Zhang Changdong gradually fell silent as he spoke, his attention riveted on Lin Xuan and Oppos' grilling technique. As he watched the seamless, fluid motions, Zhang Changdong was inexplicably reminded of his days as a fledgling intern, observing a renowned expert in his field perform surgery on the operating table. The movements were equally fluid, practiced, and imbued with confidence. As a mere novice at the time, he had been awestruck, filled with admiration. Just as Zhang Changdong was lost in reminiscence, Lin Xuan and Oppos' voice snapped him back to reality. "Your grilled wings are ready." Zhang Changdong instantly snapped out of his reverie, realizing the absurdity of comparing a medical luminary to a roadside grilled wing vendor. However, the tantalizing aroma soon dispelled these haphazard thoughts. Flavor aside, these grilled wings possess an impeccable presentation, Zhang Changdong exclaimed, before eagerly devouring the wings. "Fiery!" Zhang Changdong and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief, the intensity of the spice surpassing his physiological limits. The heat conjured the illusion of being engulfed in flames. However, the tender, succulent meat, brimming with a mellow, savory flavor, swiftly conquered his mind and taste buds, complementing the spice in perfect harmony. Incoherent utterances and a kaleidoscope of expressions betrayed Zhang Changdong and Amp Oppo's as precarious mental state. The 2 skewers of grilled wings were soon consumed. Zhang Changdong licked his lips with lingering satisfaction. Confound it! I crave 2 more skewers. Zhang Changdong lamented, patting his stomach. He had just finished a large bowl of cold noodles, followed by 2 skewers of grilled wings. He felt perfectly satiated at the moment, and overindulging might compromise his surgical precision. Zhang Changdong, at heart, was a man of unwavering professional ethics. Very well, these night market stalls typically remain open until late. I shall return for another helping after completing the surgery. Although he couldn't indulge any further, his colleagues could certainly partake. Zhang Changdong was a generous soul. Proprietor, please prepare 10 more skewers to go. Certainly, one moment. Lin Xuan's spirits lifted, realizing that this customer was a veritable patron. After Zhang Changdong had paid, Lin Xuan promptly retrieved 10 chicken wings and began grilling them simultaneously. The rich aroma emanating from the 10 skewers of grilled wings permeated the air. Soon, a man in flip-flops was drawn to the scent. That aroma is quite enticing. Proprietor, 1 skewer, please. Lin Xuan, engrossed in grilling the wings, replied without looking up. 30 per skewer, payment in advance. What? 30 for a single skewer? Are you trying to rob me? The man in Amp Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, I assure you, it in Amp Oppo's worth every penny. Zhang Changdong volunteered as a shill. Are you 2 conspiring to swindle me? The man cast a suspicious glance at Zhang Changdong. The chili powder is so red. It must be artificial coloring. Proprietor, this is nothing but technological trickery. The man shook his head and turned to leave. Suit yourself. Zhang Changdong retorted, slightly annoyed. He had offered a sincere recommendation, only to be mistaken for a stooge. You may question my surgical skills, but you shall not impugn my taste for culinary delights. Surgical skills? Are you a physician from Sunrise Hospital? The man scrutinized Zhang Changdong, his face suddenly lighting up with delight. Why, aren't an Amp Oppo's to you, Dr. Zhang? It ain't Amp Oppo's. Too dark. I didn't an Amp Oppo's to recognize you at first. Now it was Zhang Changdong and Amp Oppo's turn to be perplexed. You know me? Of course I do. You performed surgery on me the year before last. And you even complimented me. Complimented you? What did I compliment you on? Zhang Changdong pondered, racking his brain. What could I possibly have complimented him on? You complimented my mixed hemorrhoids, remarking that they were perfectly formed, like something straight out of a textbook. You even summoned several nurses and junior doctors to examine them. I and Oppo's. You never been praised for my anatomical perfection before. The man in Oppo's voice grew louder, revealing his genuine elation. Zhang Changdong was rendered speechless. However, the man remained oblivious. A misunderstanding. Proprietor, 5 skewers for Dr. Zhang. My treat. No. I have surgery awaiting me. I must return promptly. Zhang Changdong hastily declined. Very well, your word takes precedence. However, given your discerning palate, these grilled wings must be delectable. Proprietor, 2 skewers for me. The man readily scanned the QR code to remit payment. Lin Xuan seemed oblivious to the conversation, continuing to meticulously grill Zhang Changdong's 10 skewers of grilled wings. He placed them in a paper bag and handed them to Zhang Changdong. Consume them while they're hot. They wanted Amp Oppo's. Tea taste is good cold. Lin Xuan cautioned. He then turned to the man and said, I and Amp Oppo's LL grill yours now. Please wait a moment. I must commend the proprietor for his dedication. Zhang Changdong praised, before bidding farewell and heading toward the hospital. As Dr. Zhang receded into the distance, the proprietress of the cold noodle stall next door poked her head out. Dr. Zhang possesses a highly refined palate. He can discern the quality and freshness of food with a single taste. No one hawking food in this vicinity would dare deceive Dr. Zhang. A single pronouncement of unpalatable or unfresh from Dr. Zhang would instantly decimate their business. Only my cold noodles consistently satisfied Dr. Zhang and Amp Oppo's discerning taste buds. but now they're in Amp, Oppos, as another purveyor. The proprietress of the cold noodle stall was undeniably business savvy. Or perhaps all small business owners possessed an innate shrewdness. Upon hearing this, the man turned around. "One bowl of cold noodles for me." The proprietress swiftly prepared a bowl of cold noodles. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan handed the grilled wings to the man. The man, elated, cradled the cold noodles in one hand and the grilled wings in the other, happily settling down to partake. Before Lin Xuan could react, he heard a series of exclamations from a man. "By Jove, these are devilishly spicy, exquisitely delicious. Dr. Zhang's standards are indeed lofty. Proprietor, 2 more skewers." The aroma of the grilled wings permeated the air, and the man in Amp, Oppos, S loud praises drew the attention of other patrons. Simultaneously, Zhang Changdong entered the hospital, carrying the grilled wings. The hospital, though less bustling than during the day, still teemed with activity. Zhang Changdong strolled through the lobby, a paper bag containing chicken wings in hand. Despite his efforts to seal it tightly, the aroma subtly permeated the air, captivating passers-by. "What an Amp, Oppos, that's that fragrant smell." One mused. "Smells like barbecue, and spicy at that." "Imagine eating barbecue in a proctology hospital," another quipped. "How devilish. But the aroma is so enticing. I'm famished. Perhaps I should dine before my appointment?" "Dine if you must. But don't come crying to me when you're struggling on the toilet tomorrow." Zhang Changdong continued his saunter, leaving a trail of tantalizing scent in his wake, stimulating many a salivary gland. "Good evening, Dr. Zhang," greeted 2 beaming nurses as they approached. Zhang Changdong responded with a mysterious smile. "Meet me in the nurses' lounge. I have a delectable treat for you." "What sort of treat?" the nurse on the left inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Barbecue wings. Nay, infernally spicy, bursting with flavor barbecue wings." Zhang Changdong brandished the paper bag. "Barbecue wings? And infernally spicy, you say?" The nurses instinctively recoiled. Consuming something so greasy and intensely flavored in the evening seemed like a transgression. Moreover, indulging in fiery barbecue wings in this setting felt inappropriate. As Zhang Changdong swayed the bag, a rich aroma wafted into the nurses' and Oppos' nostrils. The scent alone was enough to conjure visions of the wings and Oppos' exquisite taste, despite their initial reservations. Their bodies obediently followed Zhang Changdong to the nurses' lounge. Inside, head nurse Shi Chunyin eyed Zhang Changdong with suspicion, her gaze then settling on the paper bag, from which the skewers peeked out. "Zhang Changdong," she exclaimed, her voice laced with irritation. "Have you mistaken this place for your abode? Couldn't you have eaten your barbecue elsewhere? Why bring it here?" The 2 nurses behind Zhang Changdong shrank back, intimidated. Head nurse Shi Chunyin, known as the abyss extinction of Shuguang, was perpetually stern and fiercely enforced hygiene regulations, even within the lounge, where she forbade the consumption of anything odorous. In the hospital hierarchy, head nurses and attending physicians were not in a superior-subordinate relationship, so Shi Chunyin was not one to be trifled with. "Come now, old classmate. That's rather inhospitable of you," Zhang Changdong retorted. "Knowing your fondness for spice, I procured these specifically for you. The flavor is divine, especially the chili peppers." Zhang Changdong and Shi Chunyin were high school classmates and even attended the same medical university, though they studied different disciplines. Zhang Changdong knew that beneath Shi Chunyin's stern exterior lay a true gourmand. During their university days, they often embarked on culinary adventures together. Shi Chunyin adored spice, particularly in dishes where it was an integral component, such as mapo tofu or boiled fish. Chili peppers on barbecue wings hardly qualify as a delicacy, Shi Chunyin scoffed, unwilling to let Zhang Changdong off the hook. "Eat it outside, Don and Amp, Oppos." Before she could finish, Zhang Changdong placed the bag on the table, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, and abruptly opened it. Instantly, a cloud of fragrant, spicy steam enveloped the lounge. This aroma, Shi Chunyin was instantly captivated, her culinary desires overwhelming her rationality. She reached into the bag and retrieved a skewer of barbecue wings. "Exquisite. The chili peppers are undoubtedly authentic. The chef is a master. How did they manage to imbue the chili peppers with such depth of flavor? Shi Chunyan marveled, as if admiring a work of art, scrutinizing the nuanced shades of red on the wings. Enough admiring, just eat, Zhang Changdong urged, his eyes fixed on Shi Chunyan. As the wings touched her lips, Shi Chunyan and Appo's eyes widened involuntarily. The intense spice mingled with the savory juices of the chicken, creating a symphony in her mouth. A subtle smoky flavor added a delicate touch, like a gentle melody. Sublime. When Shi Chunyan regained her senses, she realized she was surrounded by 6 empty skewers. She had devoured 6 wings without even realizing it. Meanwhile, the 2 nurses were indulging with abandon, wincing from the spice yet reluctant to relinquish the wings from their mouths. So spicy, so delicious. They stammered, their eyes red, whether from the heat or the pleasure. It was hard to tell. You and Appo's, a formidable one, Zhang Changdong exclaimed in admiration. You devoured 6 skewers without even batting an eye. That's nothing, Shi Chunyan retorted, her gaze fixed on Zhang Changdong. The address, just across the street, next to my usual cold noodle spot, a barbecue stand, Zhang Changdong revealed. You bought these wings from a street vendor? Shi Chunyan asked, genuinely surprised. She had assumed they were the creation of a renowned chef. They just opened today. I happened to stumble upon them. Those who appreciate good food are often blessed with good fortune, Zhang Changdong declared smugly. Shi Chunyan nodded and began changing into her casual attire, as if preparing to embark on a quest for more wings. Perhaps I'll join you after my surgery. I haven't had my fill either. The stand isn't going anywhere. We can indulge to our hearts and Appo's content after work, Zhang Changdong suggested. Shi Chunyan considered this. It had been a while since she and Zhang Changdong had dined together, mainly due to their demanding and conflicting work schedules. Very well, let's go together later and relive our university days. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered around Lin Xuan and Appo's barbecue cart. True talent shines regardless of its setting. At 30 yuan per skewer, the barbecue wings were a bit pricey, but not exorbitant. After all, a cup of coffee at a certain establishment cost more than 30 yuan. Drinking coffee at work meant using one and Appo's own money to help the boss exploit you, but purchasing a skewer of Lin Xuan and Appo's barbecue wings was a genuine indulgence. Every customer who tried the infernally spicy, bursting with flavor wings was instantly smitten. So spicy. So delicious. Another skewer, please, boss. I and Appo's. I'll eat instant noodles tomorrow if I have to. Boss, make it 2 more skewers. The owner of the cold noodle stand next door watched enviously. She had been selling cold noodles near the hospital for years, but had never seen a fellow vendor so popular. However, she soon became too preoccupied with her own business to pay attention to Lin Xuan. Barbecue wings were delicious, but they weren't and Appo's tea-filling. Indulging in them alone would quickly deplete one's funds. Consequently, many patrons, their appetites whetted by the wings, also purchased a bowl of cold noodles. As a result, the cold noodle vendor's business also flourished. At 9:20 p.m., Lin Xuan glanced at his empty ingredient box and shrugged apologetically. I'm sorry, everyone. The wings are sold out for today. Please come again tomorrow if you'd like to try them. This announcement triggered a chorus of disappointment from the eager customers. The aroma of barbecue wings still lingered in the air. They were unable to partake in the feast. Regrettably, on the first day of the stall's operation, Lin Xuan had not prepared an ample supply. He could only express his apologies. However, it was not only the disappointed customers who failed to procure the delicacies that felt disheartened. There were also those who had tasted the exquisite, hellishly spicy grilled chicken wings and were utterly captivated. Such delicious wings, and you tell me they're sold out? What shall I eat next? Hurry back for more wings. We shall watch your stall. I am willing to wait as long as it takes, one customer declared. Unfortunately, it was too late for today. The wings required prior marination. Lin Xuan felt helpless as well. He had not anticipated such overwhelming popularity on his first day. Having only prepared 100 skewers, which were sold out in just over an hour. Do not underestimate the significance of 100 skewers when calculating the revenue. It equaled the earnings of many small eateries over several days. With the conversation leading to this point, the customers understood that they truly could not be served today and dispersed with a collective sigh. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan began to pack up and prepare to leave. The sister selling cold noodles nearby looked regretfully at the departing crowd and turned to Lin Xuan, saying, "With your exceptional skills, grilling the wings directly with seasoning wouldn't significantly impact the taste. Selling them shouldn't be a problem." Yet, Lin Xuan shook his head and replied, "That would be unfair. Since the other customers paid the same price, they should enjoy the expected flavor. This is a matter of principle." The young man was indeed sincere, earning the sister's admiration. With warmth, she added, "After working so hard, you must be hungry. Come, try a bowl of my cold noodles, in appos, as on the house." The evening's business had been remarkably good, and the sister knew who was responsible for that. Lin Xuan, feeling his stomach growl, acknowledged his hunger. "Barbecue is quite labor-intensive. A bowl of cold noodles sounds good. No need to treat me. I will pay normally." He nodded and swiftly scanned the payment code. "Oh dear, why are you being so courteous? I already said it's a gift." She playfully chided before deftly preparing the cold noodles. "Would you like some bean sprouts? How about cucumber strips? I'll add extra fried peanuts for flavor." She was not shy at all. Ultimately, Lin Xuan received a generously filled bowl of cold noodles, with the cucumber strips and fried peanuts nearly spilling over. "If it's not enough, just ask for more," she advised. Lin Xuan nodded and picked up his chopsticks to begin eating. After a couple of bites, he nodded in approval. The cold noodles were indeed delightful. The peanuts were freshly fried that day, crispy and aromatic. The noodles themselves were perfectly chewy, and the bean sprouts and cucumbers were fresh and crisp, making for an excellent choice to alleviate the greasiness and spiciness. Earlier, while grilling, Lin Xuan had discreetly observed that many customers who couldn't handle the spice would alternate between a bite of chicken wing and a bite of cold noodle. Just as he pondered this, a notification chimed. Ding! The host has detected the customer's and Oppo's needs. Side quest issued. Opening success. Sell 100 skewers of hellishly spicy grilled wings. Reward recipe, spicy pickled radish. Current progress, 99-100. Lin Xuan was puzzled. Had the system made an error? Hadn't Oppo's he just sold exactly 100 skewers? But then he remembered he had consumed one himself, which did not count towards the quest. Would it still be possible to rectify this? He found himself somewhat speechless. Yet, it was of little concern. He could easily sell for another day and obtain the reward recipe without any difficulty. Moreover, with a delicacy like the hellishly spicy grilled wings, the pickled radish should also be quite delectable. With this thought, Lin Xuan found himself filled with anticipation. At 11 o'clock that night, Zhang Changdong completed the last surgery of the day. The thought of finally indulging in the grilled wings he had long craved spurred him to hastily finish up and head to the nurse and amp. Oppo's station to call for Shi Chunyan. Having already changed in her regular clothes, Shi Chunyan sprang to her feet upon seeing Zhang Changdong, eagerly exclaiming, "Let us go." Zhang Changdong, wearing a cheerful grin, looked at Shi Chunyan with a sense of pride. "What's the rush? The stall is right there, a 1T run away." As he spoke, he glanced around, wondering about the two nurses who were supposed to join them. Weren't they supposed to come along for the wings? He referred to the two little nurses who had been captivated by the spicy wings. Those two gluttons said they would order first so we could eat right away. Shi Chunyan replied, her demeanor lightening as she joked. As they approached the hospital's front hall, they saw the two nurses storming in, visibly upset. "Dr. Zhang, are you mistaken? There's no wing stall across the street. We searched everywhere." The two nurses chimed in, their youthful eyes betraying their frustration. How could you not find such a big wing stall? Zhang Changdong shook his head and led them onward. Upon reaching the opposite side of the road, at Lin Xuan and Amp, Oppo's stall, Zhang Changdong and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened in shock. "Where's the wing stall? How could such a significant stall just vanish? Don't hide away. I know you're here." Zhang Changdong squinted his eyes, trying to peer through the air as if he could locate Lin Xuan that way. The sister selling cold noodles returned from throwing out the trash, and, upon seeing Zhang Changdong and Oppo's commotion, quickly understood the situation. "Dr. Zhang, Don and Oppo's search anymore. Boss Lin closed up at 9:30. Oh dear, you should have seen how busy it was. Some people were so eager to eat that they insisted on having Boss Lin return for more wings." Upon hearing the first part of her statement, Zhang Changdong and Oppo's heart shattered. However, upon hearing the latter part, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Did Boss Lin go home to fetch more wings? No, he said he would sell again tomorrow. The wings need to marinate for the best flavor, the sister replied with a chuckle. Zhang Changdong felt his spirit, which had just begun to mend, shatter once more. What's wrong with grilling the wings directly? With Boss Lin's grilling skills, they would taste great either way. It makes no sense to leave money on the table and just go home. Interestingly, Zhang Changdong and Appo's words echoed the sister and Appo's earlier sentiments. Yet, the crowd had dispersed nearly 2 hours ago, rendering further words futile. Although Shi Chunyin felt a tinge of disappointment, she did not blame Zhang Changdong. Instead, she comforted him. It's evident that Boss Lin strives for perfection. He would rather forego profit than compromise the quality of his wings. We can always come early tomorrow. He isn't just selling today. With the head nurse's reassurance, the two little nurses could only nod through their tears, imagining the taste of the wings, which nearly brought tears to their eyes. The next morning, Lin Xuan purchased 400 chicken wings through a grocery app, totaling 200 skewers. It was not that he wished to acquire more. Rather, his refrigerator could only accommodate that many. The marinated wings needed refrigeration to preserve their freshness. Once this week's tasks were completed, Lin Xuan contemplated renting a space dedicated to food storage, allowing him to prepare and store all the wings properly. As Lin Xuan settled back into sleep, he dreamt of a plump, white radish person performing a hula dance before him, swaying and twisting joyfully. As he twisted and turned, it transformed into small radish cubes. Lin Xuan took a bite. The taste was a delightful blend of sweet and sour, leaving his mouth watering. It was 11:00 and Appo's clock in the afternoon. Across from the hospital, several stalls had already begun their operations. Zhang Changdong arrived at the spot where Lin Xuan had set up his stall the previous day. Dr. Zhang, how about a bowl of cold noodles? The vendor enthusiastically suggested. She operated her stall at the hospital entrance, serving customers during lunchtime, in the afternoon, and into the evening. However, Zhang Changdong was not in the mood for cold noodles today. He yearned for the spicy and juicy grilled wings from his favorite barbecue stall. Yet despite looking around, he could not find the barbecue cart he had been craving. It's already 11. Why hasn't it opened yet? Young people must not be lazy, he muttered to himself while waiting. The vendor had prepared many bowls of cold noodles and, upon glancing back, noticed that Zhang Changdong was still waiting, looking around anxiously. Realizing the time, she exclaimed, "Goodness, you've been waiting for almost half an hour. It seems Lin hasn't shown up yet. He only arrived around 8 last night." What? Only open in the evening? Zhang Changdong was suddenly enlightened, reaching a profound understanding regarding his culinary desires. The vendor, unable to watch him suffer any longer, thought to herself that while Zhang Changdong was otherwise admirable, he was overly fixated on his food cravings. How about this? Leave me your number. I'll call you as soon as Lin opens his stall. Upon hearing this, Zhang Changdong felt a surge of hope. Is that all right? Would it be too much trouble? Although they were both in the same area, there was an inherent competition for customers, given that appetites are limited. Zhang Changdong had hesitated to ask before, but since the vendor had offered, he decided there was no reason to hesitate. He promptly added her as a friend, asking her to notify him the moment Lin opened his stall. After that, he returned to the hospital. Upon entering the lobby, he saw Shi Chunyin dressed casually, preparing to leave. Their eyes met, and they immediately gleaned much information from each other in Appo's expressions. Shi Chunyin, noticing the look on Zhang Changdong's face, understood he had not managed to eat. Realizing her own efforts would be in vain, she silently turned back. Watching her hurried retreat, Zhang Changdong's mood lightened. After all, he wasn't the only one suffering. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Changdong calculated the time. Only 3 hours remained until he could indulge in grilled wings. Just then, his phone suddenly buzzed with a new message. He opened it to find he had been added to a group chat. What sort of chaotic group chat is this? He frowned, initially suspecting it to be spam. Just as he was about to exit, he noticed a message from a profile named Sister Zhou's Cold Noodles. Lin will notify everyone here when he opens his stall. As soon as the message was sent, the previously quiet group chat erupted with dozens of messages. Is this Lin's group chat? Hurry up and open your stall. My child is starving. Without the spicy, juicy grilled wings, life holds no joy. Sister Zhou's cold noodles. I'm not Lin. I sell cold noodles next door. Too many inquiries. So I created this group chat for convenience. I'll pass it on to Lin later. Everyone should come try my cold noodles. They're delicious too. Zhang Changdong silently observed the conversation and glanced at the number of participants. A total of 62 people. He expected that this newly opened grilled wing stall would attract such a loyal following in just one evening. Initially proud of his culinary endorsement, he then felt a sense of urgency. If he arrived late in the future, he might miss out. He needed to be informed immediately, ensuring he did not miss the opportunity. After all, he lived nearby, merely crossing a street to reach the stall. Even Zhang Changdong, who usually muted notifications in his hospital colleagues' group chat, decided to pin this group and turn on notifications. Yet he considered the possibility of missing out again. Exiting his office, he found Shi Chunyan and invited her into the group chat as well. With both of them in the group, he felt confident they wouldn't miss out on the grilled wings. The previous evening, around 8:00 and Oppo's clock, Lin Xuan rode his barbecue cart back to his usual spot. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, Sister Zhou hurried over. "Ah, Lin, you finally opened. You have no idea how many people came to ask about you from noon until the afternoon." Lin Xuan was taken aback. He hadn't realized that even after just over an hour of operation, so many customers were inquiring. Indeed, one should never underestimate the appetite of food enthusiasts. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble," he said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Trouble? Oh, you're too polite." Sister Zhou waved her hand dismissively, pulling out her phone. "By the way, I created a group chat for you so you can notify them when you open. Just add me as a friend, and I'll transfer the group ownership to you." "A group chat?" Lin Xuan frowned slightly, recalling how he had lost performance points for not responding to work-related messages within 5 minutes in a group chat. "If I join a group chat, I have to engage socially with customers every day, responding to inquiries. It would be no different from being at work." Considering yesterday's sales, he realized there was no need to worry about selling out. He could easily meet his weekly sales targets and earn the 50,000 reward. Why complicate matters? With that thought, Lin Xuan shook his head. "No, it's too troublesome. I don't like it." Sister Zhou was taken aback by Lin Xuan's nonchalant refusal. Many in the food industry relentlessly sought customers, even offering small gifts to entice them into joining their groups, all to boost their clientele. Yet here was Lin, with customers eagerly asking to join his group, and he simply rejected the offer. Sister Zhou found herself at a loss for words, struggling to respond. "Should I just disband the group then? You decide." Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively, securing his barbecue cart and preparing to grill a skewer for himself as a warm-up. Meanwhile, Sister Zhou pondered for a moment, then hastily typed out a message. "Sister Zhou's cold noodles. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" As soon as the message was sent, replies flooded in. "What is the suspense? Just tell us. I just want to know if Lin is opening his stall." Sister Zhou's cold noodles. "Let us start with the good news. Lin is opening his stall." Upon hearing this, the group chat exploded with excitement, feeling like it had transformed into a bustling crowd of 70 participants and more joining. "Woohoo, I'm on my way. I'm starving. Is anyone nearby to share a ride?" Drooling emojis as the group reveled in joy, someone curiously asked, "Sister Zhou, what is the bad news?" Sister Zhou's cold noodles. Lin might be a bit introverted and doesn't like group chats, so it might get disbanded. Though Lin's response was capricious, Sister Zhou felt it was inappropriate to disclose that directly, as it could offend customers. Even though it wasn't her group, she appreciated Lin Xuan and recognized that his presence boosted her own business. Without needing to express gratitude, she felt at least she shouldn't hinder Lin. "Disband? No way. Boss Lin, if you and Oppos, not joining the group, so be it. They're in Oppos. There's no need to disband it." "Sister Zhou, could you please convey this message?" "Indeed, Sister Zhou, it would be best if you could notify everyone. And it won't be a trouble for you, as I will certainly patronize your business more frequently." "Absolutely. The grilled wings are delicious and rather light. I must have your cold noodles to finish the meal. As long as this group remains intact, I shall indulge in an extra bowl of your cold noodles." Observing the messages on the screen, Sister Zhou felt a tinge of sentimentality. Guests who speak so sweetly and are so considerate are truly rare. Such high-quality customers are the dream of anyone in the food industry. Moreover, as long as the group is not disbanded, I can send notifications daily, which would certainly boost my cold noodle sales. Although it feels somewhat like my cold noodles are merely a side note, Sister Zhou doesn't mind. Every extra bowl counts. After all, it and amp. Oppos, it's about making money. And there's no shame in that. Being a pragmatic person, Sister Zhou decided to seize the opportunity. After all, Lin Xuan merely asked her to handle things as she sees fit without enforcing a disbandment. Sister Zhou, since everyone feels this way, I will refrain from disbanding the group for now. Rest assured, the moment Boss Lin sets up his stall, I will notify you all right here. Immediately, the group was flooded with a barrage of grateful emojis. Meanwhile, at Dawn Hospital, perhaps those who appreciate culinary delights are truly fortunate. Zhang Changdong had just completed a surgery, and Shi Chunyan had finished her tasks as well. The two quickly spotted the messages in the group. Without a moment in damp, Oppos, hesitation, they changed into casual clothes and met at the hospital entrance, then headed straight across the street. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, Zhang Changdong was nearly brought to tears. As a seasoned food enthusiast, having missed out twice was sheer torment. Thankfully, he had finally made it this time, and it appeared he would be the first customer of the day. "Boss," he exclaimed, 10 skewers of grilled wings. Within 3 seconds of arriving at the stall, he managed to place his order, scan the payment, and tuck his phone back in his pocket. It was unclear how many times he had mentally rehearsed this sequence. 10 skewers? That in amp, Oppos, is hardly sufficient. Make it 15, he added, realizing he was being stingy. No, I and amp. Oppos, LL take 3, you take 7, he insisted, hurriedly stopping Shi Chunyan. The grilled wings are delicious, but quite spicy. 3 skewers are enough for me. You can handle the spice with your 7. It wasn't about being stingy. It was about not wasting food. Shi Chunyan pondered for a moment and concluded that 7 skewers would indeed suffice for her. She playfully teased Zhang Changdong, who was unbothered as he watched Lin Xuan grill the chicken wings. In a lighthearted tone, he quipped, "Boss Lin, my old classmate here has quite the expertise in spicy dishes, so do give it your utmost effort. If they're burnt or undercooked, we shall not take responsibility." Lin Xuan remained silent, merely nodding. With his current grilling skills, such blunders were inconceivable. He had an intimate understanding of every nuance in the cooking process. Zhang Changdong began to chatter away, while Shi Chunyan focused intently on Lin Xuan's grilling. When Lin Xuan finally reached for the chili powder, Shi Chunyan's gaze sharpened with seriousness. A breeze swept through, carrying the pungent aroma of chili powder. Irjing Tiao, millet pepper, lantern pepper. She inhaled deeply, accurately identifying 6 or 7 types of chili. Even Lin Xuan, who was diligently grilling, couldn't help but be slightly astonished. What a keen sense of smell she possesses. Her ability to recognize these spices is remarkable. While she accurately named a few of the 12 types of chili powder, she soon began to second-guess herself, naming several more only to dismiss them. "Why not just ask Boss Lin?" Zhang Changdong suggested. "Perhaps you'll figure it out once you taste them." However, Shi Chunyan stubbornly refused to inquire, treating the matter as a personal challenge. The wings were ready. Lin Xuan placed them into a paper bag and handed it over, discreetly observing Shi Chunyan to see if she could identify the 12 types of chili powder. Beautiful! She marveled at the freshly grilled wings, noting how they looked far more appealing than those that had been left in a bag for a while. Particularly, the crispy layer of chili gave the impression of flames dancing upon the wings. Without delay, Shi Chunyan eagerly took a bite, and the familiar fiery flavor flooded her palate. Juices burst forth from every fiber of the chicken. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. She sighed in satisfaction, devouring 3 skewers in rapid succession before remembering her chili challenge. As she took a bite of the 4th skewer, she tried to discern the other spices using her taste buds, but after chewing for a while, she still couldn't identify them. Well, challenge failed. But I'm not embarrassed. There's no penalty. Boss, aside from these few types, I can Oppos. T seemed to identify the others. They Don and Oppos. These seem like common chili varieties. Could you share their names? Sure, Chunyan humbly asked. It and Oppos. It's not unusual that you Kuden and Oppos. T recognized them. Some are exotic chili powders from countries like India and Mexico. Lin Xuan mentioned a few difficult names. Upon hearing this, Shi Chunyan's eyes lit up in realization. Those countries are indeed known for their love of spicy food. What a wonderful, perfect blend of chili proportions. The cost of these spices must be substantial. Your pricing at 30 is truly reasonable. Once you open your own shop, I will certainly be a regular customer, she declared, focusing back on her chicken wings. In her heart, she was convinced that with Lin Xuan and Amp, Oppo's skills, it would and Amp, Oppo's, TB long before he owned a thriving grilled wing shop. After finishing 10 skewers, the two returned to the hospital, thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, other customers began to arrive in succession, and Lin Xuan quickly became busy. On the other side, the seldom off-duty nurse, Shun Rong, was frantically calling her best friend. Hurry up. If you don't get here soon, the wings will be sold out. Without wings, I might just turn into a ravenous ghost and gnaw on your pig trotters instead. On the other end, Lu Qingqing, receiving Shun Rong and Amp, Oppos, call, exclaimed, "Oh please. When Amp, Oppos, so great about grilled wings. Why don't we go have hot pot instead? Besides, my brother and Amp, Oppos, grilled wing shop opens in 2 months. I'll treat you two as much as you want then." "No way," Shun Rong insisted. "As a best friend, I must be honest with you. Last week, when we went to that outdoor barbecue, your brother's wings were indeed tasty, better than many wing shops. But that was before I had Boss Lin's wings. Compared to Boss Lin, your brother's skills are simply inadequate. Perhaps he should come and learn from him." Lu Qingqing was taken aback by Shun Rong's swift betrayal. "Impossible. Do you have any idea how hard my brother worked to master his wing skills? He apprenticed under a wing master for a year and even sought guidance from a particularly renowned yakitori chef in Sakura. If you're saying he's a Michelin chef, I might believe it, but a roadside stall's wings better than my brother?" "Shun Rong, are you feeling all right?" Shun Rong understood that it would be difficult for her friend to accept this revelation. To speak candidly, had she not savored the delectable grilled wings brought back by Dr. Zhang yesterday, she would have found such occurrences hard to believe. Yet, the reality lay before her. In any case, you will soon discover the truth for yourself. Should you deem my word erroneous, I shall offer my apologies. Lu Qingqing quickly regained her composure, recognizing that her close friend Shun Rong was not one to boast without reason. Now seated in the car, she was eager to ascertain the flavor of those wings. The clock struck 9:30. Lin Xuan glanced at the ingredient box, noting that fewer than 10 skewers of chicken wings remained. He estimated they would be sold out in another 10 minutes. Although the quantity was double that of yesterday, the selling time had not significantly increased. Yesterday, customers purchased 1 or 2 skewers. Today, they began with 3 or 5. What a relief that Boss Lin was still here. "Boss Lin, I'll take 2 skewers. What about you, Qingqing?" Shun Rong exclaimed excitedly as she bounced up to the grill. Beside her stood a delicately made-up girl with an oval face. Lu Qingqing scrutinized Lin Xuan with a hint of skepticism. She had anticipated that the owner of the wings, which had so captivated Shun Rong, would be a seasoned chef. To her surprise, he was a remarkably young proprietor. Though she harbored doubts, she chose not to express them. "I prefer not too spicy. I do like 2 skewers of original flavor." Lu Qingqing was not incapable of tolerating spiciness. She simply had her reasons. Only the original flavor could reveal the quality of the ingredients and the chef's skills. "I'm afraid I cannot adjust the spice level here," Lin Xuan replied calmly. "Cannot adjust the spice level?" Lu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "You could just grill them for me as they are." However, Lin Xuan shook his head once more, stating, "I'm sorry, but I can only prepare them extra spicy. Alternatively, you might consider visiting another vendor for milder options." Lin Xuan believed his tone to be quite sincere. Over the past 2 days, he had suggested the same to customers desiring non-spicy wings, as milder options were ubiquitous. However, his fiery, juicy grilled wings were unique to his stall. Lu Qingqing was left speechless. She had never encountered a vendor who refused to adjust the spice level and even suggested going elsewhere to eat. Was he not effectively driving customers away? It should be noted that her brother had meticulously curated a menu to cater to the majority and Oppos, tastes, offering original, mildly spicy, medium spicy, and extra spicy options, along with various flavors such as black pepper, Orleans, cumin, and sweet plum. With such an array of choices, he aimed to accommodate every customer's palate and even planned to introduce new flavors monthly to ensure freshness. In comparison, this grilled wing stall seemed rather unprofessional. Moreover, the insistence on only serving extra spicy might be an attempt to mask the quality of the ingredients. Lu Qingqing and Oppos' mind raced with thoughts. Yet she soon realized such comparisons were futile. She had witnessed firsthand the effort her brother had invested in the wing business, from offering free apprenticeship to seeking guidance abroad. With that in mind, she decided to harbor no expectations and simply accompany her friend. "I'll have one skewer," she said lightly. Subsequently, she took out her phone, preparing to message her brother to arrange another barbecue outing. This time, she intended to have him showcase his utmost skill, to truly impress Shenrong and enlighten her on what truly delectable grilled wings tasted like. "All right, just a moment," Lin Xuan nodded, and upon seeing her scan for payment, he immediately began grilling. Lu Qingqing composed a lengthy message detailing the recent events. Just as she was about to hit send, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. "Goodness, what an exquisite scent!" Lu Qingqing exclaimed, looking up to locate the source of the fragrance. The fire blazed, and the chicken wings sizzled. Lin Xuan diligently turned the wings, layering them with chili powder. As the charcoal ignited the chili powder, flames flickered up, yet Lin Xuan deftly maneuvered the wings at crucial moments to prevent overcooking. The golden brown wings gradually became enveloped in a varied crust of chili powder, and the enticing aroma reached its zenith. "Madam, please do not lean too close to the grill. It is hazardous," Lin Xuan reminded her, still focused on grilling. "Apologies." Lu Qingqing suddenly snapped back to her senses, realizing she had nearly leaned into the grill. "What on earth was I doing?" She hastily took a couple of steps back, feeling utterly embarrassed. "I told you it was delicious. Do you believe me now?" Shenrong chuckled lightly, observing her friend's predicament. In truth, even had Lin Xuan not warned her, she would have pulled Lu Qingqing back. "You're intentionally enjoying my misfortune, aren't you?" Lu Qingqing feigned anger, playfully swatting Shenrong. Amid their banter, the wings were ready. Lin Xuan handed over the grilled wings, and the two friends ceased their teasing, Shenrong eagerly commencing her meal, a look of pure bliss illuminating her face. So good, so spicy, so delicious. Meanwhile, the moment Lu Qingqing laid eyes on the wings, she instantly grabbed her phone to snap a photo. They looked utterly magnificent. Afterward, she cautiously took a bite. Absolutely delectable. The instant the wings touched her palate, that singular thought consumed her. The rich, savory juices combined with the fiery spice burst forth in her mouth. Lu Qingqing felt as if every pore in her body unfurled in delight. All her previous thoughts dissipated in an instant. To be honest, her brother had subjected their family to numerous trials of his grilled wings while honing his craft, resulting in a plethora of variations that had left her somewhat traumatized by the sight of them. Only recently had she recovered from that phase. Yet now, she found herself yearning for these extra spicy, juicy wings every single day. Even if she had to indulge for an entire year, she would never tire of them. One skewer is simply insufficient. I could easily devour 10 more. Lu Qingqing was about to request additional skewers when she suddenly heard the sound of another customer scanning for payment nearby. A man had settled his bill and turned to Lin Xuan, saying, "Boss Lin, I'll take the rest of them." "No." Lu Qingqing gasped in horror. "Boss, are there no wings left?" She stared at Lin Xuan, her mind racing, thinking it couldn't possibly be true that they had already sold out before 10 o'clock. Perhaps she was merely overthinking it. "They're all gone for today," Lin Xuan confirmed with a nod. Lu Qingqing's breath hitched, lamenting that she should have ordered more skewers while she had the chance. Experience can indeed lead one astray. "It's all your fault, brother," she thought, frustrated that her opportunity for this exquisite taste was slipping away. She glanced at the man who had purchased the remaining wings. "Could you spare me 2 skewers? I'll buy them at full price," she ventured to negotiate. I'm sorry, beautiful, but I'm just picking these up for a friend, and this is just enough. The man replied, casting a regretful glance at Lu Qingqing. Under different circumstances, he would have relished the chance to exhibit his gentlemanly demeanor to a lovely lady. However, he simply could not afford to leave behind any of Lin Xuan's wings. After all, if he returned without the full order, his friends might very well devour him instead. No worries, I appreciate it nonetheless, Lu Qingqing conceded, exhaling in resignation. You didn't believe me before. Now you must be regretting it, right? Shenrong, having finished one skewer and now preparing for the next, teased Lu Qingqing, who had been left without any. You have 2 skewers. Share one with me. Lu Qingqing, no longer feeling polite, snatched one from Shenrong. Is it too late to sever ties with you now? Shenrong was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan hummed a cheerful tune, happily tidying his belongings in preparation to return home. Given the circumstances of the past 2 days at the stall, the system and damp, Oppos, S refresh for this week in damp, Oppos, S task was undoubtedly predictable. A reward of 500,000 was beckoning him enticingly. Initially, Lin Xuan was eager to complete the task swiftly, indifferent to the potential fatigue. However, now he found himself devoid of urgency. Spending 3 to 4 hours each day at the stall felt just right, not too idle yet devoid of pressure. Moreover, Lin Xuan discovered a newfound affection for running the stall. He relished witnessing the food enthusiasts engrossed in the delectable chicken wings he meticulously grilled, their faces radiating bliss as they savored the culinary delights. This provided him with a sense of achievement that had long eluded him in his previously unremarkable life. Lu Qingqing, despite having forcefully snatched a chicken wing from Shenrong, was still craving more. How infuriating! Why must the wings be so exquisitely delicious? Lu Qingqing lamented internally, then turned her gaze towards Lin Xuan, who was busy packing up. After a moment of contemplation, she approached him. Boss Lin, how did you master the art of grilling wings? They taste incredible. Lu Qingqing blinked, exuding her charm, attempting to glean some insights that might benefit her brother. After having tasted Lin Xuan and Oppo's S wings, she found it impossible to view her brother and Oppo's S cooking with the same esteem. Lin Xuan, engrossed in his tasks, was momentarily taken aback by her question. He casually replied, learned it from a skill book. Lu Qingqing paused, then flashed a charming smile. Boss Lin, you and Amp? Oppos, quite humorous. Lin Xuan silently affirmed her jest, not intending to elaborate further. He glanced up and recognized the customer who had just requested non-spicy wings. After a brief thought, he suggested, if you can't handle spice, I can pair the wings with some pickled radishes tomorrow. Pickled radishes? Are you offering side dishes with the wings? Why didn't Oppos? I see that before. Lu Qingqing bombarded him with questions. They aren't and Oppos. Complimentary. They are sold separately and will be available tomorrow, Lin Xuan replied succinctly. He had just completed the opening task for the day and received the recipe, though he had yet to claim it, planning to do so at home later. Pickled radishes need to be purchased separately? Lu Qingqing was taken aback. Aren't and Oppos. Such side dishes usually complimentary? Lin Xuan confidently nodded. Well, because they taste delicious. Although he had not yet claimed the recipe, his confidence remained intact. If the hellishly spicy wings were this delightful, the pickled radishes could only be equally enticing. How stingy! Lu Qingqing muttered under her breath. If she were at any other establishment, she would never return if they charged for such sides. However, recalling the wings she had just enjoyed, she added a caveat, excluding Boss Lin and Oppo's S-wing stall. Charging for the radishes was acceptable. She could simply choose not to buy them. What was so special about pickled radishes anyway? Though Lu Qingqing wished to continue the conversation, she saw Lin Xuan hastily finishing up, stepping onto his barbecue cart, and turning on the power. He swiftly drove away. Lu Qingqing watched Lin Xuan depart, then turned to retrieve a small mirror from her bag for self-assessment. No need for that. Your beauty aura ISN and Amp, Oppos, working, Shenrong teased. I just worry about chili sticking to my face. Lu Qingqing retorted defiantly. She then pulled out her phone, deleted a lengthy message she had just typed, and quickly typed a new one. Brother, I'll treat you to wings tomorrow. Pay attention and learn well. If you can master even a fraction of Boss Lin's skills, Your wing shop will surely thrive. A swift appeared on her phone from her brother. Lu Qingqing placed her phone down, realizing that mere words would not convince him. Regardless, she was determined to bring her brother to steal some culinary secrets the next day. Worst-case scenario, she would offer to apprentice under boss Lin for free for a year. If she truly mastered this skill, it would be an unparalleled gain. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan returned home, washed up, and lay in bed, ready to claim his reward recipe. Unlike the initial overwhelming sensation of receiving the hellishly spicy wings recipe, this time it was a straightforward system notification. The grocery app has unlocked a new option, non-spicy pickled radishes. This dish is a task reward, and the host can purchase it for free. Limited to 100 portions per day, only for this week. This dish cannot be given away. Suggested retail price, 10 yuan. A new task has been added. Sell 300 portions of non-spicy pickled radishes. Reward, double the weekly task reward. Lin Xuan shot up in bed. Double the weekly task reward? This meant that upon completing this week's tasks, he could earn 1 million. How exhilarating. Was this what it felt like to live an extraordinary life? Lin Xuan took a moment to compose himself before opening the grocery app. He quickly located the newly added non-spicy pickled radishes and, without hesitation, ordered 100 portions. After all, they were free. Simultaneously, he placed an order for the chicken wings he needed to marinate for the next morning, matching today's quantity. Having completed these tasks, Lin Xuan drifted into a contented slumber. The next morning, Lin Xuan received the ingredients he had ordered. He set the raw chicken wings aside and eagerly opened the bag of pickled radishes. Inside were 100 plastic containers, each the size of a matchbox, neatly filled with 2 radish strips, each the thickness of a pinky finger. The pristine white radish strips looked incredibly fresh. However, selling 2 radish strips for 10 yuan felt somewhat outrageous. Yet, the moment he tasted the pickled radish, his earlier thoughts vanished. With a satisfying crunch, the pickled radish was surprisingly crisp, followed by a perfectly balanced sweet and sour flavor, mingling with the radish's unique freshness, spreading across his palate. It was exquisite. Lin Xuan squinted in enjoyment, feeling as if his entire mouth had been rejuvenated. One could only imagine the delight of savoring one of those hellishly spicy wings followed by a bite of such pickled radish, a sublime experience of contrasting sensations. Simply perfect. As time flew by, it was soon time for Lin Xuan to set up his stall. How can it be this delicious? Despite having only operated for 2 days, an astute customer had already figured out Lin Xuan's schedule. Just as Lin Xuan secured the barbecue cart, Zhang Changdong dashed across the street. One could hardly dismiss the notion that he had secretly installed surveillance. Good evening, Boss Lin. Quickly grill me 3 skewers. I have surgery after this. Lin Xuan glanced at the time. It was still 10 minutes until 8. Please wait. We start serving at 8. Upon hearing that, Zhang Changdong realized he had to wait 10 minutes. Usually, 10 minutes passed quickly, but when it came to delicious food, those minutes stretched painfully. He felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. What's the difference if you start a few minutes early or late? It is different, Lin Xuan explained. Although the system was generous with rewards, it had its rigid rules. It seemed rather inflexible. Zhang Changdong clearly found this explanation unsatisfactory. After scrutinizing Lin Xuan for a couple of seconds, he suddenly appeared enlightened. Boss Lin, do you have obsessive-compulsive tendencies necessitating that you open precisely at 8? It must be true. Only someone with such tendencies could create wings this delectable. Zhang Changdong wore an expression of epiphany. Lin Xuan struggled to comprehend Zhang Changdong and Oppo's S-line of reasoning, particularly the connection between obsessive-compulsive disorder and grilled chicken wings. However, witnessing Zhang and Oppo's self-consistent logic, he chose to remain silent and simply retrieved a skewer of chicken wings, placing it on the grill to experiment with a flavor pairing of spicy pickled radishes. Zhang Changdong glanced over, surprised that Lin, the boss, would momentarily set aside his compulsions for him. Feeling a mix of gratitude and a desire to remind Lin, he remarked, "You're truly kind, Boss Lin, but you seem to have forgotten. Ordered 3 skewers, not just 1. This one is for yourself." Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly, prompting Zhang to retract his earlier sentiment, slightly disgruntled. "Hey, that an amp? Oppo's. That's not how it works. How can a chef eat before serving the customers? Yet Lin Xuan had already entered a focused state of grilling, treating Zhang and Amp, Oppos, as comments as mere background noise. Zhang wasn't into Amp, Oppos, genuinely upset. He simply enjoyed the banter to pass the 10 minutes, while also acknowledging the delightful taste of Lin and Amp, Oppos, as grilled wings. After all, eccentricities are common among unique individuals. In the medical profession, patience is paramount. Upon finishing the wings, Lin Xuan presented a portion of the spicy pickled radish. After savoring a piece of chicken, he seized the opportunity to relish the refreshing crunch of the radish, its tangy sweetness cascading over his palate. The sensation was akin to the first gust of cool air from an air conditioner on a scorching summer afternoon, or the delightful fizz of a chilled soda after an exhausting workout. With the radish consumed, Lin Xuan noticed the lingering spiciness had nearly vanished, a testament to the pickled radish and Amp, Oppos, effectiveness in countering heat. Just as he prepared to enjoy his second wing, Zhang Changdong leaned in curiously. Do you have more pickled radish available? It an Amp, Oppos, not complimentary. It's for sale. 10 yuan for a box. Lin Xuan corrected Zhang's assumption. 10 yuan? Zhang and Amp, Oppos, expression reflected shock as he stared at the container of radish. Please, Don and Amp, Oppos, tell me there are only 2 pieces in a box. Lin Xuan nodded, adding, would you like a try? The flavor is exceptional, particularly in alleviating spiciness. Before discussing taste, Zhang protested, ISN and Amp, Oppos, pickled radish usually free? And do you know how much 10 yuan could buy at a market? He found it hard to accept the notion of paying 10 yuan for merely 2 pieces of pickled radish. Lin Xuan, armed with the experience of serving infernal spicy grilled wings, believed that food lovers would willingly open their wallets after tasting the combination of pickled radishes and wings. Zhang, observing Lin devouring the wings, hoped for an explanation regarding the high price of the radish, perhaps due to premium ingredients or a complicated pickling process. However, Lin remained silent as he finished the wings, crunching through the last piece of radish. The crisp sound made Zhang swallow hard, convinced that such delicious wings surely warranted equally delightful pickled radishes. Just then, Lu Qingqing and her robust brother, Lu Ming, arrived at the hospital entrance after hailing a taxi. Lu Ming, eager to open a grilled wing shop, was taken aback by the sight of a proctology hospital. Sister, are you kidding me? Is there really a place selling spicy grilled wings right next to a proctology hospital? What are you thinking? He questioned, puzzled. You shouldn't end Amp, Oppos, judge where they sell. If it and Amp, Oppos, delicious that and Amp, Oppos, all that matters. You're quite knowledgeable. If you could learn a trick or two, I'd be in for a treat, Lu Qingqing replied, gazing across the street. Just then, she spotted the barbecue cart and tugged her brother towards it. Hurry, I must indulge today. As they approached, Zhang Changdong shouted, please, give me 2 more servings of pickle radish. Boss, why is everything you make so delicious? Lu Ming scrutinized the barbecue cart and Zhang, thinking his reaction was overly dramatic. How good could pickled radish really be? Lu Qingqing, however, nodded in agreement, initially captivated by the wings and Amp, Oppos, exquisite taste. Suddenly, she recalled Lin Xuan and Amp, Oppos, mention of selling pickled radish separately that day. Initially dismissive of the idea, she now felt compelled to try it after witnessing Zhang and Amp, Oppos, blissful enjoyment. Boss, 6 skewers of wings, plus an order of pickled radish. Lu Qingqing quickly placed her order. After Lin Xuan quoted the price, she scanned her payment of 190 yuan, 180 for the 6 chicken wings, and an additional 10 for the pickled radish. Calculating the costs, she was momentarily taken aback by the price. 2 small radishes for 10 yuan? This is robbery. It better be worth it, she thought, silently assessing her own salary, realizing she might not even afford such luxuries. Is the world going mad? Due to his younger sister and Amp, Oppos, invitation, Lu Ming paid little attention to the prices. Instead, he quietly maneuvered to the back of the barbecue cart, where he could observe Lin Xuan and Amp, Oppos, entire grilling process from this vantage point. The art of grilling chicken wings may seem straightforward, but anyone who has experienced a buffet barbecue or attempted it themselves knows it is far from easy. If the temperature is too high, the exterior may char while the inside remains bloody. Conversely, if the temperature is too low, the wings can become excessively dry, losing their palatability. Particularly with charcoal, one must constantly monitor the vigor of the flames. Even the size and thickness of the chicken wings can significantly influence the outcome. The mastery of grilling hinges on one end Oppo's ability to control the heat and assess the doneness of the ingredients at high temperatures. In short, while cooking them through is simple, achieving the perfect grill is a rare skill. Lu Ming mentally noted these various points as he watched Lin Xuan place the chicken wings onto the grill, focusing intently. The charcoal blazed brightly, and the waves of heat distorted Lu Ming's vision. The oil from the chicken skin quickly rendered under the high temperature, sizzling audibly. Lu Qingqing approached, nudging her brother with her shoulder, inquiring, "Did you glean any insights?" Lu Ming gestured for silence, his eyes betraying a flicker of excitement. The grilling technique was so impeccable that he could find no fault. If one were to draw a comparison, it was akin to listening to a singer perform live. While a layperson would simply appreciate the beauty of the song, an aficionado would discern the clarity of the high notes, the seamless transition between falsetto and chest voice, and the steadiness of breath. As a connoisseur, Lu Ming could certainly perceive the myriad differences. A true master. He reluctantly admitted to himself that this proprietor and Oppo's grilling skills likely surpassed those of his own mentor. Given this level of expertise, it was improbable that the chicken wings would be anything less than delectable. "Do share," Lu Qingqing persisted. "You wouldn't Oppo's. T understand, being a layperson," Lu Ming replied. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his side as Lu Qingqing playfully pinched him. Rolling her eyes, she returned to her spot in anticipation. Lu Ming grimaced and rubbed his waist, continuing to learn by observation. As Lin Xuan sprinkled chili powder over the wings, creating a stunning mosaic of red hues. Lu Ming was utterly captivated. Is it possible to grill wings like this? He mused, regretting not capturing the moment on his phone. With that final touch, the wings were complete. Spotting Lu Qingqing holding a skewer, he snatched one eagerly, unable to resist the temptation to taste it. It was exquisite. How could it be so delicious? Lu Ming reveled in the burst of flavors on his palate. He had anticipated a high standard, yet the actual taste exceeded all expectations. The fiery heat of the chili, the rich juices of the meat, and the tenderness of the chicken combined to ensnare him in a web of culinary delight. In comparison to his own grilled wings, just as his thought crossed his mind, he felt inadequate, realizing his skills paled in comparison to this vendor and Oppo's. The disparity was staggering. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing savored her wings contentedly. "If only you had this skill, our wing shop would surely thrive." Lu Ming felt a wave of emotion at her words. He too yearned for such expertise. Although he had gleaned much from observation, replicating it would be an arduous task. "Your eyes say you've learned, but your hands say otherwise," Lu Qingqing teased, munching on pickled radish. With a crunch, she widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Brother, you must try this pickled radish." "No, you know I've never liked radishes," he replied swiftly. "I only want the wings." "Oh, come on. Remember what you just said?" She insisted, forcefully offering him a piece. With a reluctant crunch, Lu Ming fell silent, turning back to the barbecue cart to order 5 portions of pickled radish. 50 yuan for 10 pieces seemed outrageous, yet he felt it was worth every cent. The pickled radish paired perfectly with the wings, leaving no rival. Thus, the siblings enjoyed their feast, completely enchanted. At that moment, Lin Xuan began to bustle about, welcoming both loyal customers and new patrons drawn by the enticing aroma. The line in front of the barbecue cart grew steadily longer. Unexpectedly, however, the pickled radish sold out before the chicken wings did. Despite the relatively low value of 10 yuan for 2 pieces, the price was reasonable enough to entice customers to purchase in bulk after sampling. Since the radishes were pre-packaged, Lin Xuan did not need to prepare them anew, making sales effortless. Regular customers, who had visited for 3 consecutive days, exhausted their praises for the wings and began to compliment the pickled radish instead. I want to elaborate on Lin Boss's unparalleled wings, but this pickled radish is truly delightful. I can only handle 2 wings before succumbing to the spice, but with this radish, I can manage 3 more. I want to buy too many wings, but I'll definitely stock up on pickled radish to enjoy with my porridge. The newcomers, overhearing the conversations, grew increasingly eager. Yet when word spread that the pickled radish had run out, the subsequent customers were dismayed. Lin Boss, it's South one thing to close up early. But why not prepare more pickled radish? Exactly, Lin Boss, please have more ready tomorrow. Customers clamored for suggestions. I'm sorry, but the radish is limited daily. Lin Xuan replied helplessly, as he could only order 100 portions each day. Lu Ming, still present, noticed Lin Xuan ensnared by the customer's requests and suddenly realized an opportunity to garner favor. Lin Boss, the combination of your pickled radish and wings is the ultimate pairing. Since the quantity is limited, why not offer a wing set? For instance, a wing set that includes 1 skewer of wings and 1 portion of pickled radish. Available on a first-come, first-served basis according to the radish supply. Lu Ming had learned some business strategies in his quest to open a wing shop, recognizing bundling as a common sales tactic. However, the twist here was that typically less desirable items are bundled, whereas Lin Xuan and Oppo's offering was the opposite. What does everyone think? Lin Xuan decided to heed the customers and Oppo's suggestions. That's a splendid idea. Let us go with it. The customers eagerly discussed and thus confirmed that starting tomorrow, Lin Xuan would offer wing sets. Onlookers, bewildered by the scene, marveled at this unconventional approach. What kind of vendor is this? Selling wings, yet allowing customers to dictate the sales method? Lu Ming, having made his presence felt, stepped back into the shadows, contemplating whether he could seek wisdom from this Lin Boss. Frankly, after tasting Lin Xuan and Oppo's wings, Lu Ming found himself in deep self-doubt. Despite having trained as an apprentice and sought expertise abroad, he returned to discover he was outperformed by a mere youth. Lu Ming recalled a recent meme he encountered online and jokingly remarked to Lu Qingqing, "Do you think Boss Lin might be the legendary innate holy body of grilled wings? Perhaps I and Oppo's indulged in too many novels." Lu Qingqing rolled her eyes and retorted. In the crowd, Zhou Yang listened curiously to the patrons and Oppo's discussions. He had come to the hospital to visit a colleague and rushed over right after work, neglecting to have dinner. As he approached the long line, the tantalizing aroma of grilled wings wafted through the air, causing his stomach to growl audibly. Finally reaching the barbecue stall, he was taken aback by the price. 30 yuan for a skewer? What a ripoff. Zhou Yang and Oppo's first instinct was to turn away. Surely, there were better ways to spend 30 yuan than on a single skewer of chicken wings. Yet, the chorus of astonished voices from other diners, coupled with the lengthy wait he had endured, compelled him to relent. With a pang of regret, Zhou Yang scanned the QR code and paid the 30 yuan. Is it truly that delicious? I hope I'm not being duped, he murmured softly. Nearby, a diner who had just finished a wing brightened upon hearing his words. Buddy, those grilled wings are a scam. Terrible. Why not let me have that skewer? I actually enjoy being swindled. Such words were only believable to a fool, especially given the other's earlier eagerness to savor every last morsel. It was clear that the wings were likely quite delectable. Zhou Yang stared at the diner in disbelief, wanting to ask, what grudge do you hold against me that you would assume me a fool? But the diner, unable to achieve his goal, could only sigh in disappointment. Before long, Zhou Yang received his grilled wings, beautifully presented and emanating an irresistible aroma. He initially contemplated lingering a bit longer, but the overwhelming urge to taste overtook him. He took a bite, and the skin of the wing was perfectly charred and crispy, the chili powder mingling with the grilled fat to create a delightful crust. With every crunch, the explosive spiciness and rich, savory juices burst forth. Zhou Yang was instantly captivated. He understood perfectly the earlier diner and Oppo's fervor. As he continued to eat, Zhou Yang couldn't Oppo's help but berate himself for his lack of decisiveness. Why didn't he order more? With so many people in line and all the praise, he should have been more resolute. After finishing 1 skewer, his hunger only intensified. However, glancing at the lengthy queue, he could only sigh. Today was about visiting a colleague. After all, he had just overheard someone mention that this grilled wing stall operates here every evening. Perhaps he could return tomorrow. With that thought, he glanced at his dwindling finances and felt a wave of dejection. At his age, with responsibilities to both his aging parents and young children, his monthly salary was quickly allocated. This small sum for a snack was hardly sustainable. It would be wiser to bring his partner, who managed the household finances, to enjoy the wings together. That way, he could indulge without guilt and preserve his modest savings. A perfect win-win. With this uplifting thought, Zhou Yang felt considerably better. Meanwhile, Lu Ming continued to observe Lin Xuan's grilling technique, initially with a sense of stealth, feeling somewhat bashful. However, as he noticed Lin Xuan showing no objection, he boldly began to learn from him. The more he watched, the more impatient he grew, and the more he admired Lin Xuan and Oppo's skills. Eventually, he could not resist the urge to pull out his phone and discreetly record a video. Lu Qingqing, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Hey, it's one thing to learn from him, but recording is crossing the line. Did you get the boss and Oppo's permission? What if he gets angry?" In truth, Lu Qingqing was concerned about how this might affect her future enjoyment of grilled wings. "I only intended to share it with a few of my senior brothers. I had no plans to disseminate it widely." Lu Ming defended himself, promptly uploading the entire video to a group chat of about 50 people. Lu Ming's mentor was already a well-known chef within their circle, having worked for many years in a state-run upscale restaurant, thus garnering a significant following of disciples. Lu Ming, who was merely learning the art of grilling wings, hardly qualified as an official disciple. Yet, through his affable nature and knack for socializing, he managed to infiltrate this circle. It was now past 9 o'clock, and most of the group members were still busy in the kitchen. Lu Ming assumed no one would pay him any mind. To his surprise, only minutes later, a flurry of messages erupted in the chat. "Wow, this boss and Oppo's skills are remarkable. A true master. Grilling over charcoal is far more challenging than using electric heat. How did he layer the chili powder? I didn't catch that. Is this grilling or painting?" While Lin Xuan and Oppo's grilling prowess garnered admiration from his fellow chefs, it was the final step of applying the chili powder that left them in awe. No matter how many times they replayed the video, they could not comprehend how the chili powder formed such flame-like patterns on the wings. Not even Lu Ming, observing from such close proximity, could decipher the technique. Is it just for show? It seems rather ostentatious. Suddenly, someone in the group raised a skeptical comment. "Why are you so eloquent? You should be a food blogger instead of doctor." Before Lu Ming could respond, Lu Qingqing, who had been silently observing, expressed her discontent. "What do you mean it looks good, but ISN and Oppo's tasty? Who are you calling ostentatious?" Having been conquered by those hellishly spicy, juicy grilled wings, she found any doubt about their deliciousness more distressing than someone questioning her eyeliner skills. "I think you look the part of ostentation." Lu Qingqing glared at the profile picture of the commenter, her face flushed with indignation. "Hey, let an Oppo's keep it civil. Besides, they can't hear you." Lu Ming chuckled in disbelief. It was natural for some to be skeptical. Ultimately, whether a dish is delicious comes down to taste. The cooking method is merely a means to an end, and a video cannot convey flavor. Yet proving that the wings were indeed delicious could be quite simple. Lu Ming once again activated his camera, focusing on several patrons enjoying wings at the roadside. "So spicy, so delicious. I feel I could never eat wings from any other place again." The diners, albeit contorted by the heat, could not mask their delight. Their expressions conveyed pure satisfaction. Upon sharing the video in the group, the previously bustling chat fell eerily silent, as if the earlier excitement had been but a mirage. Why the sudden quiet? Lu Qingqing anticipated a moment of vindication. Instead, the silence only fueled her frustration. Are they envious? Lu Ming deeply understood the sentiments of the chefs in the group. As a chef himself, who wouldn't Oppo's, he want to see diners wearing expressions of utter delight as they savored their creations? Such admiration is the highest praise for a chef. Now, a humble roadside grilled wing stall had achieved this level of culinary conquest. It was utterly disconcerting. Lu Ming mused that had he not tasted the wings himself, he might have felt the sting of envy. Yet, having indulged in them, he felt it was only right. This applause was what Boss Lin truly deserved. At that moment, Zhou Yang entered the hospital room to visit his unfortunate colleague, Xiao Zhang, who lay on the bed, groaning in discomfort due to a recent surgery for hemorrhoids. Upon seeing Zhou Yang, Xiao Zhang began to vent his frustrations. Hemorrhoid surgery, everyone who knows understands. Beyond the physical discomfort and pain, the most tormenting aspect for Xiao Zhang was the overwhelming desire to indulge in food. Brother Zhou, once I recover from this illness, I shall treat you to hot pot, grilled skewers, and spicy crayfish. Xiao Zhang rattled off a list as if reciting a menu. Zhou Yang cast a silent glance at Xiao Zhang, sensing that the invitation was a mere pretense, and that it was his own craving that was genuine. It was no small feat for Xiao Zhang, who had likely contemplated this while lying in his hospital bed for days. If he were to enjoy another round of feasting, it was likely he would have to make another trip to the hospital. Speaking of food, Zhou Yang was reminded of the grilled wings at the hospital entrance. By the way, do you know they're in Oppo's S8 grilled wing stall across the street? Before he could finish, Xiao Zhang suddenly displayed a look of indignation. Of course I know. The infernal spicy grilled wings. 30 yuan for a skewer, and the owner's surname is Lin. He sits up at 8. Xiao Zhang recounted the details of the grilled wings stall with fervor. Are you hoarding this treasure for yourself? Such delectable wings, and you never told me sooner? Zhou Yang assumed Xiao Zhang had already tasted them, hence his knowledge was so detailed. What have I tasted? I've only heard others talk about them. Xiao Zhang retorted. Visibly irritated, he recounted how he had previously heard that some doctors engage in casual conversation during surgeries. While chatting is one thing, discussing fiery grilled wings during a hemorrhoid surgery? Wasn't that devilish? Yet, the most outrageous part was the way the lead surgeon vividly described the wings, their appearance, aroma, and texture. With such eloquence, why not become a food blogger instead of a doctor? Xiao Zhang was filled with resentment, primarily stemming from his inability to partake in such delights. Observing Xiao Zhang's gloomy demeanor, Zhou Yang offered sympathetic consolation. Nowadays, hemorrhoid surgeries are minimally invasive. You won't have to abstain from food for more than 10 days or so. When the time comes, I'll treat you. After all, the grilled wing stall would still be there, wouldn't it? Xiao Zhang sighed and nodded, secretly resolving to adhere strictly to medical advice and expedite his recovery. He was determined to savor the grilled wings and discover just how exquisite they truly were. In the hospital corridor, Zhang Changdong had just completed a surgery when he received a notification that the hospital director requested his presence immediately. As he hurried to the director in Oppo's office, he speculated what could be so urgent. Was there a patient complaint, or had a medical mishap occurred? With a sense of trepidation, Zhang Changdong arrived at the office door and knocked. Come in. Upon receiving permission, he entered and faced Director Lu Demon. Director Lu, you summoned me? Lu Demon wasted no time, stating directly, Dr. Huang from Chuanshu Hospital will be coming to our hospital tomorrow for a surgical guidance session. It's well known that you enjoy dining out. You are tasked with making restaurant arrangements. Zhang Changdong felt a wave of relief wash over him, quickly followed by excitement. Dr. Huang from Chuanshu was a legendary figure in the field of proctology, whose name appeared in numerous academic publications and textbooks. It was imperative to host him well. Instantly, Zhang Changdong's mind conjured a list of several upscale restaurants in the city known for their taste, service, and ambience. However, before he could voice his suggestions, Lu Demon interjected. Dr. Huang is elderly and traveling from afar. The restaurant shouldn't be too far. Furthermore, he dislikes extravagance, so we must consider the pricing. Most importantly, it should have a unique flair. Zhang Changdong's excitement plummeted upon hearing these stipulations. Not too far, reasonably priced, and unique? Isn't that asking for the impossible? You might as well prepare a meal for Dr. Huang at home, he thought, though he dared not voice his frustrations. Just prepare a few options. We'll see what Dr. Huang prefers tomorrow, Lu Demon said, giving Zhang Changdong a reassuring look. With the director's instructions clear, Zhang Changdong had no choice but to comply. As he exited the office, he racked his brain for nearby dining establishments. The hot pot fish at Wei Mei Fish Restaurant is quite good. The stir-fry dishes at Xiangwei are also decent. After contemplating several restaurants, he realized that none met the criteria. Just as Zhang Changdong was in a state of despair, a familiar aroma wafted through the air. Ahead lay the nurses and Oppo's station break room. As he breathed in the scent, a sudden realization struck him. Not too far, reasonably priced, unique. Could this possibly be the infamous infernal spicy grilled wings from Boss Lin? Yet, he hesitated, wondering if it was appropriate to invite Dr. Huang to dine on street food. Zhang Changdong found himself in a quandary. By 9:30, Lin Xuan surveyed his empty ingredient bins and declared an end to the day's business. The patrons lingering in line let out collective sighs of disappointment. Boss Lin, can't you prepare a little more each day? With business booming, is it reasonable to close up before 10? One customer lamented, and several others nodded in agreement. I think it's perfectly reasonable, Lin Xuan silently mused. Initially, he had considered upgrading to a larger refrigerator to accommodate more ingredients. However, upon reflection, he found that this arrangement suited him just fine. Including preparation time, he worked for less than 3 hours daily, neither too relaxed nor too hectic. Besides, he wasn't relying on selling grilled wings to amass wealth. The rewards from his tasks were far more substantial. Given the current popularity, completing his tasks was a breeze, making it unnecessary to exhaust himself. If his daily grind became more taxing than a regular job, what would be the point of his extraordinary life? Thus, to those who missed out on the grilled wings, Lin Xuan could only express his apologies. As the disappointed patrons dispersed to other stalls, Lu Qingqing watched Lin Xuan's retreating figure, casting a curious glance at her brother. Aren't you supposed to apprentice with him? Why not ask? Perhaps he would take you on as a disciple. Lu Ming shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Initially, upon tasting the grilled wings, he felt a strong urge to apprentice. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that the wing stall was nearly complete with renovations and would be opening next month. It was impossible for him to abandon his own establishment to pursue training. Furthermore, could he even master the craft? The more he observed, the more he sensed the gap in skill and felt a sense of awe. How could someone execute barbecuing with such precision? Indeed, precision was the key. From a technical standpoint, the challenge of grilling over charcoal lies in controlling the heat. Unlike electric grills, which maintain a constant temperature and are simple to operate after minimal training, charcoal flames are unpredictable. The drippings of oil and the flare-ups from seasonings could lead to calamity if one is not vigilant. Even the most seasoned grill masters cannot guarantee perfection with every cook. Yet, today, Lu Ming had witnessed Lin Xuan's flawless execution from start to finish. Lin Xuan deftly maneuvered the chicken wings away from sudden flare-ups, transferring them to stable coals with remarkable skill. In light of Lin Xuan's precise command over the charcoal, Lu Ming felt utterly humbled. Learning this is beyond my capabilities. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Lu Ming had now come to terms with his limitations. Since mastering this art is beyond me, I shall embrace my role as a connoisseur of fine cuisine. Lu Qingqing gazed at the smile gracing Lu Ming and Oppo's face. She was acutely aware of the immense financial and psychological pressures he bore in his endeavor to open a shop. Despite being a naturally cheerful man, he had been furrowing his brow for days. Though she could not comprehend why her brother had changed his mind, she found herself sharing in his joy, illuminating her own countenance with a radiant smile. Will you come tomorrow? Of course. I'll treat you to a feast. And the day after? All right. I'll treat you then too. Oh, you're the best, brother. The siblings laughed and playfully departed. A new day dawned. Lin Xuan diligently prepared chicken wings for sale that evening, marinating them before placing them in the refrigerator. The pickled radishes were neatly arranged as well. Approaching noon, Lin Xuan decided against remaining idle at home and ventured out, hailing a cab to Xiaoshui Park. The previous night, he had stumbled upon videos about Northeast China's guo bao rou and cold noodles, which had whetted his appetite. A brief online search led him to a small restaurant run by a couple from Northeast China, nestled near Xiaoshui Park, boasting favorable reviews. Though it was not yet mealtime, the restaurant had a few patrons, but it was not overly crowded. Lin Xuan ordered a small portion of guobao roe and cold noodles. Soon, his dishes arrived, steaming hot with the pork fried to a golden crisp, wafting a slightly pungent scent of vinegar. His appetite awakened. He indulged heartily. The flavors were indeed delightful. As for authenticity, he could not comment, having never visited northeast China. At the very least, the owner's thick accents suggested their origins. Sated, Lin Xuan thought it prudent to explore Xiaoshui Park since he was already there, allowing for some digestion. Xiaoshui Park is the largest park in the city. Upon arriving at the entrance, vibrant banners fluttered in the breeze. Before Lin Xuan could scrutinize them, a melodious voice caught his attention. "Excuse me, sir, may I inquire if you are single?" Could it be that after 2 decades of solitude, he was finally approached by a girl for his contact information? The thought flitted through his mind. Turning to look, he was taken aback to find a girl whose voice was as sweet as her appearance. She donned a striking red uniform with a name tag that read, "Matchmaker." "Sure. Matchmaker?" Lin Xuan pondered, bewildered. Sure continued, "If you are single. Xiaoshui Park is hosting a large matchmaking event next week that you must not miss. This event is officially organized, ensuring its legitimacy. There is no registration fee. Simply fill out some basic information." Matchmaking? Lin Xuan felt quite content with his single status and relished his own company. "I am single, but I think I will pass on the matchmaking," he replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing Lin Xuan was single, Shurya quickly interjected, "Do you have any reservations? If you're concerned about social interactions or are introverted, we have professional hosts to facilitate the activities, along with dining and gaming areas, ensuring enjoyable encounters with charming ladies." With a playful wink and a pleading tone, she added, "Please, big brother, as a matchmaker, I have quotas to fulfill. Can you help me out?" Faced with such a sweet request from a charming girl, even the most resolute heart might soften. However, Lin Xuan was preoccupied with the uncertainty of his tasks for the upcoming week. The rewards for his first task were bountiful. Could the next be less so? Thus, the enchanting girl before him transformed in his eyes into an obstacle thwarting his path to rewards. Consequently, he coldly shook his head and walked away without looking back. As the top matchmaker renowned for her success, Shurya glared at Lin Xian's retreating figure, fuming. How dare he reject me? In Shuwang Hospital, a group of doctors led by Lu Demon followed the silver-haired Huang Guoyang as they conducted their rounds. As doctors, we must take our rounds seriously, paying close attention to our patients' conditions. I have witnessed many hospitals where the lead surgeon delegates this responsibility to interns, which is unacceptable. Despite his advanced age, Huang Guoyang's voice was robust and his gaze sharp, showing no signs of frailty. What Elder Huang says is quite right. You young doctors must heed this. Lu Demon readily concurred. Huang Guoyang turned to examine the patient, Xiao Zhang, lying on the bed. "Now, young man, let me assess your post-operative recovery." Xiao Zhang sensed that the elderly gentleman before him was a distinguished expert. After a moment in Oppo's hesitation, he asked, "Doctor, is there any way I can eat spicy food now? Why are you shouting so loudly when you haven't even tasted it?" Huang Guoyang replied, "You absolutely cannot eat spicy food at this time." Being from Sichuan and Chongqing, he understood Xiao Zhang's cravings. After checking the recovery, he reassured, "You are healing well. In a week, you can indulge in spicy food. A week more before I can savor Boss Lin and Oppo's as fiery grilled wings?" Xiao Zhang sighed. "Fiery grilled wings?" Huang Guoyang exclaimed. "Mild spice is fine, but fiery is out of the question. It will take at least 2 weeks for you to fully recover without dietary restrictions." 2 weeks. Xiao Zhang felt despondent, turning his head to rest on the pillow. Huang Guoyang was patient with his patients. If fiery wings were off the table, you could at least have mild spice. Yet, Boss Lin only sold fiery wings. Xiao Zhang was on the verge of tears. He had heard more about Boss Lin's wing stall from the hospital than some actual customers had. Each account elevated Boss Lin's wings to legendary status, offering him an in-depth understanding of the stall. "You could always try another restaurant. Wings are quite common," Lu Demon interjected, unable to contain himself. "How can we waste time discussing such trivial matters when we have esteemed experts like Elder Huang here?" However, Xiao Zhang was not satisfied with this suggestion. Though he had yet to try them, In his mind, boss Lin and Appo's wings had ascended to a level of culinary perfection. He dreamt of tasting them and would not allow anyone to disparage them. Thus, Xiaozhong raised his voice in protest. Can any other restaurant make wings as delicious as boss Lin and Appo's? You must have never tasted them to say such a thing. Lu Demon was taken aback by the patient and Appo's fervent reaction, regretting his interjection. After all, as the hospital director, what was he doing arguing with a patient? Among the doctors, many nodded in agreement. Indeed, once one has savored boss Lin and Appo's wings, all others pale in comparison. The disparity was akin to night and day. Yet, Zhang Changdong suddenly paused. As a responsible doctor, he remembered the condition of every patient he had encountered. Being a devoted fan of boss Lin and Appo's wings, he recalled being fortunate enough to be the first customer at the stall on the day of the patient's surgery. Logically, the patient should not have had the opportunity to taste boss Lin's inferno-spiced wings. Yet the conviction in his voice was undeniable. Could it be? Zhang Changdong felt a chill run down his spine as he approached the bedside, urgency in his tone. You didn't sneak out to buy boss Lin and Appo's wings, did you? Do you realize how dangerous that could be? The atmosphere within the ward abruptly grew somber. A group of doctors simultaneously donned serious expressions, their gazes converging on Xiaozhong. The potential consequences of consuming extremely spicy food before fully recovering from hemorrhoid surgery could lead to an infection, consequently triggering a cascade of complications. At that moment, a doctor suddenly regained composure. Did old Huang not just assert that the healing was progressing splendidly? Upon uttering these words, Zhang Changdong realized his folly. If a problem had indeed arisen, old Huang would have detected it earlier. Xiaozhong was equally startled, timidly asserting, I haven't eaten any. I've just heard others talk about it. That was a relief. The doctors collectively exhaled, and the atmosphere within the ward resumed its fluidity. Lu Demon, who had witnessed the entire exchange, was almost reduced to laughter out of frustration. If you haven't an Appo's eaten it, why shout so loudly? When Zhang Changdong had suddenly posed his question, he nearly feared a medical mishap was imminent. Even if the patient were to make a reckless decision, the hospital would still bear some responsibility. Throughout the ordeal, Huang Guoyang maintained an air of nonchalance. As a seasoned physician, he had encountered all manner of peculiar patients. This was merely a trifling matter. However, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. What could be so delectable about these grilled wings that a patient, recently operated on for hemorrhoids, remained so enamored? Just how delightful could boss Lin's grilled wings truly be? Unable to contain himself, Huang Guoyang inquired. Before Zhang Changdong could respond, a patient's relative, seemingly the eldest brother among them, interjected. If you remove the word ma, it is truly delicious. As he spoke, he could not help but swallow audibly. With this pronouncement, it was as if a floodgate had opened. Other relatives of patients, including several doctors, joined in the chorus of praise. It is genuinely delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite grilled wings in my life. Spicy and fragrant, the flavor is simply divine. It feels as though one could eat them for a lifetime without growing weary. Amidst these heartfelt accolades, Lu Demon, who had initially dismissed the grilled wings, found himself wavering. Yet, simultaneously, he remained incredulous. How could something as simple as grilled wings be so extraordinary? Huang Guoyang, intrigued, remarked, it sounds promising. I wonder where this grilled wings establishment is located? If at ISN and Appo's, too far. Right across from our hospital, Zhang Changdong promptly replied. Then let us indulge this evening, Huang Guoyang decisively declared. Old Huang, perhaps we should find a proper restaurant, Lu Demon interjected, exasperated. To host Old Huang at a roadside stall? If this were to become public knowledge, he would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the medical community. Nevertheless, Huang Guoyang remained resolute. He had never been fond of social gatherings and preferred to enjoy a simple meal. Had it not been for his newfound interest in grilled wings, he would have settled for a meal at the hospital cafeteria. As 8:00 and Appo's clock approached, Lin Xuan arrived with his barbecue cart. However, unlike before, many eager patrons had learned of Lin Xuan and Appo's daily operating hours and had taken to waiting in advance. As soon as Lin Xuan parked his cart and looked up, he was met with a long queue. Following his usual practice, he would typically grill a skewer for himself before opening shop. Yet, confronted by the multitude of expectant eyes, he felt that indulging himself might incite unnecessary chaos. For the sake of his own safety, he decided to forego his meal. Fortunately, the generous portions of sweet and sour pork and cold noodles at lunch had left him satiated. After all, those familiar with northeastern cuisine understood the generous servings well. Soon, 8 o'clock arrived. The charcoal ignited, and the aroma of chicken wings began to waft through the air. Among the throngs of patrons stood Huang Guoyang, Lu Demon, and Zhang Changdong. At that moment, Lu Demon wore a grim expression. He had initially assumed that the grilled wings Zhang Changdong referred to would be from a proper establishment, only to discover it was a roadside stall across the street. To treat old Huang to street food? Should this information circulate, Lu Demon's reputation would likely become infamous within the industry. What an embarrassment! Lu Demon cast a dangerous glance at Zhang Changdong, his expression conveying, "Is this how you handle things for me?" Zhang Changdong was sweating profusely. To be fair, inviting old Huang to a roadside stall was indeed lacking in propriety. Such a distinguished expert should not be subjected to such casual dining. Even if old Huang despised social obligations, it was hardly appropriate to resort to a roadside eatery. Yet, driven by the allure of the grilled wings, Zhang Changdong remained steadfast in his belief that they would undoubtedly impress the dean and old Huang. Stay calm. Huang Guoyang, however, appeared genuinely intrigued. In his youth, he, too, had relished exploring the streets in search of culinary delights. Yet, as time passed, he became increasingly occupied with surgeries, studies, papers, and guiding young doctors across the nation. Although the busyness was taxing, he found fulfillment in witnessing the progress of young physicians and ensuring effective treatment for patients. It had been many years since he last visited a roadside stall. Now, wherever he went, he was met with meticulous hospitality, leaving no opportunity for street food. Moreover, Huang Guoyang felt that the roadside fare had lost its former charm over the years. The mass-produced meat from rapid farming and industrial additives rendered the notion of deliciousness merely a matter of seasoning. Old Huang, perhaps we should seek a proper restaurant for a casual meal, Lu Demon suggested, his irritation evident as he pushed past Zhang Changdong to address Huang Guoyang. Before Huang Guoyang could respond, a young man nearby, who had been scanning the area, perked up. "If you aren't an amp, oppos, TQing, would you mind letting me take your spot?" "That seems rather inappropriate," Huang Guoyang remarked, eyeing the lengthy line behind them. "I'm in the late stages of cancer. Before I die, I just want to savor a few skewers of Boss Lin and Oppos. Grilled wings," the young man said earnestly. Lu Demon nearly doubled over in disbelief. Young people today truly fear no repercussions. With his rosy complexion and robust physique, how could he claim to be in the late stages of cancer? Huang Guoyang chuckled softly. "Young man, I am a physician at Shuguang Hospital. If you say you have late-stage cancer, then allow me to inquire, what type of cancer? What symptoms do you have? What treatments have you undergone? What medications are you currently taking?" The barrage of questions left the young man momentarily stunned. He had merely concocted a tale to expedite his place in line, never expecting to encounter an actual doctor. "What misfortune?" "Ha! Just joking, doctor. I'm in perfect health, free from any ailments." The young man chuckled awkwardly, hastily offering reassuring words. "Indeed, you appear quite healthy," Huang Guoyang replied with a smile, choosing not to press the issue further. Yet, another sharp-witted individual nearby overheard their exchange and suddenly turned around. "I'll let you take my place for 30 yuan. That seems reasonable, right?" Upon hearing this, Huang Guoyang and Amp, Oppos, eyes widened in disbelief. Scalpers? Those working in hospitals were no strangers to scalpers, especially Huang Guoyang, whose expert appointments had once been inflated to hundreds or even thousands. While such behavior was reprehensible, Huang Guoyang understood the desperation of patients seeking the best doctors. However, to think that even a roadside stall selling grilled wings had scalpers was utterly absurd. The young man hesitated for a moment before replying, "Brother, could you lower the price a bit? 25 is the lowest I can go. By the way, I'm not a scalper." Were it not for an unexpected matter, I would never have relinquished such a prime spot to you. The elder brother added a justifying remark for himself. Understandable. The young man slipped 25 yuan to the elder brother and took his place. He actually made the payment. How desperate must one be for grilled wings? Lu Demon, a silent observer of the entire exchange, felt a profound sense of disconnection from the world. The youth of today is indeed difficult to comprehend. How intriguing. It seems that this boss Lin's grilled wings must be exceptionally delicious. Let us not move to another place. We will stay here. Huang Guoyang made the final decision. Lu Demon nodded, his curiosity bubbling to the surface. A young man claiming to suffer from late-stage cancer and a scalper. He was truly gaining insights. What other surprises could this humble roadside stall hold? As they waited, Zhang Changdong suddenly realized a peculiar issue. Why were 3 people queuing together when one could stand in line and the others could simply wait? He stole a glance at the director, who was engrossed in conversation with old Huang. After some contemplation, he decided to bury this awkward question deep within. Finally, it was their turn. As a loyal customer, Zhang Changdong readily took on the task of ordering. However, there was too much to choose from. At Boss Lin's stall, there were only the hellishly spicy, juicy grilled wings. Yes, and pickled radishes. After consulting with old Huang and Lu Demon, he declared, Boss Lin, 15 orders of grilled wings and 10 portions of pickled radish. Zhang Changdong skillfully retrieved his phone to scan for payment. Pickled radishes are no longer sold separately. You can order them as part of the grilled wings set, which includes 1 portion of pickled radish, Boss Lin explained. Huh, weren't they available separately yesterday? Zhang Changdong was taken aback. He distinctly remembered purchasing them separately just the day before. A nearby customer, well-informed, chimed in. It's because someone found the pickled radish so delicious that they bought several portions alongside their grilled wings, leaving many unable to enjoy any. Indeed, that was a necessary restriction. Zhang Changdong nodded in agreement. Such delicious pickled radishes paired perfectly with grilled wings. Anyone who consumed them alone was truly wasteful. Thus, Zhang Changdong promptly revised his order to 15 grilled wings sets. As Zhang Changdong placed the order, Huang Guoyang and Lu Demon scrutinized the grilled wing stall. Roadside stalls often carry a reputation for unsanitary conditions, particularly those serving barbecued or fried foods, which are notorious for hygiene issues. However, the 2 men were pleasantly surprised to discover that this grilled wing stall was exceptionally clean. Even the hard-to-reach corners were free of grease. It appeared remarkably hygienic, which satisfied the 2 doctors, Huang Guoyang and Lu Demon. In fact, the cleanliness of the barbecue cart was a result of a special coating provided by the system. With just a damp cloth, any grease or dust could be effortlessly wiped away. This made the daily cleaning of the food cart a breeze for Boss Lin. Furthermore, during the grilling process, he would frequently use a cloth to wipe away any splattered grease or charcoal dust. Thus, aside from the chicken wings, the cloth for cleaning was the most abundant item on his cart. While hygiene was commendable, the ultimate measure of success lay in the flavor. As Boss Lin commenced grilling the chicken wings, the sound of crackling charcoal filled the air. The enticing aroma of the grilled wings soon wafted about. Due to the distance and the breeze on that day, Huang Guoyang and Lu Demon had not felt much of the heat while waiting in line. However, now, standing closest to the barbecue cart, they watched as the wings gradually turned a tempting golden brown over the flames, rich aromas mingling with a hint of smoky char. A wave of hunger struck both men. How delectable! The scent of the grilled wings was simply intoxicating. Without even tasting them, the aroma alone was heavenly. How delightful would they be once they reached their lips? Lu Demon and Oppo's dissatisfaction with Zhang Changdong began to dissipate amidst the enticing fragrance. As they awaited their turn, Zhang Changdong initially intended to strike up a conversation. But upon turning around, he saw old Huang and the director fixated on the grill, their mouths watering. He felt a mixture of joy and pride, reminiscent of his first experience tasting Boss Lin's grilled wings. Surely, they could not find fault with his arrangements now? Zhang Changdong felt reassured. Soon, the wings were ready. Zhang Changdong held a bag of wings in his left hand and a bag of pickled radishes in his right. Thanks to his status as a regular, he secured a small table from the lady selling cold noodles next door. Once the trio settled down, Zhang Changdong asked old Huang, "Director, Would you like some cold noodles? This place serves excellent cold noodles. Who cares about cold noodles? Let us eat the wings first. Lu Demon swallowed hard, already famished. Were it not for Huang Guoyang's status, he would have already reached for the wings. Huang Guoyang, equally hungry, typically found his appetite waning with age. However, after inhaling the aroma of the grilled wings for several minutes, he felt a youthful hunger reigniting within him, urging him to indulge. As Huang Guoyang made the first move to grab a grilled wing, Lu Demon followed suit. They bit into the wings almost simultaneously. The wings, dusted with chili powder, exuded a spicy and rich flavor. So spicy, so delicious. Lu Demon savored the taste, quickly becoming captivated by the explosion of flavors on his palate. Despite his age, Huang Guoyang was no slower in his enjoyment. His teeth tore into the tender meat, and each bite was a fiery revelation for his taste buds. As a native of Sichuan and Chongqing, Huang Guoyang felt an intrinsic joy. How could these wings be so delicious? At that moment, Huang Guoyang fully understood why that young man was willing to pay for his spot. Lu Demon, noticing that old Huang and the director were devouring the wings, yet ignoring the pickled radish on the table, quickly urged, "The pickled radish pairs perfectly with the wings. You both must try it. What is so special about pickled radish?" Lu Demon instinctively thought, but just as he was about to voice it, he recalled his earlier skepticism in the hospital about how good a grilled wing could truly be. Yet now, if anyone were to make that claim to him, he would undoubtedly pity them for never having tasted Boss Lin's wings. One cannot be struck by the same revelation twice. Consequently, Lu Demon opened the box of pickled radish, took a piece, and popped it into his mouth. The combination of sour, sweet, fragrant, crisp, and cool sensations was unexpectedly delightful, especially after the hellishly spicy wings. A bite of pickled radish was a melody of contrasts in his mouth. Indeed, it was a perfect pairing. Realizing he had devoured 2 wings without the radish, Lu Demon shot Zhang Changdong a look that seemed to say, "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" At that moment, Lu Demon was eager to inquire Boss Lin, "How many more surprises do you have in store for me?" Huang Guoyang, not particularly keen on the pickled radish, casually asked after swallowing the meat, "Director Lu, how does the pickled radish taste?" In Oppos, that's just average, not as good as the wings," he replied. As a native of the Sichuan Chongqing region, one might presume that I have little interest in such light dishes, Lu Demon remarked as he picked up a piece of pickled radish and placed it in his mouth, crunching audibly. Hehe. Huang Guoyang, well-versed and experienced, quickly discerned that Lu Demon and Oppos' words were mere nonsense. Without hesitation, he opened a box of pickled radish and took a piece for himself, crunching away. After a brief pause, Huang Guoyang casually nudged the pickled radish closer to himself, saying, "With age, I find these light dishes to be quite delightful. As for you, Director Lu, refrain from competing with an old man like me." As the conversation flowed, they simultaneously cast their gazes toward Zhang Changdong. The latter, who had been enjoying the show, was suddenly startled, sensing an ominous premonition. "I believe Dr. Zhang has been with us for some time now. Do you have the confidence to ascend further in your career?" Lu Demon encouraged, simultaneously reaching for the pickled radish in front of Zhang Changdong. "If memory serves, Dr. Zhang has surgery scheduled for tomorrow morning. I shall assist in overseeing it," Huang Guoyang added with a smile, discreetly taking a box from Lu Demon and Oppos' grasp. Observing the vanishing pickled radish, Zhang Changdong felt that the world was exceedingly unfriendly. Yet, faced with experts and the director, he, as the lead surgeon, had no leverage and could only silently seethe with indignation. Vowing never to join Huang Guoyang and the director for grilled wings at Boss Lin's establishment again. Yesterday, after savoring the hellishly spicy grilled wings, Zhou Yang could not shake the craving. To prevent his savings from dwindling, he decided to take his wife, Li Qi, out for a meal. Zhou Yang understood that if he revealed the price of 30 yuan per skewer, his frugal wife would likely object, deeming it an extravagant expense. Thus, he intentionally kept it vague, merely suggesting they dine out without disclosing specifics. To his surprise, Li Qi readily agreed, even transferring 1,000 yuan to him without further inquiry. Before heading out, Li Qi took special care to apply makeup and don new attire. Consequently, when Zhou Yang arrived with her at Lin Xuan's stall, a long queue had already formed. Seeing this, Zhou Yang could not help but complain, "You never bother to dress up when we go out. I wonder why you chose to today. I hope we can even get a bite." Li Qi surveyed the surroundings, her brow furrowing slightly. "So, your idea of dining out is to visit a street vendor?" Her tone was nonchalant, understanding his wife and Oppo's irritation. Zhou Yang hastily explained, "This stall offers truly delectable grilled wings. I assure you, you want into Oppo's. T regret it. Just give them a try." Liquinuda expresionless. It wasn't in Oppo's tea that she looked down on street food. Rather, this day was special. It marked their 20th wedding anniversary. She had anticipated a touch of romance to celebrate their bond, only to find herself at a street stall instead. Though the romance of middle-aged couples often settles into a mundane routine, every woman yearns for occasional ripples of affection. But it seemed she had overestimated her husband's awareness of their anniversary. Watching the grilled wings stall ahead, Li Qi could not suppress a self-deprecating smile. Grilled wings. How utterly romantic. I and Oppo's. LLQ up. You just wait to eat, Zhou Yang said, aware of Li Qi and Oppo's displeasure. However, in a middle-aged marriage, grievances are quickly forgotten. As he joined the line, Li Qi casually stepped aside, pulling out her phone to scroll through short videos. By coincidence, the videos she encountered today all discuss the emotional dynamics of middle-aged couples, signs of a husband's diminishing affection, the 5 characteristics of a seemingly harmonious yet disconnected marriage, and whether middle-aged spouses should relinquish their romantic ideals. The more she watched, the more she found the content eerily reflective of her own life. Her husband returning home later and speaking less, unwilling to share anything. Remembering her eager preparations, complete with makeup and new clothes, only to be brought to a street vendor. A wave of sadness washed over her. Just as she was lost in thought, Zhou Yang returned, elated. "I got the grilled wings. What luck, I even managed to snag the last portion of pickled radish. I heard it was excellent, and some nearly quarreled over it yesterday." With no seating available, they stood to eat. Li Qi felt even more disheartened, but out in public, she refrained from voicing her discontent, merely attempting to compose herself. "I'm not very hungry. You go ahead." Before she could finish, Zhou Yang eagerly opened the paper bag containing the wings. How fragrant! The aroma wafted towards her, and despite her feelings of grievance and sadness, Li Qi found herself unable to resist picking up a skewer. One bite unleashed an explosion of flavor, instantly clearing her mind of previous thoughts. These wings were extraordinarily delicious beyond reason. Observing her delight, Zhou Yang beamed. "So what do you think, dear? Isn't it wonderful? Trust me, your husband knows best. Pairing them with pickled radish is the way to go. I heard others say it's the optimal combination." Li Qi picked up a piece of pickled radish and understood the recommendation instantly. The pairing was simply divine. Unbeknownst to her, Li Qi had devoured an entire skewer of wings and the only portion of pickled radish. Suddenly, she regained her senses, realizing she had finished the last of the radish. "Why didn't you remind me to save you a piece of pickled radish?" She chided gently. "You enjoyed it. That's what matters. I can always have it next time," Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly. Curious, was that pickled radish really that good with the wings? "I feel like they might be exaggerating." "Delicious. Absolutely delicious. You really missed out," Li Qi affirmed. "What else there, miss? You had your share," Zhou Yang shrugged, contentedly munching on another skewer. Watching her husband relish the food, Li Qi couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you realize today marks our 20th wedding anniversary?" Zhou Yang looked up, astonished. Then his expression shifted to one of realization. "Ah, that explains your makeup and new outfit. If I had known, we could have celebrated properly at a restaurant." Despite his admission of forgetting their anniversary, Li Qi felt no anger. With a smile, she replied, "Is there anywhere else that serves grilled wings this good? Indeed, next time our son is on break, we should all come together. That little rascal loves spicy food. Enough talk. Let us have another skewer." Listening to Zhou Yang ramble, Li Qi suddenly felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps love had always been present, quietly enduring beneath the surface. As if immersed in water, one often tends to overlook the surrounding details. Moreover, any trivial videos or inconsequential bloggers will be swiftly blocked. With these thoughts, Li Qi accepted the grilled wings handed to her by Zhou Yang and resumed her meal, blissfully unaware that she had inadvertently salvaged a middle-aged marriage crisis for Lin Xuan. Upon glancing at the empty ingredient box, he declared the day's operations concluded. This marked the 4th day of his stall's existence, and his reputation in the vicinity was burgeoning. There were even patrons hailing from far-off places, arriving punctually by taxi each day. Even before his stall was set up, a throng of eager diners awaited him. Should one arrive past 8:30 without securing a spot in line, the likelihood of obtaining food diminished significantly. Daily, customers lamented the insufficient supply of ingredients and the brief duration of his service, particularly today. Just as he announced the unavailability of grilled wings, a queue of over 10 diners surged forward, encircling Lin Xuan. "Boss Lin, I traveled a great distance only to hear there and oppose. As none left? Indeed, I even canceled a date with my girlfriend. Boss Lin, please prepare more ingredients. I've been unable to purchase any for 2 consecutive days. Without your grilled wings, life has lost its joy." The clamoring crowd refused to allow Lin Xuan a moment's peace. Some onlookers, witnessing the commotion, began to enjoy the spectacle. Yet no one spoke up for Lin Xuan, for they too wished for him to prepare more supplies and extend his hours, thus alleviating the daily rush. Feeling the pressure, Lin Xuan realized that without a resolution, returning home today might prove challenging. "Please quiet down. Let me think." He gestured for silence. The diners complied, and Lin Xuan began his calculations. On the first day, he sold 99 skewers, followed by 199 on the second, 199 on the third, and 200 on the 4th day, alongside 98 servings of pickled radish. This left him short by 303 skewers and 102 servings of radish to meet his task requirements. While there was no limit on chicken wings, the pickled radish was capped at 100 servings daily. If he prepared more for tomorrow, he could fulfill the wing task. However, he couldn't forsake the pickled radish task either. That would be a grave loss. "System, you wouldn't want to see your host in peril, would you? I plan to complete this week's tasks tomorrow. Please consider increasing the limit on the pickled radish." Lin Xuan decided to negotiate with the system. Ding! Detecting the host and oppose as current situation. New task, enjoy to the fullest. Tomorrow, sell 400 skewers of wings. This data counts towards this week and oppose as tasks. Tomorrow, sell 400 servings of pickled radish. This data counts towards this week's tasks. The limit for spicy pickled radish has been increased to 400, valid for 24 hours. Task reward, strengthening pill X1. This item enhances the host's physical constitution. Lin Xuan was taken aback, not expecting such an additional task. The reward seemed to imply that the system anticipated he might need to resort to force next time such a situation arose. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that he could now return home. Facing the expectant diners, Lin Xuan nodded, promising to double the quantity of wings and pickled radish for tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the surrounding diners erupted in cheers. "No more selling for today, Boss Lin. It and oppose. It's getting late. You should head home and rest well to prepare." "Exactly. Hurry home. We're just too eager for your food. Please don't take offense." With their goal achieved, the diners dispersed, suddenly turning into a chorus of considerate remarks. Lin Xuan nodded, hastily tidying up before departing. Meanwhile, in the Lin Boss Stall notification group 198, a user posted, good news. Boss Lin will prepare double the quantity of wings tomorrow, so no need to rush to queue." This announcement ignited a flurry of messages in the previously quiet chat. Is that for real? After all those times of asking, why the sudden increase? Can and oppose be more true? Let me tell you. Immediately, someone recounted the events from the previous night. Haha, I didn't expect Boss Lin to be pressured into this. Is it the people in this group? I shall call you a hero, my friend. Ah, the child can finally eat. Who understands? I queued for 2 days without a bite. But will Boss Lin be upset with this pressure? What is there to be upset about? Anyone running a stall wishes to earn more. Exactly. If we don't push Boss Lin a bit, he won't realize how much more he could earn. Boss Lin and oppose. S skills are impeccable. He just needs to be a bit more industrious. See, now it's doubled. No need to rush next time. The group reveled in jubilance for a while before gradually quieting down. Upon returning home, Lin Xuan took a brief rest and showered before contemplating the next day's stall. The ingredients for 400 wings would certainly exceed the capacity of his small refrigerator. However, the solution was rather straightforward. Lin Xuan began searching for foam-insulated boxes on shopping websites and negotiated with a local store to have one delivered by a courier the following morning. He also ordered a sufficient quantity of ice packs using the same method. Thus, the foam-insulated box combined with the ice packs would serve as a temporary refrigerator. Early the next morning, Lin Xuan found himself rising earlier than usual, nearly akin to someone heading for a day shift. After completing his morning routine, he utilized a grocery app to purchase ingredients, 800 yuan worth of chicken wings and 400 servings of pickled radish. As he awaited the arrival of his ingredients, the previously ordered foam-insulated box and ice packs began to arrive in succession, filling his modest rental space to the brim. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xuan resolved that once the task was complete, finding a larger residence must take precedence. Renting a spacious flat would suffice, and purchasing a house was not on his current agenda. Given the prevailing housing prices, even 1,000,000 won to secure a decent property. It would be wiser to complete a few more tasks first and then upgrade to a grander abode, perhaps a villa. Judging by the generous rewards from the system as tasks, such a day would arrive sooner than later. As Lin Xuan daydreamed about life in a villa, he busied himself with preparations. Once again, evening fell. Around 7 o'clock, the usually quiet Lin Boss notification group buzzed to life. Folks, I have arrived. Picture. This individual posted a selfie in front of Dawn Hospital. Wow, you're way too early. Arriving an hour ahead to claim a spot? Of course. I must show Boss Lin my sincerity. Today marks his first day of increased output. Everyone, please buy as much as you can to ensure Boss Lin maintains this quantity in the future. Were it not for my prior experience with Boss Lin's wings, I would have thought you were an accomplice. Do not love me. It's futile. This fellow is not wrong. Had Boss Lin not sold out today, or if he had sold too late, do you think he would adjust his stock back? Coffee without milk. Charge forward. I must purchase several skewers to boost sales. The group chat is becoming increasingly lively, with more and more people expressing their willingness to help enhance sales, striving to encourage Boss Lin to prepare more and operate longer in the future. Many are voicing their intentions while setting off. Sister Zhou, who sells cold noodles, glanced at her phone and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Having been in the street vendor business for several years, it was her first time witnessing a vendor being coaxed and cajoled by customers solely to sell a bit more. Furthermore, the chatter in the group resembles that of a live shopping broadcast. However, Sister Zhou also understood that being treated this way by customers indicated that Lin Xuan and Appo's culinary skills were genuinely exceptional. There was no denying it. When Lin Xuan finally arrived, he was greeted by an even larger crowd of eager customers than the day before. After parking his vehicle, he was met with a long queue. The bed blanket explorer took the lead, looking at Lin Xuan, who was busy organizing his barbecue cart. He eagerly inquired, "Boss Lin, have you prepared enough today?" Lin Xuan nodded and pulled out 2 large foam boxes from under the barbecue cart. When he opened the lids, the bed blanket explorer was greeted with a meticulously arranged array of chicken wings. What bliss! Despite knowing these wings were meant for many, he felt a deep-seated satisfaction at their abundance. "Boss Lin, I'll take 3 sets of grilled wings now. Make it 6. Initially intending to order 3 sets, the bed blanket explorer quickly changed his mind, considering the group and Appo's push for sales. The total came to 240 yuan, quite a sum for him, equivalent to several days in Appo's worth of living expenses. Though it pained him slightly, he felt it was worth it to ensure he could enjoy grilled wings every time he queued in the future. As customers began to place their orders, Lin Xuan busied himself. Time passed swiftly. What was supposed to be a closing time before 9:30 had stretched to 10 o'clock. Yet Lin Xuan continued to grill wings without pause. For 2 consecutive hours, he hardly had a moment to rest, only managing a few sips of water. Barbecuing was indeed labor-intensive. After another 40 minutes, Lin Xuan handed over the last few skewers to the last customer and exhaled deeply. His business hours for the day finally came to a close. Although a few customers still lingered in line, there were not many left. While slightly disappointed, no one persisted in bothering Lin Xuan further. Sister Zhou, next door selling cold noodles, was also preparing to pack up. Watching Lin Xian's business thrive from the start until now, she felt nothing but envy. Boss Lin, you're young and strong. You can handle a bit more work. Look at how well your business is doing today. You must have made quite a profit. Endure a couple of years of hardship while you're young. Better days are ahead, Sister Zhou remarked, half in admiration and half in advice. Lin Xuan, exhausted and wanting little more than silence, shook his head at her words. I'm done selling. I won't sell anymore. Sister Zhou assumed Lin Xuan was merely too tired and dismissed his words. With business booming, how could he possibly quit? Who would turn her back on money? If she had his skills, she would have been selling grilled wings all day long, not merely in the evenings. Given the current demand, she could likely save enough for her son's bride price, a house, and a car within a year. Then she could wait for her son to have a chubby baby, allowing her to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Lost in these thoughts, Sister Zhou realized too late that Lin Xuan had already left in a hurry. In the group chat, someone wrote, "Thanks to the ample stock prepared by Boss Lin today, I was worried I wouldn't get any food after working late, but I managed to snag the last few skewers." Accompanied by an image, the Bed Blanket Explorer commented, "With such booming business, Boss Lin will surely prepare more in the future." Another user added, "Fantastic. I've skipped overtime for 2 days just to buy grilled wings. My boss is already looking at me dangerously." Someone else chimed in, "Perfect. I'll finish watching a movie with my girlfriend at 8:30 tomorrow, then flaunt the grilled wings for Boss Lin. Life is sweet." Sister Zhou's cold noodles remarked, "You all are truly wearing Boss Lin out." She continued, "When Boss Lin left, he kept saying he wouldn't sell anymore." Timo the Demon King replied, "For the sake of our taste buds, we must make Boss Lin work hard." Coffee Without Milk wondered, could Boss Lin really stop selling? "Do not love me," its feudal asserted, "impossible. If you have such a thriving business, why would you rush to make money?" "How naive," Timo the Demon King suggested. "I say we should do this again sometime. It would be best if Boss Lin set up shop for lunch as well." "Great idea," came the chorus of agreement. As the group chat buzzed with excitement, Lin Xuan finally returned home and collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. Yet, the thought of completing this week's task and the accompanying reward of 1 million invigorated him with renewed energy. "Task rewards, here I come," Lin Xuan silently declared as he contemplated the task completion. Task has been settled. This week's random gourmet task has been completed. Barbecue card has been reclaimed. Task reward, 500,000 cash, can be directly transferred to bank account. Task of selling 300 portions of spicy marinated radish has been completed. Reward doubled. Current task reward, 100,000 cash, can be directly transferred to bank account. Would you like to proceed with the transfer? Yes, no. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan selected yes. A notification pinged on his phone. "Dear user, your account ending in 2207 has received 1,000,000 yuan." Gazing at the notification, Lin Xuan felt his fatigue dissipate, replaced by sheer exhilaration. Such a substantial sum was something he had never dared to dream of before. Yet here it lay quietly in his account. After 10 minutes of excitement, Lin Xuan remembered another task that had yet to be submitted. Submit task. Enjoy a hearty meal. As he mentally confirmed this, the notification appeared. Task. Enjoy a hearty meal has been completed. Task reward. Strength pill 1. Click to use. Before him appeared an icon of a small blue pill. Lin Xuan clicked to use it. In a moment of daze, he felt as though he had swallowed something. A warm sensation began to flow through his body. A few minutes later, that feeling faded. Lin Xuan clenched his fists and bounced a little. He felt no significant change, yet his body seemed to feel a tad lighter. "Oh well, it doesn't matter," he thought. After all, physical fitness was not something that could be quantified. He pulled out his phone, brimming with excitement as he searched for housing options. He had made up his mind. Tomorrow, he would go house hunting and strive to move out as soon as possible. He had truly had enough of this cramped rental room. The next day, Lin Xuan had initially intended to sleep in, having no need to marinate chicken wings. However, shortly after 8 o'clock, a phone call jolted him awake. "Hello. Lin Xuan answered groggily, still gripped by sleepiness. Mr. Lin, your temporary food service permit has been completed. Operating hours are from 17:30 to 20:30. Thank you for your strong support of this event, and we wish you a prosperous business. After the call ended, Lin Xuan was left with a mixture of emotions. Lin Xuan, bewildered, finally regained his composure. What temporary food service license? When did he ever apply for such a thing? What event? Xiaoshui Park? Just as Lin Xuan began to suspect it was a scam call, the system notification arrived with a delay. Next week's tasks have been refreshed. Requirements. From Monday to Saturday next week, proceed to the activity dining area at Xiaoshui Park and operate punctually. The menu refreshes every 3 days, totaling 2 refreshes. The cumulative sales volume of current dishes must reach no less than 200. Current dish, garlic pork slices. Equipment. Food card has been distributed. An option to purchase ingredients has been added to the app. Task reward. Random lottery. The prize pool includes high-end properties such as Longyue, Shanju, and Jinping. Lin Xuan and Oppo's drowsiness vanished instantly. He had assumed the tasks for the following week would not be updated until Sunday, but to his surprise, they arrived early on Saturday morning. It goes without saying that the food service license was also applied for by the system. Although the system acted without prior notice, Lin Xuan was not bothered upon seeing the task rewards. The properties in the prize pool were all renowned high-end residential complexes in the city, with houses worth hundreds of thousands. He never expected the task for the second week to be so lucrative. However, upon seeing the task requirements and menu, Lin Xuan realized the system had raised the stakes this time. He had just casually checked and discovered that the only event at Xiaoshui Park was the large blind date event he had encountered earlier. Selling garlic pork slices at a blind date event? That was even more outrageous than selling spicy grilled wings outside a proctology hospital. After all, it was not as if he was setting up shop inside the hospital. Although patients might not partake, there were doctors, nearby residents, and passing office workers. However, in the dining area of a blind date event, everyone was there to find a partner. Who would want to go on a date reeking of garlic? After just a couple of sentences, one might be overwhelmed by the pungent aroma. How is that polite? Lin Xuan felt the system was playing tricks on him, yet he had no evidence. Regardless, the task was inescapable. With the promise of spicy grilled wings ahead, there was no doubt about the taste of the dishes. As for the actual situation, he could only take it one step at a time. At least at this moment, he had $1 million in his account, which somewhat altered his mindset. It seemed he would be staying in this small rental for a few more days. Since he didn't need to go out searching for a place, Lin Xuan simply turned off his phone and continued to catch up on sleep. Just as Lin Xuan prepared to leisurely enjoy his splendid weekend, at 7:50 in the evening, outside Dawn Hospital, the early bird food adventurers had already secured their spots, eagerly awaiting Lin Xuan's arrival. In their minds, the first batch of grilled wings from Boss Lin symbolized good fortune, akin to the first incense at a temple. However, as the clock struck 8:10, with many already lining up, Lin Xuan and his barbecue cart were still nowhere to be seen. Bored, one of the early bird adventurers took out their phone and sent a message in the group chat. Boss Lin is late today. It and Oppo's. It's already 8:10 and he hasn't arrived. Had this ever happened before? Once the message was sent, responses quickly flooded in. Perhaps something delayed him. No need to rush. Let's wait a bit longer. Boss Lin doesn't clock in or take attendance. What's the harm in a slight delay? Boss Lin wouldn't skip out today, would he? Upstairs, retract that. I don't want to see such despairing words. Coffee without milk retracted a message. The group continued to chat aimlessly until 8:30, while some veteran customers in line began to glance around, their eyes glued to the intersection. An ominous premonition arose in the mind of the early bird adventurer. Could it be that Boss Lin truly wasn't coming today? It was already half an hour past. The messages in the group were refreshing rapidly. It looks like Boss Lin might really not be coming today. Was he exhausted from yesterday? Is there any job in catering that isn't tiring? If he skips because he's tired, that's rather capricious. Forget it. I won't wait anymore. I'll pass on eating today. No, I've already taken a taxi halfway there. Who doesn't have personal matters? Let us come back tomorrow. At this moment, many diners in line began to disperse. Sister Zhou, who sold cold noodles, looked at the departing crowd, her eyes filled with regret. Many of those people were potential customers of hers. Just then, Sister Zhou's phone buzzed incessantly with notifications. Upon checking, she saw numerous mentions in the group. Most were saying that if Boss Lin showed up, he should let them know in the group. Some believed that since Boss Lin hadn't arrived by 8, perhaps he would come by 9 or even 10. Sister Zhou replied with an OK emoji. After all, the purpose of this group was to notify Lin Xuan of his operating schedule. However, once the diners figured out the timing, they began arriving early and notifications ceased. Little did they expect that today, the group would return to its original function. Among the dispersing crowd, Huang Guoyang and Lu Demon sighed as they watched the patrons leave. Huang Guoyang was set to return early the next morning and had hoped to enjoy a good meal that evening. He never anticipated encountering such a situation. When would he have the chance to come back? What a pity. Lu Demon, on the other hand, was less concerned as he spent most of his time in the hospital. If he couldn't eat today, he could always come back tomorrow. Yet, seeing Huang Guoyang's forlorn expression, Lu Demon had a sudden idea. It's unfortunate that it didn't work out today. How about I send you an invitation to guide us at your hospital when you return? Huang Guoyang perked up at this suggestion. After all, guiding surgeries was guiding surgeries. And Dawn Hospital was a specialty facility that aligned with his professional direction. Let us wait until next month. It can't be too soon, Huang Guoyang replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Demon's face lit up. An expert like Huang Guoyang was not someone one could easily invite. With so many major hospitals nationwide, which didn't have a proctology department? Who would want to invite Huang to help enhance their prestige? If it weren't for the ridiculous notion of selling spicy grilled wings at a proctology hospital, he would have really wanted to speak with Boss Lin about the possibility of opening a stall in the hospital cafeteria. Wouldn't it be a sure thing to attract specialists visiting the hospital? Then, Dawn Hospital would thrive and gain national recognition. Lu Demon's thoughts wandered, nearly causing him to salivate. It's all for the hospital, not just for my own appetite. On Monday, Lin Xuan slept until noon. After washing up, he awaited the delivery of the ingredients he had ordered through the grocery app the previous night, and then began preparing for the day's operations. As a classic Sichuan dish, garlic pork slices required significantly more effort to prepare than grilled wings. Having acquired the recipe for garlic pork slices, Lin Xuan was now a master of this dish. First and foremost was the main ingredient, pork belly. Lin Xuan took out the large piece of pork belly he had purchased and inspected it. It was evident that the grocery app provided by the system offered exceptionally high-quality ingredients. The pork belly was evenly marbled with pristine fat, fresh red lean meat, and no trace of hair on the skin. Up close, there was no fishy smell of raw meat. It appeared remarkably fresh. However, the price was several times that of normal pork. Such pork belly required no special treatment. If it had been cold, fresh meat from the supermarket, it would have been best to char the skin over high heat and then scrub it clean with a steel wool ball. This method effectively removes the residual pig hair while also eliminating some of the gamey odor from the meat. Next, the pork is placed in a pot of cold water, accompanied by crushed old ginger and Thai scallions, along with a small handful of green Sichuan peppercorns, finished with a drizzle of cooking wine. Lin Xuan then ignites the flame beneath the pot. As the water comes to a boil, he diligently skims off the froth that rises to the surface with a spoon. Maintaining the broth clarity is essential for minimizing any unpleasant odors. After boiling the meat for 30 minutes, Lin Xuan retrieves it and promptly immerses it in a bowl of ice water. This technique is intended to rapidly cool the pork belly, facilitating easier slicing and altering the texture of the fat. When prepared as thin slices for garlic sauce pork, the fat will possess a delightful crunch, rather than the greasy sensation typically associated with fatty meats. While the pork cools, Lin Xuan begins to wash the cucumbers, carrots, and garlic. These ingredients only need to be cleaned for now, as they will be shredded and chopped at the time of sale to ensure the best flavor. The cucumbers and carrots will be wrapped in the pork slices to further neutralize any gaminess and greasiness. In summary, to achieve a delicious garlic sauce pork, the meat must be sliced thinly and the garlic finely minced. Once all preparations are complete, Lin Xuan loads everything onto his small food cart and heads to Xiushui Park. Today, Xiushui Park is adorned differently than usual, with various banners, colorful balloons, and streamers, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Taking advantage of the weekend, Lin Xuan familiarizes himself with a matchmaking event. It is indeed an official organization, quite formal, with a large promotional scale that even reaches neighboring counties. Lin Xuan has observed mixed reviews online from locals regarding this event. The criticisms predominantly come from the youth, who are generally resistant to the concept of matchmaking, while the praise is voiced by the elders. Many young people reportedly feel pressured by their families to participate in this event, regardless of online opinions. Lin Xuan rides his food cart, following the event staff to the designated dining area. Though labeled as a dining area, it is quite expansive. Thanks to the park's lush greenery, most of the area consists of pathways enveloped by trees, aside from the central activity square. The stalls are scattered along several nearby paths. Lin Xuan finds himself at a corner of one such path, a considerable distance from the main event area, requiring a walk of 100 or 200 meters through a grove of trees to get closer. It is hardly an ideal location, but good spots were claimed days ago. By the time the system issued his temporary permit, it was already too late. Accepting his circumstances, Lin Xuan begins to set up his cart, preparing for business. Midway through his preparations, he feels a pang of thirst. However, the nearest convenience store is likely at the park in Amp. Oppo's entrance, a round trip taking about 10 minutes. Leaving the cart unattended seems unsafe. He regrets not having stocked some bottled water in advance. Surely, there must be drink stalls nearby? As Lin Xuan ponders, he glances around and quickly spots target. Not far away, there is a small cart with a handwritten sign displaying elegant script, handcrafted lemon tea. Just as he hoped, Lin Xuan jogs over to place an order. Unbeknownst to him, the lemon tea stall is being discussed by its proprietors, two female university students, Yu Yao and Wu Mengmeng. With fewer courses in their senior year and no internship secured, they seize the opportunity presented by the matchmaking event to launch their own lemonade stand. Their families are well off, and their motivation for setting up the stall is more about gaining experience than making money. Particularly, Yu Yao and Oppo's family is quite concerned about her introverted nature, wholeheartedly supporting her entrepreneurial endeavor. They arrived earlier than Lin Xuan, and as he was organizing his cart, they had noticed him. Occasionally, they whispered among themselves, speculating about his product and potential competition. When Lin Xuan approached, they were startled, fearing their actions had displeased him. However, before he could even place his order, Yu Yao nervously leaped from her small stool, her face flushed as she exclaimed, "I'm sorry." Puzzled, Lin Xuan looked at her, hesitating for a moment. "What do you mean by sorry?" Yu Yao hesitated as well, tentatively asking, "Should I not have said that?" Lin Xuan was further confused, observing this strange exchange along with Lin Xuan and Oppo's expression. The more perceptive and outgoing Wu Mengmeng quickly realized they had created a misunderstanding. She nudged her partner and reassured Lin Xuan, "It's nothing, she just got flustered. Please don't mind her. May I ask what you would like?" "Oh, I'd like a cup of lemon tea," Lin Xuan replied, adept at setting aside confusion as he placed his order. "Sure. Would you prefer full sugar or half sugar? More ice or less ice?" Wu Mengmeng inquired. "Full sugar, normal ice," he stated, and the conversation returned to a comfortable rhythm. Yu Yao sighed in relief, recognizing that she was not cut out for customer interactions. She silently donned disposable gloves and began slicing the lemons for the drink. With a series of rapid and vigorous pounding sounds, the lemon at the bottom of the cup was thoroughly crushed. Combined with jasmine green tea, ice, and syrup, the lemon tea was soon ready. "Here is your lemon tea. That will be 8 yuan, Wu Mengmeng said as she handed the drink to Lin Xuan. The price was reasonable, and as Lin Xuan scanned the payment code, he took a generous sip. The fragrance of the tea and the citrus notes of the lemon danced on his palate, offering a surprisingly delightful taste that rivaled that of established beverage shops. "How does it taste?" Wu Mengmeng asked with anticipation, her eyes fixed on Lin Xuan. Although they had previously had friends and family sample the drink, Lin Xuan was their first official customer, and they were eager for feedback. "It an amp, Oppo's, delicious, quite good," he replied. The two students exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with enthusiasm. Curious, Wu Mengmeng then asked, "What are you selling at your stall?" Lin Xuan was still tidying up his cart, with the sign yet to be displayed. "Garlic sauce pork." Upon hearing this, the excited Yu Yao and Wu Mengmeng suddenly froze. "Garlic sauce pork? They echoed, gazing at Lin Xuan with bewilderment. This dish would be unremarkable in any other context, yet they were perplexed as to why someone would sell garlic sauce pork in the dining area of a matchmaking event. After all, those attending would surely be mindful of their appearance. Who would dare show up for matchmaking smelling of garlic? Are you trying to spoil a couple's chance? Wu Mengmeng hesitated, struggling to find an appropriate phrase. Lin Xuan nodded, sharing a similar sentiment. However, the system had dictated this peculiar arrangement. Sipping his lemon tea, he returned to his cart, ensuring everything was in order before finally hanging up his sign. Garlic pork slices, priced at 88 yuan per serving. This pricing remains consistent after careful consideration of costs, much like the previously offered hellishly spicy barbecued wings. Although the price is significantly higher than usual, it primarily stems from the elevated cost of ingredients. The profit margins are not substantial, and he does not rely on this meager profit for his earnings. The main focus lies on the task rewards. At the lemonade stall, Yu Yao and Wu Mengmeng continued to discuss this peculiar proprietor. What would he be thinking? Wu Mengmeng found herself utterly perplexed. Mengmeng, shall we go buy something from that vendor? Yu Yao suggested softly. It's not easy to set up a stall. We should reciprocate. After pondering, Wu Mengmeng agreed. The owner had already supported them, so they ought to return the favor. If he sells nothing today, he must feel quite disheartened. Yu Yao looked at Wu Mengmeng. You go ahead. If customers come, you'll have to attend to them yourself. Wu Mengmeng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao resolutely stood up and walked towards Lin Xuan and Amp, Oppo's stall. At least she had already had a glimpse of the owner. As she approached, she finally discerned the sign hanging from Lin Xuan's food cart. Her eyes widened in disbelief. 88. This price is exorbitant. Is it even reasonable? It's just a roadside stall. Yu Yao thought to herself, overwhelmed by a sudden urge to flee. Alas, this friendship might very well turn into rivalry. Her exclamation caught Lin Xuan's attention. Running away now would be rather impolite. Steeling herself, Yu Yao approached the small cart. Boss, I'd like one serving, please. Certainly, that will be 88 yuan, Lin Xuan replied, a man of few words who would not engage in idle chatter with customers. This demeanor somewhat eased Yu Yao's discomfort. Yet, the thought of the 88 yuan garlic pork slices filled her with dismay. If Wu Mengmeng were present, she would have surely dragged her away. Sometimes losses can be blessings, Yu Yao whispered to herself for comfort. Lin Xuan then took a whole piece of cooked pork belly and placed it on the cutting board, with his left hand gently pressing the meat. He wielded a knife in his right. With a deft stroke, he sliced a thin piece from the cooked pork. The entire process was fluid, each motion seamless and unbroken. Incredible. Yu Yao and Oppo's eyes widened in awe, envisioning a martial arts master unsheathing his sword to vanquish foes. In swift succession, he cut a total of 5 pieces of pork belly, each the size of a palm. Next, Lin Xuan took cucumbers and carrots, slicing them into fine shreds with equal expertise. The shreds were uniform, precise to the last strand. He then rolled the vegetable shreds in the pork slices and placed them into a takeout box, finishing with a drizzle of garlic sauce and red oil. The dish was complete. Handing over the disposable box and chopsticks, Yu Yao glanced inside. The thin slices of pork were almost translucent, revealing the vibrant green cucumber shreds and orange carrot strands beneath. The delicate garlic paste mingled with the red oil, cascading over the top. The aromatic spiciness of the red oil intertwined with the piquant scent of garlic, complemented by a hint of vinegar. Yu Yao and Oppo's appetites surged. This garlic pork was not only visually appealing, but also exuded a tantalizing aroma. Although she had yet to taste it, she instinctively knew it would be delightful. Eagerly, she broke apart her chopsticks and picked up a meat roll, rolling it in the garlic red oil before sending it to her mouth. As it touched her palate, the robust flavor of garlic and red oil enveloped her senses, accompanied by a subtle tang of vinegar. Though intense, it was not overwhelming. With each chew, the savory essence of the pork belly spread throughout her mouth. The exquisitely thin slices, chilled in icy water, offered a crisp and tender texture, bursting with flavor, devoid of any unpleasant taste. The richness of the fat had yet to settle in, swiftly banished by the refreshing notes of cucumber and carrot. So delicious. Absolutely divine. Yu Yao exclaimed, all her previous doubts evaporating. Her mind focused solely on one thought. Eat more. Eat more. She eagerly grabbed a second, then a third. Each bite revealed a blissful smile on her face. Before long, she had polished off an entire serving of 5 slices of garlic pork. Typically, she maintained a respectful distance from fatty pork. However, at this moment, she craved another serving. Boss, one more, please. Yu Yao quickly scanned her phone to make the payment. Lin Xuan nodded and resumed slicing the meat. While Yu Yao beamed with anticipation, a sudden voice interrupted. Are you eating all by yourself? Startled, she turned to see Wu Mengmeng, wearing a look of disbelief. Mengmeng. Yu Yao felt a rush of guilt. Having completely forgotten that her friend was waiting at the stall, too engrossed in her meal. It's all this garlic pork's fault for being so delicious. If she were to speak candidly, this friendship might very well transform in a rivalry. Thinking quickly, Yu Yao replied, I'm not being selfish. I ordered another one to bring back for you. Really? Wu Mengmeng scrutinized Yu Yao for a moment before choosing to trust her friend's words. You were so engrossed in your meal that I called you twice, and you didn't respond. As she turned to see what was so enticing, her eyes widened in shock. 88 per serving? Boss, you must have misprinted your prices. Wu Mengmeng exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Their lemonade cost only 8 yuan. Barely enough for a tip. Forget it, we don't want it. Wu Mengmeng assumed Yu Yao was too shy to refuse, ready to become the unwitting victim once again. This scenario had unfolded far too many times. Consequently, Wu Mengmeng had honed her skills in turning down offers. Mengmeng, trust me, it's truly delicious. Yu Yao insisted, shaking Wu Mengmeng's arm with rare determination. You truly are like a sister to me. Wu Mengmeng sighed, exasperated. A serving of garlic pork at a Sichuan restaurant would only cost 20 to 30 yuan, never exceeding 40. Spending 88 here felt like a blatant ripoff. Besides, how could the taste of pork dipped in garlic red oil differ so drastically? While they conversed, Lin Xuan had already prepared the dish. He focused intently on his cooking, oblivious to the outside world. With the meal ready, there was no turning back. Mengmeng, you must try it. It's incredibly good. You'll see once you taste it. Yu Yao looked at Wu Mengmeng with hope, determined to let the dish speak for itself. Even if it's delicious, it shouldn't be priced at 88. That's just extortion. Wu Mengmeng muttered, resigned, as she accepted the takeout box. Upon glancing inside, she was momentarily taken aback. The pork slices were remarkably thin, and the vegetable shreds were impeccably uniform. The skill required to achieve such precision indicated that the owner had undoubtedly mastered his craft. The enticing aroma of garlic red oil wafted towards her, and inexplicably, Wu Mengmeng's mood lightened. She picked up her chopsticks, lifted a meat roll, and placed it into her mouth. The fragrant aromas of garlic, chili oil, savory meat, and fresh vegetables burst forth, instantly dismantling Wu Mengmeng and Oppo's mental defenses. At that moment, she comprehended why Yu Yao had been so engrossed in her meal. This garlic pork was simply exquisite. Observing Wu Mengmeng lost in her culinary delight, Yu Yao wore a victorious smile. Yet, she soon recalled that this portion was meant for herself. I'll order another one, she decided, undeterred. Just as she was about to place her order, she noticed that Wu Mengmeng had already finished her serving. With remarkable swiftness, she scanned the payment code. Another one. No, make it 2. ISN and Oppo's. That a bit excessive? Yu Yao mused, suspecting that Wu Mengmeng intended to treat her. I estimate it 1 be enough. My father can finish it all by himself. And Oppo's. Let him try it once, and next time, he can pay, allowing me to indulge more. Wu Mengmeng formulated a perfect and feasible plan in her mind. This reminder prompted Yu Yao to come to the same realization. Both being university students, their living expenses were modest. How many servings could they truly afford? Boss, I'll also take 2 more. Yu Yao immediately joined this diabolical scheme. Lin Xuan hadn't anticipated such vigorous purchasing power from these 2 young women, directly contributing a 6 to his sales. Faced with such valued customers, he thoughtfully remarked, if left out for too long, the taste diminishes. You may pay now, and I will prepare fresh servings for you as we near closing. This considerate suggestion naturally garnered the approval of the two students. Nevertheless, they still requested Lin Xuan to prepare one more serving each. After satisfying their appetites, they bid farewell to Lin Xuan and returned to their lemon tea stand. Once the two esteemed customers departed, Lin Xuan and Appo's stall returned to tranquility. Simultaneously, the entrance of the park began to bustle with activity. As an officially organized large-scale event, the promotional efforts were significant, incorporating some innovative changes in approach. For those who preferred a direct interaction, a small tent at the park entrance allowed for meetings based on basic information. Conversely, those who favored a subtler approach could enter the internal activity area of the park, where numerous activities akin to university clubs were set up, providing opportunities to meet others with shared interests. Regardless of online opinions, the event had garnered ample interest within the city. Many young individuals, although resistant to blind dates, found it difficult to resist the enthusiasm of their elders. Kang Yuan was one such youth, compelled by family to attend the event. Though he had arrived, he planned to snap a few photos, check in, and appease his mother. Originally, his childhood friend was supposed to accompany him, but that fellow had recently been acting unusually obsessed. Thinking of his friend, Kang Yuan dialed his number. "Speak your mind." As soon as the call connected, a lethargic voice responded. Kang Yuan felt at a loss. "You're not still planning to wait at the entrance of Shuguang Hospital for those grilled wings tonight, are you?" "Of course. Perhaps Boss Lin will set up shop tonight." The voice on the other end became animated. "I just don't understand what's so special about those grilled wings that you're so fixated on." Kang Yuan found it utterly incomprehensible. Just a few days prior, his friend had called to rave about an unbelievably delicious, spicy grilled wing vendor outside Shuguang Hospital. They had initially planned to go together, but Kang Yuan had been swamped with work, leaving him no time. Finally, when the weekend arrived, the vendor hadn't shown up either day. "You, who have never tasted Boss Lin and Appo's wings, Woon and Appo's, understand. Let me tell you." His friend began to describe the flavors of the wings. Although Kang Yuan thought the enthusiasm was exaggerated, it did pique his appetite. He abruptly hung up the phone, forcibly ending his friend's lengthy description. Looking up, he noticed a sign for the dining area. "I'll grab a bite and head home," he thought, making his way in that direction. The dining area was gradually filling with people. As Kang Yuan walked, he observed a plethora of snacks: candied hawthorn, cotton candy, grilled rice cakes. Perhaps in consideration of image, most of these treats were designed to be tidy and not overly pungent, making them suitable for sharing. As a staunch carnivore, Kang Yuan was not particularly interested in these options, assuming the stalls ahead would offer similar snacks. He felt a twinge of disappointment and was prepared to leave when he suddenly overheard a passerby discussing garlic pork for 88 a serving. Initially, he dismissed the price, thinking he had misheard, but upon hearing garlic pork, his interest was piqued. Someone was selling garlic pork in the dining area of a blind date event? What a bold and rebellious choice. Regardless of others' opinions, Kang Yuan was intrigued and continued forward. As he rounded the corner, he finally spotted the garlic pork cart that had been the topic of conversation. Indeed, it was priced at 88 per serving. Kang Yuan marveled at the sign. This boss must have something special. Although the price was slightly steep, he was willing to pay for the owner's audacity and individuality. Ignoring the incredulous gazes of onlookers, Kang Yuan eagerly approached. "Boss, I'll have one. I want to taste what this 88 yuan garlic pork is all about." He scanned the payment code without hesitation. Lin Xuan promptly began preparing the dish. With a deft slice of a knife, thin slices of pork belly fell away. "Wow, this chef's knife skills are impressive," Kang Yuan thought to himself, already feeling that it was worth the price. The precision and fluidity of the movement were extraordinary. He couldn't wait to savor the flavor. With anticipation building, he couldn't resist pulling out his phone to capture Lin Xuan's slicing technique, planning to share it on social media later. Soon, the dish was ready. Holding the takeout box, he snapped another picture. The delicate slices of pork belly wrapped around vegetable shreds, complemented by the pristine garlic paste and vibrant red chili oil, created a visually stunning array. Accompanied by the enticing aroma of garlic and chili oil, Kang Yuan couldn't help but drool. He broke apart his chopsticks and began to eat. As the meat roll entered his mouth, he understood the true meaning of deliciousness. The seasonings were perfectly balanced. The garlic, chili oil, and a hint of acidity formed an almost flawless harmony. His taste buds were able to distinctly savor each flavor while also relishing the magnificent blend of aromas. As his teeth met the pork belly, Kong Yuan experienced a revelation. Even fatty meat could possess a delightful crunch. First came the crispness of the pork, followed by the crunch of cucumber and carrot. Each bite was accompanied by a satisfying crunching sound. Observing Kong Yuan's expression of pure enjoyment, combined with the gentle breeze carrying the fragrant aromas. A nearby couple couldn't help but swallow hard. From their slightly awkward demeanor, it was evident they had just met on a blind date and were still unfamiliar with one another. "Should I treat you?" the gentleman gallantly suggested. "Is that appropriate? Won't my mouth be left with a strong odor after?" The lady clearly displayed a desire to indulge, but felt it might be impolite. "It's fine. If you have garlic breath, I will too. Let us not hold it against each other." The gentleman chuckled heartily, stepping forward to scan the payment code. "Boss, 2 servings, please." Lin Xuan nodded slightly and immediately began his preparations. Kong Yuan quickly finished 1 serving and then requested another. If the first portion was merely a matter of curiosity and novelty, this second serving was a testament to his genuine craving. During the wait, Kong Yuan could not help but inquire, "Boss, do you have rice or steamed buns here? This garlic pork is delicious even on its own. If it were paired with warm, fragrant rice or soft steamed buns, there could be no greater joy in the world." Wu Mengmeng interjected, "We haven't made any profit today. In fact, we've incurred a loss." Unfortunately, Lin Xuan did not offer rice or steamed buns, which left Kong Yuan feeling quite disappointed. Soon, 3 satisfied patrons gathered around Lin Xuan and Appo's food cart. Nothing could be more effective in promoting his business than this scene, with the expressions of these 3 individuals suggesting they had never tasted anything so delightful before. Some onlookers, initially there for mere entertainment, could not resist the allure and began to place their orders. Lin Xuan finally lost his moment of peace and focused intently on serving his customers. Meanwhile, Yu Yao and Wu Mengmeng were doing brisk business selling their handmade lemonade. Wu Mengmeng took charge of customer service, packaging, and payments, while Yu Yao was responsible for crafting the beverages. The two worked increasingly in sync, and due to the reasonable prices and pleasant flavors, customers kept arriving. During brief moments of respite, Yu Yao and Wu Mengmeng would glance over at Lin Xuan, recalling the earlier comments from those who had come merely to gawk. Yu Yao felt a surge of indignation, wanted to shout out to everyone that while the garlic pork might be a bit pricey, it was indeed exquisite. Yet, due to her years of social anxiety and shyness, she could only silently cheer for Lin Xuan in her heart. Now, witnessing the steady stream of customers at his cart, she found herself elated, especially as some patrons of the lemonade chatted about the delightful garlic pork they had just tasted. While Yu Yao could not articulate why she felt joy for strangers, it stemmed from a simple belief that true quality would shine through, akin to the notion that fine wine need not fear a narrow alley. The 2 novice stall owners concluded their business earlier than Lin Xuan. Excitedly, they calculated their earnings on their phones. Despite having counted several times, Wu Mengmeng exclaimed again, 480 yuan. In just 3 hours, we sold 60 cups, averaging 1 every 3 minutes. That is quite a success. If not for a few miscalculations, their earnings could have been even higher. Take a break. I'll handle the cleanup. You must be exhausted from squeezing lemons all day, Wu Mengmeng said, feeling sympathy for her dear friend. As she tidied up, her movements suddenly halted. She turned to Yu Yao with a look that was a mix of laughter and tears. Actually, if we calculate it, we Haven and Appo's made any profit today? We and Appo's actually lost money. How could that be? Yu Yao was incredulous. Did you forget? We spent 528 yuan on our meals right after opening. Wu Mengmeng replied softly. Oh, right. Yu Yao recalled they still had 4 portions of garlic pork that they had not collected. By her calculations, with 528 yuan spent on meals and 480 yuan in revenue, they were at a loss of 48 yuan, and that didn't even account for the cost of the drinks. Perhaps her family could cover that. Yu Yao thought sheepishly. That one in Appo's, do. Today is our first day of making money. How could you go back and ask your family for more? Wu Mingming countered. Indeed, her logic was sound, and Yu Yao had to accept the reality that they were at a loss on their first day. All because the garlic pork was simply too delicious. Thinking of the mouth-watering delicacy provided them with some consolation. They could always buy less tomorrow, or perhaps not buy any at all. The two young women shared a mutual understanding of this sentiment. They operated diligently until 8:30. Lin Xuan concluded his day, having sold a total of 38 portions of garlic pork. While this number was not particularly high, the location and pricing had deterred many potential customers. However, Lin Xuan remained undeterred, knowing it was only the first day of business, and word of mouth would take time to build. Many patrons had already expressed intentions to return the following day. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Shuguang Hospital, Zhang Changdong gazed longingly across the street, fantasizing about a man on a barbecue cart racing towards him. However, it was already 8:30, and nothing had materialized. In his memory, Lin's usual spot was now deserted. Lin had not set up shop for 3 days. 3 days. Zhang Changdong was tempted to call the police to inquire if aliens had abducted Lin. His greatest regret was that he had visited the barbecue stand every day but had never thought to get Lin's phone number. Yet, Zhang Changdong was not the only one tormented by his longing for barbecue. In the food stall chat group, messages flooded in. Lin hasn't set up shop again today. Wow, my barbecue wings. If heaven gives me another chance, I promise I won't pressure Lin to work overtime. Lin, we were wrong. You can sell as long as you want and close whenever you like. Please just come back. Sister Zhou lamented. I thought Lin was just joking that day. I didn't expect he wouldn't sell again. Don't say that, Sister Zhou. Lin must just be temporarily occupied. He wouldn't abandon us. The chat group was filled with lamentations. Bao Yihai observed the incessant chatter and intended to send a similar expression, but found the topic had devolved into an onslaught of fiery barbecue wing photos, making him even hungrier. Ridiculous. Can't eat it and still want to post. He muttered in frustration, promptly exiting the chat. He opened his moments to distract himself, only to see his childhood friend had posted a new update featuring several enticing photos of garlic pork, captioned, one word, exquisite. The garlic pork looked delightful. Bao Yihai thought he might order a serving for delivery. Just as he was contemplating this, his gaze was drawn to a central image showing a man attentively slicing meat. His eyes widened in realization. Isn't that Lin? Wasn't this the Lin he had been longing for? But wasn't Lin selling barbecue wings? Why was he cutting meat now? Could be a new dish? Unable to make sense of it, Bao Yihai decided to call his friend. What did you see, Lin? He urged. Kong Yuan, embroiled in an intense gaming session, was baffled. What are you talking about, Lin? Bossly? Bao Yihai then remembered that this unfortunate soul had never even tasted the wings, let alone met Lin in person. The man in the photo on your moments. In Xiaoshui Park. Are you even capable of playing? What a useless teammate. Bao Yihai finally understood that Lin had simply relocated his stall, hence his absence these past few days. Just as he was about to continue his inquiry, he heard Kong Yuan's voice rise in excitement. I'm about to get a pinnacle, gotta go. The call abruptly ended. More engrossed in games than ever, Bao Yihai scoffed, deciding not to ask further, as he already knew the location. He glanced at the time. It was still only 8:30. Taking a taxi to Xiaoshui Park is estimated to take merely 15 minutes. Without delay, Bao Yihai promptly summoned a ride-hailing service and hastily descended the stairs. While awaiting his vehicle, the thought of indulging in grilled chicken wings brought him joy. Hee. Boss Lin, I am on my way. Upon returning home, Yu Yao was instantly met with the concern of her parents. Are you tired? Have you been bullied? As for whether she was earning enough, the family was not in need of her modest income. Had it not been for the restriction on the matchmaking event, which was limited to singles under the age of 35, both parents would have eagerly joined in. Parents often grapple with the fear of their children either not enduring hardship or enduring too much hardship. You Haven and Amp, Oppos, eaten yet, have you? I'll go heat up some food for you. I made your favorite yam and pork rib stew, simmered for several hours. Her mother exclaimed as she headed for the kitchen. I've eaten outside and even brought back some food for you. Yu Yao quickly pointed to the bag placed by the door. Take out? Her mother and Amp, Oppos, brow furrowed. Why eat from outside when we have perfectly good food at home? Do you know that they often use gutter oil for cooking? Seeing the situation escalate, her father quickly intervened. All right. You're being too dramatic. Our daughter is earning money and thinking of us. That is quite filial. Just enjoy it. He exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Yao, who eagerly nodded, Mom. This garlic pork belly is truly delicious. You should try it. I don't want any. You all enjoy, her mother haughtily replied, turning to the kitchen to ladle out a bowl of pork rib soup. It and amp. Oppos, that's all right, dear. Your mother is just like that. I'll eat, her father chuckled, placing the contents of the bag onto the dining table. As he beheld 3 portions of garlic pork belly, even the optimistic father was taken aback. He had assumed there would be 3 different dishes. It and amp. Oppos. That's all the same because it and amp. Oppos. That's so tasty. Yu Yao insisted, shoving chopsticks into her father and amp. Oppos. S hand. You get an oppos. Tea just by 3 portions at once, no matter how good it is. He thought to himself, but refrained from voicing it, fearing his daughter might feel disheartened. Upon opening the food container, he immediately recognized the skill of the chef behind this dish. As someone who frequently entertains clients, he had tasted many dishes. The thinly sliced pork belly and finely julienne cucumbers and radishes were not something an average restaurant could achieve. This must be a master chef, he mused, eager to discover the taste. He picked up a piece of the pork roll and took a bite, his expression transforming instantly. The deliciousness of this garlic pork belly was beyond comprehension. He had dined at several renowned Sichuan restaurants in the city and ordered garlic pork belly. But this was an entirely different level. Wife, you must try this. If you say it's not delicious, I'll quit smoking. Her husband was not the type to forget his wife for a good meal. Is it really that good? Yu's mother eyed him skeptically, yet his reaction was too exaggerated. Despite having mentioned her desire for him to quit smoking numerous times to no avail, today he was making such a bold statement. She thought even if it were delicious, it was necessary to feign disdain. With a mock expression of disdain, she picked up a piece and took a small bite. After a brief pause, she consumed the entire piece, though she desperately wanted to declare it unappetizing to compel her husband to quit smoking. The words simply would not escape her lips. The truth was it was indeed delicious. One could not simultaneously claim it was unappetizing while indulging incessantly. In the face of such culinary delight, Yu's mother set aside her irritation and went to the kitchen to serve her husband and daughter each a bowl of pork rib soup. The family shared a joyful meal together. As they neared the end of their meal, Yu's father suddenly recalled an important matter. He had recently intended to host an old client, one with whom he had collaborated many times, who had already dined at nearly all the upscale restaurants in the city. The same dishes had become tiresome and predictable. This garlic pork belly appeared at a most opportune moment. The client would surely be pleased. A restaurant capable of employing such a master chef must have a commendable environment. Yao, which restaurant is this from? Her father inquired eagerly. It's not a restaurant. It's just a stall, right where Meng and I set up our stand, Yu Yao replied. A roadside stall? Her father was both amused and perplexed. He understood that his daughter had no reason to lie about such things, yet the notion of such exquisite garlic pork belly emerging from a roadside stall was baffling. With such skill, she could easily secure a high-paying position at any restaurant. Why toil as a street vendor? The world truly was filled with surprises. Meanwhile, Bao Yihai had exited his taxi and dashed into the interior of Xiaoshui Park. Eager not to miss out on the grilled wings, he practically sprinted, circling the expansive park in search of the barbecue stand. However, as he neared the completion of his circuit, he still had not spotted the coveted food truck. Just as he contemplated retracing his steps, he heard a chorus of heavy breathing behind him. Turning around, he was startled to find a line of 7 or 8 elderly men following closely behind him. "Elder gentleman, what brings you here?" he asked, bewildered. The leader of the group, equally out of breath, gave him a thumbs up. "Young man, you must have studied athletics. Your stamina is remarkable. You make a fine pace setter." Pachasetter. Bao Yihai realized that these elderly men had mistaken him for a leader in their running exercise. No wonder they had formed a line behind him. He recalled how, during his school days, he dreaded long-distance running in physical education classes, feeling as though he were losing half his life each time. Now, with the realization that he had run such a distance, he felt he had indeed pushed himself too far in pursuit of the grilled wings. His legs felt as though they were laden with lead. He could no longer run. "You've misunderstood. I'm not here for a night run. I'm here for grilled wings. Do you know if there are SA stalls selling them in the park? He lamented. The elderly men exchanged puzzled glances. The leader replied, if you want grilled wings, you should go to a wing shop. No stalls are allowed inside Xiushui Park. Indeed, I come here every evening to exercise and have never seen a grilled wing stall, another added. Young man, are you sure you're in the right place? Hearing this, Bao Yihai felt as though the ground had fallen from beneath him. No stalls allowed in Xiushui Park. Did Kong Yuan truly encounter Boss Lin there? Had he been deceived? Frustrated, he dialed Kong Yuan's number and unleashed a torrent of complaints upon connecting. Kong Yuan, caught off guard, took a moment to comprehend the situation before bursting into laughter. You see, they set up a stall in the food area of the matchmaking event, which ended at 8:30. Others are here for matchmaking. And you're just here to eat? Matchmaking event? Bao Yihai was utterly bewildered. While he was aware that Kong Yuan had attended a matchmaking event that afternoon, he had never connected it with Boss Lin, who would sell spicy grilled wings in a matchmaking event as food area. After all, it would be unseemly for newly acquainted singles to grimace from the heat of spicy food. And yet, that was not the end of it. On the other end of the line, moreover, the establishment specializes in garlic sauce pork and does not offer spicy grilled wings at all. However, one must admit that the garlic sauce pork is truly delectable, absolutely exquisite. Garlic sauce pork? Is it possible that Boss Lin has ceased selling grilled wings? That would be rather unexpected, considering how well they sell. He wouldn't forfeit profits, would he? Regardless, at least I have acquired the precise time and location of Boss Lin's stall. Bao Yihai's heavy heart and physique found some solace in this knowledge. Young man, have you rested well? Let us make another round. A few elderly gentlemen seemed to have regained their vigor, chuckling merrily. Another round? You truly are like my dear uncles. Bao Yihai turned and walked away. On Tuesday afternoon, Lin Xuan commenced preparations for the ingredients he would sell that day. He had sold 38 portions yesterday, yet was still 162 portions shy of his target. Averaging the 2 days, he must sell at least 81 portions today. He hoped that the positive word of mouth from yesterday would help him achieve this goal. As the time approached, Lin Xuan loaded his items onto the food cart and set off towards Xiushui Park. Meanwhile, Bao Yihai had arranged to meet Kong Yuan. They planned to dine at Boss Lin and Appo's stall that evening. On the way, Bao Yihai asked, did Boss Lin really not sell grilled wings? Brother, my dear brother, you've asked that question 300 times already. There are no grilled wings. Kong Yuan felt as if his ears might develop calluses. Since the previous night, this fellow had been fixated on this inquiry. Yet he had indeed not seen any grilled wings at the stall yesterday. How frustrating. I really want to eat grilled wings. Bao Yihai sighed dramatically, attracting the attention of passers-by. Feeling embarrassed, Kong Yuan quickly distanced himself, pretending not to know him. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of Xiushui Park. Kong Yuan had already registered yesterday, so he could enter with a quick verification. Bao Yihai, however, had to complete some paperwork and inquiries. I'll wait for you inside. Kong Yuan waved as he watched Bao Yihai follow the staff away, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He anticipated the mouth-watering garlic sauce pork he would soon enjoy, humming a cheerful tune as he stepped into the activity area. On the other side, Bao Yihai entered a pink tent. These pink tents were plentiful in the park's matchmaking area, serving as meeting spots for dates or temporary workspaces. Inside the tent was a sweet-looking staff member. Bao Yihai glanced at her name tag. Matchmaker, Xia. Under normal circumstances, he would have taken a second glance. However, at this moment, he only wished for the process to conclude swiftly. Following Xia's guidance, he filled out some basic information. Xia reviewed the details and nodded subtly. A male, 29 years old, with a monthly salary between 8,000 to 12,000, possessing full insurance benefits. He neither smokes nor drinks and has no bad habits. While he cannot be termed handsome, he was certainly not unattractive. Although there was a possibility of the information being fabricated, the matchmakers had undergone training to assess the veracity of the details. From Xia's perspective, the authenticity of this information appeared quite high. In a matchmaking market, such qualifications represented a desirable single man. Reflecting on this, Xia beamed a sweet smile. Mr. Bao, your qualifications are quite impressive. I believe they will attract considerable attention from the women attending the event. May I inquire about your criteria for a potential partner? I can assist you in conducting a preliminary screening. If there are suitable candidates present, you might even have the chance to meet and converse directly. Bao Yihai shook his head. No need. As long as I complete the paperwork, I can enter the activity area, right? If there is nothing else to register, I'll be on my way. He made to exit. Wait, want to you reconsider? A purposeful selection will help you find your ideal match more effectively. Shia endeavored to retain him. The matchmaker's job also included facilitating meetings between potential partners. However, Bao Yihai wore an expression that suggested he did not want to waste time. May I ask, are you in a hurry? Do you already have a date? Shia struggled to suppress her irritation. Not at all, Bao Yihai sighed and replied swiftly, I'm just worried I'll be too late to enjoy Boss Lin's food. By the way, which direction is the dining area? Shia instinctively pointed him in the right direction, her mind swirling with thoughts of sarcasm. While others came for matchmaking, he was solely focused on dining. This was a matchmaking event, not a food festival. What culinary delights could possibly be worth mentioning? One oddity. Was this information truly credible? Shia was engulfed in deep skepticism. At this juncture, Lin Xuan had just parked the food cart when he noticed two young women from the lemon tea stall jogging toward him. Boss, I'd like 2 portions of garlic sauce pork to take away later. Me too. Yu Yao and Wu Mengmeng's spending power remained formidable. The circumstances at Yu Yao's household mirrored those at Wu Mengmeng's, albeit more amicably. Her parents were astounded by the garlic sauce pork. Before heading out today, they had insisted that she bring back several portions for dinner, so they would not indulge beforehand. A promising start. Naturally, Lin Xuan agreed and was willing to accommodate. In return, he ordered another cup of lemon tea. The sweet and tangy flavor was delightful. As he took the last sip, Lin Xuan let out a small, contented burp. Kong Yuan and Bao Yihai soon arrived. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, Bao Yihai's dormant muscle memory stirred awake. He approached the food cart, his gaze fixed ahead. Boss Lin, I'll have 3 skewers of grilled wings. Lin Xuan was slightly taken aback by this ordering style. It was evident that he was a regular from the Shuguang Hospital. He anticipated they would find their way here. I'm sorry, but we're no longer selling grilled wings. We only have garlic sauce pork now. Would you like to try some? It's quite delicious. Lin Xuan gestured toward the sign. He reiterated that only garlic sauce pork was available. Kong Yuan followed closely behind. Bao Yihai had also noticed that there were absolutely no grilled wings on the cart. Yet he felt compelled to express this sentiment, as if it would somehow lift a weight from his heart, akin to an obsession. Nevertheless, Bao Yihai remained perplexed. Boss Lin, your grilled wings are so delicious. Why have you stopped selling them? Of course, the task had been completed, Lin Xuan thought to himself, but this was not something he could voice aloud. He concocted a plausible excuse, the inability to procure chicken wings. Bao Yihai raised an eyebrow. That response seems a tad dismissive, doesn't it? Having endured the rain, one must also tear apart another's umbrella. Lin Xuan spoke the truth. After completing the task, he could no longer order chicken wings through the grocery app. Nonetheless, even ordinary supermarket fresh chicken wings could yield great flavor when grilled. However, he was not reliant on grilled wings for income. Upon hearing this, Bao Yihai initially felt it was dismissive. Yet upon further reflection, it was understandable that such delectable wings might require special chicken wings. Will you ever sell them again? Bao Yihai asked, still unwilling to concede. This time, Lin Xuan refrained from shutting down the conversation entirely, as he too was unsure if he would encounter a repeat task in the future. Perhaps someday, he replied non-committally. All right then, Bao Yihai nodded, resigned to the situation. He certainly couldn't threaten Boss Lin with a knife. In that case, I'll have a portion of garlic sauce pork. Bao Yihai quickly shifted his mood, skillfully taking out his phone to scan the payment code. However, upon seeing the prices, a familiar sensation washed over him. The dishes prepared by Boss Lin were still as extraordinary as ever. Skewer chicken wings at 30 yuan each, and a serving of garlic pork belly at 88. It was no surprise, indeed, that it was Boss Lin. Kong Yuan also placed an order, requesting 2 servings. Bao Yihai, struck by a sudden thought, decided to add one more. All right, please wait a moment. Lin Xuan began his preparation. Kong Yuan marveled once again at Lin Xuan and Oppo's exquisite knife skills. watching as a thin slice of pork belly was perfectly cut, without any fractures in the middle. Satisfied, Kang Yuan nodded approvingly. Soon, a portion of garlic pork belly was ready. Bai Yihai took the meal box, admiring its appealing presentation, reminiscent of the first time he encountered the hellishly spicy grilled wings. If the allure of the wings lay in the bold strokes of chili powder and flames, then this garlic pork belly was a refreshing medley of colors. It simply looked delicious. "I'll start," Bai Yihai exclaimed eagerly. As he took a bite, he realized he was utterly captivated by the flavors of the garlic pork belly. The delightful taste that spread through his mouth was akin to the joy he felt when he first tasted Boss Lin's grilled wings. Though the flavors were worlds apart, the euphoric sensation of indulging in exquisite cuisine was unmistakably the same. It was no wonder Boss Lin could so nonchalantly forego selling chicken wings. It turned out that this garlic pork belly was equally a culinary masterpiece. The frustrations from yesterday's exhausting endeavors vanished completely with each delightful bite. "Boss Lin, if I can Oppos, enjoy your dishes in the future, I might just starve," Bai Yihai lamented sincerely. Kang Yuan, sitting beside him, was equally absorbed in his meal, relishing every bite. Despite having eaten yesterday, today's flavors were still as enticing as ever, leaving no room for monotony. Upon hearing Bai Yihai and Oppos' sentiments, he nodded in agreement. The only regret he felt was not having tasted Boss Lin and Oppos' wings. He had always thought Bai Yihai and Oppos' descriptions were exaggerated. But now knowing that both the wings and the garlic pork belly came from the same chef, he was compelled to believe it. He sincerely hoped Boss Lin would sell the wings again someday, as he was incredibly eager to try them. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan and Oppos' culinary prowess began to attract attention. As word of the garlic pork belly spread, it may have only been one night and a morning, but communication among modern individuals is remarkably swift. Although selling garlic pork belly in a matchmaking event area seemed odd, many were drawn to the novelty of it. Furthermore, Lin Xuan and Oppos' garlic pork belly was indeed delectable, and soon a line began to form in front of the food truck, albeit not quite as long as the one outside the Dawn Hospital. At 7 o'clock, Boss Lin notified the group chat, which typically buzzed with activity at this hour but felt particularly quiet today. After Lin Xuan and Oppos' absence from the market for 3 consecutive days, many sensed that perhaps Boss Lin might not return. Some had even left the chat. The group, originally over 200 strong, had dwindled to around 170 or 80. Suddenly, a message popped up. Hi. Guess who I ran into? Hi. Pita. The sender was Bai Yihai. Initially, he hadn't intended to reveal Lin Xuan and Oppos' location, knowing that if the group learned of Boss Lin and Oppos' new spot, they would surely swarm back, creating long lines once again. However, empathizing with the collective sentiment in the group, he ultimately decided to play the role of a good Samaritan. Once the message was sent, the previously quiet chat exploded within a minute. "What? Boss Lin, where's this? Tell me the location. Brothers, prepare to charge." Awoo. Messages flooded in like a pack of wolves revealing their hungry eyes in a dark forest. Hi. Boss Lin is currently at a food stall in the event area of Xiushui Park. Hi. I and Oppos V confirmed. The stall operates according to the event and Oppos' hours, closing no later than 8:30. Coffee without milk. My friend, you are a true hero. Timo the Great Demon. No time to waste. I and Oppos am already on my way. After sharing the information, Bai Yihai withdrew, leaving behind a torrent of praises for his heroism. However, this hero harbored a mischievous streak. He neglected to mention that the grilled wings had now transformed into garlic pork belly, and that entering the food area required registering for the matchmaking event, which was only open to single individuals under 35. To savor the delicacies, one must navigate through a series of minor hurdles, a necessary rite of passage. Having weathered the rain himself, he felt justified in tearing apart others in Oppos' umbrellas. Bai Yihai invigorated. Kudin and Oppos' help but wear a mysterious smile. Do you know you look rather sinister when you smile like that? Kang Yuan shivered. What do you know? Bai Yihai dismissed him and slipped over to Lin Xuan. Boss Lin, are you ready? Lin Xuan just finishing a dish and handing it to a customer. Looked by Ehai puzzled. Ready for what? You'll find out soon enough. By Ehai thought of Lin Xuan surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves. Imagining how resentful the crowd at Dawn Hospital must be. Xiaoshui Park? Xiao Yang, who had just started his freshman year, was taken aback by the messages in the group. Looking up, he spotted a large stone inscribed with Xiaoshui Park not far ahead. What a coincidence! Xiao Yang felt a surge of excitement. He never expected that Boss Lin was so close. This must be fate. However, the person in the group mentioned that it was in the event and Oppos as food area. An event? What kind of event? Puzzled yet undeterred, Xiao Yang hurried to the entrance of Xiaoshui Park. Colorful banners fluttered, and small tents dotted the area. A matchmaking event? Xiao Yang stood frozen in disbelief. You didn't end amp, Oppos. T specify that couples couldn't end amp, Oppos. T register for the matchmaking event, he thought, questioning his life choices. His presence caught the attention of a staff member from the matchmaking event. Sir, are you here to register for the matchmaking event? Please follow me to fill out some information. The staff member regarded Xiao Yang's youthful face with slight skepticism, but proceeded diligently, as some individuals simply looked young. One could never tell their true age without an ID. May I ask if there are any other events happening at Xiaoshui Park? Xiao Yang asked, snapping back to reality. After all, matchmaking seemed a bit distant for someone who had just entered university. He secretly hoped he was mistaken. No, currently, we only have the matchmaking event, the staff member replied. Xiao Yang's hopes were dashed. To taste Boss Lin and Oppos' grilled wings. It seemed he would have to participate in the matchmaking event. If his classmates found out, they would surely laugh him to scorn. Lost in thought, Xiao Yang was led into a tent. Uncertain if it was mere coincidence, it was indeed Xia who received Xiao Yang. With a subtle glance, she scrutinized him, her mind swirling with questions. He appeared far too youthful, not just in face, but in attire and demeanor, exuding a naive and innocent exuberance characteristic of students. Was he perhaps coerced into this blind date by his family, right after graduating from university? Xia's speculations ran rampant, yet she maintained her professional decorum, guiding Xiao Yang in filling out the necessary forms. However, upon reaching the age section, where Xiao Yang proudly inscribed 19 years old, Xia's composure faltered. She swiftly pressed down on his pen. Are you truly 19? You must fill in your age honestly. Yes, indeed. This is my student ID, Xiao Yang replied, bewildered. As he retrieved a card from his pocket, Xia examined it closely. The name and age matched the information provided. Indeed, he was a 19-year-old university student. What kind of matchmaking are you engaging in at 19? Does your family truly wish to embrace grandchildren so soon? Xia was at a loss for words. The matchmaking event had a cap at 35 years, but no minimum age requirement. Who could have anticipated a 19-year-old student attending? As she observed Xiao Yang writing 1,500 to 2,000 in the salary field, Xia and Oppos' expression remained impassive. What does this signify? She inquired. It's my living expenses. How could a student have a salary? Xiao Yang asserted confidently. Xia felt a surge of frustration. Today was indeed peculiar. First, she encountered someone merely there for a meal, and now a freshman seeking a match. Was there anyone genuinely interested in matchmaking? Meanwhile, Xiao Yang hastily completed the paperwork and turned to exit the tent. He casually grabbed a staff member to inquire about the direction to the dining area. After receiving instructions, he took off at a brisk pace. Inside the tent, hearing Xiao Yang's inquiry, Xia instinctively glanced in a specific direction. The dining area again? Before she could ponder further, a staff member rushed into the small tent. Sister, we have a situation that requires immediate attention. The registration numbers have exceeded expectations. Xia was assigned additional responsibilities beyond her matchmaking duties. She now had to oversee various matters at the entrance tent. With no time to contemplate, she hurriedly followed the staff member outside. In front of a tent stood a man and a woman, accompanied by a visibly distressed matchmaker. Xia approached swiftly, forming a preliminary assessment of the situation. Was it a case of a couple arguing due to a lack of rapport during their first meeting? Once she clarified the circumstances, her priority would be to calm their emotions. Before she could utter a word, the man spoke up, visibly displeased. Wasn't amp, Oppos, T had stated that anyone could register? Why am I being denied? Denied? That shouldn't be the case, Shia replied, glancing at the nearby matchmaker, whose expression reflected near exasperation. Couple shouldn't be registering for a matchmaking event. See couples? The revelation left Shia momentarily stunned, rendering her prepared script obsolete. You have not stipulated that couples cannot register. The man mumbled. Suddenly, he turned to the woman beside him. How about this? Chanchian, let us break up for 10 minutes. Once we end Oppos, inside, we can reconcile. How does that sound? Shia expected an explosive reaction from the woman, yet to her surprise, she nodded, appearing to entertain the notion. Are you two serious? Shia stifled the urge to curse, feeling as if she had stepped into a bizarre, alternate reality. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Are you both heading to the dining area? Exactly. How did you know? You tried Boss Lin's grilled wings, right? The man's face lit up with excitement. Grilled wings? Lin Boss and Zhang Boss S. In that moment, Shia finally connected the dots. The individuals she had encountered today were not there for matchmaking. They were all heading to the dining area searching for Lin Boss S grilled wings. What kind of stall could possibly be so enticing? Amid her bewilderment, curiosity surged within her. She resolved that unless she uncovered the truth behind this phenomenon, her workday would be rendered futile. Please assist this gentleman and lady in registering their information, but do not input it into the system, Shia instructed. If they could concoct such a plan to feign a breakup, it was best to permit their entry to avoid further complications. The couple rejoiced and hurried into the tent to complete their forms, while Shia turned her attention toward the park's interior, eager to discover the allure of this Boss Lin. Meanwhile, oblivious to the commotion at the park entrance, Xiao Liang finally located the bustling Lin Xuan. Although there was a queue at the food truck, it was significantly shorter than that at the entrance of Shuang Hospital. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang joined the end of the line. The preparation of garlic pork slices was swifter than that of grilled wings. Soon enough, he stood before the food truck. Boss Lin, I'd like 2 skewers. Wait, where are the grilled wings? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan immediately recognized Xiao Liang as a regular from the Shuang side. The grilled wings are temporarily unavailable. We only have garlic pork slices at the moment. Would you like a portion? Unavailable. Xiao Yang felt his heart shatter. Glancing at the price of the garlic pork slices, his disappointment deepened. At 88 yuan, this meal would require several instant noodles to balance the expenses. However, considering his youthful predicament of being compelled to attend a matchmaking event, he reasoned that not indulging would be an even greater loss. After deliberation, he decided to give it a try. 29. Deliciousness is the ultimate truth. To be honest, not being able to savor the grilled wings left Xiao Liang disheartened, especially since he had yearned for another taste during the days Lin Xuan was absent. As for the garlic pork slices, aside from not wanting to leave empty-handed, he planned to inform Lin Xuan later that the pork slices paled in comparison to the grilled wings, urging him to reconsider offering them once more. Lost in thought, the garlic pork slices were soon prepared. Xiao Yang took the box to the side, preoccupied with his upcoming comments. He absent-mindedly picked up a slice and tasted it. The flavor, experiencing the complex aromas enveloping his palate, a blissful expression crossed his face. He had anticipated the garlic pork slices to be so delectable, rivaling even the spicy, juicy grilled wings. Both were exceptional. How could he possibly persuade Lin Xuan to bring back the wings now? Meanwhile, Shia strolled through the dining area, searching for the peculiar couple who had mentioned a grilled wings stall. Yet, no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find anyone selling grilled wings. Had she been deceived? It seemed implausible. Their enthusiasm didn't suggest fabrication. Moreover, what deceit could there possibly be in such matters? She regretted not asking more questions before coming over, primarily driven by her curiosity about what could be so delicious as to inspire such odd behavior. As she pondered, she had turned a corner and spotted a food truck with a line forming. Garlic pork slices? What? There's someone selling garlic pork slices here too? And business is booming? Shia was left utterly perplexed. Is it true that people no longer pay attention to their breath when going on blind dates? However, this was not the grilled wings stall she was looking for. Just as she was about to pass by, she suddenly caught sight of an exceedingly youthful face. That first-year student. Upon noticing him, Xia, dressed in high heels, marched over. "Excuse me, do you happen to know a stall called Boss Lin's Grilled Wings?" Boss Lin no longer sells grilled wings. He has switched to selling garlic pork slices, the student replied. "Are you also a fan of Boss Lin and Appo's grilled wings, sister?" Xiao Yang, recognizing Xia, curiously probed further. "A fan? I prefer Northeast-style cold noodles," Xia retorted, wanting to scoff. If it weren't for encountering this peculiar group attending a blind date event to indulge in food, she wouldn't have sought out any grilled wing stall. And selling garlic pork slices at a blind date event? Truly, both the customers and the owner were eccentric. What were the colleagues in charge of catering thinking? Cuisines and Appo's. They screened the vendors? Be it grilled wings or garlic pork slices, Xia had received the answer she sought and began observing from the side. When she noticed the sign stating garlic pork slices 88 yuan per serving, she couldn't and Appo's helped but display a strange expression. While it Appo's, as common for food at large events to be pricier than outside, this was exorbitant, if her memory served her right. There was a Sichuan restaurant nearby, Xiaoshui Park. The flavors were quite delightful, and the owner was an authentic Sichuan native. A serving of garlic pork slices there cost only about 30 yuan. Here, the price was nearly double. Could it be that they were capitalizing on their event to exploit customers? As Xia hesitated, contemplating whether to call her colleague responsible for catering, she spotted several diners who had just finished a serving of garlic pork slices. To her astonishment, they turned around and began to queue again. This price was attracting repeat customers? Xia felt her consumer perspective slightly shaken. After some contemplation, she decided to join the end of the line, resolved to taste the serving. If it truly was delicious, it would be worth it. If it was indeed a scam, she would promptly contact her colleague to have this stall removed from the catering area. If word got out, the reputation of the blind date event would be severely impacted. The line steadily advanced, showing no signs of diminishing. Soon it was Xia and Appo's turn. The moment she laid eyes on Lin Xuan, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Upon reflection, wasn't he the man who had rejected her last time? Being rejected wasn't a significant issue. Xia was not a petty person. Yet, she could not fathom why Lin Xuan had displayed such an expression as if he were encountering a villain. "I'll have a serving," Xia said, scanning the payment code. As she received the deduction notification on her phone, a nagging feeling of being conned crept in. Finally, she couldn't and Appo's help but ask, "Boss, garlic pork slices outside only cost 30 yuan per serving. Why do you sell them for 88? Is there a reason?" Xia recalled a certain expensive farmhouse restaurant she had visited, where even a plate of stir-fried greens cost 128 yuan. They even had a 988 yuan firewood chicken. Once served, the waiter presented a QR code which, upon scanning, revealed the chicken and Appo's life story from egg to slaughter. There was even a video recording. As for the taste, she found it no different from the restaurants outside, just stir-fried greens and braised chicken pieces. After that experience, she distanced herself from establishments that sold stories and rituals rather than flavor. Was this 88 yuan garlic pork slice also one of those gimmicks? However, Lin Xuan and Appo's response to Xia and Appo's inquiry was simple, comprising just 4 words, "because it's delicious." In fact, it wasn't Appo's, just Xia who had asked such questions. Other patrons had inquired as well. Lin Xuan's uniform response was always the same: "It's delicious." Whether it was the quality of ingredients or culinary skills, the final product that reached the diners was ultimately measured by flavor. The superiority of ingredients and the mastery of cooking culminated in taste. Deliciousness was the absolute truth. Indeed, many diners, after savoring the garlic pork slices, found their doubts about the price dissipate. Moments later, Xia received her meal from Lin Xuan. Instead of rushing to eat, she observed the other diners. Every patron relishing the garlic pork slices wore a look of enjoyment. Was it truly that delectable? Xia found it hard to believe. No matter how good it was, it shouldn't Appo's conquer every customer. After all, taste is inherently subjective. The notion of to each their own merely a saying. Yet, soon after taking her first bite of the garlic pork slices, Xia unconsciously displayed an expression of delight. It was no exaggeration. She felt her taste buds completely conquered. The fragrant yet not greasy slices of pork belly, the sweetness of the vegetables, and the stimulating rush of garlic and red oil. When her chopsticks met emptiness, Xia realized that she had unknowingly finished her serving. Moreover, she felt a lingering desire for more. Was 88 yuan expensive? Well, not at all. Compared to those dishes that rely on storytelling, plating, and fame to maintain their allure, Xia was genuinely willing to pay for this flavor time and again. Thinking back to the three oddballs she had encountered at the park entrance, Xia and Appo's irritation dissipated. If it was for such delightful cuisine, it seemed understandable why they would act in such a manner. Meanwhile, more individuals from a vendor group gradually arrived at the entrance of Xiaoshui Park. Isn't this a blind date event? Why is everyone discussing food? At the entrance of Xiaoshui Park, a group of 20 to 30 people gathered, drawing considerable attention. Should someone approach and listen to their conversation, they would find that the most frequently mentioned terms were Boss Lin, grilled wings, and so forth. It was evident that these were friends from the vendor notification group. Thanks to the usual interactions in the group and the prior queue at the hospital entrance, many members had gotten to know each other. Some even exchanged contact information and became friends. After Bao Yihai informed the group of Lin Xuan and Appo's location, some began to organize a gathering at the entrance of Xiaoshui Park to go together. Why does Boss Lin set up shop in a place like this? A middle-aged man lamented as he gazed longingly at the event entrance. His child was almost ready for college, yet here he was at a blind date venue. If his significant other found out, he would surely face the consequences tonight. Indeed, Boss Lin is being rather inconsiderate. He could have at least informed us before changing locations. Someone nearby immediately complained. Lin Xuan and Appo's unpredictable behavior, showing up unannounced and relocating without notice, resonated with everyone, prompting a chorus of grievances. If it were up to me, we should stand our ground and refuse to eat, someone suddenly declared in indignation. The crowd fell silent for a moment before resuming their chatter as though they hadn't heard. I've visited several grilled wing shops over the past few days, and they were all terrible. Exactly. Forget about alternatives. I can't even find an expensive substitute, and it's driving me crazy. When ordering, fellas, be kind and let everyone have a taste. Agreed. As for the individual who had just expressed a resolve to not eat, no one paid him any mind. Not eating? What a joke. If you truly had the guts, you wouldn't have come to first place or would have left the group outright. Why wait until now to say such things? Among the crowd, many were eager to join the fray, assuming something significant was occurring. As they gathered around, the crowd began to eavesdrop on the conversation. Onlookers murmured in confusion. Isn't this a matchmaking event? Why is everyone discussing food? Did we come to the wrong place? They turned to see the colorful flags and tents fluttering at the entrance, which only deepened their bewilderment. No, they hadn't strayed from the intended venue. What was happening here? To make matters more absurd, several bewildered spectators, having pushed too far forward, were unexpectedly encouraged to try Boss Lin and Appo's grilled wings. Instantly, their appetites were piqued, and they clamored to have a taste. As the crowd swelled, the staff overseeing the matchmaking event quickly took notice of the gathering. An influx of people was not a concern, but a chaotic crowd without a purpose was worrisome. Any incident could spell disaster. Meanwhile, Xia, who was in line to purchase additional servings, received a phone call from a colleague. She promptly abandoned her place in line, hurriedly slipping on her heels to return to the park and Appo's entrance. Hold on, let me find out what is going on, she said, her expression grave as she attempted to calm her colleague and Appo's anxiety before striding towards the throng of people. However, before she could approach, she overheard some familiar phrases. Wait a moment, could it be? Shirya and Appo's carefully prepared speech was rendered obsolete. You all can't possibly be here looking for Boss Lin, can you? She called out. The moment her words left her lips, she found herself surrounded by the crowd within seconds. Yes. Young lady, judging by your attire, you must be part of the staff. You clearly know what is happening. It seems Boss Lin is indeed here, selling his food. They replied eagerly. Please, can you let us in? The request poured in from all directions, and Shirya was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of Boss Lin and Oppo's influence. She had never anticipated such a throng waiting at the park and Oppo's entrance. This was a matchmaking event. If everyone were allowed in, chaos would surely ensue. Yet, denying them entry was not an option either. Shirya realized this was not a decision she could make alone. "Please, everyone calm down. I will consult my superior," she announced. In the Chuana Jinping community, individual villas were artfully scattered throughout the area. Just over 30, Xia Hongyu was now the head of a newly established event planning company. The matchmaking event at Xiushui Park was organized by his firm. After a refreshing shower, he opened a bottle of red wine, ready to indulge in a moment of relaxation. He had been tirelessly preparing for this event, as a startup required his hands-on involvement. On the first day of the event, he had stood guard until the very end, only returning home briefly today to rest. However, a phone call shattered the tranquility of his home and dispelled any notion of relaxation. On the other end of the line, listening to Shirya's report, Xia Hongyu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He could understand each word she spoke, yet the overall message eluded him. This was a situation he had never anticipated. Every event plan includes contingency measures to address unexpected occurrences. Yet, nowhere in those emergency protocols did it state that a large crowd would gather, disinterested in matchmaking, merely seeking to indulge in the culinary offerings. "For heaven's sake, this is a matchmaking event," he lamented. Xia Hongyu instructed Shirya to prioritize safety. If these individuals merely wished to dine, then let them enter to eat, ensuring no potential conflicts arose. Regardless, it seemed that a restful evening was no longer in the cards for him. Fortunately, he had yet to sip his wine. He quickly changed his attire and drove towards Xiushui Park. On the other side, Shirya breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the go-ahead. She hastily organized the staff for special arrangements, allowing the throng of food enthusiasts to enter. Naturally, the crowd erupted in joy, expressing their gratitude profusely. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan took a moment to assess his current sales figures. They aligned closely with his expectations. After the favorable word of mouth from the previous day, today his performance had vastly improved. However, reaching the goal of selling 251 portions of garlic pork was still a daunting task. Though many had attended the event, most opted for traditional dining experiences with their matchmaking partners or had no intention of visiting the food area at all. This scenario starkly contrasted with the situation outside the Dawn Hospital. As he pondered, Lin Xuan faintly heard a commotion. "What's going on? Why are there so many people?" A customer in line exclaimed. Initially, he intended to ignore it, but the noise was impossible to overlook. Raising his gaze, he spotted a throng approaching along the park path, and several faces appeared strikingly familiar. Could it be Boss Lin? "We're here for the spicy wings." As the crowd erupted with cheers, they swiftly enveloped the small area, creating an impenetrable barrier. Some bewildered onlookers, observing the spectacle, craned their necks in curiosity. "What is happening? Are they fighting? Should we call the police? Let us go see what's up." With such a large gathering, it was impossible for anyone to resist the intrigue. "Boss Lin, do you know how I've spent these past 3 days?" A man in a suit exclaimed, his tone grave and his emotions high, gazing at Lin Xuan as if he were a scorned lover. While being recognized and pursued by patrons is a point of pride for any chef, being lamented by a grown man sent chills down Lin Xuan's spine. Despite the horde pressing in on him, he remained unfazed, even elated. He was confident today would bring him to his sales goal. Nonetheless, with the cacophony of questions surrounding him, he understood he needed to address the crowd. "I apologize. The chicken wings I usually source have become unavailable. I simply cannot replicate that flavor with other wings." Lin Xuan deflected the blame, albeit truthfully. After fulfilling the grilled wings orders, the chicken wings had indeed been taken off the market. Moreover, his barbecue cart had been repossessed. So that's why Boss Lin's wings are so delicious. They're not made with ordinary chicken wings. The crowd murmured in realization. Does that mean we won't be able to enjoy the wings anymore? Missing out on wings feels worse than a breakup. While the patrons sighed in disappointment, Lin Xuan recognized an opportunity. "If you trust my skills, do try the garlic pork. It's quite delectable." Though this could be perceived as self-promotion, Lin Xuan was confident. Food enthusiasts are easily pleased. All they seek is deliciousness. Even the best wings lose their novelty after repeated indulgence. But garlic pork was a new dish brimming with freshness. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the suited man thought, if Boss Lin says so, I must give it a try. He glanced toward the food cart, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and joined the line. Others, witnessing his decisive action, followed suit, albeit with hesitant steps. Unsure if the price was worth the gamble, but not wishing to miss this opportunity. Lin Xuan observed the ever-growing line of patrons, a wave of emotion washing over him. The diners had chosen to place their trust in him, and he could not afford to falter. With unwavering concentration, he dedicated himself to the culinary task at hand. Meanwhile, onlookers drawn by the spectacle were astonished. They could not fathom how a dish of garlic pork could command a price of 88 yuan, especially from a roadside stall. Such a price seemed utterly absurd. Yet, what was even more bewildering was the length of the queue. They began to wonder how delectable the dish must be to justify such a cost. I must try it myself, they thought, prompting more and more people to join the line. Lin Xuan worked with remarkable speed, serving each dish of garlic pork as if it flowed from him like water. Each serving exuded an irresistible aroma, tantalizing the senses. Despite the lack of seating, the regular customers showed no signs of discomfort. They stood in small groups, savoring the garlic pork while engaging in lively conversation. Their enjoyment rendered them silent, completely immersed in the exquisite flavors, oblivious to the surrounding clamor. At that moment, Xia Hongyu pressed the accelerator with fervor, finally arriving at Xiushui Park. Once parked, he immediately instructed Xia to accompany him to the source of the commotion. Upon reaching the food truck, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A long line of eager customers surrounded the truck, waiting for their meals. In every available space, diners could be seen relishing their food with gusto. Such a bustling scene was typically reserved for food streets or culinary festivals. While planning the event, Xia Hongyu had envisioned a lively dining area, but the image in his mind was of leisurely couples strolling along a path, engaging in conversation and expressing mutual interest, with scattered food stalls providing topics for exchange. Instead, he found a sea of predominantly male patrons devouring their meals ravenously, as if they had not eaten in days. The scene was strikingly peculiar, almost surreal. Mr. Xia, how should we handle this situation? Xia inquired cautiously, aware that his mood must be quite foul. The popularity of Lin and Amp, Oppo's, as culinary creations had led to this gathering at the park, and Oppo's, his entrance, and she felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for the crowd, she surmised that she would have already indulged in her second serving of garlic pork. She wondered if Mr. Xia might consider dismissing the chef, as this was a matchmaking event, and attendees came to seek companionship rather than culinary delights. If Lin's food continued to attract such attention, the essence of the event would undoubtedly be diluted, posing a significant disadvantage to the organizers. In fact, during his journey, Xia Hongyu had felt quite angry and contemplated sending the vendor away. However, he had not anticipated the extent of Lin and Oppo's as popularity. If he were to dismiss him, what would happen when patrons arrived the following day, unable to find their beloved food truck? The thought of such consequences lingered in his mind. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the mouth-watering scent of garlic-infused chili oil wafted through the air, causing his stomach to grumble audibly. He had intended to enjoy a leisurely dinner after a bath, but now found himself both hungry and irritated. As he observed the diners enjoying their meals, Xia Hongyu felt as if he could devour an entire cow. Xia, overhearing the commotion, maintained her composure, pretending she had not heard his stomach's protest. She dared not laugh, fearing it might cost her job. Yet, she knew she could not let Mr. Xia suffer from hunger for long. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Mr. Xia, since we are here, why not sample the garlic pork crafted by Chef Lin before making any further decisions? Being this hungry is quite rare, she added. Xia Hongyu nodded in agreement. Though he was irked, he could not deny his curiosity about such a popular stall. Xia felt a surge of joy. This meant she could join him in line to purchase a serving of garlic pork. One portion would hardly suffice, and Mr. Xia was known for being generous with his employees, likely covering her bill as well. What could be more delightful than enjoying exquisite food without spending a dime while also managing to escape work for a moment? However, her excitement was dashed when Xia Hongyu uttered, "I can queue alone. You need not accompany me. Attend to your own duties." He casually instructed her before stepping to the end of the line. Xia's heart sank at his words. Once she finished her tasks, the day's event would likely conclude, leaving her without the chance to taste the garlic pork. Yet, with her superior's directive, she could only return to her responsibilities with a heavy heart. As Xia Hongyu stood in line, he began to observe the situation more closely. To his astonishment, there was not a scrap of leftover food in sight. Every container he could see had been emptied. Even the cucumber and radish garnishes had not gone to waste. He even witnessed several individuals licking their containers clean, savoring every last drop of garlic-infused red oil. The sheer deliciousness of the dish must have been extraordinary to elicit such behavior in plain view of others. Xia Hongyu and Appo's hunger intensified as he watched the line advance, eagerly hoping for his turn to arrive. Thoughts of dismissing the vendor faded from his mind. Eating was now his foremost concern. As he noticed only 7 or 8 people remaining ahead of him, he began calculating how many portions he should order to satiate his appetite. Having waited so long, he observed that each serving of garlic pork was rather modest in size, and he surmised that one would not suffice. Just then, he saw Lin Xuan emerge from behind the food truck, calling out to the guests in line, "Everyone, please stop queuing. We have sold out of today and Appo's ingredients. For those wishing to indulge, please return tomorrow." Sold out? Xia Hongyu was taken aback. The 30-something owner seemed unaware of the pangs of hunger he had ignited in the crowd. A sense of unfairness welled up within him. Had it not been for this vendor, he would have been enjoying a splendid evening at his villa, sipping wine and relishing a sumptuous meal, rather than standing here, famished and empty-handed after such a lengthy wait. Disappointed patrons began to disperse, lamenting their missed opportunity. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan did not rush to pack up and leave. Although the pork had sold out, a few cucumbers remained, along with some leftover garlic and chili oil. He decided to whip up a simple home dish, smashed cucumbers. After a long day of work, he too felt a bit peckish. Preparing the dish was straightforward. He merely needed to crush the cucumbers with a knife, chop them into pieces, and mix them with the garlic and chili oil. In no time, a fresh serving of smashed cucumbers was ready. Lin Xuan eagerly picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. Cucumbers are crisp and sweet, perfectly complemented by the aromatic allure of garlic and chili oil. The taste is indeed delightful. In a state of discomfort from hunger, Xia Hongyu lamented momentarily in place. Just as he prepared to leave, he caught sight of Lin Xuan seemingly indulging in food at the food cart. A surge of dissatisfaction arose within Xia Hongyu. Hadn't he everything sold out? What could this person be eating? Perhaps he had secretly reserved some for himself? Approaching the cart, Xia Hongyu focused his gaze and realized that Lin Xuan was savoring smashed cucumbers. Under normal circumstances, Xia Hongyu would have little interest in such a dish, given that he had a personal chef at home and typically dined at upscale restaurants. Yet, hunger gnawed at him mercilessly. He swallowed hard and inquired, "How much for your smashed cucumbers?" Lin Xuan, taken aback, looked up in surprise. He hadn't anticipated anyone would inquire about his cucumbers. He was about to explain that he wasn't selling them, merely enjoying a personal snack, when Xia Hongyu's stomach audibly rumbled. "Lin Xuan, if you're hungry, I can prepare a portion for you," he hastily offered. The clarity of the rumbling stomach indicated a rare level of hunger, a sensation Lin Xuan had experienced during his own internship days, where a merciless boss had relentlessly exploited him, leaving no time for meals. Though he eventually escaped that predicament, he wished never to endure such hunger again. As for the individual before him, Lin Xuan surmised that he was likely a corporate worker, too busy with overtime to eat, only to be compelled to attend a matchmaking event. After all, it was already past 8. Anyone with a modicum of personal time wouldn't allow themselves to reach such a state of hunger. Reflecting on this, Lin Xuan's gaze towards Xia Hongyu inevitably bore a hint of sympathy. Poor fellow. Without waiting for further dialogue, he swiftly took up a knife and prepared a generous portion of smashed cucumbers, nearly overflowing the container. He handed it to Xia Hongyu, and, with a note of concern, urged eat quickly. No matter how busy work gets, you must take care of your health. Xie Hongyu. Lin Xuan's sudden display of concern led Xie Hongyu to suspect a misunderstanding. However, in the next moment, his attention was captivated by the smashed cucumbers in hand. The vibrant green cucumbers, adorned with white garlic, soaked in red oil, looked unexpectedly appetizing. Unable to resist, Xie Hongyu picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The crispness of the cucumbers released a burst of sweet juice with each bite, devoid of the usual earthy taste, exuding a refreshing fragrance. The slightly pungent garlic and chili oil didn't mask the cucumbers' innate freshness. Xie Hongyu found himself unable to stop. The mere pairing of garlic with pork could yield such a delectable dish. How delicious must the pork itself be? As he relished the smashed cucumbers, his mind wandered to the flavor of the garlic pork. Now he understood why people congregated here and why diners exhibited no wastefulness. Had he known that such a delightful culinary experience awaited in the dining area, he would have never left early. Simultaneously, he dismissed the notion of driving away the food stall. If he were to chase it away today, tomorrow's patrons would surely spit disdain at him. Regardless, he resolved firmly to indulge in garlic pork the following day. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Lin Xuan cheerfully checked his sales figures. He had sold 83 portions today, exceeding his target by 2. Thus, selling 79 portions the next day would fulfill his garlic pork task. He wondered what new recipes would be unveiled the day after. On Wednesday afternoon, Xie Hongyu drove to a high-end restaurant he frequented. As a senior VVIP member, he received a warm welcome and was escorted to a tastefully decorated private room. Mr. Xie, what would you like to order today? The chef entered the room, thoughtfully introducing the restaurant as premium ingredients, including freshly air-freighted black truffles and recently aged M9 beef, rich in flavor. For this esteemed patron, there were no menu constraints. The chef would arrange anything desired. I'd like something light today, perhaps some smashed cucumbers, Xie Hongyu replied absent-mindedly. He felt embarrassed recalling how he had devoured the complimentary cucumbers the previous night, akin to a famished ghost. Was the exquisite taste merely a byproduct of his hunger? Certainly. Just that? The chef replied, slightly taken aback, but quickly masking his surprise with a smile. Yes, with garlic and chili oil, please. Understood. The chef nodded and promptly retreated to the kitchen to prepare. Even a simple dish like smashed cucumbers needed to satisfy this esteemed guest. Soon, a beautifully plated portion of smashed cucumbers was presented before Xie Hongyu. The dish was served on high-quality porcelain, garnished with cucumber carvings. The cucumbers were cut into uniformly sized strips, neatly arranged in the center of the plate, while the garlic and chili oil were served in a small dish for dipping. Despite its exquisite and elegant appearance, Xie Hongyu couldn't help but feel that the portion from the previous day looked far more appetizing and tempting. Moreover, he had specifically requested smashed cucumbers, not strips. Even before tasting, he noticed the presentation flaws. However, the chef was reputedly certified in culinary excellence. The flavor should be commendable. He picked up his chopsticks, dipped a cucumber strip into the garlic and chili oil, and took a bite. Instantly, he felt the disparity. It wasn't inedible, but rather disappointingly ordinary. The cucumber bore a slight earthy taste, and the garlic flavor overwhelmed the aromatic red oil. Having taken just one bite, he set down his chopsticks. Let us settle the bill, he called for the waiter. Observing the barely touched cucumbers, the waiter inquired, Mr. Xie, did it not suit your taste? We can notify the chef to prepare something else for you. No need, Xie Hongyu declined, shaking his head without elaborating. He understood that the chefs in such upscale establishments excelled in intricate dishes rather than humble fare. The bill came to 72 yuan, inclusive of a 10 service charge. Upon leaving, the waiter promptly informed the chef of the situation. Could there be an issue with the dish? The chef pondered, confused. He summoned the waiter, requesting the uneaten, smashed cucumbers be sent back to the kitchen for him to taste. The chef picked up a piece of cucumber and savored slowly. The cucumber was indeed crisp, smooth on the palate, and seasoned just right. He couldn't fathom what the problem could be. Calling over 2 assistants and the previous waiter, he urged them to sample the smashed cucumbers. Delicious. The cucumbers are incredibly crisp, and the seasoning is perfect, one assistant remarked. I too find it delicious. There is no problem at all, another kitchen assistant chimed in. I haven and Oppos. T detected any issues either. ISN and Oppos. T this the flavor of smashed cucumbers? The waiter added. The head chef felt increasingly perplexed, pondering to himself. Could it be that Mr. Xie is in a bad mood today? Or perhaps he is unwell. Mr. Xie is a regular here, and he always enjoys his meals. The chef is quite familiar with Mr. Xie and Amp, Oppos, as palate. It appears that Mr. Xie truly lacks an appetite today. With a sigh, the chef set down his chopsticks and ceased to dwell on the matter. The time to serve the food arrived. Lin Xuan had just parked the food cart when a customer approached him. Finally, I've been waiting for this moment. It and Oppos. Esworth arriving 20 minutes early. A man with a slightly receding hairline exclaimed joyfully. What is that? Lin, the owner, previously had customers lining up an hour in advance when he set up his stall near the Dawn Hospital. This speaker was evidently a regular from that area. Alas, Lin's garlic sauce pork is so delicious. I won't be able to lose weight today, a young woman lamented, yet looked forward to it. Without a full stomach, how can one have the energy to lose weight? A fellow customer interjected. As the crowd engaged in idle chatter, they began placing their orders. Lin Xuan quickly got into the groove and started preparing the food. Xie Hongyu also arrived early today, but he did not partake in the others' conversation, instead quietly waiting in line. Before long, it was his turn. 2 portions of garlic sauce pork. Xie Hongyu scanned the code to pay. Lin Xuan recognized him as the beleaguered office worker who had savored the smashed cucumbers the previous night. Would you like me to add a bit more cucumber shreds? I noticed you enjoyed it quite a bit last night. Lin Xuan inquired kindly. Could we not mention last night's events? Xie Hongyu awkwardly curled his toes, striving to maintain his composure. No need, just prepare it as usual, he replied. Very well, it will be ready shortly, Lin Xuan confirmed. In no time, Xie Hongyu, having received his garlic sauce pork, stood in a modest spot like the other diners and opened his food box to begin eating. After a while, he finished both portions and let out a contented sigh. Delicious, truly delightful. After comparing it to the chef and Oppos has smashed cucumbers at noon, Xie Hongyu knew that the flavor of this garlic sauce pork was undoubtedly exceptional. With garlic and chili oil as seasonings, Lin Xuan's balance was impeccable. Too much garlic would overpower it, while too little would lack fragrance. Moreover, it did not overshadow the aroma of the chili oil. Even when placed alongside dishes crafted from expensive ingredients in upscale restaurants, it would not pale in comparison. Indeed, it might even surpass them. He would readily accept a price increase of 1 or 2 times. Today's business was naturally bustling. From the beginning to the end of service, Lin Xuan was occupied throughout. Only after all the ingredients were sold out did he find a moment of ease. A total of 86 portions of garlic sauce pork were sold today, with a cumulative sale of 207 portions over 3 days, thus meeting the requirements. As the business hours concluded, Lin Xuan immediately received a notification from the system. Menu has been refreshed. Current menu: spicy pork intestine noodles. Requirement: conduct a live broadcast once during daily business hours. Before the end of this week in Oppos' tasks, achieving 500 followers in the live stream will be considered fulfilling the requirement. The food cart has been upgraded. An option to purchase ingredients has been added to the app. Spicy pork intestine noodles? Lin Xuan? His reaction to the emergence of this menu was a mix of surprise and inevitability. Since the system's inception, he had begun to discern its peculiarities. Selling spicy grilled wings at the entrance of a proctology clinic, garlic sauce pork at a matchmaking event, and now introducing a pork intestine noodle dish highlighted a striking contrast. It was indeed a bold move. However, the task requirements for this new menu left him somewhat baffled. A live broadcast? He felt like a novice bride on her wedding day. Lin Xuan was well aware of his own personality. He was not cut out for being a streamer. Engaging in live broadcasts and chatting with viewers was truly beyond his capabilities. He could hardly muster a single coherent thought. Fortunately, Lin Xuan was not one to dwell on difficulties. Since it was a task requirement, he would have to give it a try. Whatever the outcome, he would take it step by step. As for the most pressing matter at hand, it was to ensure he got a good night and Oppos, as sleep. Preparing for the new menu the next day. How ridiculous must one be? On Thursday noon, Kong Yuan and his colleagues headed to the company cafeteria. He worked at an internet company, which offered decent pay and benefits. The cafeteria was also reasonably priced and served delightful food. It was said that the chefs there had either previously run restaurants or had years of experience working in restaurant kitchens. Word had it that a new chef from the Sichuan-Chongqing region had joined, and there would likely be many Sichuan dishes available for lunch. His colleagues eagerly discussed this with Kong Yuan. Sichuan cuisine? Kong Yuan immediately thought of garlic sauce pork. This dish was indeed a classic Sichuan specialty. Though he had eaten it for 3 consecutive days, he found no weariness. Rather, he anticipated rushing to savor it after work each day. Fortunately, his salary was relatively high. Otherwise, he could hardly afford such indulgences. Upon entering the cafeteria, Kong Yuan was immediately greeted by a fragrant and spicy aroma. As he approached, he indeed noticed an abundance of Sichuan dishes: boiled fish, mapo, tofu, even garlic sauce pork. You've been raving about the garlic sauce pork at Xiushui Park after work these past few days. Now you can enjoy it at the cafeteria. It's clean, hygienic, and not expensive. One colleague pointed to the long iron tray of dishes and promptly ordered a portion. Initially, Kong Yuan felt a flicker of interest upon seeing it. However, upon closer inspection, he dismissed the thought. The pork belly was cut thickly, with a generous layer of fat, and a thick coating of red oil nearly concealed the meat slices. One could tell without tasting that this was vastly different from Lin and Appo's as garlic sauce pork. After selecting their meals, the two sat down to eat. One colleague remarked, "This garlic sauce pork is quite good. It's a bit fatty and greasy on its own, but pairs perfectly with rice." Pairs perfectly with rice? Kong Yuan instinctively swallowed. Indeed, he had previously lamented that Lin and Appo's garlic sauce pork did not come with rice. But why hadn't Appo's he thought to bring a portion of rice with him? Buying rice at the cafeteria during lunch and reheating it in the office microwave to accompany Lin's garlic sauce pork would surely be delightful. With that thought, Kong Yuan promptly stood up to order a portion of plain rice, packing it into a takeaway box. "Why are you ordering a separate portion of rice?" his colleague questioned in confusion. "Of course, it's to accompany the garlic sauce pork. You didn't order any. Are you referring to the one at Xiushui Park?" The colleague suddenly recalled Kong Yuan and Appo's recent mentions and was left speechless. How ridiculous must one be to engage in such behavior, bringing plain rice to a street vendor? You wouldn't Appo's understand. If you had tasted Lin and Appo's garlic sauce pork, you and Appo's, know. Kong Yuan remained unfazed by his colleague's incredulous gaze. "As long as you're happy," his colleague shrugged, having heard Kong Yuan's praises several times, yet remained disinterested. At 88 yuan a portion, why not enjoy something else? Eating street food? He wasn't into Appo's insane. Furthermore, he was already married, so attending matchmaking events would be inappropriate. Upon waking just before noon, Lin Xuan got up to wash and awaited the delivery of the ingredients and tools he had ordered through the app. The list of items to purchase was extensive, including flour, fresh intestines, spices, and many more. Indeed, this recipe diverges from its predecessors, as the noodles are not pre-made, but rather crafted by hand. Thus, preparatory endeavors commence with the kneading of dough. Upon the arrival of the provisions, Lin Xuan promptly initiated his culinary machinations. He procured a capacious basin, designated for the kneading of dough, and therein deposited the flour. Into the water, he introduced a modicum of saline and alkaline substances, subsequently decanting the aqueous mixture in minuscule increments into the flour. A swift agitation ensued, culminating in the transformation of the flour into a flocculent amalgamation, whereupon he embarked upon the process of compression and manipulation, until the genesis of a somewhat coarse and indurate mass of dough. At this juncture, he refrained from precipitous action, opting instead to envelop the nascent dough in a protective layer of plastic wrap, thereby affording it a respite of approximately 30 minutes. Availing himself of this interlude, Lin Xuan addressed the preparation of the porcine large intestine. Providentially, the viscera procured via the purveying application were devoid of internal contents, thereby obviating the onerous task of ablution, which would have rendered the kitchen uninhabitable. Notwithstanding, the large intestine exuded a characteristic malodor, necessitating the donning of a triple layer of protective masks and the undertaking of a more thorough ablution. He incorporated beer, flour, and a modicum of sodium bicarbonate, subjecting the organ to vigorous friction, followed by incessant rinsing under a deluge of potable water. Subsequent to ablution, the large intestine was submerged in a cauldron of frigid water, accompanied by the trinity of deodorizing agents, scallions, ginger, and cooking wine, with a generous effusion of the latter. Upon achieving ebullition, the resultant scum was expunged, and the organ was subjected to protracted simmering prior to extraction. The blanched large intestine was then sectioned into diminutive fragments, which were initially sautéed in rapeseed oil until the attainment of a subtle caramelization. Subsequently, a mélange of debanjiang, chili peppers, Kaempferia galanga, nutmeg, and amomum saukeo were introduced, allowing the aromatic essence of the condiments to fully permeate the rapeseed oil, whereupon boiling water was admixed, initiating the braising process. Concurrently, the dough had undergone its requisite period of repose. Subsequent to temporal fermentation, the dough had acquired a pliable and tractable consistency. Lin Xuan immersed his hands within the basin, embarking upon the kneading process, culminating in the genesis of a smooth and supple mass. Upon the work surface, he scattered a dusting of desiccated flour, procuring the substantial rolling pin specifically designated for the attenuation of dough. Lin Xuan commenced the process of planar extension. The dough emitted a subdued crepitation under the ministrations of the rolling pin, rapidly attaining a uniform consistency and thickness. The planar expanse of dough was then folded upon itself, and subsequently incised via a cleaver, culminating in the expeditious genesis of a profusion of hand-pulled noodles. Lin Xuan meticulously apportioned the noodles, arranging them in discrete bundles within the confines of the provisions container. Meanwhile, upon the stovetop, the braising porcine large intestine was emanating an intense and redolent fragrance. The confluence of the red oil debanjiang and the aromatic spices, emanating from the epicenter of the kitchen, diffused and permeated the ambient atmosphere. Despite the operation of the exhaust hood at its maximal capacity, the aroma proved recalcitrant to facile extraction. Within the corridor of the apartment complex, Li Bao, the diminutive purveyor of digital entertainment, having recently roused from slumber, audibly expelled a yawn as he unlatched the portal, poised to receive his repast. As a practitioner of digital entertainment, he was precluded from adhering to a conventional diurnal rhythm, having concluded his broadcast at approximately 3 o'clock hours. Upon the aperture of the portal, a profusion of opulent fragrance permeated the threshold, inundating the interior. Egad, what olfactory sensation is this? Exceedingly fragrant. Li Bao exclaimed, instantaneously revitaliza, assiduously inhaling the atmospheric essence. The subtle and distinctive nuances within the aromatic profile immediately elucidated its provenance. Someone is preparing braised porcine large intestine. I am consumed by longing. Li Bao perambulated within the corridor, endeavoring to ascertain the origin of the olfactory stimulus. Porcine large intestine elicits divergent predilections, inspiring fervent adoration in some, while simultaneously engendering visceral aversion in others. Li Bao belonged to the former cohort, evincing a predilection for such offal. In the nascent stages of his broadcast career, he commanded a paucity of viewership, with only a handful of observers frequenting his digital domain. However, on one occasion, he procured a substantial portion of braised porcine large intestine via external delivery. While engaging in the act of gustation, he inadvertently attracted a coterie of spectators, drawn to his unrestrained and uninhibited consumption. Subsequently, his broadcast endeavors experienced a gradual amelioration, accruing a substantial following. To this day, his live gastronomic exhibitions remain a cherished fixture of his broadcast repertoire, consistently attracting a substantial influx of gratuities and attention. He even contemplated a transition to a vocation centered upon culinary exhibitions, ultimately resolving to persevere in his pursuit of digital entertainment, driven by his profound affection for interactive gaming. I am unable to endure this further. The fragrance is simply irresistible. I am consumed by desire. Li Bao, succumbing to the allure of the olfactory enticement, enacted a socially audacious resolution. He resolved to ascertain the provenance of the braised porcine large intestine, prepared to tender a premium for a portion thereof. Li Debo, guided by the intensity of the aromatic emanation, embarked upon his peregrination. He ultimately halted before a particular threshold, where the confluence of spicy and fragrant porcine emanations enveloped him entirely. This is the location. Standing before the portal, Li Debo hesitated momentarily, ultimately resolving to impinge upon the surface. Within the confines of the domicile, Lin Xuan was engaged in the task of consolidating his provisions of hand-pulled noodles and spicy braised porcine large intestine. The braised porcine large intestine occupied 2 capacious cauldrons, immersed in a bath of redolent oil, emitting plumes of vaporous effervescence. The hand-pulled noodles were similarly replete within the confines of the provisions container. While the parameters of the recipe did not prescribe a specific quantitative limitation, the attainment of a viewership of 300 remained uncertain. Consequently, Lin Xuan endeavored to maximize his preparations, filling all available receptacles and containers. He was on the cusp of departure when the sonic disturbance of a percussive impact disrupted his concentration. "Who is it?" "I am a resident of the adjacent dwelling." "Are you engaged in the preparation of spicy braised porcine large intestine?" The auditory emission emanating from beyond the portal induced a sense of trepidation within Lin Xuan, who surmised that the olfactory emanations emanating from his culinary endeavors had engendered displeasure among his neighbors. He promptly unlatched the portal, beholding a youthful individual with disheveled coiffure, bearing a consignment of external victuals. Recognizing the validity of the grievance, Lin Xuan, not being an individual prone to irrational intransigence, prepared to proffer an apology. However, Li Debo preempted his conciliatory overture, exclaiming, "Your braised porcine large intestine is exceedingly fragrant. If you have an excess, would you be amenable to dispensing a portion thereof? I am prepared to tender equitable compensation." Lin Xuan and oppose. As prepared apology was abruptly truncated. It was not a remonstrance that had prompted the visitation, but rather the allure of the olfactory enticement. Lin Xuan was simultaneously amused and perplexed. It was the first instance in which an individual had sought to procure sustenance based solely upon olfactory stimulation. Had the request been proffered at an earlier juncture, the dispensation of a portion would have been inconsequential. However, the exigencies of the recipe, predicated upon the preparation of hand-pulled noodles, had engendered temporal constraints. He was compelled to expedite his transit to the verdant expanse of the Xiaoshui Park. "I regret to inform you that I am presently engaged in preparations for departure to establish a peripatetic emporium. Should you desire to partake of my culinary offerings, you may seek me out within the precincts of Xiaoshui Park." Li Debo was momentarily taken aback before espousing an expression of elation. The initial encounter was merely a prelude to future interactions. Should the purveyor of porcine large intestine establish a peripatetic emporium, the prospect of repeated gustatory gratification would be assured. That is exceedingly propitious. I have yet to partake of sustenance. I shall presently ablute my visage and proceed to Xiaoshui Park in pursuit of your culinary offerings. Li Debo, animated by anticipation, pivoted and retraced his trajectory. As for the recently procured victuals, the allure of the fragrant porcine large intestine rendered it inconsequential. The consignment was relegated to a state of desuetude to be resurrected as a nocturnal repast, warmed via microwave irradiation. Within the confines of the Xiaoshui Park, in the designated area for itinerant victualers, Bao Yihai espoused, "Why did I neglect to procure a consignment of rice? Benevolent compatriot, I implore you to apportion a moiety thereof. The garlic-infused porcine slices shall be my pecuniary responsibility." Bao Yihai fixated upon the receptacle containing the sustenance of Kong Yuan. His ocular orbs suffused with an expression of contrition. The delectable garlic-infused porcine slices, juxtaposed with the pristine whiteness of the rice grains, elicited a state of mental obfuscation. The mere contemplation of such gustatory gratification induced a state of euphoria. Furthermore, the residual garlic-infused redolent oil, admixed with the rice grains, promised an alternative dimension of gustatory delight. Such contemplations are futile. You shall procure your own consignment tomorrow. Kong Yuan retorted with implacable resolve. The consignment of rice was barely sufficient to satiate his own gustatory predilections. The prospect of relinquishing a moiety thereof was anathema. Irrespective of Bao Yihai and Amp, Oppo's importunities, Kong Yuan remained resolute in his denial. Bao Yihai, succumbing to the inevitability of the situation, vociferously proclaimed the dissolution of their fraternal alliance. Has Mr. Lin not arrived yet? He was here several minutes earlier yesterday. Some diners, with anticipation, craned their necks in expectation. As soon as those words were uttered, Lin Xuan appeared at the end of the lane on his food cart. He and Oppo's. S here, he and Oppo's. S here. Wait, did Mr. Lin get a new cart? It looks different from yesterday. A sharp-eyed diner immediately noticed the difference. The cart indeed had changed. A large pot specifically for boiling noodles had been added, along with 2 smaller stoves holding 2 small pots. Inside was a fragrant and spicy braised fatty intestine stew, its unique aroma beginning to permeate the air. As Lin Xuan quickly parked his cart, Kong Yuan, holding his rice, scrutinized the cart, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Mr. Lin, where is the garlic pork? Kong Yuan's gaze meticulously scanned the cart's stovetop. I thought you might be tired of it, so I changed the dish. Starting today, I and Amp, Oppo's, am selling spicy braised fatty intestines noodles. You can order soup noodles or dry noodles, Lin Xuan explained. This time, the recipe offered 2 ways to serve the spicy braised fatty intestines noodles. Soup noodles, as the name suggests, are served with broth and topped with a braised sauce. Dry noodles, on the other hand, are boiled and rinsed in cold water before being mixed with the braised sauce. The taste isn't significantly different. It simply depends on personal preference. Adon and Amp, Oppo's, do you want that? I want garlic pork. I can never get tired of garlic pork. Kong Yuan said with anguish. Without garlic pork, what was the point of bringing rice? Bao Yihai immediately began to gloat. Although he also wanted garlic pork, he didn't in Oppo's. Do you mind trying Mr. Lin and Oppo's new dish? The previous inferno-spiced, grilled wings and garlic pork had already proven Mr. Lin's skill. He even suspected that Mr. Lin couldn't make a bad dish. Of course, the most important thing was seeing his good friend suffer. You can have noodles with rice, a double carbohydrate bomb. Bao Yihai continued to rub salt in the wound, then said, Mr. Lin, I and Amp, Oppo's, LL take a serving of spicy braised fatty intestines dry noodles. All right, that and Amp, Oppo's, LL be 88 yuan. But you and Amp, Oppo's, LL have to wait a moment. I and Oppo's am going to start a live stream. Lin Xuan nodded and quoted the price. The spicy braised fatty intestines noodles were the same price as the garlic pork. With him, you truly get what you pay for. The quality of the ingredients is impeccable. As for the other diners, they didn't and Oppo's to have any special expressions upon hearing the price. Those who managed to be in the first wave of the queue were all regulars and were already accustomed to the prices of Lin Xuan and Amp, Oppo's dishes. Bao Yihai didn't react to the price, but was surprised to hear Lin Xuan's following words. Mr. Lin, you're starting a live stream? Yeah, just doing it for fun. It and Oppo's. LL be quick, I want an Oppo's. To make you wait too long, Lin Xuan explained, indicating that he wouldn't end Oppo's. T delay making the meal. Bao Yihai wasn't in Oppo's, T urging him, but was instead watching Lin Xuan set up his phone with great interest, taking the opportunity to glance at the screen. Lin Xuan had already applied for an account and submitted the information at home. Soon, the preparations for the live stream were complete. Lin Xuan adjusted the angle of the camera, aiming it at the stove. Only half of his body was visible. Live streaming was already difficult enough for him, so he would rather not show his face. Clicking Start Live Stream. Unsurprisingly, the current number of viewers was 0. But in the next second, that number became 1. Viewer Hi purchased a fan badge and became your fan. Viewer Hi gifted the streamer 10 hearts. Viewer Hi became the #1 fan of the streamer. Huh? Lin Xuan stared blankly at the prompts on the screen. 1 heart was 9 yuan. 10 hearts would be 199 yuan. The platform and the streamer split the revenue with a 30-70 split. So he would receive 139. 3 yuan. Someone had already given him a gift. And he hadn't Amp, Oppo's, to even done anything yet. Live streaming seemed easy. Hi was naturally Bao Yihai himself. He had glanced at Lin Xuan and Amp, Oppo's phone earlier and easily found the live stream room through the account name. As a diner who frequented Lin Xuan and Amp, Oppo's stand every day, a 200 yuan gift was nothing to him. Bao Yihai looked at Lin Xuan expectantly, hoping to hear words like, "Thank you, big brother," on the top of the list. For the gift, thank you for your support. After all, it was usually him begging Mr. Lin to make his meal and stay open a little longer. Now he finally had the chance to have Mr. Lin flatter him. However, Lin Xuan only glanced at the screen and said a faint thank you before turning back to making the meal. He didn't Amp, Oppo's have the reaction Bao Yihai wanted at all. "Mr. Lin, that gift was worth 200 yuan, Bao Yihai reminded him, pretending to be nonchalant. "Yeah, I know," Lin Xuan nodded, placing the noodles into the noodle strainer and lowering it into the pot. Steam filled the air. "No, Mr. Lin, new streamers will be very happy and excited to receive a gift like that. You're being too calm," Bao Yihai said, as if he were teaching him. "Making the meal is more important," Lin Xuan said with the same calm expression. He knew his personality. He couldn't Amp, Oppo's act like those streamers who shout and make a fuss. He also couldn't Oppo's banter back and forth with the audience. His only strength was cooking. If he wanted to keep the audience, he needed to do his best to make every meal well. He would try his best to let the audience stay and watch for a while through the images and the presentation of the food. As for whether it would work, he didn't Amp, Oppo's no, he could only do his best. Hearing this, Bao Yihai was speechless. If he told him now that he was the viewer and was begging Mr. Lin to thank him, that would be too embarrassing. He, Bao Yihai, couldn't Amp, Oppo's afford to lose face like that. However, his good friend Kan Yuan, who had recovered from the grief of not being able to eat garlic pork, heard this conversation and curiously glanced at the phone on the food cart. He immediately recognized Bao Yihai and Amp, Oppo's nickname. "Hey, ISN and Amp, Oppo's that." Bao Yihai was quick to cover Kan Yuan and Amp, Oppo's mouth. At the same time, he turned to Lin Xuan and said, "This guy wants a serving of spicy braised fatty intestine soup noodles. It an Amp, Oppo's on me." He quickly scanned the QR code and paid. "All right." Lin Xuan put another serving of noodles into the pot. This noodle pot could cook 5 servings of noodles at once, so it was actually very fast. Soon, Bao Yihai and Oppo's noodles were cooked. Lin Xuan rinsed the noodles in cold water, then put them into a food container. Then, he opened the spicy braised fatty intestine stew that was being kept warm over low heat. The moment the lid was lifted, a rich aroma spread with the wind. The fatty intestines in the pot had already been braised to a deep color, soaking in the slightly bubbling red oil. The fatty intestines were rich and the red oil was clear and bright. Bao Yihai and Kan Yuan, who had been bickering, immediately stopped and looked over at the same time. "This smell, I know it won't be bad even before I eat it." Bao Yihai swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on his bowl of noodles. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, alleviating much of Kan Yuan's regret at missing out on the garlic sauce pork. He began to anticipate his own bowl of soup noodles. Lin Xuan ladled a generous scoop of pig intestines over the noodles, then wrapped the container in a layer of heat-insulating paper before handing it to Bao Yihai. Even after being rinsed in cold water, the bowl still radiated warmth, prompting Lin Xuan to prepare an ample supply of heat-insulating sleeves. Bao Yihai eagerly accepted the bowl, stepping aside to grab chopsticks and mix the noodles with the spicy pig intestines, ensuring each strand was coated in the vibrant red oil. He first picked up a piece of pig intestine and placed it in his mouth. At that moment, the unique flavor of the intestine exploded in his mouth, mingling with the spicy red oil. While some might find pig intestines unpalatable, to those who relish them, the taste was nothing short of divine. The long-simmered intestines were tender on the inside, yet retained a delightful chewiness in the casing, providing an exquisite texture. This spicy pig intestine dish, sold separately, was undoubtedly a culinary delight, rivaling the garlic sauce pork. Bao Yihai marveled at this, then took a mouthful of noodles. As he bit down, the noodles snapped with surprising elasticity, showcasing their remarkable chewiness. The initial flavor was a harmonious blend of the pig intestines and red oil, which gradually gave way to the distinct wheat aroma of the noodles. Astonishingly, the fragrant noodles were not overshadowed by the bold flavors of the spicy pig intestines. Instead, they stood out like a lotus blooming in muddy waters, captivating his palate. Bai Yihai was taken aback. He had presumed the highlight of the dish lay in the spicy pig intestines, yet the noodles were so delectable that he found himself unable to stop eating. His brain seemed to instinctively command him to keep indulging. Meanwhile, Kang Yuan also received his bowl of spicy pig intestine soup noodles. Lin Xuan thoughtfully provided a disposable spoon, not the flimsy kind, but a sturdy, long-handled plastic spoon. The soup emitted a gentle steam, with red oil and pig intestines floating atop, garnished with cilantro and green onions. Kang Yuan leaned in eagerly, wanting to sip a taste of the pure broth before the red oil fully permeated it, a habit he had cultivated over time. A sip of the broth revealed a subtle wheat flavor intertwined with a hint of sweetness. Delicious. If the broth was this flavorful, how delightful must the noodles be? Unable to contain his excitement, Kang Yuan stirred the mixture and lifted a chopstick full of noodles and pig intestines to his mouth. Meanwhile, Bai Yihai had finished his portion of mixed noodles, which were more suited for hearty bites. Although he yearned for another serving, he knew he could not finish it. Unlike the garlic sauce pork or grilled wings, the serving of spicy pig intestine noodles was substantial enough to satisfy a grown man. In other eateries, he might not mind wasting a little food, but if he were to waste Lin Xuan and Appo's cooking, he would feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. The mixed noodles were so delicious that he longed to try the soup noodles as well. Bai Yihai pondered how to approach his good friend. He reasoned that while the noodles would certainly not be shared, perhaps he could savor a sip of the broth. "Save a bit of broth for me when you and Appo's redone," he suggested. "In your dreams," Kang Yuan retorted, giving him a playful middle finger as he slurped up his noodles. At the same time, the gaming streamer Li Daba arrived at the entrance of Xiaoshui Park. He spotted the area designated for a matchmaking event and, relying on his common sense, instinctively headed in the opposite direction. After wandering in circles, he found himself back at the park entrance, perplexed as he saw no stalls or vendors. Is there truly no other Xiaoshui Park in town? He mused, pulling out his phone to check the map. There was only one Xiaoshui Park in the city. Soon, a staff member noticed Li Daba and Appo's indecision at the entrance. "Sir, are you here for the matchmaking event? You can register here," she said. "I'm not here for matchmaking." Li Daba quickly waved his hands in refusal. What a joke. He was still young, his career just beginning. He had no time for romance. Besides, his fan base included many who claimed to be his girlfriends. While these girlfriend fans often teased him, their avatars were undoubtedly those of adorable girls. Curious, he asked the staff member, "Do you know where I can find food stalls?" Upon hearing this, the staff and Appo's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Looking for Boss Lin, are you? Just go through that entrance and head straight to the dining area. But I recommend filling out some information. Who knows, you might find true love." Li Daba was slightly taken aback, but, seeing the certainty in her tone, dashed inside, muttering, "Who goes to a matchmaking event looking for love?" Once inside the park, Li Daba suddenly realized, wait a minute, my neighbor sells pig intestines. Who would sell pig intestines at a matchmaking event? That an Appo's just asking for trouble. Though he considered leaving, he had already searched high and low without success, so he decided to check it out first. If it didn't work out, he could simply leave. Not long after walking along the dining area's path, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. This flavor was unmistakable. He quickened his pace, turned a corner, and soon spotted Lin Xuan and Appo's food cart. "I really am a shameless person," Kang Yuan thought as he soaked his leftover rice in the remaining broth. The spicy pig intestine noodles exceeded his expectations, and the broth infused with red oil was equally delightful. Halfway through his meal, he had already contemplated soaking his rice in the broth. To ensure he had enough broth for this, he had saved a few pieces of pig intestine and asked Lin Xuan for an extra scoop of spicy red oil. The slightly cooled rice, immersed in the broth, became delightfully warm. With a bite, the combination of soup and rice along with a piece of pig intestine was utterly intoxicating. He had come to deeply appreciate the power of soup-soaked rice. This was true happiness. While busy, Lin Xuan took a moment to glance at the live stream, noting that the viewer count had risen to 5. A solitary comment appeared from a user named Running Hard. It read, "Looks so delicious. Where's the boss selling food?" The comment lacked a timestamp, leaving Lin Xuan uncertain whether the user was still present. Nonetheless, he replied, "Xiushui Park." After a few seconds of silence, with no further comments, Lin Xuan decided to focus on his work again. Li Daba stood in line, intrigued by the murmurs of other diners. He was surprised to learn about the unexpected talents residing in his neighborhood. Spicy grilled wings sold near a proctology clinic, and now, spicy pig intestine noodles at a matchmaking event. The prices were not cheap either. The choice of location and the dishes being sold left him perplexed. However, considering the popularity of the food in such an unusual setting, it was clear that his neighbor's culinary skills were exceptional. Finally, Li Daba reached the front of the food cart. He jested, tinged with a hint of complaint, "Neighbor, your establishment is quite the enigma to locate. I circumnavigated the perimeter of the verdant Xiushui Park. Who would have surmised that you'd be stationed adjacent to the matchmaking rendezvous?" Lin Xuan recalled this gentleman, who had been drawn in by the tantalizing aroma, arriving at his doorstep in pursuit of sustenance. "My apologies. I must accept culpability for my lack of lucidity. No matter, I was merely jesting. I'll take a portion of the mixed noodles." Li Debao executed the digital transaction. Although the pecuniary demand was somewhat exorbitant, he had already made the journey. A preliminary gustatory experience was in order. Should the culinary offering prove to be unsatisfactory, he could leverage it during his evening broadcast, regaling his online consorts with a tale of woe, feigning vulnerability. The transaction record could serve as irrefutable corroboration. Perhaps a sympathetic female admirer would bestow upon him a digital gratuity. By any measure, it was a proposition devoid of risk. As Lin Xuan submerged the noodles into the simmering cauldron, Li Debao espied the mobile communication device affixed to the food cart. The interface displayed upon the screen was intimately familiar to him. "Neighbor, I was unaware that you were also engaged in the practice of live streaming. In this light, we are, in essence, kindred spirits." Li Debao and Appo's interest was piqued, and he extracted his own mobile communication device, navigating to Lin Xuan and Appo's digital broadcast domain. Upon entering the digital realm, Li Debao discerned that his neighbor was an uninitiated neophyte in the realm of digital broadcasting. The numerical representation of acolytes was a solitary unit, a lone adherent. This evoked recollections of his own nascent forays into the realm of digital broadcasting. His digital chamber was similarly desolate, with sessions extending for upwards of 7 or 8 temporal units, graced by a mere paltry few. It was conceivable that these specters were mere automatons. He was compelled to engage in soliloquies, feigning the presence of interlocutors, engaging in illusory interactions. While the threshold for entry into the realm of digital broadcasting was ostensibly diminutive, it was a domain wherein the attainment of a sustenance-level income was sufficient to winnow out 99% of aspirants. The populace at large was privy to the opulent existence of the preeminent digital broadcasters, replete with vehicular conveyances of prodigious velocity and palatial abodes. They remained oblivious to the countless individuals who subsisted on a hand-to-mouth basis. The spectatorly Debao Yao Yao has acquired a fan insignia, thereby becoming your acolyte. "Neighbor, I have bestowed upon you my digital fealty. Reciprocal fealty is expected." Li Debao brandished his mobile communication device. At the very least, he was a neighbor, and the acquisition of a fan insignia entailed a negligible pecuniary outlay. "Very well. Subsequent to the cessation of my diurnal commercial activities," Lin Xuan acknowledged the gesture, cognizant that his neighbor was a digital broadcaster. It was a fortuitous confluence of circumstances. He reflected upon the individual and Appo's temerity in venturing forth in pursuit of victuals based solely upon olfactory stimuli. Irrespective of other considerations, he possessed a sufficiently robust epidermis. Such a gregarious and outgoing disposition was eminently suited to the practice of digital broadcasting. In short order, Li Debao received the mixed noodles he had requisitioned. Within the confines of the comestible receptacle, pristine noodles were lavished with an olfactory and gustatory symphony of spicy and savory offal broth. As a consummate aficionado of offal, Li Debao discerned, at a mere glance, that the offal was of superior provenance. The integument was replete and possessed a lustrous sheen. The application of chopsticks elicited a subtle degree of elasticity. The porcine entity from which this offal had been derived must have been endowed with robust health and a salubrious dietary regimen. Following the amalgamation of the noodles and the consummation of a copious mouthful of offal, Li de Bao and Apos, ocular orbs dilated. 38. A veritable plutocrat or faux plutocrat? Based upon Li de Bao's extensive experience in the realm of offal connoisseurship, the gustatory properties of this particular iteration were indubitably worthy of occupying the preeminent position in his subjective hierarchy. Furthermore, the noodles elicited approbation, exhibiting an exceptional degree of resilience. The intrinsic malty essence of the noodles served to ameliorate the iota of unctuousness inherent in the offal, rendering it irresistibly palatable. Exquisite, utterly exquisite. This constitutes a felicitous discovery. Li de Bao partook with unrestrained gusto, while simultaneously harboring a modicum of perplexity. With such a culinary aptitude, the establishment of a victualling purveyor would yield an inexhaustible cornucopia of pecuniary remuneration. Why, then, would one elect to engage in the arduous and unremunerative practice of digital broadcasting? It was an utter squandering of one and Apos' innate endowments. Within the confines of the conference chamber, Xie Hongyu arose and engaged in a manual exchange of amity with the female personage before him. We extend our gratitude for your confidence in entrusting us with the conceptualization and orchestration of Miss Lin Xuan's inaugural concert. The sentiment is reciprocated. The two individuals exchanged platitudes. Subsequently, Xie Hongyu arose and escorted the female personage, who was in fact the agent of the vocalist Lin Xuan, to the egress. Although Miss Lin had only embarked upon her professional trajectory a mere semester prior, she had garnered a substantial cohort of adherents by virtue of her comely countenance and her exceptional vocal prowess. She was, indubitably, at the zenith of her ascendance. The acquisition of the inaugural concert event planning constituted a significant augmentation of the company and Apos' influence within the industry. Xie Hongyu cast a cursory glance at the temporal indicator, his countenance undergoing a sudden metamorphosis. Alas, I must hasten to Xiushui Park. I shall be deprived of the opportunity to partake of garlic-infused sliced pork at a later juncture. Ever since his initial gustatory encounter with garlic-infused sliced pork, he had developed an affinity for its gustatory properties. Regrettably, the proprietor of this culinary emporium did not extend his commercial operations to the midday hours, thereby necessitating his daily expedition to partake of this comestible offering during the afternoon temporal interval. The two junior female functionaries stationed at the reception desk scrutinized Xie Hongyu's precipitous departure from the corporate edifice. Their proclivity for the dissemination of confidential intelligence was ignited. I have been apprised that Director Xie has been departing punctually at the designated hour in recent days, invariably in a state of haste. Could it be that he has entered into a romantic liaison? I concur with that assessment. I have also been apprised that Director Xie invariably manifests a state of mental distraction during the midday hours, muttering sotto voce. Alas, Director Xie is the embodiment of my aspirational paramour. I implore you to differentiate between aspirations and delusional ideations. It was improbable that the two junior female functionaries could have conceived that the Director Xie, in their romanticized imaginations, was enamored of a comestible preparation. Following the consumption of a bowl of noodles, Li de Bao emitted a sonorous eructation of contentment. Exquisite. This spicy offal can be said to encapsulate all of my most exquisite fantasies pertaining to offal. Should this offal manifest as a comely female personage, I would undoubtedly assume the role of her most steadfast and obsequious admirer. In a state of profound gustatory elation, Li de Bao activated his mobile communication device and accessed the digital chamber frequented by his online consorts, unable to suppress his inclination to disseminate his gustatory discovery. Brethren, I have recently partaken of an exceptionally delectable, spicy, offal noodle preparation. The pecuniary demand is, however, somewhat exorbitant, amounting to 88 units. In short order, a response was forthcoming. Ah, yes, appropriating the meager financial resources of your brethren and expending them in a gastronomic establishment of elevated status. Are you? I hereby rescind my digital fealty. While cognizant that his digital consorts were engaged in jest, Li Debao hastened to elucidate. It is not a gastronomic establishment of elevated status, but rather a purveyor of comestibles situated adjacent to a thoroughfare. This assertion elicited the following response. A thoroughfare-adjacent purveyor of comestibles demanding 88 units for a bowl of noodles? Does the digital broadcaster require an audio reception of his own utterances? If the veracity of this assertion is confirmed, I can only conclude that the digital broadcaster is an utter dupe. I propose that the digital broadcaster engage in comedic performances rather than disseminating fabrications within this digital chamber. I am not amenable to such mendacity. He who places his filial affections upon the digital broadcaster is, in turn, regarded as a simpleton by the digital broadcaster. A veritable mortification. The digital consorts manifested an elevated degree of acrimony, evincing a lack of credence in Li Debao and Amp. Oppos, as pronouncements. Although Li Debao was subjected to a torrent of vituperation, he remained unperturbed. His digital broadcasting domain was characterized by such an ethos to which he had long since acclimated. A digital broadcaster devoid of the capacity to withstand such derision is ill-suited to the vocation of digital broadcasting. If you harbor incredulity, you may avail yourselves of your own ocular faculties. The proprietor of this culinary emporium is engaged in the practice of digital broadcasting. Li Debao promptly disseminated the digital conduit to Lin Xuan's digital broadcasting domain. The digital chamber frequented by his online consorts contained a coterie of individuals with a proclivity for witnessing spectacles. Upon ascertaining that Li Debao had, in fact, disseminated a digital conduit, one individual queried, "Am I to be enlisted in the propagation of this digital conduit through the solicitation of assistance?" Another individual disseminated the digital conduit, entering Lin Xuan's digital broadcasting domain. The pronouncements of Li Debao were, after all, ostensibly veridical. The notion of a thoroughfare-adjacent purveyor of comestibles demanding 88 units for a bowl of noodles was a matter of considerable curiosity. Li Debao, having disseminated the digital conduit, abruptly apprehended the impropriety of his actions. Should his digital consorts engage in the vociferous articulation of uncouth pronouncements, thereby eliciting the ire of the proprietor Lin, he would be deprived of the opportunity to partake of the awful noodle preparation in perpetuity. He hastened to retract the digital conduit. However, his digital consorts, ever eager to foment discord, had already duplicated the digital conduit. Upon observing Li Debao and Oppos' retraction, they promptly disseminated it anew. Is the digital broadcaster evincing cowardice? Upon recognizing the irreversibility of the situation, Li Debao hastened toward the food cart. Should his digital consorts utter egregious pronouncements, he would be compelled to tender an apology to Lin Xuan. After all, he was the one who got himself into this predicament. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan remained oblivious to the sudden surge in the number of viewers in the live stream. Xia Hongyu stood in front of the food cart, his brow furrowed, expressing a hint of disappointment and dissatisfaction. "Boss Lin, why is there no garlic sauce pork today?" "To avoid monotony, I decided to offer something different," Lin Xuan replied, having already answered this question numerous times. "It's only been 3 days. It's hardly enough time to grow tired of it." Xia Hongyu was well aware that Lin Xuan had only been selling garlic sauce pork since Monday, for merely 3 days. However, as a company executive, he preferred to avoid unnecessary disputes and valued efficiency, or perhaps the power of money. "How about I hire you for a private cooking session? Garlic sauce pork is priced at 88 per serving. I am willing to pay 5 times that amount, hoping you can prepare 2 servings for me tomorrow." Xia Hongyu stated bluntly. 5 times the price meant 440 yuan for 1 serving and 880 yuan for 2. For a regular at high-end restaurants, this sum posed no issue. As long as the meal was enjoyable, the expense was justified. Price was never the primary consideration. ISN and Oppos. He just a struggling office worker? Why would he spend so much on a meal? Lin Xuan found himself somewhat taken aback. However, even at 5 times the price, it was still impossible for him. He was not short on money. nor was he relying on the meager profits from his stall for wealth. Before he could decline, an onlooker in the back suddenly pointed at the live stream on his phone. "Boss Lin, it seems your live stream has turned into a battlefield of insults." "Huh? What's going on?" Lin Xuan glanced at his phone screen and discovered, to his astonishment, that the number of online viewers had surged to over 200. These viewers had evidently overheard the conversation between Hongyu and Lin Xuan. The barrage of comments erupted. 88 for a serving of garlic sauce pork. Did this pig win awards while alive? Did it know its worth after death? What surprise, paying 5 times the price for street food. Is this what wealthy people do? Wealthy? More like a pretentious show-off. Come at me. 50 to prove your worth. Is this a scripted act? I know a wealthy individual who doesn't behave this way. Don't assume all rich people are foolish. This is clearly a fake rich person. Fake rich? A show-off? Hongyu, who was only in his early 30s, had not yet reached that stage in life where everything was settled. He glanced at Lin Xuan's live stream nickname, took out his phone, and entered the stream. As he did, the screen suddenly erupted with special effects, filled with flowers, luxury cars, and celebratory confetti that adorned the entire live stream. "I am Amp, Oppos, LL invest in you. No need for you to spend a dime," he declared. The live streaming events were one of Hongyu and Oppos, as company and Oppos, as primary businesses. His personal account was often used to reward streamers and elevate their visibility. This was a common marketing tactic, and thus his account had a high consumption level, complete with its own entrance effects. Any average streamer would revere such an account, even in the absence of gifts. Who would want a benefactor like that on their leaderboard? Some regular viewers quickly recognized the entrance effects. Wow, a real tycoon. That effect must cost at least 5 million in gifts. It seems the taste of the wealthy is quite simple. They actually enjoy garlic sauce pork. I'm so tempted. I'm ordering a takeout of garlic sauce pork right now. Is it still too late to set up a stall selling it for 88 a serving? Having proven his genuine wealth, Hongyu had no intention of engaging in a dispute with the viewers. Instead, he casually sent a gift worth 2,000. "Boss Lin, I believe with your culinary skills, you could easily run a high-end restaurant as the head chef. I'll invest in you. No need for you to spend a dime. We can partner based on your skills." Hongyu had actually harbored this idea for quite some time, initially intending to discuss it with Lin Xuan after the event concluded. However, given the unexpected turn of events, he spoke up immediately. Before Lin Xuan could respond, the viewers in the live stream appeared even more excited than he was. "Streamer, with such a great offer, why aren't you accepting it? Is this what they call a benefactor and an opportunity? When will I ever encounter someone like this? It seems the food the streamer makes is truly delicious. I want to try it too." Meanwhile, Li Daba, who stood nearby, was momentarily stunned. He had intended to apologize, but now it seemed a beautiful opportunity might arise. The surrounding patrons were clamoring, "Boss Lin, don't let this chance slip away." Finally, no more blind dates for dinner. Just when everyone assumed Lin Xuan would gratefully accept the offer, he calmly replied, "No, thank you. I quite enjoy my current life and have no desire for change. Since there is no garlic sauce pork today, would you like a serving of spicy pork noodle soup instead?" At this point, Lin Xuan and Oppos' perspective had shifted significantly. What appeared to be a tremendous opportunity to others was merely ordinary in his eyes. Although the system often presented him with challenges, the rewards for completing tasks were exceedingly generous. Even if the restaurant's business thrived, how long would it take him to afford a residence in the upscale neighborhoods of the city? 2 years? 3 years? 5 years? Now, it would only take a week. Furthermore, he was well aware of the hardships in the restaurant industry. Any reasonable person would know how to choose wisely. "Boss Lin, are you truly not considering it?" Hongyu was perplexed by the rejection. His conditions were quite generous. "Would you like to place an order? There are still many people waiting." Lin Xuan gestured toward the line behind him. "All right, 1 bowl of soup noodles," Hongyu conceded. Although slightly disheartened by the refusal, he was not enraged. Everyone has their own aspirations, and he could not impose his will. After all, he had not lost anything. In the live stream, opinions were polarized. Some remarked, "If you can't seize an opportunity, you deserve to be poor. Why worry about it? Your monthly salary is but a fraction of what this boss earns. This boss has such personality, I admire him. Where is he setting up his stall? I want to taste the flavors that captivate the wealthy." With the excitement waning, the liveliness of the live stream diminished. Although many viewers departed, a significant number chose to follow the stream. The number of viewers in the live stream swiftly surpassed the 100 mark. Lin Xuan had not anticipated that his first wave of attention would come in such an unexpected manner. He had long been puzzled about how the initial crowd had gathered. Yet, he decided to put aside what he could not comprehend, as was his usual approach. Soon, the soup noodles that Xie Hongyu had ordered were ready. The steaming hot soup noodles emitted a rich aroma, infused with spicy pork. As for pork intestines, Xie Hongyu was not particularly fond of them. He could tolerate them, but would never choose them willingly. Had this spicy pork noodle soup been made by another chef, he would have surely walked away. However, he resolved to give it a chance. He took a small portion of the noodles and sampled a bite. The moment the first mouthful of soup noodles crossed his lips, he recognized that this opportunity had not been misplaced. The standard of this spicy pork noodle soup was undoubtedly on par with that of the garlic sauce pork. Even as someone who did not particularly favor pork intestines, he found himself irresistibly drawn in, yearning for more with each bite, completely unwilling to pause. Yet, the more delectable Lin Xuan's dishes became, the less Xie Hongyu understood. With such culinary prowess, why would he not accept the proposal to collaborate on opening a restaurant? Instead, he willingly set up his stall and idled away. What a peculiar fellow. As de Bayo's live stream stretched close to midnight, it was typically time for his regular meal break. However, today he felt a gnawing emptiness in his stomach, yet his appetite was strangely absent. It wasn't until the fans in the live chat began to flood the screen with requests that he retrieved the untouched takeout of braised chicken from his refrigerator. After a brief stint in the microwave, he brought it to his computer. The chat room instantly buzzed with activity. Here it comes, the regular segment. Although the streamer was not particularly skilled at gaming, his eating was truly delightful. Each time I witnessed him dine, a sense of satisfaction washed over me. Has he ever considered a career change? He would undoubtedly succeed. As a gaming streamer, his unique talent in attracting fans lay in his ability to eat. Lin Bayos felt helpless. The steaming braised chicken before him, though it had spent some time in the fridge, had retained its flavor. He had ordered from this place numerous times, and the taste was indeed commendable with generous portions. Yet now, he found little desire for this ordinary dish, primarily because that bowl of spicy pig intestines noodles was simply too delectable. Had he not known that Lin Xuan had already closed shop, he would have ventured out to buy a bowl. Such a perfunctory act of eating could hardly satisfy the expectations of his audience. The streamer's lack of enthusiasm made the meal seem unappetizing. If he didn't want to eat, perhaps he shouldn't tea. It made me rather uncomfortable to watch. Is de Bayos heartbroken? The chat buzzed with speculations, and many claimed they would unfollow him. Witnessing this, Lin de Bayos silently cursed Lin Xuan for his predicament, then hurried to explain. Brothers, it's not my fault. That bowl of spicy pig intestines noodles is just too delicious. Everything else pales in comparison. Some viewers, unaware of the situation, expressed their confusion. In the next moment, a well-informed viewer took to the chat to clarify. However, without witnessing the scene firsthand, it was hard to believe. An 88 yuan bowl of noodles from a roadside stall, so delicious that wealthy patrons pursued the vendor for investment, only to be outright refused. The chat became a cacophony. Lin de Bayos devised a brilliant plan to redeem himself. Brothers, I will go eat there again tomorrow. The truth will reveal itself during the stream. The need to vindicate himself was secondary. The primary motivation was to savor that taste once more, which he had grown to adore. If he couldn't indulge tomorrow, he feared he might lack the mood to stream that evening. However, to his surprise, several messages swiftly scrolled through the chat. I'll go too. See you tomorrow, streamer. After watching the owner and Oppo's stream today, I'm craving it. 1. As Lin de Bayos read the chat, he realized he had several fans in the same city. As a small streamer, he had no airs about him and readily agreed with excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan lay in bed, checking his account information. By Thursday's end, his follower count had reached 126, still 174 short of his target. To be honest, this progress had exceeded his expectations. His streaming style bore little resemblance to that of a typical streamer. Scrolling through the follower list, Lin Xuan noticed a user named Lin de Bayos Yaoji, who was currently live streaming. He recalled his earlier promise to follow back. Integrity is essential. So he clicked into Li DeBeo's and Oppos, stream, and purchased a fan light stick. Just then, Li DeBeo's, engrossed in his game, noticed a notification in the back end of his stream. Viewer Lin Xuan 0541 purchased a fan light stick, becoming your fan. Oh, it's Lin Xuan? Li DeBeo's was pleasantly surprised, having just been discussing spicy pig intestines noodles. To his astonishment, the chef himself had entered the chat. What's more, Lin Xuan had indeed followed him back. Earlier, when Li DeBeo's witnessed Lin Xuan's unapologetic rejection of a wealthy patron, he assumed that a small streamer like himself would likely be overlooked. In that moment, Li DeBeo's felt a sense of being valued, causing his tone to shift to one of enthusiasm. Wow, Lin Xuan has joined the stream. The one who makes the spicy pig intestines noodles. Lin Xuan, is it the same time tomorrow? I'll bring a few friends to support. Li DeBeo's fervor surpassed Lin Xuan's expectations. He mused silently that this was the essence of being a streamer. Despite their recent acquaintance, their rapport felt as if they were longtime friends. He hoped that after this, the system would refrain from imposing any more streaming tasks. While contemplating, Lin Xuan typed, "Yes, same time. Everyone is welcome to come and enjoy noodles." Upon seeing Lin Xuan's reply, Li DeBeo's suddenly remembered something, his expression brightening. "Lin Xuan, do you still have any spicy intestines left from today? I'm so hungry right now." On the other side of the screen, Lin Xuan chuckled at this remark. What a joke, with his culinary skills. How could he possibly have leftovers? Each time, his dishes sold out completely, often leading to long lines of customers who were left wanting. There's none left. You'll have to wait until tomorrow. Try to come early. If it's too late, I'm afraid you won't get any. After saying this, Lin Xuan exited the stream to prepare for sleep. Li DeBeo's sighed, resigned to await the arrival of tomorrow. Yet, he suspected he would dream of indulging in spicy pig intestines noodles that night. On Friday afternoon, around 5:00 AM, Oppos clock, Li DeBeo's arrived at Xiushui Park with 3 agreed-upon friends. Although there were 7 or 8 who expressed interest in the chat last night, only 3 were available as it was still a workday. At the park entrance, a bespectacled man glanced at the scene and exclaimed, "I thought the streamer was joking. He is genuinely selling pig intestines noodles at a matchmaking event? I initially thought the streamer was abstract enough, but it turns out this Lin Xuan is even more so." A young man in a white tracksuit chimed in. Hearing this, Li DeBeo's cast a peculiar look at the man in the tracksuit, unable to suppress his thoughts. Can you be any more abstract? This guy, whose online name was Sweet Strawberry Jam, had a profile picture of a cute anime girl. Meeting him in person revealed he was a large man. Li DeBeo's had hoped for a soft girl to accompany them, but it turned out to be 4 big guys instead. The last member of their group was a slightly introverted boy with a large backpack. After some casual chatting, they learned that this somewhat shy boy was a senior in the film department named Li Fei. For my graduation project, I plan to shoot a micro-food documentary. After seeing Lin Xuan's spicy pig intestines noodles yesterday, I thought it would make excellent material, Li Fei said, slightly embarrassed. As the time approached, the 4 of them made it clear they were there to find Lin Xuan for a meal, and they were promptly allowed entry into the park. In the dining area, Lin Xuan had just finished organizing his food cart and opened his live stream when he spotted Li DeBeo's and his friends approaching. Lin Xuan, I'm back. Can I place an order now? As soon as Li Daba arrived, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of spicy pig intestines. Unable to resist, he immediately got to the point. What are we having? Lin Xuan glanced at the clock, which read 5:30. I had cold noodles yesterday. Today, I'm craving soup noodles. What about you? The bespectacled man and the athletic man both ordered cold noodles. When it was Li Fei's turn, he pulled a small camera from his backpack. You all go ahead and order. Lin boss, may I film the process of you pouring the sauce over the noodles? And everyone else, I'd like to capture your expressions while you eat. I will credit you all in the documentary, Li Fei requested with the camera in hand. Although this was a culinary documentary, Li Fei did not intend to meticulously record the cooking process as is customary. Instead, he focused on the expressions of enjoyment and happiness that illuminated the faces of diners as they savored the dishes. For both Lin Xuan and Li Daba, being featured in a documentary was a novel experience. However, The pivotal question was whether Lin Xuan would agree. All right, but I prefer not to be on camera. Lin Xuan pondered before laying down a condition. That an amp, oppos, that's fine. I can only film the stove area. Li Fei nodded and then turned to Li Daba and the others. While Lin Xuan could remain off camera, if the others chose to do the same, there would be nothing to film. I'm fine with it, Li Daba readily agreed. As a broadcaster, he had no qualms about being on camera. After a moment of contemplation, the bespectacled man and the athletic man also consented. This bowl of noodles is on me. Regarding Li Fei and Oppo's intention to create this mini food documentary, it was not merely a graduation project. It served as a stepping stone for his post-graduation interviews. Thus, he dedicated 120% effort to each filming session. As Lin Xuan placed the noodles into the pot, Li Fei aimed his camera at the stove. The broth bubbled vigorously, enveloped in a mist of steam. Boiling the noodles, straining them, rinsing the cold noodles. The soup noodles required ladling into the broth. Although it was Li Xuan and Oppo's first time being filmed while preparing a meal, and he felt somewhat awkward, he proceeded methodically, guided by muscle memory. Lifting the lid off the pot filled with spicy pig intestines, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Li Fei, holding the camera, swallowed hard, immediately zooming in for a close-up of the spicy intestines. On the camera and Oppo's screen, the red oil simmered, bubbling vigorously. The intestines, steeped in the vibrant oil, glistened enticingly, quivering with each burst of bubble. As Lin Xuan drizzled the sauce over the soup and cold noodles, the sumptuous spicy pig intestine noodles were completed. What beautiful footage, Li Fei thought as he gazed at the screen, feeling a surge of excitement. Since he began filming this mini food documentary, he had captured over 50 different dishes. In pursuit of authenticity and naturalness, he had never requested chefs to alter the presentation of their dishes. What the diner saw was precisely what he captured on camera. As a relatively modest student, he primarily filmed from street vendors and small eateries. None of the food he filmed ever appeared in a nearly perfect state on screen. Even this segment of footage, Li Fei believed, required minimal editing. It was hard to fathom that this was the product of a roadside stall. The spicy pig intestine noodles, if presented in a more elegant bowl at a high-end restaurant, would undoubtedly rival other dishes in appearance. After capturing the final close-up of the 3 bowls of spicy pig intestine noodles, Li Daba and the others eagerly prepared to indulge. Try to be as natural as possible while eating. Just pretend I'm not here, Li Fei instructed. Capturing diners enjoying their meals posed a significant challenge. After all, ordinary people without professional training tend to feel self-conscious and restrained in front of a camera, inhibiting their expressions of genuine emotion. He had already discarded dozens of gigabytes of unusable footage due to this issue, with the previous food footage nearly flawless. He feared that any awkwardness from the diners could ruin the material. Despite this, Li Daba, being a broadcaster, appeared relatively at ease with the camera. In contrast, the bespectacled man and the athletic man seemed slightly stiff despite their efforts to relax. Even their chopsticks trembled slightly as they attempted to pick up the noodles. Li Fei observed this with growing impatience. Any attempt to speak would only exacerbate their discomfort. If it came to that, he could always return for additional shots. However, in the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up as the bespectacled man and the athletic man took their first bites of noodles. They almost simultaneously began to slurp the noodles enthusiastically. The earlier awkwardness and self-consciousness vanished in an instant. It was as if they were entirely engrossed in their own world, devouring the noodles bite after bite. Li Fei immediately understood. Their attention was wholly captivated by the spicy pig intestine noodles, allowing them to forget the presence of the camera. This is the shot I've been waiting for. He quickly aimed the camera at them, intently capturing the moment. In the frame, the 3 men held their bowls, reveling in the experience, their faces instinctively displaying the joy of indulging in delicious food. The sense of happiness and satisfaction was almost palpable, transcending the screen. Lin Boss, are you filming a promotional video for your stall? Xia Hongyu appeared at the food cart, ordering soup noodles and asking curiously about Li Fei and Oppo's filming. After a brief explanation from Lin Xuan, Xia Hongyu nodded in understanding, contemplating Li Fei and Oppo's as presents. Meanwhile, Li Fei, having wrapped up his filming, felt as though he had struck gold. The exquisite food and the blissful diners were perfectly aligned with his vision. Though he had yet to edit the footage, he knew this was undoubtedly the best quality material he had captured since he began filming. Originally intending to wait until he got home to edit the video, he couldn't and oppose. He resisted the urge and found a relatively clean spot. He opened his backpack, took out a laptop, and donned his headphones. He decided to edit the footage immediately. The headphones insulated him from external noise as he busily tapped on the keyboard. Nearly 20 minutes of footage was condensed into a brief 45 seconds. In reality, as a mini food documentary, the total duration would be around 25 minutes. Li Fei planned to allocate just 15 to 20 seconds for each dish. However, the footage captured at Lin Xuan and Amp, Oppo's, Estall perfectly resonated with his vision for the mini documentary. Every second of material selection proved to be an agonizing decision. 45 seconds was already a well-considered compromise. He adjusted his mindset and viewed the video from the perspective of an audience member, playing it from the beginning. The video commenced with a sign displaying spicy pig intestine noodles 88 per bowl. The camera then shifted to a clean and tidy stove. A pair of pristine hands dusted with flour suddenly appeared, tossing the noodles into the bubbling broth. In a stainless steel pot, gently heated to keep warm, glistened the luscious red pig intestines. Boiling the noodles, straining them, adding the sauce. Diners eagerly awaiting their meals. Enthusiastic diners savoring their food. Amid the shifting visuals, Li Fei felt his appetite awakened, as if a seal had been lifted. Longing to dive into the screen and seize a bowl of noodles, Li Fei was overwhelmed by a sudden and intense hunger, reminding him of another purpose for his visit today, simply to savor a bowl of noodles. However, upon glancing at the food cart, he was met with a lengthy queue. Should he choose to stand in line now? He feared he might perish from hunger before he could even reach the front. As for Li Daba and the others who accompanied him earlier, they had already departed, not wanting to interrupt him while he edited his video. Just as despair began to set in, a voice emerged from behind him. "This bowl of noodles is on me." Startled, Li Fei nearly dropped his laptop. Turning around, he was greeted by a man holding a steaming bowl of noodle soup. Although it had cooled slightly, the flavors still beckoned. "I believe you ought to taste it, for it is worthy of the video you have crafted," the man asserted, handing the food to Li Fei without giving him a chance to refuse. This scene felt oddly familiar. It seemed as if he had just encountered this enigmatic stranger yesterday. Though he contemplated declining the offer, there was an inexplicable familiarity in the man and Oppo's voice, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Overwhelmed by the tantalizing aroma of the spicy intestines noodles, Li Fei ultimately succumbed, expressing his gratitude before indulging in the dish. Delicious, although he had sensed that the noodles were extraordinary from the moment of filming. Tasting them now deepened his appreciation for the beaming smiles shared by Li Daba and the others. "May I view it once more?" the man inquired, gesturing towards the laptop. Li Fei, feeling compelled by the gesture of generosity, nodded and handed over his device. The man watched the brief 45-second video several times, only stopping once he had finished the bowl of noodles. As Li Fei and Amp, Oppo's reason returned, his mind finally connected the dots of familiarity. "Ah, you are that affluent individual," he exclaimed, recalling that he had been inspired to come here after witnessing the live stream the previous afternoon. "I am not merely a wealthy person. My name is Xiehong Yu," the man replied, somewhat discontent with the label of and Oppo's. Wealthy and Oppo's. Nevertheless, he had more pressing matters at hand. The video. From what he observed, the quality was impressively high, showcasing Li Fei and Amp, Oppo's exceptional filming and editing skills. This ignited a sense of admiration within Xiehong Yu, especially after learning from the three companions who had accompanied Li Fei that he was a senior student majoring in directing. Thus, he wasted no time in broaching the subject. "Would you be interested in interning at my company? We often require talents in event planning and cinematography." Xiehong Yu briefly elaborated on his company and Amp, Oppo's nature. Li Fei felt an overwhelming sense of joy, nearly fainting from elation. Securing a suitable job as a directing student was notoriously challenging. Those with connections could easily find their way into various film companies, while someone like him, lacking such networks, often face considerable obstacles, risking obscurity. Yet, to his astonishment, he had just received his very first offer right here. Absolutely, Mr. Xia. I am very interested, Li Fei declared, recognizing the significance of this opportunity. Unlike the eccentric Lin boss, he understood the importance of seizing such chances. He resolved to complete the micro-documentary promptly and submit his resume to the company. While I can facilitate your entry into the company, you must have something substantial to present. Xia Hongyu nodded in approval. Indeed, this is the appropriate response one should have when faced with an opportunity. If everyone were like Lin boss, the world would be in chaos. Having lingered long enough under such circumstances, it seems that this task may indeed be impossible to accomplish. Just then, a diner waiting for their meal suddenly pointed at Lin Xuan's live streaming phone. Hey, Boss Lin, why are there so many viewers in your live stream? Lin Xuan turned around in confusion and discovered that the number of viewers in the stream, which had only been 130 moments ago, had inexplicably risen to 220 and continued to climb. This scene felt eerily familiar from yesterday. As the audience grew, many began to voice their opinions. Some questioned the authenticity of the prices, others inquired about the location, while some wondered if the vendor was unwell to sell a bowl of noodles at such a high price. Seizing the opportunity while the noodles boiled, Lin Xuan addressed a few questions with brief responses. However, the price of 88 for a bowl of spicy fatty intestines noodles, still akin to a roadside stall, undoubtedly challenged many people into oppose as perceptions. It seemed anyone could sell food these days. Some speculated that the stall was merely a gimmick to attract views, urging viewers to report it. Is the host hiring actors? My prices are much cheaper. The live chat was increasingly filled with insults and mockery. Lin Xuan glanced at the comments but paid them no mind. After all, he had nothing to lose. The critical point was that the number of followers continued to rise. Even negative attention had its merits. As long as he completed the task, a luxurious property awaited him. While Lin Xuan remained unfazed, a few diners waiting in front of the food cart were growing displeased. The audience's barrage of insults wasn't directed solely at Lin Xuan, but also at the diners, labeling them as naive patrons. Some, visibly irritated, pulled out their phones and retaliated in the chat. Word spread quickly, and what began as a mundane wait for food turned into a digital battleground where the diners joined the fray. The atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly chaotic. Your noodles are ready, Lin Xuan reminded a customer who was engrossed in their phone. Hold on, Boss Lin. Let me get in one more word, the customer replied, a palpable sense of competitive spirit emanating from them as they typed furiously. Thank you, but in oppose, as best you eat quickly. The noodles will lose their texture if soaked for too long, Lin Xuan urged again. The customer reluctantly set aside their phone and turned to their meal. The same scene repeated among the rest of the queue, each person fixated on their phones, typing away. Passers-by could not help but be curious about the spectacle, wondering if some major celebrity scandal had erupted, capturing everyone's attention. Yet, after searching online, they found no explosive news to explain the frenzy. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan watched the viewer count surge. 220,330,460,499 if this trend continued. He estimated that in another couple of hours, he might even surpass 1,000. But why bother? He wasn't an oppose, genuinely interested in becoming a streamer. He figured he wouldn't oppose, need to initiate another live session unless absolutely necessary. At the moment the viewer count hit 500, Lin Xuan clicked to end the stream. As the live session concluded, the diners waiting at the food cart finally lifted their heads. Boss Lin, why did you close the stream? I wanted to keep going. If you stop now, they'll think I'm backing down. Several customers clamored. With closing time approaching, Lin Xuan had to remind them, come on, hurry up with the orders. You're just delaying everything. Upon hearing this, the diners dropped their streaming grievances and urged each other on. After all, the priority was still the noodles. The matter of retaliating could wait until tomorrow when Lin Xuan would stream again. If they missed out on the spicy fatty intestines noodles, who could sleep well that night? On the other side, Sun Chi felt a pang of regret upon seeing the live session end. She had been thoroughly entertained and hadn't oppose. He expected the vendor to shut down. Given the lively atmosphere, she realized just how many patrons were rallying behind the vendor. Initially, she thought he might have hired online commentators, but soon she discerned that could not be the case. True online supporters would not be so engaged, even creatively fighting back. This likely was a hidden gem of a street food stall, and since she had a day off tomorrow, she decided to invite a friend to explore it at Xiushui Park. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Sun Chi re-watched the original video. Her stomach grumbled in response. When will the takeout arrive? I'm starving. As the business hours concluded, Lin Xuan hurriedly packed up to head home. He had initially believed he might not complete the live streaming task, yet unexpectedly, he managed to finish it the very next day. Reflecting on this, Lin Xuan couldn't and amp. Oppos, T helped but marvel at the unpredictability of life. It always advances in ways one could never foresee. Most importantly, he had completed his weekly task ahead of schedule. Upon arriving home, Lin Xuan hardly took the time to wash his face before submitting the task. Task settled. Weekly random food task completed. Food cart has been retrieved. Weekly task reward. Random lottery. The prize pool includes a set of luxury properties such as Longwei, Shanju, and Jinping. Shall we draw now? Excitement surged within Lin Xuan. Over the past few days, he had focused on researching these upscale neighborhoods in the city, particularly favoring Chuanhe Jinping, known for its standalone villas. Longyue and Shanju offered larger apartments, while another place, Jinyu Huafu, yielded scant information online. From a few passerby photos, it appeared to be a vast area with lush greenery. Naturally, Lin Xuan hoped to win the Chuanhe Jinping. After carefully washing his hands, he took a deep breath and clicked to draw. The names of various neighborhoods spun rapidly before his eyes. He watched intently, and as soon as he saw the character for Chuan, he exclaimed, "Stop!" Chuanhe Jinping flashed by, only to be replaced by Jinyu Huafu. Lin Xuan felt a twinge of disappointment for not securing the coveted Chuanhe Jinping. But considering he had not spent a single penny, his spirits lifted considerably. One should learn to be content. Task reward has been issued. You have received Jinyu Huafu, Courtyard number 8. Property registration has been completed. The host may visit Jinyu Huafu at any time. Is that all? Lin Xuan glanced at the clock. It was nearly 10 at night. However, such an upscale neighborhood should have security personnel on duty around the clock. Therefore, he decided not to wait until tomorrow and set out immediately, hailing a taxi to Jinyu Huafu's location. Jinyu Huafu was not situated within the city center, but rather on the outskirts. Upon exiting the taxi, Lin Xuan found himself amidst a sprawling, verdant garden. The grand entrance of the community extended majestically on either side. The taxi driver cast a curious glance at Lin Xuan before departing, unable to fathom why a young man would venture to such an upscale locale at this hour. Little did the driver know that Lin Xuan was the owner of a residence there. After all, someone living in such a place would likely arrive by taxi. At the security booth at Jinyu Huafu's entrance stood two imposing, robust security guards. Lin Xuan approached, and the two security guards immediately cast inquisitive yet vigilant glances in his direction. The tasks for the upcoming week were set to refresh, random operating hours, and random fried delicacies. The Jinyu Hua mansion comprised only 8 grand villas. As a security officer in such a community, recognizing each resident and their respective housekeepers was a fundamental job requirement. However, Lin Xuan and Amp, Oppos, face was undoubtedly unfamiliar. Just as they were about to inquire, the intelligent recognition system at the gate suddenly announced, "Dear resident, Mr. Lin of Villa No. 8, welcome home." The two burly security guards were taken aback. Villa number 8? What did it acquire an owner? Since it was a resident, they had no grounds to detain him, merely bowing slightly in acknowledgement as they watched Lin Xuan enter. Upon stepping into the community, Lin Xuan immediately sensed a distinct ambience. The area was adorned with artificial hills and flowing water, shaded by trees and illuminated by bright streetlights. The landscaping clearly reflected meticulous design, evoking a sense of comfort. Although he initially intended to hurry to his villa number 8, he now felt inclined to stroll leisurely and explore his surroundings. Meanwhile, at the entrance of villa number 8, Fang Yuja bit her lip, feeling an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Each villa in Jinyu Hua Mansion had its dedicated villa steward. However, since her employment commenced, Villa No. 8 had remained unoccupied. Her duties primarily involved coordinating with cleaning companies for routine maintenance. Due to the lack of an owner, Fang Yujia enjoyed a relatively relaxed schedule, merely clocking in each morning and then indulging in leisure activities. Her salary was quite decent compared to her colleagues, who frequently had to liaise with owners. She believed this arrangement would persist for a while longer, but unexpectedly, she received notice just half an hour prior that Villa Number 8 had welcomed its first resident. As the villa steward, she felt compelled to make a prompt visit. However, after waiting for some time, she realized the owner had yet to arrive. Just when she thought her trip might be in vain, she received news from the gate. The owner of Villa Number 8 had arrived. The source of her anxiety was clear. The owner had the power to determine her continued employment. Wealthy individuals, though challenging to serve, often offered substantial compensation. Fang Yujia was reluctant to relinquish her position. As she anxiously awaited, she finally spotted a figure approaching from a distance. The villas were spaced far apart, making it apparent that the individual nearing the entrance of Villa Number 8 was indeed its owner. "Are you Mr. Lin, the owner?" Fang Yujia quickly approached. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but wonder why the owner had walked here. It was worth noting that Jin Yuhua Mansion featured direct access roads leading to each villa's parking area. While some family members might stroll about during the day, it seemed unusual for an owner to walk at this hour. Lin Xuan felt a slight perspiration forming on his forehead. He had not anticipated the vastness of the community, with its myriad paths and intersections nearly causing him to lose his way. After much effort, he finally located Villa Number 8. "I am the owner of Villa Number 8. And you are?" he inquired, observing the woman before him, who appeared to be awaiting his arrival. She was tall and elegantly dressed in a well-fitted suit, her hair neatly pinned back, revealing a refined face. Undoubtedly, she was a beauty. Lin Xuan admired her for a fleeting moment before shifting his focus. More than the allure of her beauty, he was eager to discover what his grand villa was like. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am your villa steward, Fang Yujia." She introduced herself promptly, subtly assessing Lin Xuan. She had expected the owner of Villa Number 8 to be a middle-aged businessman, yet here stood a notably young man. Could he potentially be a wealthy heir whose family had gifted him a residence? Fang Yujia's mind raced with speculation, but she maintained her professionalism in accommodating Lin Xuan, having undergone specialized training prior to her employment. Soon, under Fang Yujia and Oppo's guidance, Lin Xuan entered the three-story villa of Villa Number 8. The villa was already furnished and equipped with all necessary utilities, making it ready for immediate occupancy without any issues. As it was already past 10:00 and Oppo's clock, Lin Xuan felt hesitant to trouble Fang Yujia for too long. After a brief tour, he asked her to leave so that he could explore on his own. He wandered excitedly through the floors, ultimately selecting a spacious master bedroom on the second floor as his own. Lying on the brand-new, plush bed, he marveled at the fact that he could reside in such a magnificent house. Lin Xuan remained exhilarated until the early hours of the morning before finally succumbing to sleep. He did not awaken until midday the following day. Opening his eyes to the lofty ceiling, he caught a whiff of a sophisticated fragrance wafting through the air. Last night, he had experienced a nightmare, dreaming that he returned to his cramped rented room, living the monotonous life of a corporate worker. Fortunately, that was merely a dream. Gazing at his spacious and bright bedroom, he couldn't Oppo's help but grin. The thrill of moving into a luxurious villa still lingered within him. "I too am a person of significance. Good days lie ahead, so remain calm," he mused. He rose from the bed and entered the bathroom, preparing to fill the smart bathtub with water. There was nothing more delightful than a soothing bath to start the day. As he settled into the pleasantly warm water, Lin Xuan recalled hearing some system notifications in a hazy state while dreaming the previous night. All right, wasn't he the random task for next week set to refresh last night? Indeed, as Lin Xuan checked, the system and Oppo's text prompts appeared instantly. Next week in Oppo's tasks refresh. Requirements. From Monday to Saturday, sell fried delicacies at the entrance of the gym. Daily fried delicacies will refresh randomly. Daily stall hours will refresh randomly. This task and Oppo's rewards will be settled upon completion. Upon first glance at the requirements, Lin Xuan was astonished to find that this task seemed particularly mundane. The gym was a venue frequented by a diverse clientele, and purchasing food there was entirely logical. Could it be that this time, the system had changed its approach? Did it realize that the previous tasks were rather eccentric and decided to offer a more manageable one to allow him some respite? Yet, the subsequent mention of two random elements instinctively led Lin Xuan to suspect that things might not be as straightforward as they appeared. System, if the operating hours are random, what if I am unable to prepare in advance? Lin Xuan inquired, voicing his first concern. The host will be provided ample preparation time based on actual circumstances. There is no need for concern. So, does a random stall time mean it could occur at any hour within 24 hours? Yes. So, I could potentially have operating hours as late as 2 or 3 in the morning. Yes. Lin Xuan frowned, beginning to grasp the challenges that lay ahead with this task. Regardless of whether he had previously sold grilled wings or participated in matchmaking events selling garlic pork or spicy intestines, at least the operating hours had aligned with typical meal times. However, next week, with the daily random stall hours, he could be selling at any time of day. Fortunately, it seemed at this time there were no sales targets to meet. The specifics will have to wait until the daily refresh next Monday. Of course, at this moment, possessing such a grand villa is quite a luxury. One could certainly choose to slack off or abandon their responsibilities altogether. However, Lin Xuan felt he had not yet reached the point of merely existing without purpose. Life requires challenges to imbue it with meaning. Immersed in the expansive bathtub, Lin Xuan began to ponder the intricacies of existence. No, it wasn't simply the comfort that led him to drift off in thought. At 6 in the evening, in the dining area of the matchmaking event, Lin Xuan's previous stall location, a sharp voice inquired, "Where is the illustrious Lin boss?" A din arose among the patrons. Bao Yihai furrowed his brow, a sense of deja vu washing over him. It seemed that not long ago, indeed just last week, something similar had transpired, where Lin boss had mysteriously vanished. Is something keeping him? Kong Yuan glanced at his watch multiple times, reassuring himself that he had not arrived too early. Did anyone see Lin boss pack up yesterday? Some patrons began to seek out those in the know. Indeed, several diners recalled staying late the previous day. They began to recount the events surrounding Lin Xuan's departure, but everything had seemed normal. Lin boss had said nothing and had simply packed up and left, just as he always did. Yet, no one anticipated his absence today. A group of patrons exchanged glances, their faces reflecting disappointment. Wait, don't you have a group for Lin boss's stall notifications? Kong Yuan suddenly exclaimed, recalling Bao Yihai's earlier mention of Lin boss. You should inquire in the group about what is going on. Upon hearing this, other diners turned their attention to Bao Yihai. There's a notification group? Dude, add me to it. You guys built a group without letting me know? Why didn't you mention it sooner? I've been waiting for half an hour. The patrons clamored, pulling out their phones in an attempt to join the chat. Bao Yihai was somewhat speechless. Yes, he was indeed in Lin boss's notification group. But the problem was that Lin boss himself was not part of it. Didn't I tell you? Lin boss isn't in that group. Bao Yihai shot a glare at Kong Yuan, his expression one of incredulity. If Lin boss were in the group, how could Kong Yuan have known about his presence at the stall before him? Ah, right, Kong Yuan replied, suddenly recalling that when he first discovered Lin boss at the stall, Bao Yihai had been waiting at Shuguang for Lin boss's arrival. Had he not posted about it on social media, Bao Yihai might still be in the dark. If Lin boss were in the group, Bao Yihai would surely know he had changed locations. Witnessing this scene, the patrons who had just taken out their phones to join the group silently put them away. Lin boss wasn't in the group, so what was the point of joining? The so-called Lin boss stall notification group was merely a misleading title. What a disappointment. The waiting patrons soon fell back into their initial dilemma. Shall we just leave and check again tomorrow? Some expressed their impatience. If you're heading back, go ahead. I'll wait a bit longer. I didn't even have lunch today, just to savor a bowl of noodles tonight. If I can't enjoy Lin boss's spicy pork intestine noodles, I won't sleep well tonight. Some still held onto a glimmer of hope, unwilling to leave despite the absence of a queue. Xia Hongyu arrived a bit late, due to an irremediable meeting, initially thinking he would have to wait a long time to eat. However, upon arrival, he found not only was Lin Xuan and Oppos, as food cart absent, but a chaotic crowd had gathered instead. The wealthy brother is here. Does the wealthy brother have Lin Boss's contact information? Xiahong Yu's in trance immediately elicited teasing remarks. Following the livestream incident 2 days prior, regular patrons had dubbed him Wealthy Brother. This nickname is terrible. I have a name. Xiahong Yu protested, though soon realized the gravity of the situation. Are you saying Lin Boss isn't here today? He looked toward the food cart area, which was conspicuously empty. Checking the time confirmed it was indeed past 6. Typically, Lin Xuan's cart would have already drawn a long line by this hour. As for Lin Xuan and Amp, Oppo's, as contact information, Xiahong Yu initially thought he didn't have it, but suddenly remembered that when Lin Xuan obtained his permit, he must have left behind contact details. Other patrons couldn't know this, but he certainly could, given that the event was organized by his company and all relevant information was recorded. I should be able to find it. Just wait a moment. Truly, you are the wealthy brother. The patrons exclaimed, elated. Of course, the wealthy brother is extraordinary. They praised him profusely, showering him with compliments that made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Within 5 minutes, Xiahong Yu received Lin Xuan's phone number. Got it. I'll call him now, he said, a slight smile gracing his face as he glanced at the eager patrons around him, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. It felt as though he had achieved something significant. This sensation was rather absurd. Given the social hierarchy and personal resources, it seemed the roles should be reversed. Shaking off these errant thoughts, Xiahong Yu pressed the call button. Beep, beep, beep. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Disconnected? Xiahong Yu stared incredulously at his phone. Typically, a call would first emit a ringing tone before a voice prompt indicated the call had been declined. If it were genuinely unavailable, it would directly provide a voice message. He couldn't recall the last time he had a call disconnected. I'll try again. Unwilling to believe it, he dialed once more. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was lounging on his comfortable bed, blissfully scrolling through his phone. Having completed his tasks, he saw no reason to set up shop again. Wasn't the grand bed in the villa enticing enough? Or was the phone not entertaining? When he noticed an unfamiliar number, he intended to answer, but a slip of the finger led him to hang up instead. However, he had no intention of calling back. If it were urgent, the caller would redial. If not, it was likely just a telemarketing call. As he finished watching a video, the unfamiliar number rang again. What is this fate that brings us together? The call connected. Why did you hang up on me? Lin Xuan heard a voice on the other end that seemed tinged with annoyance, leaving him utterly baffled. In his experience, such inquiries typically arose in romantic contexts. As Lin Xuan was male, the voice on the other end should have belonged to a woman. Yet, it was decidedly that of a man. Did you dial the wrong number? Lin Xuan hesitated. The reason he hadn't hung up was that the voice struck him as vaguely familiar. Aren't Lin Boss? Garlic sauce pork, spicy pork intestine noodles? The voice on the other end, belonging to Xiahong Yu, also hesitated, momentarily losing confidence. Had he dialed incorrectly? He quickly recited 2 dish names in an attempt to establish a connection. That is indeed me. Is there something on your mind? Lin Xuan finally confirmed that the other party was indeed looking for him. What is the matter? Xiahong Yu nearly choked upon hearing this. He had already stated the name of the dish. Could his intent be any less obvious? The surrounding diners, eavesdropping on the phone conversation, were growing increasingly anxious. Why were these two dragging the conversation out? Could they not get to the point? One person, unable to contain themselves, yelled into the phone, Boss Lin. Why aren't you setting up today? Everyone in Oppo's waiting. Indeed, Boss Lin, please hurry. The kids are starving. The diners clamored excitedly. Observing this, Xiahong Yu silently switched to speakerphone and held the device a bit closer. Lin Xuan could hear the raucous voices on the line and finally grasped the situation. I'm sorry, but I wanted Oppo's TB setting up today. Please don't wait. You should head back, he advised over the phone. Upon hearing Lin Xuan and Oppo's announcement, the diners were even more agitated. No, Boss Lin, you must come. What'll I eat tonight? Boss Lin, if it's inconvenient for you to come, just tell us a location, and I'll come to you. Yes, even if it's a bit later, as long as you can set up today. The diners and Oppo's fervent voices reached Lin Xuan's ears. However, the truth was that a skilled cook cannot perform without ingredients. Even if he agreed, he had nothing to prepare. having even had the food cart taken back. He genuinely could not set up. I'm truly sorry, everyone. I really can't amp. Oppos, tea set up today. Please, go have your meals. Don't wait any longer, Lin Xuan urged over the phone. Hearing this, the diners let out a collective sigh. At this point, they knew they would not be able to savor the spicy pork intestine noodles today. Yet, some relentless diners continued to inquire, what about tomorrow? Will you be setting up tomorrow, Boss Lin? Tomorrow? Lin Xuan hesitated and then, with a hint of guilt, replied, No, I won't be setting up tomorrow either. Not tomorrow either? Boss Lin, how could you be so cruel? Are you trying to starve me? Please, Boss Lin, will you set up tomorrow? The diners felt disheartened. If he wouldn't set up today, how could he not do so tomorrow? Xiahong Yu spoke again. Not tomorrow either? Then please give us a specific time. When will you be setting up again? At least let us have something to look forward to. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan pondered for a moment and decided to be honest. After all, it was rather inconsiderate to keep the diners waiting indefinitely. I'm sorry, everyone, but I don't plan to continue selling the spicy pork intestine noodles, he stated. This revelation was met with incredulous expressions from the diners. Xiahong Yu directly questioned, Not selling anymore? Have you encountered some difficulties? If it an amp, oppos, SA financial issue, just let me know. Having come across such a delightful dish, he felt a significant void in his life if he could no longer enjoy it. Furthermore, this could potentially be an opportunity. If he could help Boss Lin resolve his challenges, it would naturally align with his goal of continuing the restaurant. Difficulties? Money? Lin Xuan instinctively glanced at his spacious bedroom. Of course, it wasn't a financial issue. However, he also could not reveal the real reason to these people. Navigating such social situations was entirely beyond his expertise. In comparison, completing system tasks felt simpler. This is my current decision. I'm sorry. However, rest assured, I will continue to set up, providing everyone with delicious food. Lin Xuan concluded. After contemplating, he decided to give a hint. I might set up at the gym next week. If you have time, feel free to come by. Upon hearing that Lin Xuan would continue to set up, the diners collectively breathed a sigh of relief. It was Saturday. There was only a Sunday to wait until the following Monday. What about the specific time? Xiahong Yu inquired further. The specific time is not yet determined. But don't feel the need to come looking specifically. If we cross paths, it'll be fate. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. With that, Lin Xuan immediately ended the call and activated airplane mode to prevent further inquiries. How frightening. He had refrained from joining groups at Shuguang precisely to avoid such situations. Unlike other food service professionals who sought customers and aimed to maintain a large clientele, he was different. Moreover, this time, the task did not require sales volume. Why put himself in a troublesome position? Enjoying a carefree existence was far more appealing. After finally shedding the burdens of corporate life, he was reluctant to plunge back into a world of relentless demands from diners. The phone leakage served as a wake-up call for Lin Xuan. He resolved to change his phone number the following day. This number had no significant contacts anyway. Meanwhile, in the dining area, Xiahong Yu stared at his phone in disbelief. Had he really been hung up on again? Did he truly hold such little favor in Boss Lin and Amp? Oppos. Asai's? Though he longed to express his frustration and claim he would never eat there again, the memory of the garlic pork and spicy pork intestine noodles rendered such words impossible. Such delectable dishes had him completely captivated. Recently, even his usual dining spots had become bland in comparison. Damn it, does this guy not possess even a shred of service consciousness as a food service worker? Setting aside Xiahong Yu and Amp, Oppos, grievances, the surrounding diners were bewildered by Lin Xuan and Amp, Oppos, statements. What did he mean by an uncertain setup time? What did fate imply? Was Boss Lin truly this capricious? Were there any locations near the gym where one could set up? Typically, they began selling around 5 or 6 in the evening. Surely Boss Lin would be there at that time, right? The diners began to discuss among themselves, utterly confounded by the notion of fate in the context of street food. Regardless, many decided to visit the gym on Monday. Some even took the initiative to create a new group chat titled Boss Lin Capture Group, where they pledged to inform each other the moment they spotted Boss Lin, determined to confront this capricious figure face to face. At 5 p.m. on Sunday, a notification appeared. Random operating hours for Monday are from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Random menu item, crispy fried chicken cutlet. Fried food cart has been dispatched. While taking a stroll in the community, Lin Xuan noticed the system prompt and paused for a moment, his expression one of resigned acceptance. Setting up to sell fried chicken cutlets at 6 a.m. outside the gym was indeed the system style, characterized by its absurdity. He realized that those who could go to the gym at that hour were generally there to exercise and lose weight. Selling fried chicken in such a setting could only invite disdain. However, after the past 2 weeks of tasks, Lin Xuan had developed a resilient heart. He promptly took out his phone and opened the grocery app, which had indeed unlocked new ingredient options. Lin Xuan placed his order and continued his leisurely stroll. The community's landscaping was exquisite, clearly designed by a master gardener. It felt naturally pleasing and comfortable. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan returned home for a refreshing shower, after which he received a call from the Villa and Oppo's butler, Fong Yujia. "Mr. Lin, the items you ordered have arrived. Are you home? I can bring them to you." "All right." Here in Oppo's, a refined version of the text you provided. The convenience of having a villa steward was undeniable. Previously, he had to personally procure and transport the ordered groceries. Now, they were delivered directly to his doorstep. Moments later, Fong Yujia arrived at the entrance of Villa number 8 in a shuttle, laden with various sizes of ingredient boxes. Lin Xuan hastened to unload the vehicle as soon as Fong Yujia parked. "Allow me to assist," Fong Yujia offered with discerning attentiveness. And together they conveyed the provisions into the Villa and Oppo's expansive kitchen. Upon receiving the ingredients, Lin Xuan, as was his custom, promptly inspected them. Seasonings such as scallions, ginger, garlic, rice wine, and pepper were in ample supply. Most crucial was the chicken breast. Each piece of the tender, lustrous, and plump raw chicken breast was neatly arranged in the insulated container. Lin Xuan gently pressed one, noting its remarkable resilience. "These chickens must have frequented the gymnasium for weightlifting in their former lives," he mused. The grocery application provided by the system was, as always, dependable. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Having examined the ingredients, he then realized Fong Yujia was still present. In the past, he had been accustomed to working alone in the kitchen, inadvertently overlooking the steward and Oppo's presence. "Thank you for your assistance today," he said. "It and Oppo's my pleasure. Please do not hesitate to contact me should you require anything." Fong Yujia responded with a graceful smile before taking his leave. Yet he couldn't end Oppo's help but wonder about Mr. Lin and Oppo's penchant for chicken breast, considering the quantity he had ordered. Little did he know that Lin Xuan intended to use it for a street vending endeavor. The notion of a resident of Golden Imperial Manor engaging in such an activity was simply too far-fetched. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan began preparing for his Monday morning debut at 6 o'clock. With such a spacious kitchen at his disposal, Lin Xuan could finally work without restraint, unconcerned about disturbing the neighbors. He chopped scallions into segments, minced ginger, and crushed garlic. Abundant white pepper and a touch of rice wine were added. Finally, salt and sugar completed the marinade for the chicken breasts. Whole chicken breasts were not ideal for direct frying. Instead, they needed to be sliced laterally from the side, without completely severing, to reduce thickness and increase surface area. Subsequently, the flattened chicken breasts were placed in resealable bags to undergo a thorough tenderizing with a meat mallet. The original finger-thick chicken transformed into a human face-sized piece of raw meat under the repeated blows of the mallet. At the same time, the chicken fibers were broken down, facilitating better flavor absorption and preventing a dry, woody texture. Fitness enthusiasts and those on weight loss regimens were well aware of the unpalatability of plain boiled chicken breast that had not been properly prepared. Once all the chicken breasts were tenderized, they were immersed in the marinade. The final frying process would be executed on the food cart, ensuring that patrons received freshly fried, piping hot chicken cutlets. With all preparations completed, Monday morning arrived. At 5:30, the sky remained partially dark. At the gates of Golden Imperial Manor, 2 robust security guards stood in the booth. "I wager the first vehicle to emerge will be the Lamborghini from Building 3, or perhaps the Mercedes from Building 2. One said. "I and Oppo's. LL bet on the Bentley from Building 5, the other countered. They were nearing the end of their shift and struggling with drowsiness. So they sought to distract themselves. Loser buys breakfast. Agreed. Just as they sealed their pact, the sound of an approaching vehicle echoed from within the complex, growing louder. The guards perked up, their gazes converging on the source of the sound. The faint glow of headlights became visible. As the lights drew nearer, the more observant of the two guards felt a surge of confusion. Hey, why is only one headlight illuminated? How should I know? Perhaps one of them is broken? They watched as a single beam of light approached. Wishing you a pleasant journey, an automated voice announced as the gate lifted. To the guards' astonishment, a motorized tricycle food cart sped out onto the road. As it passed the booth, the driver cheerfully waved. The guard stared dumbfounded, recognizing the occupant of the cart as Mr. Lin from Building 8. Why would a resident of Golden Imperial Manor be riding a food cart at such an early hour? They wondered, could this be some peculiar hobby of the wealthy? So who won? The older guard asked, refocusing on the matter at hand. Neither of us. Let an oppose. Let's just buy our own breakfast. Agreed. Lin Xuan sped along, the tricycle food cart surprisingly providing a sensation of being pushed back into the seat. He arrived at the sports center with 5 minutes to spare before 6:00 and Oppo's clock. As the city and Oppo's largest sports complex, the entrance was already bustling with men and women of all ages dressed in athletic attire. Several stalls selling simple breakfast fare, such as soy milk and buns, were also present. Lin Xuan quickly surveyed the scene and located a suitable spot. He then skillfully arranged his cart, ready for business. At 6:10, Lin Xuan gazed at his empty cart, a knowing expression on his face. He retrieved a small stool from beneath the cart, settled onto it, and began browsing his phone. Since there were no sales targets to meet, he felt at ease indulging in a bit of leisure. At 6:30, he Joey, his hair disheveled and eyes still heavy with sleep, arrived at the sports center. He was a member of the university basketball club, which held morning practice sessions. With the school and Oppo's basketball court undergoing renovations, they had temporarily relocated to the sports center. Let an Oppo's grab something to eat before going in, otherwise we won't have the energy to run, he Joey suggested, patting his stomach. As a local, he was familiar with the area around the sports center, having frequented it during summer vacations. The food carts all offered similar fare, soy milk and buns. He glanced around and approached an unoccupied cart, without paying much attention. Hey, what do you have? I Oppo's. Take one, he Joey said, pulling out his phone to see if any of his teammates wanted him to bring breakfast. Lin Xuan, who had been occupied with his phone for the past half hour, promptly stood up upon hearing the order. Hello, please pay first. Oh, right, he Joey replied, looking up to scan the QR code. But he stopped short, noticing the sign on the cart. Crispy fried chicken cutlet 35 each. Wait a minute, he Joey exclaimed, rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken. He stared at Lin Xuan with a bewildered expression. Who would sell fried chicken cutlets at 6:30 in the morning at the entrance of a sports center? And it's such a price. Do you have soy milk and buns? He Joey asked hesitantly. I'm sorry, I only have fried chicken cutlets. Would you like one? Lin Xuan asked, already anticipating that the transaction was unlikely to proceed. However, he wasn't Oppo's particularly concerned. He Joey, was about to refuse when he noticed a message on his phone. Bring me a breakfast, something meaty, no soy milk buns. He stared at the text before glancing at the food cart in front of him. He quickly typed back, there's a fried chicken stall at the entrance. Are you interested? However, it's a bit pricey, 35 yuan a portion. Soon, another message popped up. What? Fried chicken? At this hour? At the gym entrance? Clearly, the recipient was taken aback by the news. But the next moment, a transfer of 35 yuan arrived. Give me one to try. It's quite amusing to sell fried chicken at the gym entrance. Haha. He Joey was momentarily stunned, not expecting the person truly wanted to indulge. When he mentioned the steep price, he had intended to dissuade them from buying. What a big spender. He shrugged. Since they had already transferred the money, he might as well buy it. One portion, please. He Joey scanned the payment code. Lin Xuan nodded and immediately began preparing the order. The chicken breast had been marinated overnight, absorbing all the flavors. It was then coated in sweet potato flour, ensuring a complete cover before being submerged into the hot oil. Sizzle. Raw chicken entered the oil, producing a crackling sound. Under the high temperature, bubbles formed densely on the surface of the chicken. Meanwhile, the aroma of the spices began to waft out, mingling with the scent of frying. The fragrance was irresistible. He couldn't help but swallow hard. The fried chicken smelled too enticing. Perhaps he should get one for himself? But 35 yuan could buy quite a few soy milk buns. He battled with his thoughts internally. Ultimately, the desire for fried chicken triumphed. After all, it was just 35 yuan. One couldn't be a loss for that. Another fried chicken, please. He scanned the payment code again. Sure. Lin Xuan, ever accommodating, retrieved another piece of raw chicken, processed it as before, and placed it into the oil. The chicken fillet was slightly flattened using a meat mallet, so it didn't require long to fry before achieving an enticing golden hue. The first portion was ready, large enough to cover half an adult's face, truly generous in size. What flavor would you like? I have original, spicy, black pepper, pepper salt, and sweet plum. Cut it. Black pepper flavor. He swallowed, secretly planning to switch the order later to give to his classmate. Okay, just a moment. Lin Xuan placed the freshly fried chicken on the cutting board and swiftly used scissors to cut it into bite-sized pieces. The scissors made a crisp, snipping sound against the chicken. Just hearing that sound made He imagine the crispy fried chicken, indeed worthy of the term crispy. If it weren't impolite, he might have reached out to sneak a taste. Soon, Lin Xuan placed the cut chicken into an oil paper bag, sprinkled black pepper, and shook it a few times. He inserted 2 wooden skewers and handed it to He. The oil paper bag was hot, and He eagerly grabbed it by the top corner. He couldn't wait to skewer a piece of steaming chicken and pop it into his mouth. The freshly fried chicken was undoubtedly hot. He gasped as he chewed. The crisp sound of his teeth crunching filled the air. Instantly, a flavor beyond description flooded his palate. This fried chicken was simply divine. The shell was incredibly crispy, while the chicken inside was tender and juicy. Coupled with the authentic black pepper aroma, He felt as if he were experiencing a transcendental moment. Wow, this fried chicken is phenomenal, he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. I'm glad you like it. Lin Xuan nodded calmly. He had heard similar praises countless times before, so even after half an hour without a single sale, he remained unperturbed. He understood that as long as one customer was willing to savor his culinary creations, many more would follow suit. Boss, selling fried chicken at the gym entrance truly takes guts. This skill, I'd eat it anywhere, even outside a public restroom. He praised while munching. Lin Xuan found the comment amusing yet perplexing. What did it mean to be willing to eat outside a public restroom? Surely, the system wouldn't allow him to set up shop there, right? Lin Xuan hesitated to entertain that thought. After finishing an entire portion of fried chicken, He, satisfied, took his classmate and Oppo's order and left. He was eager to let this fellow know what culinary delight he had brought. He made his way swiftly to the basketball court on the west side of the stadium. At this moment, most members of the basketball club had gathered. He, holding the fried chicken, located the member who had asked him to bring food. 49, a phrase describing a towering figure. The member, nicknamed 1'9", stood tall at 1'9 meters. Is this the fried chicken sold at the entrance? 1'9" took the oil paper bag and beckoned several close friends to come over. Come, everyone try this. It's my first time seeing someone selling fried chicken at the gym entrance this early. Upon hearing this, the other basketball club members expressed their astonishment. Is this for real? Fried chicken at this hour? This boss has a twisted business mindset. They teased each other, amused by the absurdity of selling fried chicken so early in the morning. 1'9" chuckled for a moment before generously stating, enough chatter, just try it. He dares to sell it for 35 yuan a portion. I'll expose him on social media later. He observed as 1'9" was surrounded by 7 or 8 towering members of the basketball club. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Such delicious fried chicken was too good to be shared. He feared they would regret inviting others to taste it. 1'9" opened the oil paper bag, and the enticing aroma of fried chicken began to waft through the air. The laughter and chatter of the group ceased, replaced with wide-eyed anticipation as they focused on the bag. The fragrance was simply irresistible. Without any formalities, one of the members swiftly grabbed a skewer and popped a piece of chicken into his mouth. Crisp, crisp. This fried chicken is incredible. The first to taste it exclaimed, quickly reaching for another piece. Slow down, mate. No one is competing with you. Seeing this, the others eagerly followed suit. Even if there weren't enough skewers, they didn't hesitate to use their hands. 1 meter 9, 2, hurriedly snatched a piece of fried chicken and stuffed it into his mouth. The golden, crispy coating, the tender, juicy chicken, perfectly seasoned. He was utterly captivated by the flavor, realizing that all the fried chicken he had previously tasted paled in comparison. However, when he reached for another piece, he discovered his oil paper bag was already empty. Not a single piece left. Are you even human? This was my breakfast. The towering figure of Imi Gio was instantly incensed. He had only tasted a piece of the delectable fried chicken cutlet, while the rest had been devoured by this pack of beasts. Now, he found himself on the verge of tears, regretting his decision to share such a delightful dish. He never would have done so had he known how delicious it was. He Jiao Wei stood nearby, wearing a knowing expression. However, in the next moment, he found himself cornered. Where's that fried chicken stall? Come on, why didn't you share this delicious treat sooner? Don't dawdle, lead us there. The members of the basketball club were all tall and robust. Surrounded, He Jiao Wei suddenly grasped the meaning of the phrase, muscle-bound giants. Observing the members and oppos, predatory gazes, he hurriedly relayed the stall's location at a speed that might have set a record, fearing that if he delayed even a moment longer, he might be mistaken for a chicken cutlet himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the members dashed towards the gym entrance, their raucous shouts drawing the attention of other basketball club members on the court. What are they doing? Why are they all running out? Surely, they're not about to fight. We must follow. We can't let anything happen. In an instant, over 20 members of the basketball club were rushing out in a frenzy, catching the eyes of people exercising in the gym. Having just returned from a restroom break, the club president was preoccupied with thoughts of the upcoming training session. However, when he arrived at the court, he was taken aback. Where did everyone go? Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, who had just sold 2 portions of fried chicken cutlets, was idly browsing his phone when he suddenly heard a commotion. Looking up, he saw a group of tall, muscular men sprinting towards him, pointing in his direction. Surely that's the stall. There can't be another one selling fried chicken cutlets. The group was shouting excitedly. Lin Xian's expression shifted dramatically. What on earth is happening? I'm just here selling fried chicken cutlets, minding my own business. In an instant, Lin Xian switched his phone to the dialing screen, inputting 110, preparing to call for help. Boss, I'll have a portion of fried chicken cutlet. The first person reached him, breathless but quick to place an order. Me too. The others followed suit, gathering in front of the food cart. Relieved that they were merely there to order, Lin Xian was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he noticed another 7 or 8 tall boys running and shouting. Don't be impulsive. Let us talk this out, no fighting. This immediately attracted the attention of those around, causing Lin Xian's heart to race once more. Akin to a roller coaster ride. Are you here to order or to cause trouble? I might just have to call the police. Please don't call the police. We really are here to buy fried chicken cutlets. The basketball club members quickly explained the situation to their confused companions, who were now catching on. They couldn't quite comprehend why they were making such a fuss so early in the morning over fried chicken cutlets. Surely it's not that strange. If you had just tasted a bite, you would understand. Those who had experienced the divine taste of the crispy fried chicken cutlet wore expressions of understanding. Such exquisite flavor must be savored immediately. This sentiment sparked a wave of curiosity among the newcomers. If you say so, we must try it as well. Boss, I'll have a portion. Seeing the misunderstanding dissipate, Lin Xian relaxed, transitioning into his proficient sales mode. Form a line, please. Scan the code to place your order. He began expertly preparing the chicken cutlets, dropping them into the hot oil. As the temperature rose, the enticing aroma of fried chicken filled the air. As the scent wafted through the atmosphere, even the skeptical basketball club members found themselves intrigued. Just how delicious could these fried chicken cutlets be if they smelled this good? Ordinary fried chicken cutlets could not possibly emit such a fragrant aroma. Delicious enough to make you forget your son. As each batch of golden cutlets emerged from the fryer, they looked utterly appetizing. Boss, I'll have the original flavor, no cuts. Boss, I'll have the sweet plum flavor cut, please. Lin Xuan juggled customer requests while preparing the cutlets. Thanks to weeks of practice, he managed to handle orders, cooking, and serving without a hitch. One by one, the basketball club members received their fried chicken cutlets. Some, unable to wait for them to cool, dove in immediately, exclaiming in delight with every bite. Emigio, too, was thrilled to receive his second fried chicken cutlet. This time, he opted for the sweet plum flavor. The cutlets were generously coated with sweet plum powder, releasing a delightful sweet and sour aroma under the warmth. Emigio swallowed hard, stabbing a piece with a skewer and popping it into his mouth. The sweet and sour flavor from the plum powder instantly spread across his palate. He had thought the fried chicken cutlet was delicious enough, but he was astonished at how remarkable the seasoning was. The perfect balance of sweetness and tartness, accompanied by a hint of natural plum fragrance, was exquisite. Eating it alongside the fried chicken cutlet presented a wholly different experience from the original flavor. "Boss, do you sell this sweet plum powder separately?" Emigio was enamored with the fruit-flavored sweetness. Most importantly, it was clear that this sweet plum powder was of high quality, devoid of any artificial flavors. "Sorry, but I don't sell the seasoning powder separately. If you like it, I can sprinkle some more on for you," Lin Xuan replied. The aroma of fried chicken wafted through the air, drawing the attention of passers-by at the gym entrance. It was indeed hard to ignore. At 7 in the morning, a group of tall, athletic college students devouring fried chicken cutlets at the entrance was a sight to behold. A man holding his child couldn't resist the temptation. Yet he hesitated at the thought of spending 35 yuan on a fried chicken cutlet so early in the morning, knowing his wife would scold him. He turned to his son with a fatherly smile. "Little one, would you like some fried chicken cutlet?" The boy, around 5 or 6 years old, gazed longingly at the fried chicken cutlet, but remained sensible. "But mommy says I can oppose to eat junk food. It'll stop me from growing tall. I want to grow tall." The father replied earnestly. "How could you not grow tall? Look at those big brothers eating fried chicken cutlets. Aren't they tall?" He pointed to Emigio. "Yes, that big brother is really tall." The boy nodded vigorously. "So, if I eat this fried chicken cutlet, I'll grow tall too? Do you want some?" The father coaxed. I want to eat." The boy's excitement was palpable. "What would you like to eat?" The elder brother discreetly took out his phone and activated the recording feature. "Daddy, I want to eat fried chicken," exclaimed the little boy loudly. "All right, Daddy will buy it for you right away. Whatever you desire, my dear, Daddy will provide." The elder brother responded with a triumphant smile. With the recording in hand, he figured his wife would only complain about his indulgence towards their son. After all, such delicacies couldn't be consumed daily. A rare treat now and then was perfectly acceptable. With such a large portion of chicken, the child could only manage a few bites, leaving the rest for him. The elder brother hurriedly led his son to the food cart. "Boss, one serving of fried chicken. What flavors do you have?" After Lin Xuan made his introductions, the elder brother promptly declared, "I want the pepper salt flavor." The little boy paused and said, "Daddy, I want a sweet plum flavor." "Oh, sweetheart, we can oppose. TF sweets, they cause cavities. If you get a cavity, Mommy will have to take you to the doctor," the elder brother replied immediately. "What a joke. Fried chicken is meant to be savory," he protested. The little boy, slightly aggrieved, accepted the reasoning, for cavities indeed caused great pain, and doctors could be quite intimidating. Soon, a serving of fried chicken was ready. Lin Xuan glanced at the little one and thoughtfully cut the chicken into smaller pieces, suitable for a child in oppose his mouth. When he handed it over, he kindly cautioned, "It's freshly cooked, so be careful. Let cool a bit before letting the little one eat." Yes, I know." The elder brother nodded repeatedly, eagerly accepting the oil paper bag. The delightful aroma wafting from the freshly fried chicken was almost overwhelming. Finally, in possession of the fried chicken, he said, "Sweetheart, let Daddy taste it first to see if it's delicious." He took a skewer and immediately bit into a piece. The subtle fragrance of pepper, mingled with a hint of saltiness, instantly spread in his mouth, creating an irresistible urge to devour more. Let me have another bite," he mused. "Boss, this fried chicken is truly delightful, although the pieces are a tad small. No wonder you're selling here in the morning at the gym. This skill is exceptional." The elder brother generously praised the dish, indulging in bite after bite, utterly absorbed in the exquisite flavor. He never expected that a morning visit to the gym would reward him with such a culinary delight. It seemed he ought to frequent this area more often, if only for the sake of this fried chicken. Lost in the deliciousness, the elder brother was momentarily dazed, as if he had forgotten something essential. "Your little one is about to cry," Lin Xuan remarked, exasperated, as he had to remind the elder brother. He had just mentioned that the pieces were small, wasn't in damp. Oppos, he had agreed that he would buy for the child. How could he eat so incessantly? Huh? The elder brother was startled, suddenly feeling a tug on his shirt. Looking down, he was met with his son and Oppos, as tear-filled eyes fixated longingly on the chicken in his father and Oppos' hand. Previously, he had dismissed the online claims of food being so delicious that one could forget everything as an exaggeration. But now he believed it. Some foods truly possess the power to engross one entirely, almost causing him to forget his son. "Sweetheart, don't cry. Here, let me." However, upon glancing into the oil paper bag, he realized there was no longer any fried chicken inside. He had devoured it all in one go. At this, the little boy could no longer contain his grievance and burst into tears. "Boss, another serving, please." The sweet plum flavor, the elder brother said helplessly, tapping his forehead, hastily ordering another portion. He thought to himself, well, if he got scolded at home, so be it. If his son dared to complain to his wife, it would be more than just a reprimand. He could expect at least a week of laundry duties. Lin Xuan, equally amused and exasperated, quickly prepared another serving of fried chicken. With the sweet plum-flavored crispy chicken in hand, the little boy finally stopped crying and even politely bid Lin Xuan farewell. To which Lin Xuan could only respond, "What a sensible little one. What an unreliable father." Around 8:30, Lin Xuan began to pack up. Although the system required operations only until 8, he continued serving as there were still customers in line, determined to sell the last portion of fried chicken. To be honest, he had not anticipated selling out, given the time and location were not ideal for such a venture. It was solely due to the irresistible quality of his fried chicken that he defied expectations. Not long after Lin Xuan left, a group from the basketball club leisurely emerged from the gym. Some had already left to attend classes, while the remaining members had no morning classes. As they walked, their conversation naturally gravitated towards the fried chicken they had enjoyed earlier. "I now hope the school and Oppos' basketball court takes a bit longer to repair. That way, I can come here every morning for a serving of fried chicken and be happy all day. Eating it every day, can your body handle it? Can your wallet? If I could have a serving every day, I'd gladly skip lunch and eat instant noodles to save money. Are we training tomorrow morning?" "Of course we are." Lin Xuan rode his electric food cart back to Jin Yuhua Fu, once again drawing the attention of the security guard at the entrance. Upon returning home, he promptly indulged in a relaxing bath. The business notifications for the next day had yet to refresh. He initially intended to catch up on sleep, but after lying in bed for a while, he found himself unable to drift off. Ever since consuming the system's reward, he had noticed a remarkable improvement in his sleep quality. Previously, he would wake up at 4 or 5 in the morning, lacking energy throughout the day. Yet today, he felt remarkably invigorated. Unable to sleep, he decided to expend some of his energy. Recalling a sign he had seen during his walk yesterday that pointed towards an artificial lake, he contemplated going for a stroll. Following the path, he soon arrived at the expansive water surface. To his delight, he spotted a group of ducks leisurely gliding across the water. The lake was clear, and as he approached, he could even see fish darting beneath the surface. If it weren't an Oppos, tea for the system, I would never have had the fortune of living in such an environment. Lin Xuan reflected. As he strolled along the lake's perimeter, he suddenly noticed what appeared to be a figure moving in the water ahead. Could someone have fallen in? A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to leave the path and rush forward. However, as he drew nearer, he discovered it was not a case of someone in distress, but rather a man with braids standing barefoot in the water, which nearly reached his knees, working on a canvas in front of him. Relieved that no one was in peril, Lin Xuan found the scene curious. Why would someone choose to stand in the water to paint? Perhaps such an environment inspired greater creativity? Intrigued, he quietly approached to observe the man at work. At that moment, the man's painting seemed to be nearing completion. Lin Xuan saw vibrant shades of deep and light blue intermingling on the canvas, reminiscent of the sky and lake and amp. Oppo's S reflection. Though not an artist himself, Lin Xuan could tell this man was no novice. The man occasionally pondered, lifting his brush to add a touch of color, his progress slow yet deliberate. Lin Xuan found a clean stone and sat down, alternating his gaze between the water and the artist at work, enveloped in an indescribable sense of tranquility and contentment. As noon approached, the man gathered his supplies, barefoot returning to the shore, seemingly preparing to depart. As he passed by Lin Xuan, he took a moment to glance at him, though he did not offer a greeting. Lin Xuan, unfazed, responded with a slight nod. The man reciprocated with a faint nod of his own. Then, barefooted, he departed with his sketchpad in hand. Lin Xuan lingered for a while longer before leisurely making his way back to his villa. At 5 in the afternoon, the group chat buzzed with activity. Did Boss Lin not say he would set up a stall at the gym today? Is anyone going? Meh. It and Oppo's. It's been 3 days since I and Oppo's. V had that spicy pork intestine noodle, and I and Oppo's. Am practically in despair. Boss Lin could at least provide a specific time when changing locations. I had a friend who was equally reckless, and now the grass on his grave is 3 feet tall. Sigh, if it weren't and Oppo's. T for Boss Lin and Oppo's. S unparalleled culinary skill. Who would endure such trouble for a bowl of noodles? I can foresee that today, fate will surely bring me and Boss Lin together. As the group chat grew lively, everyone was aware that Lin Xuan planned to set up a stall at the gym this week. Those who finished work early were already preparing to head there. Suddenly, someone remarked, "Wait, doesn't Rich Guy have Boss Lin's number? Why not give him a call? Rich Guy, are you there? Please call Boss Lin." In no time, everyone began tagging Xie Hongyu in the chat. In the office, Xie Hongyu glanced at his phone, letting out a helpless sigh. Did they think he had an amp? Oppo's. He tried. For 3 consecutive days, he had been yearning for the meals prepared by Boss Lin. This morning, as soon as he arrived at work, he dialed the number, only to find that it had been disconnected. Unable to reach Boss Lin, he replied in the chat and then stood up to leave the office. "Mr. Xie, is there something you need?" His assistant rushed over. "I plan to check on the renovations at the gym. Lan Xinyue and Amp. Oppo's debut concert will be held there, and renovations have begun in recent days. It's a good reason for me to stop by and see if Boss Lin is around." Simultaneously, as the group members set off towards the gym to seek out Boss Lin, Lin Xuan received a notification from the system regarding the Tuesday task refresh. Tuesday's random operating hours are from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. Random dish, fried crispy pork. Ingredients have been unlocked. Please prepare for business. Here it comes. Lin Xuan sprang from his bed. 1 Uhr nachts? What a bizarre hour. Will anyone really be at the gym then? Regardless, with the task at hand, he knew he must prepare. After receiving the recipe, he promptly opened his grocery app to order the necessary ingredients. About half an hour later, he received a call from his butler, Fang Yujia. "Mr. Lin, the items you ordered have arrived. I'm home. I'm sorry to trouble you again." Lin Xuan replied quickly. At the community entrance, Fang Yujia looked at the numerous boxes of ingredients and couldn't end Amp, Oppo's, help but display a perplexed expression. "Mr. Lin, didn't you just buy a lot of ingredients yesterday? Why so much again after just 1 day? What are you planning to do with all this?" She drove the shuttle to the entrance of Building 8, where Lin Xuan was already waiting. "My apologies for the inconvenience again," Lin Xuan said gratefully as Fang Yujia stepped out of the vehicle. "It's nothing. You don't need to be so polite." Fang Yujia offered a courteous smile. In fact, compared to her colleagues, this task was rather easy for her, just delivering items. Moreover, through their brief interactions, she realized that Lin Xuan was quite amiable. As she helped him carry the items into the kitchen, she pondered aloud, "Mr. Lin, are you hosting guests with all these ingredients? If you need, we have several skilled chefs who can come to cook for you. They all have at least 5 years of experience as head chefs in large restaurants and have excellent reputations. You could even provide me with a guest list in advance, and we can arrange for their transportation." A good butler must be attuned to the needs of the owner and propose suitable solutions. "No need for that. I and Oppo's, am just selling these at my stall tonight, not entertaining guests," Lin Xuan casually explained. "Selling at a stall?" Fang Yujia, took a few seconds to comprehend this notion of stall, but recalling the circulating rumors among the property staff about the owner of Building 8, who had been seen leaving on an electric cart at 5 in the morning, she started to believe it was true. Did a resident of the luxurious Jin Yuhuan mansion truly need to sell food to make money? Fang Yujia felt a sense of absurdity. It wasn't that she looked down on street vendors. Earning a living through one's own effort was commendable. However, it seemed a bit ludicrous for someone living in a grand villa to resort to such means. She could only chalk it up to a peculiar hobby of the wealthy. As a professional butler, it was her duty to cater to the owner's whims to provide better service. She believed that with her eloquence, even if Lin Xuan and Appo's dishes were mediocre, she could still praise them extravagantly. I must find out where you and Appo's resetting up, she stated eagerly. I have to try your cooking. Oh, tomorrow at the gym entrance from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., Lin Xuan replied while organizing the ingredients. Tomorrow from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. at the gym entrance? Fang Yujia stared at Lin Xuan for 2 seconds, confirming that he was not joking, and couldn't end amp, Appo's. T helped but twitch her lips. That time, at the gym entrance? Even if I believe I have excellent communication skills, I'm at a loss for words right now. Nonetheless, since the words had already left her mouth, she feigned anticipation. I must try your culinary skills then. I won't disturb you further. You may continue. With that, Fang Yujia took her leave. Lin Xuan finished inspecting the ingredients and prepared to start making the fried crispy pork. As a popular dish, crispy pork could be enjoyed straight, braised, or steamed. It was commonly seen in hot pots and stir-fries alike. Lin Xuan took out premium pork tenderloin, its bright red hue signifying its freshness, and with a sharp knife, he cut it into evenly sized strips, placing them into a bowl. He added cooking wine, soy sauce, salt, white pepper, Sichuan pepper, minced ginger, and minced garlic, mixing them well before letting them marinate. While waiting for the tenderloin to marinate, Lin Xuan began to prepare the batter. The taste of crispy pork is not only derived from the quality of the meat, but also from the batter that coats it. He combined eggs, flour, and sweet potato starch in appropriate proportions, adding water to achieve a slightly thick, pale yellow batter. To enhance the batter's flavor, Lin Xuan used only the egg yolks. Additionally, he heated a frying pan and lightly toasted the Sichuan pepper until it changed color and released its fragrance. Immediately pour it onto the cutting board. Meticulously chop it into fine pieces with a knife and sprinkle it into the batter, mixing thoroughly. Crushed Sichuan peppercorns possess a more robust aroma than powder, elevating the flavor to new heights. Heat a generous amount of rapeseed oil in a pan until it reaches about 60 of its maximum temperature. Lin Xuan evenly coats the marinated pork strips with the batter and places them into the hot oil for frying. This step is merely to set the batter. The preparation of crispy meat differs from that of fried chicken. Unlike chicken, which can be fried directly from raw, crispy meat must be removed after forming in the hot oil and drained. At this stage, it can be stored for later use. When the time comes to serve, it must be fried again to achieve the final product. The enticing aroma of crispy meat fills the kitchen as Lin Xuan prepares for the evening and Appo's business. Meanwhile, at the gym, a group of despondent individuals congregates, clearly dejected. These are the friends from the Boss Lin arrest group, searching for fate. At this hour, many vendors are present, yet after wandering about, they fail to find the elusive Boss Lin. Could it be that he has an Appo's shown up at all? How would I know? I haven't seen him. Surely, Boss Lin wouldn't deceive us? He shouldn't. There's no reason for him to lie. With no luck, the group is equally unsuccessful in locating Xiahong Yu. However, as the company president, he has his own methods. He approaches the person responsible for the gym and Appo's renovations and inquires. Our construction team is working 3 shifts around the clock, correct? After receiving an affirmative nod, Xiahong Yu smiles. I need a small favor. There's a vendor at the entrance of the gym with the surname Lin. Please have your team keep an eye out for him. If they encounter him, snap a photo and send it to me. I will personally reward them with 1,000 yuan if they find him. The responsible party appears slightly taken aback, expecting Xiahong Yu to demand progress. Instead, he receives such a request. Mr. Xia, do you have a grudge against this vendor? He cautiously asks, wary of potential trouble. It and Appo's. That's not what you think. It and Appo's It's merely some personal matter, not a dispute. Just have someone keep an eye out, Xie Hongyu replies earnestly. After considering the situation, the responsible party concludes that a company president like Mr. Xie wouldn't engage in public conflict, and thus, he readily agrees. Bounty is it? On Tuesday, shortly after midnight, Lin Xuan rides his electric food cart, ready to commence business. At the entrance of the residential complex, two security guards from the early morning shift observe as Lin Xuan departs. Brother, do wealthy individuals really work this hard? Out at this hour? No wonder I can oppose. Afford a house. It seems I and oppose am just not putting in enough effort. The older guard glances at him, pondering for a moment before replying. Is it possible that even with hard work, you still can end oppose? Afford a home? As a younger guard grapples with existential doubts, Fang Yujia stands by the roadside, preparing to take a taxi to the gym, similarly questioning her life choices. Don't ask. I regret it. If I had known, I shouldn't have asked that question this afternoon. Now, at this hour, she has to venture out. Had she realized that insufficient sleep is a woman's greatest enemy, she would not wish to develop wrinkles at such a young age. Yet, maintaining her standing in the eyes of the property owners is equally crucial. Since she had promised to show support, she must follow through. Leaving a poor impression could lead to challenges beyond mere sleep deprivation. At 1:00 and oppose, clock in the morning, Lin Xuan arrives at the gym and oppo's entrance, gazing at the pitch-black night and the deserted street. He cannot help but wonder, am I selling food to ghosts at this hour? While the prospect of fried chicken at 6 in the morning seems ludicrous, there are still many people around the gym at that time. Now, however, the streets are devoid of life, not even stray cats or dogs in sight. Resigned, Lin Xuan prepares himself for a day devoid of business. Inside the gym, in a secluded area, the lights blaze brightly as workers diligently toil. The slightly gaunt Yang Yu places his equipment in the designated spot and takes a few breaths. Just as he is about to continue moving items, someone suddenly calls his name from behind. Turning to see Zhang Erming, the bald middle-aged foreman, he hastens over. Brother Zhang, did you call for me? Yang Yu inquires. I and oppose. V transferred 15 yuan to you. Go to the 24-hour convenience store at the entrance and buy me a bottle of green tea. Use the remaining money to buy yourself 2 buns, Zhang Erming instructs. No. In oppose. Es unnecessary, Brother Zhang. I and oppose. Am not hungry, Yang Yu responds, feeling a bit awkward. Just go, no more nonsense. Quick, Don and oppose. Tea delay the work. Zhang Erming retorts, his eyes narrowing in a display of authority. All right, I'm going now. Yang Yu nods and promptly jogs off. Seeing him leave, a co-worker chuckles, oh, Brother Zhang is feeling generous again? Poor Yang. Any help he can get is a blessing, right? Zhang Erming shakes his head. Yang Yu has only been with the crew for a short time. Initially, Zhang Erming had no intention of helping. However, upon learning that Yang Yu comes from a single-parent household, with a sick mother and a younger sister in school, he softened and agreed to assist. Yang Yu is diligent in his work, never shirking his responsibilities. Nonetheless, Zhang Erming noticed that at meal times, Yang Yu would only have instant noodles or buns with pickles. For someone doing physical labor, such meager meals are insufficient. Short-term might be manageable, but long-term, it could lead to exhaustion. Thus, Zhang Erming has occasionally given him 10 or 8 extra yuan under the pretext of sending him on errands, enabling him to afford better meals. As the co-workers share jovial banter, the topic shifts to President Xie's bounty. I asked every vendor at the gym's entrance this afternoon, but I didn't see anyone named Lin. Is President Xie sure this Lin is setting up shop here? The offer of 1,000 yuan reward has circulated among the workers, and many are eager to claim it. During breaks, they wander around the gym and oppose entrance but yield no results. There are vendors named Li, Zhang, and Su, but none named Lin. Could it be that President Xie is just toying with us? One worker speculates. The big boss of the company is bored and looking for amusement at our expense. Enough. Let's get back to work. Finishing ahead of schedule is what really matters. If we complete the project on time, everyone will receive a bonus, Zhang Erming interjects. Yang Yu arrives at the 24-hour convenience store, which has 2 glass doors, one leading inside the gym and the other outside. He purchases the green tea that Zhang Erming often drinks, along with 2 buns, and requests the clerk to heat them in the microwave. He knows that if he refuses, Zhang Erming would surely scold him for being stubborn. Of course, he also appreciates Zhang Erming and Appo's kindness and harbors gratitude in his heart. Although he cannot repay it now, he remembers it well. While waiting for the buns to heat, Yang Yu inadvertently glances outside and is surprised to see what appears to be a food cart parked under the streetlight by the entrance. Why are there still vendors setting up stalls at this late hour? Yang Yu initially found it curious, but in the next moment, a thought struck him. Could it be? He pondered a possibility. Amp, Appo's. I'll step out for a moment, be right back, he told the staff, and promptly pushed open the large door leading outside towards the gymnasium, rushing toward the food cart. As he approached, he noticed a young man seated behind the cart, engrossed in his phone. "Excuse me, is your surname Lin?" Yang Yu asked tentatively. The young man looked up, his expression slightly bewildered. "Yes, I am Lin. Do you know me?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's heart raced. Was this vendor truly named Lin? Could he be the vendor that Mr. Xie was searching for? 1,000 yuan was no small sum for Yang Yu. It could allow his younger sister to enjoy more meals at school and provide his mother with additional medicine. Yang Yu was an honest man, and if this were a seasoned schemer, he would have laughed it off, delaying any confirmation. What if the man left? It would be a wasted joy. However, Yang Yu straightforwardly replied, "Someone is offering 1,000 yuan to find a vendor named Lin at the gym entrance. I wonder if it's you." "Lin Xuan? Oh, a bounty, is it?" He was utterly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Amused yet speechless, he told Yang Yu, "It must be me. Congratulations on securing the bounty." Yang Yu scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. "Well, I'm not sure yet. I need to call and confirm. May I speak?" "Of course." Lin Xuan nodded, curious to know which benefactor was willing to offer such a generous reward. Once granted permission, Yang Yu quickly called Zhang Erming to inform him of the situation. Upon receiving the call, Zhang Erming was taken aback. No wonder so many workers couldn't find him. This Lin boss is selling at the gym entrance at 1 in the morning? What kind of person is this? Although he had yet to confirm with Mr. Xie, Zhang Erming had a strong hunch that the Lin boss setting up at the gym was likely the one Mr. Xie was searching for. "Stay put and don't let this Lin boss leave. I'll call Mr. Xie now." Zhang Erming hurriedly hung up and dialed Xie Yu. Despite the late hour, he figured Mr. Xie wouldn't mind the interruption given his urgency. Meanwhile, Yang Yu stood in place, following orders. Curious, he began to examine Lin Xuan and Appo's as food cart. Fried crispy pork, 45 yuan per serving. The price astonished him. He thought it peculiar that the vendor was selling at such a late hour in a deserted area and had set the price so high. Was he truly a legitimate businessman? Yang Yu felt a wave of unease. Lin Xuan, not overthinking it, casually asked, "Would you like to try some?" Yang Yu shook his head repeatedly. "It's too expensive. I can't afford it." Lin Xuan nodded, not pressing further as they were strangers, and he wasn't inclined to offer charity. At that moment, a taxi pulled up to the gym entrance. Fang Yujia stepped out and, with a quick glance, spotted Lin Xuan's cart illuminated by the streetlight. Initially, she thought it absurd for a property owner of Jin Yuhua to be selling food on the street. Arriving here, the empty street hardly seemed a fitting place for such a venture. She felt it was outrageous, truly beyond reason. Yet, she was already there. Adjusting her mindset, she approached the cart with a smile. "Mr. Lin, I've arrived. I must say, your hobby is quite unique. I can't wait to taste it." As she spoke, she took out her phone to scan the payment code, not concerned about the price. With her salary from Jin Yuhua, she could afford to spend 10 times the amount without a second thought, especially since it was for a property owner she was responsible for. Lin Xuan was somewhat surprised, not expecting Miss Fong to actually come. He had thought she was merely being polite. "All right, just a moment," he said with a smile, immediately starting to prepare her order. Fang Yujia felt she had made the right decision, sensing she had boosted Lin Xuan and Appo's favorability towards her, significantly reducing the chances of being replaced. Lin Xuan turned on the fryer, allowing the oil to heat up. The crispy pork had already been fried at home. It only needed to be deep fried again to serve. During the wait, Yang Yu cautiously observed Fang Yujia. This woman seemed to have specifically taken a taxi to order food. Could she be an accomplice? Yet, the desolate surroundings suggested otherwise. Fang Yujia mentally rehearsed compliments she might use, then noticed Yang Yu's gaze. Unsure of why he was there, She decided to maintain a neutral approach and simply offered him a polite smile. Yang Yu, feeling bashful and inferior, lowered his head, unsure of how to respond. In his world, it was unimaginable for a woman of her caliber to smile at him. In this slightly tense atmosphere, as the oil reached the right temperature, Lin Xuan retrieved a portion of crispy pork and lowered it into the hot oil. With a sizzling sound, the previously cold pork seemed to awaken, releasing a rich aroma that quickly enveloped the area. Both Feng Yujia and Yang Yu were instantly captivated by the delightful scent. "It smells wonderful." Feng Yujia couldn't help but take a deep breath, exclaiming in admiration. She looked at Lin Xuan in astonishment, initially believing that the owner was merely indulging in a whimsical experience by selling food, but the aroma made her realize he genuinely had something special. The crispy pork smelled so enticing, it was sure to taste exquisite. She began to anticipate the dish genuinely. 3 minutes later, the second frying was complete. Lin Xuan lifted the pork, allowing the excess oil to drain, and placed it in a paper bag. Original, pepper salt, cumin, or spicy? Lin Xuan inquired about her preferred flavor. "Just the original, please," Feng Yujia replied immediately. The marination and batter already contained salt, ensuring that even the original flavor would not be bland. Lin Xuan handed the paper bag to Feng Yujia along with a pair of chopsticks. "Then, I shall dig in," she said, taking the bag and eagerly breaking open the chopsticks to grab a piece of crispy pork. The refried crispy pork gleamed golden. With a slight pressure, she felt the crisp coating crack. Unable to contain her excitement, she placed it in her mouth. The moment she bit down, her eyes sparkled. It was incredibly delicious. The crunchy coating released a subtle fragrance of Sichuan peppercorn as she chewed, revealing the tender and juicy meat within. Despite the 2 rounds of high-temperature cooking, it retained none of the dryness one might expect. Instead, as she chewed, a hint of meat juice seeped out, delivering an exquisite burst of flavor. "This is too delicious. Truly too delicious." Just moments prior, she had been mentally searching for words of praise. Now, her mind was blank, unable to find adequate descriptions to convey how delightful the crispy pork truly was. In a moment of complete speechlessness, she could only dryly describe it as delicious. She couldn't help but think how fortunate it was that Mr. Lin resided in a grand villa and was willing to set up a food stall. Otherwise, she would likely never have the chance to savor such exquisite crispy pork. All her previous perceptions had been entirely rewritten in Feng Yujia and Appo's mind. Meanwhile, Yang Yu, drawn in by the enticing aroma, could only wonder how many times he had swallowed in anticipation while listening to Feng Yujia and Appo's as continuous praises. Nonetheless, even with all this, spending 45 yuan on a portion of crispy pork felt excessively indulgent for him. However, he soon devised a plan, aware that Lin Xuan would not be leaving anytime soon. He returned to the convenience store to grab the buns he had just purchased and then returned to the food truck. Savoring the scent of the crispy pork wafting through the air, he took bite after bite of his buns, deliberately maintaining some distance so as not to disrupt Lin Xuan's business. Why settle for convenience store buns when you could have a portion of crispy pork? Trust me, it and Appo's truly delectable. Feng Yujia, witnessing this, paused for a moment before genuinely recommending to Yang Yu. "I believe Mr. Lin and Appo's crispy pork is delightful, but I shall content myself with just inhaling the aroma. I truly cannot afford it." Yang Yu, munching on his buns and inhaling the fragrant air, envisioned himself indulging in the crispy pork, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Zhang Erming and Appo's concern about disturbing Mr. Xie during such late hours proved to be unnecessary. In truth, Xie Hongyu was still at the office, engrossed in planning the debut concert of Lan Xinyue, which had become the company and Appo's foremost priority. In their line of work, overtime was commonplace, often requiring all-nighters to meet project deadlines. Fortunately, Xie Hongyu generously rewarded them with substantial bonuses upon project completion. In the brightly lit small conference room, he addressed a youthful and vibrant girl, Miss Lan. "Unless there are any issues, this is the final proposal. Based on the venue schedule, final adjustments to the stage will occur tomorrow." Just then his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, He realized it was the person in charge of the stadium. A call at this hour. Could something be amiss? His heart raced as various negative scenarios flashed through his mind, yet his demeanor remained composed. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Of course, please do. I will review this proposal further. Lin Xuan nodded, casually picking up the booklet in front of her. Xia Hongyu stepped out of the conference room, and as Lin Xuan observed his departure, she turned to her manager beside her. Sister Zhao, could you check if there's any food in the office? Iampe, appos, starvin. She rubbed her stomach, displaying a pitiful expression. After a day packed with back-to-back engagements, she had barely consumed a little milk to stave off hunger. If only the proposal booklet were edible, she felt she could devour it whole. Just a little longer. We'll be done soon, and you can eat when we return to the hotel, her manager, Sister Zhao, advised. Just kill me now, Lin Xuan lamented, covering her face with a booklet. At that moment, the conference room door swung open as Xia Hongyu returned, having finished his call. Observing Lin Xuan and Amp, Oppo's, pitiful state, he curiously inquired, Miss Lin, what an Oppo's? As wrong? Are you unsatisfied with the proposal? Lin Xuan felt embarrassed, having not expected Xia Hongyu to return so quickly. I apologize. My artist in Oppo's schedule is so hectic that she hasn't Oppo's had a chance to eat. Sister Zhao shot Lin Xuan a knowing look before providing an explanation to Xia Hongyu. Eating? How fortuitous. The call Xia Hongyu had just received was indeed from Zhang Erming. Although he hadn't seen the photos, he had a strong instinct that it was Lin Xuan. Much like how a normal person would never sell garlic sauce pork and spicy intestines at a matchmaking event, it seemed only the capricious Lin Xuan would set up a stall at the stadium at this hour. Since that in Oppo's, the case. If both of you have no issues with the proposal, we may conclude for today. If you don't mind, may I treat you both to a meal? Xia Hongyu invited. Oh, at an amp, Oppo's, that's really not necessary. Sister Zhao was about to decline, but Lin Xuan jumped up, her face alight with excitement. Yes, yes. Where shall we eat? Let us go quickly. I and Amp, Oppo's, am starving. Zhang Erming, having hung up the phone, arrived at the stadium entrance. His curiosity piqued by who could have compelled Mr. Xia to spend money on someone. Just as he approached, he overheard Yang Yu's last remark. What do you mean you can't afford it? Initially puzzled, Zhang Erming then spotted the food truck sign, 45 yuan for a portion of fried crispy pork. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. Given Yang Yu and Oppo's frugal nature, he would find even half that price too steep. However, considering that even Mr. Xia was interested in this stall, a slightly higher price was understandable. What do you mean you can at Oppo's afford it? Let me treat you. Zhang Erming clapped Yang Yu on the shoulder. No, thank you. Brother Zhang, I really can't. Yang Yu shook his head, refusing the tempting offer. He felt he had already received enough support from Zhang Erming and couldn't bear to impose further. Aware of his own ineptitude in conversation, he swallowed the last bite of his bun. Brother Zhang, I must return to work now. With that, he glanced back at Lin Xuan and Oppo's stall and walked away without a backward glance. Hey, you little rascal, come back. Zhang Erming called out, but Yang Yu only quickened his pace. At least bring my green tea back. Zhang Erming mumbled in resignation. Nearby, Fang Yujia, witnessing the scene, expressed her confusion. I see you all dressed for manual labor. Isn't the pay for night shifts rather low? Why did that young man say he couldn't and Amp, Oppo's, afford it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Erming shook his head. Poor Yang, his mother is ill, and he has a younger sister still in school. He tends to be quite frugal. Not wanting to delve into personal matters, Zhang Erming kept his explanation brief. Nevertheless, this was enough for Fang Yujia to form a sympathetic impression, although she had the intention to treat the young stranger to a meal. It was clear from his earlier refusal that he would likely reject her kindness as an offering from an unfamiliar person. Lin Xuan fell into a moment of contemplation before finally stating, enough about Yang. I'll have a portion, please. Zhang Erming had caught a whiff of the crispy pork that Fang Yujia was holding, and the enticing aroma had already ensnared his senses. He had long been tempted. All right, just a moment. Lin Xuan snapped back to attention, nodding as he began to prepare the meal. Before long, Zhang Erming's fried crispy pork was ready. As he savored the delectable dish, he instantly comprehended why Mr. Xie would willingly spend 1,000 yuan to seek out a street vendor. The flavor was simply exceptional. He had never tasted such delightful crispy pork in any restaurant. No wonder Mr. Xie couldn't forget about it. Grateful to Mr. Xie. Meanwhile, in the business vehicle cruising smoothly down the street, Sister Zhao cautioned Lin Xuan, when we eat, exercise some restraint. If you overindulge, you'll definitely look puffy for tomorrow's shoot. Understood. Lin Xuan stretched out her words, feigning displeasure. However, there is little choice. Female artists must strictly regulate their diets to maintain their image. Sister Zhao pretended not to notice and said to Xie Hongyu, Mr. Xie, it's quite late now. Let us keep it simple and just have a quick bite. Xie Hongyu nodded in agreement. After all, Boss Lin's establishment was merely a roadside stall, rather unpretentious. Earlier, before they set off, he had inquired about Zhang Erming's opinion. At that moment, there was no queue, and they could order upon arrival, eat, and leave without wasting any time. He didn't think it would be inappropriate to treat clients to street food, as it was merely a casual dinner, not a formal banquet. The taste of the food far outweighed the dining environment. Moreover, Boss Lin and Oppo's culinary skills surpassed those of many high-end restaurant chefs. At around 1 in the morning, traffic was non-existent. The business van soon pulled up at the entrance of the gymnasium. As Xie Hongyu alighted first, he quickly spotted the food truck illuminated by the streetlights. Behind the truck stood the beloved yet exasperating Boss Lin. For 4 consecutive days, Xie Hongyu had scarcely eaten properly. Although he used to frequent several upscale restaurants that he found quite satisfying, now they seemed merely a means to stave off hunger enough to work. If it weren't Oppo's tea for the clients in the vehicle, he would have rushed over to express how much he missed Boss Lin's food. Lin Xuan and Sister Zhao stepped out of the car, initially oblivious, assuming there might be a restaurant nearby. However, when Xie Hongyu pointed to the food truck not far off, the two women were momentarily taken aback, their minds racing with existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Had it not been for their recent interactions due to the concert project, Sister Zhao might have thought him utterly mad. Mr. Xie? Is this really it? Sister Zhao and Oppo's expression darkened. Though she had suggested keeping things uncomplicated, she had expected at least a proper restaurant with a private room. Instead, they found a roadside stall. The location of this stall hardly resembled a legitimate food vendor in Oppo's spot. From a distance, the street appeared almost deserted save for the occasional passing vehicle. Although the dining environment was somewhat rudimentary, the two women quickly understood the appeal once they tasted the food. Xie Hongyu commented that it was not just rudimentary, it was practically devoid of any dining atmosphere. Sister Zhao felt an urge to scold Xie Hongyu. After recovering from her shock, Lin Xuan displayed a curious expression. During her school days, she often accompanied friends to explore street food, but such experiences had faded from her life after gaining some fame. Sister Zhao, if I don't eat, I might just lose you, she joked, lightening the mood. You wait in the car. I'll bring some back for you, she suggested. Seeing her artist so enthusiastic, Sister Zhao had no choice but to drop her grievances. It's fine. There are hardly any people around, so there won't be any reporters, she reassured. Lin Xuan, however, had no intention of waiting in the car, deeming it rather dull. With her insistence, Sister Zhao reluctantly agreed, and the trio made their way toward the food truck. Zhang Erming, who had been waiting for Xie Hongyu, hurried over upon their arrival. Mr. Xie, is this the Boss Lin you were looking for? Zhang Erming inquired, unable to suppress a burp after devouring 2 portions of crispy meat while waiting. I apologize. It was just too delicious, and I couldn't help myself. Mr. Xie, the culinary skills of this Boss Lin are truly commendable, he praised, still slightly apologetic. Xie Hongyu looked at Zhang Erming with a puzzled expression, as he had not caught the enticing aroma of the spicy pork intestines. Yet, there was indeed Boss Lin behind the truck. With a sense of curiosity, he approached the food truck. Boss Lin, have you changed the menu again? Xie Hongyu asked, bemused, as he regarded Lin Xuan. Typically, restaurants and chefs cling to signature dishes, often selling them for a lifetime. Yet, Lin Xuan had sold garlic pork for 3 days and spicy pork intestines for 2 days, only to switch to crispy meat today. Oh, and in Oppo's SU. Lin Xuan recognized the affluent Xie Hongyu. The earlier confusion was resolved. He surmised that it was Xie who had sent someone to find him. If you hadn't sent someone, who would have guessed that Boss Lin was out here at this hour? Could you perhaps choose a more reasonable time to operate? Xie Hongyu replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. Would you like an order? Lin Xuan wisely chose not to dwell on that topic. If I could, who would want to be out here at this hour? 3 portions, please. I have guests, Xie Hongyu ordered without hesitation. Though he had not tried this particular dish before, he had complete confidence in Lin Xuan's culinary talents. Lan Xinyue watched in amazement. After overhearing their conversation, she nearly thought they were about to argue. Yet they reverted to normalcy in an instant. How fascinating, she mused. Lin Xuan began preparing the meal, placing 3 portions of crispy meat into the oil for frying. What flavors do you prefer? He inquired. Spicy, Xie Hongyu replied, recalling that the garlic pork and spicy pork intestines he had previously tried were both spicy. I want spicy too. Lan Xinyue exclaimed excitedly, her mask on. No spicy for you. Don't forget about your sister. Zhao quickly intervened, wishing to keep Lan Xinyue's identity concealed from outsiders. Then I'll have salt and pepper. Lan Xinyue conceded regretfully. I'll take the original flavor, Sister Zhao sighed, seemingly resigned to her fate. All right, Lin Xuan noted their preferences. Moments later, the aroma of the crispy meat wafted through the air. Wow, it smells amazing. Em starving, Lan Xinyue exclaimed, her eyes glued to the frying pan, her hunger intensified by the tantalizing scent. Soon, the 3 portions of crispy meat were ready, seasoned according to each individual and Oppo's request. I'll dig in first. Lan Xinyue quickly pulled down her mask, grabbing a piece of crispy meat with her chopsticks and popping it into her mouth. The moment the morsel touched her palate, she was utterly captivated. The explosion of flavors overwhelming her senses, making her wish for 8 mouths to devour 8 portions simultaneously. It was beyond her imagination how delectable it was. At that moment, any thoughts of dietary restraint or maintaining her figure vanished entirely. Sister Zhao, you must try this, she mumbled through a mouthful. Eat less, this is fried food. Sister Zhao reminded her, concerned about her artist and Oppo's ravenous consumption. What kind of appearance is that for a female artist indulging in such a manner in public? If a reporter catches this, it will surely be all over the internet tomorrow. Yet, as the first piece of crispy meat crossed her lips, Sister Zhao understood everything. The reason behind Lan Xinyue and Oppo's voracious appetite and why Xie Hongyu, the distinguished company president, opted to bring clients to such a place for a meal. The answer lay within that one piece of crispy meat. Mr. Xie, I apologize for my earlier attitude, Sister Zhao expressed, the joy and satisfaction brought by the food significantly easing her mood. Regarding their own artists, there is no longer a need to refrain from certain remarks. When delicacies are at hand, artists are merely human, unable to resist such temptations. Xie Hongyu smiled faintly, a look of nonchalance upon his face. After all, he was not mad enough to bring a major client to a street vendor. It was purely confidence in Boss Lin and Oppo's culinary skills. However, there was one matter Xie Hongyu needed to clarify. Boss Lin, will you be setting up your stall here again tomorrow? Yes. I will be at the entrance of the gym all week, Lin Xuan replied with a nod. This week? What about next week? Xie Hongyu swiftly grasped the crux of Lin Xuan's words. Next week is still uncertain, Lin Xuan informed him candidly. Can't you establish a fixed location? Perhaps open a shop? If that Oppo's too much, I could find you a place without charging rent. Xie Hongyu unveiled his trump card. He was tired of scouring the streets to locate Lin Xuan and Oppo's stall. Besides, if a shop were opened, he might be able to enjoy the delicacies that had previously graced the stall. Yet, while imagination is beautiful, reality often proves stark. No need, this is perfectly fine. Lin Xuan rejected without a second thought. But I find this unacceptable. I truly cannot comprehend your thoughts. Xie Hongyu felt a surge of frustration. Previously, when his proposal to co-open a restaurant had been declined, he suspected it was due to Lin Xuan's strong desire for control and aversion to collaborative ventures. This time, he had even lowered his demands, offering a rent-free space with no strings attached, yet he was still turned down. Xia Hongyu found Lin Xuan to be far more enigmatic than any difficult client he'd encountered in his entrepreneurial journey. Was it possible that setting up a stall was merely a hobby for Mr. Lin? You must realize that Mr. Lin would certainly not agree to such terms. Fong Yujia leisurely finished her serving of crispy pork and was about to bid farewell to Lin Xuan when she overheard the conversation between him and Xia Hongyu. Unable to resist, she interjected, "A hobby? How do you know this is his hobby?" Xia Hongyu was taken aback, turning to Fong Yujia with a questioning gaze. He found it curious that the tone she adopted when mentioning Lin Xuan was imbued with utmost respect, akin to how he addressed significant clients. Of course, it is because Mr. Lin is the owner of the Jin Yuhuan mansion, she mused inwardly, her smile maintaining decorum. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the villa steward of Jin Yuhuan mansion, as well as the private steward of Mr. Lin and Appo's villa," Fong Yujia stated, smiling yet remaining silent, hoping Xia Hongyu would grasp the implications. The Jin Yuhuan mansion? Xia Hongyu was astonished, glancing between Fong Yujia and Lin Xuan, grappling with disbelief. "Is it the one I am thinking of? I believe there is only one Jin Yuhuan mansion in the city." Fong Yujia confirmed his statement. "It seems the place I reside is quite renowned." Lin Xuan interjected, keen to learn more from their exchange, having previously found scant information about the mansion online, only aware of its existence. "You truly reside in Jin Yuhuan mansion?" Xia Hongyu's eyes widened in amazement, as Lin Xuan's confirmation undeniably substantiated Fong Yujia's words. "Yes, I do," Lin Xuan replied, suddenly alerting, "You want an amp? Appo's. TB considering tracking me down at my home next time, will you? I and amp, Appo's. Am not insane. Besides, would Jin Yuhuan mansion allow one to simply show up unannounced?" Xia Hongyu rolled his eyes and scrutinized Lin Xuan once more, astonished. He had not anticipated this revelation. His understanding of Jin Yuhuan mansion surpassed Lin Xuan's. The reason for the scarcity of information online was due to the community having no external sales channels. When he had initially contemplated purchasing a property, he had also considered Jin Yuhuan mansion, but upon inquiry, he found no leads and subsequently abandoned the idea. It was evident that the owners within Jin Yuhuan mansion were either wealthy or noble. As the president of an event planning company, he felt he hardly measured up. He finally grasped why Fong Yujia had described Lin Xuan and Appo's street vending as merely a hobby. To afford living in Jin Yuhuan mansion and still engage in street vending, what else could it be but a hobby? It was no wonder Lin Xuan had completely disregarded his earlier proposal. The combined worth of his entire company likely paled in comparison to that villa. "Boss Lin, I must concede," Xia Hongyu sighed. Beside them, Lan Xinyue, who had been quietly observing, wore a curious expression. Though she found it somewhat absurd that a street vendor could afford a villa, her unfamiliarity with local circumstances left her questioning. She recalled that Zhao Jia was a local. "Is this neighborhood quite famous? Could I afford it?" Zhao Jia paused mid-bite, casting a glance at Lan Xinyue. "If you can maintain such popularity, perhaps in 10 years you might be able to afford it," she remarked. Lan Xinyue Gapet. If she were to remain prominent for a decade, she would undoubtedly be a top-tier star by then. Yet, it was merely a possibility of affording it. However, Zhao Jia had yet to finish her thought. Affording it was one thing. Whether it would be available for sale was another. Zhao Jia shook her head, beginning to understand her artist and Appo's current mindset. As an agent with years of experience in the entertainment industry, she had witnessed all manner of absurdities, yet today still felt enlightened. For a moment, an unusual silence enveloped the atmosphere around the food cart. Lin Xuan seemed oblivious, instead preparing another batch of crispy pork and addressing Xia Hongyu. "May I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" Xia Hongyu inquired, puzzled. "I wish to send a meal to that young man who just received your reward. The one who came to collect it." Lin Xuan recalled Yangyu. Given that today's crispy pork was destined to remain unsold, having only sold 6 portions to those present, he anticipated a lack of further customers once they departed. He would not be able to consume all the remaining ingredients himself, so he might as well do something kind. Xia Hongyu had yet to comprehend the implications. Zhang Erming, accompanying them, cast a surprised glance at Lin Xuan, feeling an unexpected fondness for him. Observing Xia Hongyu's confusion, Zhang Erming clarified, "I thought it was something significant." Well then, Xia Hongyu pondered, let's not send just one portion, since we're here. Zhang Erming, could you tally the number of people at the construction site? Consider my treat for everyone. Zhang Erming, beaming with joy, readily agreed. In a certain area within the gymnasium, Zhang Erming returned to the construction site, laden with various bags. Setting down what he could, he announced, Mr. Xie is treating everyone to a late-night snack. Xiao Yang, hurry over. It's your turn for a bonus. Zhang Erming began calling for his co-workers. Upon hearing about the snack, many immediately set aside their tasks and rushed over. However, when the mention of a bonus arose, they exchanged puzzled looks towards Yang Yu and Zhang Erming. After all, the construction timeline was not yet complete. Where could the bonus possibly come from? Do these two individuals share some sort of dealings? Perhaps there is no more delectable dish in the world than this. Zhang Erming cheerfully explained a few things, and the workers soon realized that Xiao Yang had located boss Lin, who was being sought after with a bounty from President Xie. 1,000 yuan, neither too much nor too little. Considering Yang Yu's family circumstances, several people jokingly congratulated him. Upon hearing Zhang Erming's words, Yang Yu quickly set down the equipment he was holding and jogged over. He had initially thought the reward would not be available until the daytime, so he was pleasantly surprised to receive it so soon. Zhang Erming handed over the 1,000 yuan that Xie Hongyu had just transferred to him, without any alteration. To Yang Yu, he patted Yang Yu on the shoulder, offering some words of encouragement, before presenting him with a portion of crispy meat. Hey, this time President Xie is treating everyone to a meal. If you have the ability, you should accept it. Zhang Erming feigned anger, playfully nudging Yang Yu and Amp, Oppo's head. Of course. President Xie is truly generous. Yang Yu chuckled, unfazed by Zhang Erming's playful jab. The familiar aroma wafted from the oil paper bag. He had feared he would miss out on such a delightful dish. Originally, Boss Lin intended for President Xie to send a portion to him, but President Xie, with a wave of his hand, decided to treat everyone instead. Zhang Erming explained, observing Yang Yu and Oppo's insatiable appetite, and urged him to eat while it was hot. That boss Lin? The image of the figure standing behind the food cart under the street lamp flashed in Yang Yu's mind, and a warmth flowed through him. Although the pressures of life often left him breathless, he was fortunate to encounter many kind souls. With reddened eyes, Yang Yu bowed his head and picked up a piece of crispy meat, savoring it slowly. Truly delicious. Perhaps there is nothing more delectable in this world. Upon awakening, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. However, Lin Xuan had completed today's market stall duties and leisurely went about his washing routine. He then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. Although Xie Hongyu had treated the workers to a late-night snack, several portions remained unsold. Adhering to the principle of minimizing waste, Lin Xuan placed the leftovers in the refrigerator, intending to cook them all for lunch. Soon, the enticing aroma of crispy meat filled the kitchen as he fried a large platter of it. Lin Xuan transferred the crispy meat to a food box and retrieved 2 cans of chilled beer from the fridge. Eating at home lacked excitement, so he decided to head to the artificial lake for a picnic. Enjoying the beautiful scenery while indulging in delicious food was the greatest pleasure. He made his way back to the artificial lake once again. Arriving at the same spot as before, Lin Xuan discovered the man painting was already there, still standing in the water with his easel set before him. Lin Xuan chose not to walk further and sat down at the previous position. It seemed the artist sensed someone's arrival, as he glanced back and nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Xuan raised his food box, signaling to the man if he wished to join him for a meal. The man shook his head, redirecting his focus to the easel. Lin Xuan, undeterred, sat down and opened the food box, enjoying the view of the man painting and the lake while relishing his meal. A gentle breeze wafted by. Miao Yuanshan gazed at the easel before him. The sky, the lake, and the wild ducks. All these images combined to form the painting before him. Overall, the artwork could be considered complete, yet he felt as though something was missing. What could it be? As Miao Yuanshan pondered, a sudden wave of fried aroma wafted through the air. His stomach instinctively grumbled in response. Originally, he intended to return home for lunch by this hour, but he had been so absorbed in his thoughts about that elusive element that he hadn't eaten at all. Turning around, Miao Yuanshan located the source of the enticing fragrance, It was the food box of the unfamiliar young man. Along with the aroma, he could even faintly hear the crisp sounds of the young man chewing the crispy meat. It appeared quite delectable. Miao Yuanshan contemplated and approached Lin Xuan. "Hello. Where did you purchase this crispy meat? I'd like my housekeeper to get a portion as well." Seeing Miao Yuanshan approach, Lin Xuan initially thought he had interrupted the man and Oppo's as painting. To his surprise, the inquiry was about the crispy meat. "I made this myself. I didn't sell all of it at my stall yesterday, so I decided to prepare it for myself. Feel free to join me. I made plenty." Lin Xuan promptly invited Miao Yuanshan to share. "Since it's your stall's product, I'll buy it at full price." Miao Yuanshan replied after a moment of consideration. "No need for that. It was originally unsold. It wouldn't be appropriate to charge you. Just try it first." Lin Xuan shook his head, indicating for Miao Yuanshan to eat first. Miao Yuanshan, not one to be shy, took a piece of crispy meat from the food box and placed it in his mouth. Upon tasting it, his eyes lit up. Delicious. The flavor is fantastic. He hadn't expected the crispy meat to be not only aromatic, but also a true delight to eat. He devoured several pieces before pausing, perplexed. How could such tasty crispy meat not sell out? Are today's diners so discerning? "It might be a matter of my stall's location and timing," Lin Xuan replied. "Impossible. With this flavor, no matter where you set up, it would surely be well received. If I were a customer, I would purchase it repeatedly. By the way, I haven't asked where exactly you set up stall. I'd like to buy more from you later." Miao Yuanshan thought Lin Xuan had misunderstood. Such a delicacy could not possibly be limited by location or timing. There would undoubtedly be enough repeat customers. He had been completely captivated by the taste upon his first bite and was already contemplating a return visit. "This morning, I was at the gym entrance at 10 and Oppo's clock. Tomorrow, it's still uncertain." Lin Xuan replied candidly. Miao Yuanshan. 10 and Oppo's clock at the gym entrance? Tomorrow is uncertain? Miao Yuanshan assumed Lin Xuan was joking, but his earnest expression suggested otherwise. No wonder he hadn't sold out. Setting up a stall at 10 and Oppo's clock in the morning at the gym entrance. Was that something the same person would do? I simply don't understand. Miao Yuanshan felt as though his brain was overheating, unable to comprehend Lin Xuan's intentions. Setting up a stall as I please is merely my hobby. It's not my means of making a living, just as your passion is painting. Lin Xuan had already prepared this explanation for such inquiries in the future. He pointed to the easel by the water and Oppo's edge. Indeed, Miao Yuanshan and Oppo's expression shifted to one of realization. If it were merely a hobby, it was not entirely incomprehensible, though the choice of setting up a stall as a hobby was indeed rather peculiar. Nevertheless, Miao Yuanshan corrected Lin Xuan. Painting is not only my hobby, it is also my profession. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Miao Yuanshan, a professional painter, residing in courtyard number 2. Professional painter? Lin Xuan immediately felt a sense of respect. A professional painter who could afford a grand villa through art must be a notable figure in the industry. Could this man before him be a master artist? Sensing Lin Xuan and Oppo's speculation, Miao Yuanshan chuckled softly. I cannot afford a house in the Jin Yuan mansion. This house was purchased by my father. He is quite wealthy. I am merely an ordinary little painter. Oh, a wealthy second generation. Lin Xuan suddenly realized and sincerely remarked. However, I believe your paintings are exquisite. I am confident you will achieve success in the future. Miao Yuanshan nodded earnestly, a hint of melancholy gracing his face. My friend, I appreciate your kind words. If in a few years I am still in this predicament, I shall return to inherit my father and Oppo's company. You cannot imagine. I once attempted to work for a month, but it was utterly devoid of meaning, dull, tedious, and lacking any spark of artistic inspiration. To be honest, I admire those subordinates in my father's company who endure such monotonous, repetitive work day after day. I believe you can understand the sentiment. In Miao Yuanshan's eyes, Lin Xuan's late-night street vending, regarded as a hobby, was an art form in its own right. Lin Xuan replied, I'm sorry, I don't comprehend. Without the system, he would likely be among those whom Miao Yuanshan referred to, the monotonous workers repeating the same tasks daily. Everything he possesses now is the fruit of diligent labor. The two engaged in light conversation. Miao Yuanshan savored a piece of crispy meat while sipping the beer Lin Xuan had brought, his face reflecting contentment. This is life, Miao Yuanshan exclaimed, lifting a piece of crispy meat to gaze at the sky, as if trying to uncover the secrets hidden within such a delightful morsel. Under the sunlight, the crispy meat glistened with oil, its hue a radiant gold. After a brief moment of contemplation, Miao Yuanshan and Appo's inspiration struck him. He jumped up, exclaiming, "Ein Appo's." V realized what was missing. He rushed towards the water and Appo's edge. If not for the painting board resting in the water, Lin Xuan might have thought Miao Yuanshan intended to leap into the river. Curiosity piqued, he followed him to the shore. Miao Yuanshan dashed to the painting board, quickly mixing a warm yellow hue. He then seized a brush and swiftly applied strokes to the canvas. Suddenly, sunlight appeared in the sky and on the lake and Appo's surface, reflecting off one another. The sunlight in the lake shimmered, creating a sense of fluidity. Haha, this is the feeling. Miao Yuanshan stepped back, admiring his freshly completed artwork. This may be my most satisfying piece this year. Lin Xuan scrutinized it as well, nodding in agreement. Compared to the painting board he had seen yesterday, this new artwork, infused with that sunlit color, offered a completely different sensation. It seemed to convey an illusion of motion, transitioning from static to dynamic. Consider this a token of gratitude for the crispy meat you treated me to. Miao Yuanshan waited for the paint to dry slightly before handing the entire canvas to Lin Xuan. No, this is too precious. This is your painstaking creation. I cannot accept it, Lin Xuan hurriedly declined. Regardless, it is a gift. If you do not wish to keep it, simply discard it. To me, once a painting is completed, it belongs to the past. I did not enjoy reminiscing. Miao Yuanshan left no room for further refusal, stepping barefoot onto the shore. Lin Xuan reluctantly accepted the painting board, cradling it with care. Observing this, Miao Yuanshan finally broke into a joyful smile. At 4 p.m, in the office, Xie Hongyu had just finished replying to work messages when he noticed the Boss Lin arrest group had been flooded with new messages. Is Boss Lin really vending at the gym entrance? I couldn't find him at all. Boss Lin, you sly one. Is anyone planning to check out the gym entrance together? The group members were all agitated, condemning Lin Xuan for not being present as promised. Some had visited the gym several times without spotting him. It was then that Xie Hongyu remembered he had joined this group. With so many messages daily, it was easy for them to slip from his mind. Had he not seen this particular message, he might have entirely forgotten. After some contemplation, Xie Hongyu began typing. At 1 this morning, I encountered Boss Lin at the gym entrance. The offerings this week have changed to crispy meat. As soon as he shared this news, the group chat erupted. What? At what time? 1 a.m? Boss Lin, are you joking with us? Is Boss Lin even serious about his business? The time mentioned by Xie Hongyu astonished the group members. Selling crispy meat at the gym entrance at such an hour was unheard of. Had it not been for Xie Hongyu and Appo's affluent status, they might have dismissed it outright. Despite the absurdity of the timing, many members decided they would indeed go to the gym entrance punctually. However, around 1 a.m, when Xie Hongyu arrived, he only found a crowd of hungry patrons waiting at the entrance, but not a trace of Lin Xuan's food cart. Wealthy brother, you said Boss Lin was vending here at this hour, but where is he? Indeed, it and Appo's. It's already past 1. The patrons glanced around, inquiring with Xie Hongyu. Yet, he too was baffled. He had seen Lin Xuan here at that time, just yesterday. Wealthy brother, are you genuinely toying with us? Someone asked, visibly displeased. Before Xie Hongyu could respond, another stepped in to diffuse the situation. I just asked the clerk at the convenience store. There was indeed someone vending here at 1 this morning. It was Bao Yihai, a devoted admirer of Lin Xuan. He had joined both the Boss Lin vending notification group and the Boss Lin arrest group. Upon arriving, he had gone to the nearby 24-hour convenience store to inquire and receive confirmation. However, it was now past 1, and there was no sign of Boss Lin. Bao Yihai furrowed his brow, brainstorming potential explanations. After pondering, he posed a question to Xie Hongyu. Wealthy brother, what did Boss Lin say to you yesterday? Please recount his exact words. Bao Yihai's expression turned serious, entering detective mode. Xia Hongyu reflected briefly before narrating the exchange. Bao Yihai's face lit up with realization. Recalling the previous 2 weeks of vending, he wondered aloud, is it possible that Boss Lin merely mentioned vending at the gym entrance, but did not specify a fixed schedule? This suggestion elicited incredulous expressions from the surrounding patrons. Bao Yihai, however, felt a sense of clarity. We must not apply conventional reasoning to Boss Lin. Given his unpredictable nature, I believe he is quite capable of such behavior. Vending is not the same as running a shop. There need not be a set time. His theory resonated with some, while others speculated that Boss Lin might have had other commitments today and decided to forego vending. Ultimately, it seemed unlikely they would be able to enjoy the crispy meat that night. Wealthy brother, is the crispy meat delicious? Someone inquired, knowing that Xia Hongyu alone had the fortune to taste it. Yes, it is quite delectable. Maintaining its usual high standard, Xia Hongyu replied, nodding in affirmation. How delectable is it? A nearby individual continued to inquire. Since they could not partake, they naturally wished to hear Xia Hongyu and Amp, Oppo's, as appraisal. Such insights would bolster their confidence in pursuing the delicacies tomorrow. However, Xia Hongyu was not a culinary influencer and lacked the prowess to articulate the flavors of a dish with precision. At that moment, Zhang Erming, having received a message from Xia Hongyu, hurried over. Xia Hongyu promptly redirected the question to him. He too had tasted it. Do ask him. Zhang Erming. Suddenly the focus of numerous expectant gazes felt a slight shiver run down his spine. Yet, as it was an instruction from Mr. Xia, he began to delve into his thoughts. Well, the crispy pork is indeed delightful, with a crunchy exterior and tender interior. The aroma is simply divine. As he spoke, Zhang Erming couldn't end Amp, Oppo's. He helped but reminisce about the flavors he had savored yesterday, and his words began to flow effortlessly as he elaborated on the deliciousness of the crispy pork. I can end Amp, Oppo's. Take this anymore. I must leave. If you keep talking, I wanted Oppo's. Sleep tonight, exclaimed a few diners, turning away in frustration. It was clear that the more Zhang Erming described, the more they felt the pang of missing out. Soon, the diners gradually dispersed. Before leaving, Xia Hongyu instructed Zhang Erming to continue watching for any signs of Boss Lin. Should he set up shop? A phone call was to be made immediately. On Wednesday, shortly after lunch, Lin Xuan received a system notification. Wednesday random operating hours, 22 to 2400 hours, random fried dish recipe, fried spring rolls, ingredients unlocked, please prepare for business. Fried spring rolls? From 10 to midnight? Lin Xuan calmly glanced at the clock. The sports hall at 10 in the evening seemed to still be bustling with fitness enthusiasts. Setting up shop at this hour presented no challenge at all. Mimicking a scene from a drama, Lin Xuan pretended to converse with the air, envisioning the system before him, and flashed a disdainful smirk. However, in the next moment, his smile abruptly vanished as another system notification appeared. Thursday random operating hours, 0 to 1 o'clock, random fried dish recipe, fried milk. Ingredients unlocked. Please prepare for continuous operation. This time, Lin Xuan could no longer smile. Goodness, the operating hours had overlapped. This meant he would be working from 10 tonight until 1 the next morning. Fortunately, Thursday's operating time was only an hour. To ensure he wouldn't delay tonight's business, Lin Xuan swiftly took out his phone and began purchasing the necessary ingredients for both fried dishes. While waiting for the delivery, he indulged in a relaxing bath to rejuvenate himself for the night ahead. As expected, the ingredients were once again delivered by Fang Yujia, who drove the shuttle. Having gained experience from the previous 2 times and having tasted the crispy pork once, she had grown accustomed to the routine. Moreover, she keenly observed an intriguing pattern. Mr. Lin seemed to sell different items each time he set up shop. For instance, on Monday, she delivered chicken breast. On Tuesday, it was pork tenderloin. Today, the assortment was more varied, including flour, vegetables, minced meat, red beans, milk, butter, and more. While she initially suspected he was preparing dumplings, the milk and butter left her perplexed. Mr. Lin, are these the items you plan to sell today? Fang Yujia inquired curiously. Yes, I'm preparing to sell fried spring rolls and fried milk. Lin Xuan affirmed with a nod. That's wonderful. There will be more delicious food today, she exclaimed, torn between excitement and concern. She was thrilled at the prospect of indulging in delectable treats, but worried about staying up late. At this rate, with late-night fried snacks, how much would she need to spend on skincare? No, I'll start operating at 10 tonight, Lin Xuan clarified, alleviating Fong Yujia's concerns. Then I won't disturb your preparations any further. See you tonight. With a smile, Fong Yujia left, immediately messaging her friend. She concocted a story about going for a night run to lure her out. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan began his preparations. First, he tackled the fried spring rolls, a common snack found in both northern and southern regions. The northern variety typically features sweet fillings, while the south prefers savory. To cater to diverse palates, Lin Xuan decided to prepare 4 types of fillings: 2 sweet, red bean and sesame peanut, and 2 savory, mixed vegetables and pork. Just preparing the fillings alone was a significant undertaking. Though he indulged in leisure, when it came to serious business, Lin Xuan held himself to the highest standards. He rinsed the red beans and set them to steam for the red bean filling. While waiting, he heated a pan, dry roasting peanuts until they were crispy, then added black sesame and walnuts to enhance the aroma. Finally, he mixed in brown sugar and ground the mixture into a fine consistency, storing it in a container for later use. Next came the vegetable filling, which consisted of shredded cabbage, shiitake mushrooms, and bamboo shoots. The cabbage could be directly sliced, while the mushrooms and bamboo shoots required blanching before being stir-fried with a dash of soy sauce, sesame oil, and salt. Once well mixed, he sprinkled sesame seeds on top, creating a perfect vegetable filling. For the meat filling, Lin Xuan used minced pork, incorporating chopped water chestnuts for added texture. This would provide a delightful crunch and enhance the freshness of the pork. Lin Xuan diligently worked until nearly 9 in the evening, preparing all the ingredients. After a brief rest, he loaded everything onto the food cart and headed towards the sports hall. At the same time, outside the sports hall, Fong Yujia and her friend, dressed in sports attire, were jogging on the internal track. Is the world turning upside down? Today, you actually invited me to exercise with you? Usually, I can't even get you to budge, remarked her friend, Shun Jing, a fitness coach. Fong Yujia had impulsively signed up for a gym membership, with Shun Jing as her personal trainer. However, she had only attended a few times before abandoning the gym, yet they had developed a good rapport. Even a slacker occasionally feels the urge to move. Fong Yujia wouldn't admit that she was here primarily for the food. The real reason was that after tasting the crispy pork, she had been astounded and was eager to share the experience with Shun Jing, only to be chastised for it. The lecture was that indulging in fried foods at night was unhealthy and likely to cause weight gain. Shun Jing adamantly claimed she would never consume such food at night. Impossible? That is only because you haven't tasted Boss Lin's culinary skills, Fong Yujia thought, her inner devil chuckling. Good food should be shared with close friends. She was determined to see Shun Jing fall under the spell of Boss Lin's cooking and join her in this indulgent late-night feast. As the clock approached 10, Fong Yujia excused herself to buy water, leading Shun Jing directly to the entrance of the sports hall. At 10 o'clock, Lin Xuan set up his stall at the entrance of the sports hall, exactly on time. Compared to the wee hours of 1:00 and amp, Oppo's clock, the sports hall was still bustling at this hour. After all, office workers were busy during the day and often had to work overtime, so to maintain their figures, they could only carve out time in the evenings. At this moment, most individuals had already completed their workouts and were gradually departing from the gym. Lin Xuan occupied the same spot as the previous night, conveniently situated beneath a street lamp. The 4 types of fillings for the spring rolls were neatly arranged on the stove, while the spring roll wrappers were stored separately in another box. When customers placed their orders, Lin Xuan would prepare the rolls according to their chosen fillings. He had set the price for this round at 5 yuan each, consistent for the sweet filling as well. As for the deep-fried milk to be sold after midnight, Lin Xuan had also made the necessary preparations. Compared to the spring rolls, the preparation for the deep-fried milk was considerably simpler. One merely needed to heat milk, butter, and granulated sugar in a pot, then add cornstarch and stir until a thick paste formed. After allowing it to cool naturally, it could be cut into strips, dipped in egg wash and breadcrumbs, and fried to perfection. The cooled milk chunks were stored in the food cart, ready to be served at midnight. Meanwhile, Fong Yujia stood at the entrance of the gym, her gaze sweeping over the area until it landed on the familiar food cart and the equally familiar Lin boss. "Hey, Jing, I see the owner I'm responsible for. Come with me to say hello," she said, feigning a chance encounter. Jing, aware that Fong Yujia worked as a personal steward, cast a curious glance around. "Didn't you say that the number 8 courtyard has been vacant for quite some time? When did it sell? It wouldn't be an old wealthy gentleman, would it?" Jing joked softly, following Fong Yujia as they approached Lin Xuan and Amp, Oppo's, S-cart. Just as she was pondering, she witnessed Fong Yujia greeting the young man behind the cart. "Good evening, Mr. Lin." For a moment, Jing and Amp, Oppo's, S-mind struggled to comprehend. She glanced at Lin Xuan, then back at Fong Yujia. "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lin from the number 8 courtyard, also my client. Mr. Lin, this is my good friend, Jing. If you ever have fitness needs, you can reach out to her," Fong Yujia said with utmost professionalism, suppressing a chuckle at Jing and Oppo's bewildered expression. Jing wore a look that suggested disbelief. While others might not be familiar with the Jin Yu Huafu estate, as Fong Yujia's close friend, she had heard much about it. The revelation that this young vendor was indeed an owner of the Jin Yu Huafu estate was a shock to her worldview. How had it come to pass that someone selling food on the street could afford a villa there? Had the world around her become utterly disordered without her noticing? In an Oppo's, as merely a hobby for Mr. Lin, Fong Yujia understood Jing and Oppo's mental turmoil all too well. After a brief explanation, she cheerfully suggested, "Now that we in Oppo's here, let us grab a bite." She glanced at the flavors displayed on the sign and promptly began to place her order. "I'll have one of each flavor." Jing, what about you?" Having reluctantly accepted the peculiar notion that wealthy individuals might possess such eccentric hobbies, Jing instinctively hesitated at the sight of the deep-fried spring rolls. As a fitness coach, both her professional habits and personal discipline as a woman disallowed her from indulging in fried foods at night. However, she quickly reconsidered, realizing that this was Fong Yujia and Amp, Oppo's, client. Would declining lead to complications for her friend's work? "Then I'll have a vegetarian one," Jing decided, opting for a vegetable spring roll, which, while still fried, had a lower calorie count than the others. Fong Yujia swiftly scanned the code for a total of 25 yuan. Just a moment, Lin Xuan nodded and promptly began preparing the spring rolls. Inside the gym, the change of shifts occurred precisely at 10. Yang Yu had just donned his safety helmet when he heard Zhang Erming calling him from distance. "Xiao Yang, don't rush into work just yet. Go take a look at the entrance to see if Boss Lin has set up," Zhang Erming instructed. In his eagerness to locate Lin Xuan, Zhang Erming sent someone to check at the entrance every hour, fearing he might miss the chance. Having met Lin Xuan before, Yang Yu was the perfect candidate for this task. The mere thought of Boss Lin made Yang Yu swallow hard. Those fried pork morsels had been truly delectable. Although he couldn't afford them at the moment, he held on to the aspiration that one day he would confidently stand before Lin Xuan's cart and indulge to his heart's content. As he pondered, he jogged to the gym entrance and soon spotted Lin Xuan's cart, quickly returning to inform Zhang Erming. "Boss Lin has indeed set up shop." Zhang Erming, recalling the earlier speculation about the night shift, was astonished that his guess had been correct. Without delay, he notified Xia Hongyu about Lin Xuan's presence and, after hanging up, sprinted toward the entrance. Since Boss Lin was open for business, he intended to indulge his own cravings first, particularly for those fried pork morsels he had been longing for. In the bubbling oil, white spring rolls gradually turned golden. Although they appeared similar, he distinctly remembered the fillings inside. For ease of consumption, Lin Xuan skewered the fried spring rolls and handed them to Fong Yujia, explaining the flavors. Fong Yujia accepted the wooden skewers, passing Jing her vegetable spring roll. Eagerly, she urged, "You must try it." As she spoke, she couldn't resist grabbing a red bean-filled spring roll and taking a bite. "Sister, is it too late for me to apologize now?" The crisp outer layer crunched delightfully as she bit down, followed by an explosion of sweet red bean filling. The filling was slightly hot, prompting Fong Yujia to gasp, yet she couldn't bear to stop eating. The rich bean flavor, complemented by a hint of creaminess, was utterly irresistible. "This is delicious," I had no idea a red bean spring roll could taste this amazing, having only ever tasted savory spring rolls before. This was her first encounter with a sweet version. Initially skeptical, she found the flavor far exceeded her expectations. The exterior was perfectly crisp, while the interior was sweet and soft, and importantly, not overly sugary, an ideal balance. In Chinese culinary culture, the highest praise for desserts is that they are not overly sweet. Mr. Lin, your skills would be more than suitable for crafting exquisite pastries at a high-end hotel for afternoon tea. Fang Yujia exclaimed in astonishment. Having frequented several so-called upscale hotels for afternoon tea with friends, she had sampled treats made by French culinary masters and others, yet none compared to this fried spring roll. Observing Fang Yujia and Appo's reaction, Shun Jing could no longer hold back. She took a gentle bite of the spring roll. The crisp shell yielded to reveal a unique fragrance of vegetables and mushrooms. Cabbage, shiitake mushrooms, and bamboo shoots. The cabbage released its juices, the mushrooms contributed their aroma, and the bamboo shoots provided texture, creating a harmonious blend of flavors that filled her palate with satisfaction. The fresh aroma from the vegetables and mushrooms alleviated any guilt associated with consuming fried food. This was truly remarkable. Shun Jing was utterly captivated by the taste of the fried spring rolls. She considered herself well-versed in culinary delights, yet she had never encountered such exquisite fried spring rolls before. Mr. Lin, I would like to order a few more. Shun Jing inhaled deeply, dismissing all thoughts of fitness and dietary restrictions. She now simply wishes to continue indulging in her meal. If necessary, she will exercise an extra 2 hours tomorrow. When faced with delectable food, the desire for culinary pleasure takes precedence. Upon witnessing Shun Jing's attitude, Fang Yujia could not help but reveal a triumphant smile. You once claimed you couldn't and Appo's tea-resist fried foods at night. Look, you two are succumbing. Shun Jing likely surmised the true reason behind Fang Yujia and Appo's invitation for a nighttime jog. However, there was no cause for anger. Such harmless little pranks are common among close friends. Moreover, the opportunity to savor such exquisite fried spring rolls must ultimately be credited to Fang Yujia. Yet a small price must still be paid. Shun Jing smiled gently. To ensure she can indulge a bit more in the future, they would simply jog an extra hour tomorrow. Don't even think about escaping. I will come to your house to fetch you. Upon hearing this, Fang Yujia found the fried spring rolls in her hand suddenly less appealing. Sister, is it too late for me to apologize now? Zhang Erming hurriedly arrived at the entrance of the gymnasium. Spotting Lin Xuan, he cheerfully approached. Boss Lin, one order of crispy pork. Hey, what has changed? Zhang Erming had been yearning for the crispy pork, but as he neared the food cart, he noticed the new sign. Today they're selling fried spring rolls, Lin Xuan explained. YISN and Appo's tea crispy pork on the menu. I and Appo's been thinking about it for a day and night. It was so hard waiting for you to set up. Not being able to eat, it is unbearable. Zhang Erming's face fell. Meanwhile, Shun Jing reordered the other 3 flavors, casting a curious glance at Zhang Erming. Was it the crispy pork you had that early morning? Or was it for Boss Lin? She recalled Fang Yujia mentioning delicious crispy pork on her phone that day, though she hadn't caught where it had been purchased. Zhang Erming and Appo's lament made the connection clear for her. Yes, indeed, it was made by Mr. Lin. So good it made me jump for joy. Fang Yujia nodded vigorously. Shun Jing looked at Lin Xuan with surprise, realizing that this young man, who appeared to be around her age, seemed quite impressive. The fried spring rolls were so delicious, and even the crispy pork left diners longing for more. Regrettably, she and T had the chance to try the crispy pork. Fang Yujia still remembered Zhang Erming from that early morning when they discussed Yangyu. You must try the fried spring rolls. I assure you they are no less delightful than the crispy pork. To be honest, I prefer fried spring rolls. They offer a rich variety of flavors. Fang Yujia promptly recommended to Zhang Erming. Oh, and Appo's, as the young lady from that night. Zhang Erming finally recognized Fang Yujia, recalling her as the beautiful villa caretaker from that early morning. Given the context, he could only suppress his feelings of regret. I don't fancy sweet flavors. Boss Lin, I and Appo's. LL take 3 of each, vegetable and meat spring rolls. Very well, just a moment. Lin Xuan nodded, secretly admiring Fong Yujia for being such a considerate customer, sparing him the need for lengthy explanations. As Xinjing and Zhang Erming awaited their spring rolls, Xia Hongyu had already disseminated the news of Boss Lin's food cart to the Boss Lin fan club. He hastily drove to the gymnasium. Xia Hongyu and Oppo's message landed like a bombshell. The group chat instantly swelled to over 99 notifications. One by one, members began clamoring to head out. At the gym and Oppo's entrance, a tall player cradling a basketball laughed and chatted with fellow members of the basketball club, heading outside. With a match against another school's team scheduled for next week, their training had intensified, including an evening session. Naturally, they were still required to attend classes during the day. Shall we grab a bite before heading back to school? Someone suggested. This idea received immediate agreement. After an exhausting training session, they were all feeling peckish. I wonder where that fried chicken cart from last time went. Who knows? I've been craving it for days. The conversation naturally shifted to Lin Xuan as they reminisced about the delicious fried chicken they had enjoyed on Monday morning. When they arrived at the gymnasium the following Tuesday morning, they searched high and low but found no trace of the cart, leading to a rather distracted training session. The club president had been quite irate. By Wednesday morning, still no sign of the fried chicken cart. They reluctantly accepted that the vendor must have relocated. Wait, isn't that? Suddenly, one member exclaimed, pointing toward a food cart not far away. The tall player and his companions instinctively turned to look, their faces lighting up with excitement. No way. It's the fried chicken vendor. Is it really him? Don't mistake him for someone else. It can't be wrong. I and Oppo's. You've been dreaming about this. The members confirmed that the food cart belonged to the one selling fried chicken on Monday morning. Consequently, a swarm of them rushed over. I see you in Oppo's. Truly hungry. The tall players arrived at the food cart. Boss, I want fried chicken. Me too. The sweet and sour flavor. I want black pepper. Lin Xuan observed the throng of tall players before him and felt as if he had been transported back to that Monday morning. Apologies. Today we are serving fried spring rolls, Lin Xuan explained calmly, showing no signs of panic. What? No fried chicken today? The players were instantly deflated, exchanging glances that spoke volumes of their disappointment. Has Boss Lin sold fried chicken this week? I had no idea. When was that? Zhang Erming, waiting for his order, was taken aback, as if he had just pieced together a puzzle. Monday morning, around 7. The fried chicken was absolutely delicious. The tall player wore a sorrowful expression, as if he had faced rejection from a goddess. Monday morning at 7? Zhang Erming quickly recalled the timeline and concluded, so, Boss Lin operates at 7 on Monday mornings, at 1 in the morning on Tuesday, and tonight at 10. That is quite irregular. Well, surprises are what make it interesting, Lin Xuan remarked, casting a glance at Zhang Erming. Surprise? More like shock. Zhang Erming replied, incredulous, having never encountered such an unorthodox approach to food vending. However, he soon remembered that Boss Lin resided in a large villa. All right, I suppose wealth allows for such whims. The fried spring rolls were ready. Lin Xuan neatly packed them and handed them to Xunjing and Zhang Erming. Meanwhile, the tall players, unable to secure their fried chicken, decided to give the fried spring rolls a try. They lined up and began placing their orders. At the same time, members of the Boss Lin fan club arrived at the gymnasium, each with a clear objective, to reach Lin Xuan and Oppo's food cart. Xia Hongyu, as the messenger, was the first to arrive, quickly joining the end of the line, anxious not to miss out. Before long, the queue had doubled in size. Curious onlookers gathered, wondering what was so special that had drawn such a crowd. What are they selling? Why are there so many people in line? No idea. But Len Oppo's join the queue and find out. Is there a social media influencer around here? Passers-by began to murmur and point in this direction. Thank goodness we arrived early. Fong Yujia turned around to see a long line behind her and felt a wave of relief. Xinjing nodded in agreement, taking a bite of the spring roll. She didn't let Lin Xuan introduce the flavors. 3 golden, crispy spring rolls, each concealing a unique delight. Each bite was undeniably a surprise. This one is sesame peanut flavor. Xinjing and Oppo's eyes widened in astonishment. The distinctive aroma of nuts instantly spread in her mouth, accompanied by a sweet taste. I can't take it anymore. Shinjing chewed vigorously on the spring roll, her eyes squinting in bliss. She felt enveloped in a warm, sweet atmosphere. She had lost track of how long it had been since she had savored delicious food so freely. The males in line behind her observed Shunjing's blissful expression, their patience wearing thin as they gazed longingly at the fryer. Lin Xuan, with the speed of a man who had been single for 25 years, continued to wrap spring rolls and fry them. This bustling state made him feel as if he had returned to the hospital's dining area. But then o'clock, when the stall opened, all the spring rolls he had prepared were sold out by shortly after 10:40, breaking the record for the fastest sales that week. Those who failed to purchase were left disappointed, while many regular customers lingered, whispering amongst themselves. They were eager to inquire about Lin and Appo's operating hours for the next day. Would Lin be forthcoming? Why would T share? Doesn't he want to make money? Does Lin seem like someone who is keen on running a proper business? That as true, let us disperse. The regulars had a love-hate relationship with Lin Xuan. They adored his culinary skills that tantalized the appetite yet resented his unpredictable nature, whether it was changing locations or altering schedules. As for changing dishes, that was acceptable since regulars had been following him long enough. Whatever doubts they had, they never questioned the quality of Lin Xuan's dishes. Meanwhile, after tidying up the food cart, Lin Xuan did not leave. The Thursday shift commenced in an hour. Returning home now would only waste time, so he decided to wait here for a while. He pulled out a small stool and began to play on his phone. The regulars, who had just started to leave, noticed Lin Xuan hadn't departed and sensed something amiss. Lin usually packed up as if fleeing. Why was he lingering this time? If surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves, one would flee. Wouldn't they? Is he waiting for a date? Whoever marries Lin Xuan will surely have a life of good fortune. They must have saved the galaxy in a past life. I hope Lin isn't too rigid about his preferences. I could manage. I see you're genuinely hungry. The conversation among the regulars was momentarily sidetracked by one individual, but they soon returned to the main point. Why wasn't Lin Xuan in a hurry to leave today? Hadn't everything sold out? Was someone perhaps bringing more ingredients for him to continue selling? Why speculate when we can just ask? Thus, a group of regulars turned back. Lin Xuan, engrossed in his phone, suddenly felt the lights above him dim. Looking up, he found 8 or 9 pairs of eyes staring at him. Sorry. The spring rolls are sold out, Lin Xuan instinctively replied, assuming they were customers placing orders. Everything sold out? Lin Xuan, you're not leaving? This was someone straightforward. Lin Xuan, do you have a date? This was a gossip-minded individual. Lin Xuan, what do you think of me? I have a car and a house. This was a hopeless romantic. Lin Xuan was momentarily bewildered. The disjointed remarks from this group were hard to comprehend. However, he surmised that his presence had piqued their curiosity. Lin Xuan wasn't one to keep secrets. He stated plainly, I will resume business for another hour after midnight. You may return then. What? Resuming after midnight? The regulars displayed expressions of astonishment. But haven't the spring rolls sold out? Is he genuinely restocking? Excitement surged among the regulars. After all, Lin Xuan had never said he would resume selling after running out. Oh, this is wonderful. I didn't eat enough spring rolls earlier. Me too. I initially thought the sweet filling wouldn't be delicious, so I only bought one to try. I regret that decision. I'm the opposite. I thought the savory filling wouldn't taste good. The enthusiasm was palpable among the crowd. However, Lin Xuan calmly added, You've misunderstood. I want to be selling spring rolls after midnight. I'll be selling fried milk. Upon hearing there would be no spring rolls, the customers visibly expressed their disappointment. Yet, as seasoned patrons, they were accustomed to Lin Xuan's frequent changes in menu offerings. Regardless of the changes, the taste remained exceptional. Nevertheless, some customers had never heard of fried milk before. What's fried milk? Can you really fry milk? One curious customer inquired. Of course. Lin Xuan elaborated on the cooking method for fried milk. In truth, he was willing to share recipes if someone asked. Yet whether they could replicate, it was beyond his control. Isn't just about having hands? Regardless, the news that Lin Xuan would continue operating after midnight thrilled several customers. Though they would have to wait for over an hour, they deemed Lin Xuan's culinary skills worthy of their time. Lin Xuan's customer group, important news, Lin Xuan will resume business at midnight, selling fried milk. A customer could not contain their excitement and immediately shared this news. Just after posting, someone nearby nudged him. "What are you doing? You shouldn't say it now. There will surely be a crowd later. What if we can't get in line?" "Oh no, I didn't think that far ahead. I'll retract it now." "Retract what? Everyone has seen it already." As soon as the news was sent out, the group chat erupted with activity. Is Lin Xuan really going to resume business? The sun must have risen in the west. Is Lin Xuan working so diligently today? I just got home, and you tell me this? Should I go out or not? Enough already. I'm already heading back. Several customers who had just finished their fried spring rolls and left were now preparing to return to the venue upon seeing this news. Xiahong Yu was almost home when he glanced at his phone while waiting at a red light. He stumbled upon the explosive messages in the group. Quickly scrolling through the chat history, he unhesitatingly turned around at the next intersection. Lu Siki returned home, still savoring the deliciousness of the fried spring rolls. He had not anticipated that the gym concealed such a treasure of a snack stall. Most importantly, while in line, he had the fortune of standing behind a regular customer from the group. Upon hearing that the stall owner had a group, he promptly joined without a second thought. After freshening up, he lay down in bed and video called his long-distance girlfriend. He intended to share the fried spring roll experience, but then remembered that his girlfriend would be visiting in a couple of days. Perhaps it would be better to wait and surprise her instead. "You seem quite happy today. Did you get a promotion or a raise?" On the other end of the line, Jiangxi perceptively noticed her boyfriend and amp, Oppo's cheerful demeanor. After all, they had been in a relationship for 3 years. And despite the infrequency of their in-person meetings due to their long-distance romance, they video called almost every day. Being a girl of delicate sensibilities, Jiangxi immediately detected something different about Lu Siki today. "Haha, no, it ain't Oppo's. That's just that seeing you makes me very happy," Lu Siki said, naturally adept at charming his girlfriend with sweet words. You and amp? Oppo's, do you better mean it," Jiangxi replied, slightly skeptical, considering they spoke daily. There had never been such a pronounced emotional shift before, yet she did not dwell on it. After all, trust is the foundation of any long-distance relationship. If one were to succumb to constant suspicion, such a relationship would be unsustainable. The young couple chatted for a while until Lu Siki, feeling a bit fatigued, said, "I want to keep you, baby. I'm getting ready for bed since I have work tomorrow." "All right, make sure to rest well. Good night. Love you," Jiangxi nodded, then thoughtfully hung up the phone. Indeed, Lu Siki was tired and intended to check his phone briefly before sleeping. However, upon glancing at his screen, he was taken aback by the 99 messages in the group chat. What are they discussing so late? Curiosity piqued, he delved into the chat history, only to discover that the food truck selling fried spring rolls would remain open until midnight. Moreover, it appeared that everyone in the group planned to go. As a newcomer, Lu Siki found it hard to comprehend. After all, the owner had mentioned that they would be selling fried milk at midnight, not fried spring rolls. Was it truly necessary to go at such a late hour? Just because fried spring rolls were delicious did not guarantee that fried milk would be equally palatable. Unable to resist, Lu Siki responded in the group chat. "Is this for real? Can the owner really be that good?" The replies poured in. "You're new, aren't you? You can question everything, but you must not doubt the culinary skills of Boss Lin. I haven and amp, Oppo's. Tea tasted the fried milk yet, but I swear, if it's not delicious, I'll eat it upside down." The banter with newcomers was always amusing, and Lu Siki did not anticipate that his casual remark would elicit such a flurry of responses. Is Boss Lin really that impressive? He mused, overwhelmed by curiosity that chased away his sleepiness. The location where Lu Siki resided was not far from the gym, only a 15-minute walk. Why not check it out at midnight? He pondered for a mere 2 seconds before deciding. Yes, I must go. If the fried spring rolls are this good, then how delightful would the fried milk be? It would be double the joy. In the past, after 11:00 and amp, Oppo's clock at night, the gym was typically deserted. Even those who exercised at night would have headed home by this hour. However, today, people began to trickle in at the entrance of the gym. It was evident that these were the eager diners who had received the news in the group chat. As the clock struck 11:30, the crowd grew increasingly larger. Someone could not contain their impatience and asked, "Boss Lin, when will the person delivering supplies arrive?" Lin Xuan, who was scrolling through his phone, was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. What supplies? The ingredients. Aren't and oppos. Tea you supposed to open at midnight? The questioning diner was equally bewildered. No need for delivery. I prepared everything long ago, Lin Xuan replied. Prepared? Everything? The surrounding diners were taken aback. If everything is ready, why not start serving now? One diner exclaimed, exasperated. We have to wait until midnight. Lin Xuan shook his head. What is the difference? The diners looked at one another in confusion, completely unaware of the distinction between starting now and at midnight. However, regardless of their understanding, Lin Xuan insisted that they must wait until after midnight to commence operations. You know, doing this might make you lose our business, right? Someone lamented. We could easily start now, but you're making us wait until midnight. Boss Lin's stubbornness was truly perplexing. Why does Boss Lin insist on opening only after midnight? You ask me? Who should I ask? Only Boss Lin would dare to keep customers waiting. Anyone else would have lost them by now. I used to hate waiting in line. I wouldn't oppose to even glance at those trendy food stalls. But ever since I tasted Boss Lin and Oppo's food, I'm willing to wait as long as it takes just to get a bite. The diners engaged in idle chatter to pass the time while speculating about Lin Xuan's reasoning. Yet, no one could fathom why he was so insistent on the timing. Fortunately, only half an hour remained. Even as they grumbled, no one would be foolish enough to leave now. Meanwhile, Lu Siki could no longer resist the temptation and arrived at the gym. Wow, there are so many people. He had lived nearby for quite some time and had never seen such a crowd at this hour. Before arriving, he had thought that the lively chatter in the group chat was merely a facade. Now, he realized he had underestimated the prowess of Boss Lin. What did this Boss Lin use to set up shop to have so many loyal customers? Lu Siki pondered aloud. Nearby, someone overheard and grinned, wearing an enigmatic expression. If I told you, you probably wouldn't believe it. Lu Siki looked at the person, puzzled. From what I know, Boss Lin and Oppo's first stall was at the Shuguang Anorectal Hospital, selling spicy grilled wings, the person remarked. Lu Siki was taken aback. What? Selling spicy grilled wings at an anorectal hospital? What kind of nonsense is that? He was momentarily stunned, about to voice his disbelief when someone else chimed in. I can vouch for it. I went there 2 days in a row. I still can't Oppo's. Forget the fiery, juicy grilled wings. Before Lu Siki could recover from the shock of the unlikely duo of an anorectal hospital and spicy wings, the mysterious person continued. The second time was even crazier. You know that matchmaking event at Xiushui Park? The first 3 days, he sold garlic pork, and the last 2 days, spicy pork intestine noodles. He really knows how to push boundaries. Wait, what? Lu Siki found himself utterly speechless. He never anticipated that the food stall he had discovered today had such an outrageous history of locations and dishes. Now he understood why the enigmatic individuals spoke as they did. If it weren't for having tasted Boss Lin and Oppo's culinary skills, and with other diners corroborating the tale, he would never have believed that anyone could conduct business in such a manner. Boss Lin was certainly no ordinary person. How extraordinary! Lu Siki marveled. The mysterious individual nodded knowingly. ISN and Oppo's that obvious? How many ordinary cooks can create such delicious food that prompts so many people to wait until midnight for Boss Lin to open? If it were anyone else, they would have been run out of business long ago. As the final 5 minutes ticked away, it seemed as if everyone waiting received an unspoken signal, instinctively converging towards the food truck to form a line. Simultaneously, Lin Xuan began to prepare, replacing the oil and heating it up. Crack the eggs into an iron pan, swiftly whisking them until they are well blended. On the other side, breadcrumbs are prepared with meticulous care. Fresh milk sticks are neatly arranged in the ingredient box. As the clock strikes 12, Lin Xuan promptly hangs the sign, fried fresh milk 20 yuan a portion. Standing first in line is Bao Yihai, a smile gracing his face. Securing the coveted spot as Lin's first customer fills him with a sense of auspicious fortune for the day. Lin boss, I'll have 2 servings. Bao Yihai quickly scans the code to make payment. Without further ado, Lin Xuan dips the fresh milk sticks into the egg mixture before coating them in breadcrumbs, and begins to drop them into the hot oil for frying. In no time, the signature aroma of fried delicacies begins to waft through the air, subtly infused with hints of butter and milk. The scent is undeniably exquisite. Bao Yihai swallows hard. He has tasted fried fresh milk at other roadside stalls. But this aroma is entirely different. The buttery and milky fragrance transports him to a bakery. The cooking time for the fried fresh milk is brief. Once the surface of the breadcrumbs turns a light golden hue, Lin Xuan swiftly retrieves them. As he drains the excess oil, the residual heat completes the final transformation of the fried fresh milk. Careful, it's hot. Lin Xuan hands 2 servings to Bao Yihai. Ah, don't worry. My teeth are as tough as iron. Bao Yihai eagerly accepts the dish and steps aside, not to hinder the next customer. The fried fresh milk still steams, now entirely golden, resembling little bars of gold in the takeout box. It appears utterly satisfying. Bao Yihai cannot resist grabbing a piece and shoving it into his mouth. The crisp breadcrumbs crackle between his teeth, while the fresh milk inside has softened into a cheese-like, semi-liquid filling due to the high temperature. This is what one might call an explosion of flavor in a single bite. Ouch, it's hot. Ignoring Lin Xuan and Appo's warning, Bao Yihai winces as the hot filling burns his mouth, yet he cannot bring himself to spit it out. The rich, milky aroma, accompanied by a faint butteriness, utterly captivates him. Delicious. Absolutely divine. Bao Yihai exclaims, feeling as though every pore of his body is immersed in this rich, milky atmosphere. I'm dying for more. Lin boss, hurry up. Other customers, witnessing Bao Yihai and Appo's indulgence, feel their mouths water and begin to urge him on. At 12:10 a.m., Jiangxi, having finished the latest episode of her drama, is about to prepare for bed when she notices a new notification on her phone. Her exercise steps have been updated. This is a couple in Appo's fitness app that allows them to view each other in Appo's daily step counts. After all, in a long-distance relationship, one must find ways to share experiences to foster a sense of involvement. Jiangxi instinctively opens the app, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her boyfriend, who had claimed he was going to bed by 10, has mysteriously increased his step count by several thousand. At this late hour, such a significant increase cannot simply be attributed to a bathroom break or a dash downstairs for a drink. It suggests that Lu Siki has ventured out, and not just for a short stroll. In that moment, Jiangxi and Appo's mind conjures images of Lu Siki walking with a stranger in the dead of night. If that were not the case, what other reason could there be for such an increase in steps at this hour? And he had said he was going to sleep. Even if there were legitimate business, he would at least have communicated that. Their last exchange had only been a simple good night. Now, Jiangxi feels a mix of sadness and fury. So, you're the kind of scoundrel who sneaks around behind my back, huh? Even at midnight. I'm subjected to this. As her emotions threaten to overflow, Jiangxi refrains from calling her boyfriend immediately and instead dials her best friend in Appo's number. She clings to a sliver of hope that perhaps she is overthinking things. Once the call connects, Jiangxi immediately unleashes her suspicions in rapid succession, not allowing her bewildered friend a moment to respond. The friend, abruptly awakened, instantly shakes off her drowsiness, fully alert as they begin to analyze the situation together. I think you're spot on. I've told you long-distance relationships are unreliable. Better to end it sooner than later. There will be someone better out there, and he will surely concoct various excuses to deny any infidelity. I advise you not to believe him. As the two women converse and strategize, Jiangxi, with a quavering voice, admits, "You're right. I trusted him too much. I'm going to call him now and set things straight." After hanging up with her friend, Jiangxi takes a deep breath, attempting to steady her emotions before dialing Lu Siki and Appo's number. The call connects quickly. "Hey baby, what's wrong? Why are you calling me so late? Did you have a nightmare?" "Don't worry, I'm here." Lu Siki, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, assumes Jiangxi is merely feeling anxious. However, on the other end, Jiangxi and Appo's voice is laced with anger. "Lu Siki, you know exactly what you've done. I never expected you to be this kind of person." Lu Siki is taken aback, bewildered by the sudden shift in Jiangxi and Appo's tone, which now resembles that of a heartbroken lover confronting betrayal. "What's wrong, baby? What is happening? I haven't done anything," Lu Siki insists, genuinely confused as he has maintained a straight path between work and home, unaware of any accusations being levied against him. What do you mean you haven't done anything? Then why were you out last night, racking up thousands of steps? Were you on a date with another woman? Jiangxi immediately fires back. Realization dawns on Lu Siki. He cannot help but feel a mix of amusement and grievance as he responds, "Baby, you're misunderstanding me. I just went out to grab a bite. I swear I wasn't on a date with anyone." Jiangxi scoffs at his words. "Do you really expect me to believe that? You've never had a habit of eating late-night snacks." Lu Siki, I expected you to come up with a more plausible excuse. It seems I was mistaken. You're not even willing to offer a half-hearted justification now? A dramatic scene unfolds, drawing the attention of those waiting in line. Some curse themselves for not bringing snacks. Yet not everyone is merely a spectator. One person can't help but shout, "Dude, if you're desperate, just video call to prove your innocence." Lu Siki, now enlightened, quickly acknowledges this suggestion. Yes, a video call to prove my sincerity. He throws a grateful glance at the onlookers. "Baby, let us video chat. You'll see I haven't done anything to betray you." "Fine, let us see what you can come up with." Jiangxi retorts angrily. Lu Siki hastily ends the call and initiates a video chat. The connection is established swiftly, revealing Jiangxi's expressionless face on the screen, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. "Baby, look for yourself. I'm really just here to eat." As soon as Lu Siki opens the video, he raises his phone high, turning it around to show the surroundings. Onlookers playfully wave at the camera. "Good evening, miss. Have you eaten yet? You're truly beautiful." As if triggering a chain reaction, customers in the queue begin greeting the phone. Someone jovially calls out, "Miss, I can vouch that your boyfriend came here alone. But you have every right to be upset. It's simply unfair to enjoy such delicious food without bringing you along. Eating alone deserves a scolding." The diners began to jest, and Lu Siki remarked, "Baby, you saw it too, right? I originally intended to bring you along for a surprise the next time we met, but it seems that instead, I have caused a misunderstanding." "Oh," Jiangxi exclaimed in shock, completely unprepared for the scene that unfolded upon the video call. Her boyfriend was not, in fact, rendezvousing with another woman. Rather, he was surrounded by a group of men. "Quick, put down your phone. This is mortifying." Jiangxi covered her face with her hands, her ears flushing crimson. Lu Siki hastily set his phone aside. "Now, you must believe me." Jiangxi nodded and, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "What on earth is so delicious?" "I and Appos, LL tell you." Lu Siki sighed with relief, knowing that the misunderstanding had been cleared. He then recounted the intriguing information he had gathered from other diners about Boss Lin. Jiangxi was greatly astonished, never having imagined such a vendor existed. "I've made up my mind. I'm taking a few days off to find you. What you mentioned has made me hungry. Also, I have good news to share. I have applied for a transfer to your department at work. The approval has gone through, and I should officially switch positions next week. From now on, we want an Appos. TF to endure this distance." Jiangxi whispered, "Really? That and Appos? That's wonderful." Lu Siki was nearly beside himself with joy. Who would have thought that such a misunderstanding would lead to such a delightful outcome? The thought of finally ending their arduous long-distance relationship and being together with his girlfriend filled Lu Siki with an overwhelming urge to embrace her. Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought. If he were to actually kiss her, Jiangxi might very well break up with him. Meanwhile, some single onlookers, initially entertained by the couple and Appos, as quarrel, grew discontented. "Good grief, we can even witness dog food at this hour," they grumbled. This pair of lovebirds certainly deserved a reprimand. The diners, now embittered by the scent of romance, transformed their indignation into appetite, seeking solace in the sweet, delectable fried milk. After the Thursday midnight shift concluded, Lin Xuan received another system notification by midday Friday. Anticipating the completion of this week's random task, Lin Xuan felt a renewed vigor. Friday random operating hours, 18 to 2000 hours, random fried dish, fried potato towers. Ingredients unlocked. Please prepare for business. Potato towers? Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, the image of the dish instantly materializing in his mind. Compared to the previously assigned fried items, this dish required minimal preparation. In fact, due to the tendency of potatoes to oxidize, it needed to be made fresh. Although there were machines available for cutting potatoes into towers, true masters, of course, would complete the task by hand. Having already honed his knife skills, Lin Xuan was more than capable of claiming mastery in this area. It was time to showcase his true culinary talents. With a hint of playful theatrics, Lin Xuan posed before the mirror. He then picked up his phone to order the necessary ingredients. Upon completing the order, he glanced at the business hours. Friday's hours are quite standard, he mused, and then awaited the arrival of his ingredients. If all went as expected, it would be the same private butler, Fang Yujia, delivering them. After a brief wait, while Fang Yujia had yet to arrive, Lin Xuan was visited by Miao Yuanshan. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, Miao Yuanshan got straight to the point. Are you heading out to set up your stall today? Can I accompany you? Lin Xuan was taken aback by this request. He had encountered customers before, but this was the first time someone had asked to join him in setting up a stall. Are you planning to sell paintings? Lin Xuan inquired, somewhat puzzled. No, I and Amp, Oppos. I'm here to help you with your stall, Miao Yuanshan clarified. I and Amp, Oppos, think you've been lacking creative inspiration lately, and I hope to stimulate my imagination through experiences I've yet to encounter. Of course, it's entirely up to you. Is it typical for artists to have such grand ideas? Seeking inspiration through setting up a stall? I'm not opposed, but do you know how to cook? Lin Xuan questioned. No, Miao Yuanshan shook his head. As a rich heir, he had always had a chef at home and hardly ever ventured near the kitchen. Can you peel? Like peeling potatoes? Lin Xuan probed further. Peeling isn't difficult, Miao Yuanshan asserted confidently. As a painter, he was adept with a brush and believed he could handle a peeler just as well. Lin Xuan was inclined to agree. After all, even those who seldom cook manage to peel fruits like apples and pears. However, just to be safe, Lin Xuan pointed to an apple on the table. Retrieving a peeler. Here, why don't you peel an apple so I can see how you do? Leave it to me. Miao Yuanshan eagerly took the peeler and the apple, scrutinizing it intently. What are you doing? Lin Xuan asked, bemused. Did peeling an apple require such contemplation? I and Oppos am searching for an appropriate entry point, Miao Yuanshan replied earnestly. Lin Xuan. After a full minute of contemplation, Miao Yuanshan finally began to peel the apple, carefully maneuvering the peeler. This part is too thick. It ought to be thinner. This section is fine. No need to touch it. As Miao Yuanshan muttered to himself, the apple gradually transformed into a rather unrecognizable form. Perhaps in Miao Yuanshan's eyes, this apple possessed a certain artistic quality at that moment. But Lin Xuan could only facepalm in exasperation. Miao Yuanshan snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat embarrassed. My apologies. It seems I've overthought things. Don and Amp, Oppos. Do you usually eat fruits that require peeling? Lin Xuan could only reply with a wry smile. They're all prepped and served on a platter by the chef. Miao Yuanshan accepted this as a matter of course. Lin Xuan mentally scoffed at the lifestyle of the wealthy, unsure of how to respond. It seems I may not be suited to set up a stall alongside you, Miao Yuanshan sighed. Although he understood that all he needed to do was peel the apple cleanly, the moment he picked up the apple and peeler, he fell into an uncontrollable creative trance. Thus, Miao Yuanshan decided against accompanying Lin Xuan to the stall. After confirming Lin Xuan's operating hours for the day, he took his leave. Shortly after, Fang Yujia arrived with Lin Xuan's ingredients, skillfully unloading them into the kitchen. In addition to the ingredients, Fang Yujia brought in 2 elegant boxes. Mr. Miao from Courtyard No. 2 asked me to deliver these to you. Since he won't be using them, he thought you might as well keep them. What are they? Lin Xuan inquired with curiosity as he opened the boxes, revealing a pristine set of black aprons in one and a blue set in the other. Clearly, these were the aprons Miao Yuanshan had prepared for the day he intended to join Lin Xuan. Unfortunately, he had not passed the interview. These brands are not inexpensive, are they? Lin Xuan remarked, examining the logo on the box, which appeared to belong to a luxury brand. This brand doesn't produce full-body aprons. They must be custom-made. Fang Yujia, knowledgeable in such matters, explained, given the brand's nature, I estimate that these 2 aprons would cost several thousand. However, money is not an issue. If one is not a high-profile client, even money cannot guarantee service. Looking at the 2 aprons, Fang Yujia often feels as if she is wielding a golden hoe to toil in the fields. On Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock, Lin Xuan donned an equestrian-themed apron, riding a catering cart towards the stadium. The other set of attire was stowed away in the cart's storage compartment as a backup. Despite the extravagant brand, Lin Xuan was now affluent enough to not mind the cost mentioned by Fang Yujia. As Lin Xuan traveled, the stadium had already been closed off in preparation for Saturday's concert. In fact, the announcement of the closure had been posted as early as Monday. On stage, Lin Xuan was engaged in the final rehearsal for her concert. Throughout the day, she had remained at the venue, treating this first concert of her career as her utmost priority. Even during rehearsals, she was determined to give her all to avoid any mistakes. After another round of rehearsal concluded, her manager, Sister Zhao, beckoned her over. Lin Xuan descended from the stage and took a few gulps of water. Once the concert is over, I must indulge in 10 servings of crispy meat to celebrate. Lin Xuan swallowed hard. Before the concert, her diet had to be light to avoid straining her voice. Absolutely, let us feast this time. Sister Zhao nodded, surprisingly not opposing the idea. After all, she too was a fan of crispy meat and could not forget its delightful taste. Perhaps having drunk too much water, Lin Xuan suddenly felt a strong urge to relieve herself. I need to use the restroom, she announced before heading towards the facilities. Don and Appos, wander off. There are many fans outside waiting for you. Be careful not to cause a commotion, Sister Zhao cautioned. Lin Xuan acknowledged her and quickly reached the restroom located behind the stage. However, the restroom door was firmly closed, bearing the sign, out of order. Wait, wasn't it just fine during noon? Lin Xuan could not help but cross her legs, feeling that if she didn't find a solution soon, there would be a catastrophic overflow. At that moment, a cleaning lady with a mop approached. There's another restroom over there. This one is temporarily unavailable. The cleaning lady, unfamiliar with Lin Xuan, pointed her in the direction of an alternative restroom. With no other option, Lin Xuan hurried towards the other restroom. She found the restroom, but it was not within the stadium. Instead, it was located about 200 meters away, outside a small side entrance, near the road, a public restroom. Cautiously, Lin Xuan peeked outside. The area appeared deserted. There seemed to be little chance of being surrounded by fans. She needed to act swiftly. Lin Xuan sensed her urgent bodily need and dashed out of the side door, entering the restroom. Accompanied by the sound of rushing water, she sighed in relief. Just as she was about to exit the stall, she suddenly heard the sound of footsteps, suggesting a considerable number of people were approaching. Hesitating for a moment, she decided to wait. Along with the footsteps, she also heard voices. I'm a local. I know the stadium well. This side entrance is usually open. We can definitely sneak in to watch the rehearsal and maybe even get some autographs. Wow, you're amazing. It's such a blessing to have you in our fan club. Hurry up and use the restroom. We need to get in quickly. The chatter filled the air. Lin Xuan's expression changed dramatically. From the conversation, it was evident that the restroom was filled with her fans. As a celebrity, encountering a large group of fans in a private setting was the last thing she wanted, especially in a chaotic environment where order could easily break down. Even if she thought optimistically, Lin Xuan realized that if she stepped out now, tomorrow's entertainment news would be all over it. A fan meeting in the restroom? How disgraceful. If Sister Zhao found out, she would surely be furious. Determined to contact Sister Zhao for assistance, Lin Xuan checked her pockets, only to discover her phone was missing. The outfit she wore was meant for the performance the next day, adorned with glittering sequins, but lacking pockets to conceal her phone. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, silence fell in the restroom. Cautiously, Lin Xuan pushed open the door crack to ensure no one was around. She then swiftly dashed out of the public restroom, making her way back to the side door. However, before she could approach, she spotted a group of young fans gathered at the side entrance. Security was currently locking the door with a large iron chain. The fans who could not get in began to wail, pleading with security to let them enter. Oh no! A wave of despair washed over Lin Xuan. Her only option now was to return through the front entrance. The crowd of fans at the front would likely be just as numerous. Being a somewhat popular star, news of her rehearsal at the stadium was impossible to keep under wraps. Numerous fans had already formed groups hoping for a chance encounter, even wishing to sneak into the rehearsal. In the midst of her growing anxiety, a catering cart came into view. The owner seemed familiar. Crispy meat. No, It's Boss Lin. Lan Xinhua instantly recalled the man she had been thinking about incessantly. Thanks to the conversation with Xiehong Yu during their late-night outing on Tuesday, she had learned quite a bit about this Lin boss. Lin Xuan was riding his cart towards the stadium entrance when he unexpectedly heard someone call his name. Surprised, he wondered if a customer had some sort of fortune-telling ability to predict his vending schedule. Turning his head, he saw a woman with blue hair, dressed in a sequined outfit, suddenly emerge from behind a tree by the public restroom, blocking the cart's path. Lin Xuan was taken aback. He had never seen anyone dress so flamboyantly in public. However, upon recognizing her face, he recalled seeing a video of a celebrity from that Tuesday night. Yet, Lin Xuan was not a fan, and he held no particular admiration for celebrities. Nonetheless, with Lan Xinhua standing in front of his cart, he felt compelled to inquire. "May I assist you? If you wish to place an order, it will take a little while longer." "Not here to order, Boss Lin. Could I possibly borrow your phone?" Lan Xinhua requested, desperate to contact her manager for assistance. "Oh, of course." Lin Xuan nodded. It was not yet his busy time. Relieved, Lan Xinhua thanked him profusely and promptly used his phone to reach her manager. Inside the stadium, upon receiving the news that Lan Xinhua was stranded outside, Sister Zhao was taken aback. However, this was not the moment for reproach. "Whatever you do, make sure the fans do not discover your whereabouts. If you're stuck outside and a commotion ensues, it could jeopardize the concert due to safety concerns, not to mention how the entertainment news would spin it. I will think of a solution on my end and stay in touch." With that, Sister Zhao hung up. Meanwhile, Lan Xinhua frowned. It was easier said than done, especially in her conspicuous outfit. At that moment, it seemed that the fans who had previously gathered at the side door had noticed the situation, and some were beginning to make their way towards her. Lin Xuan, being in close proximity, overheard the conversation on the phone and gained a rough understanding of the situation at hand. He recalled that within his food cart, he had a spare, full-body apron. In fact, it wasn't Oppo's, just the apron. There were also sanitary hats, masks, gloves, and a complete set of gear. Miao Yuanshan, having never set up a stall before, had taken it upon himself to custom order everything he might potentially need. In the spirit of altruism, Lin Xuan retrieved the items from the cart and handed them to Lan Xinhua. "Put this on first, just to cover up." Lan Xinhua's face lit up with surprise as she quickly donned the full-body apron, using the sanitary hat to conceal her blue hair and the mask to obscure her face, instantly transforming her appearance. Two fans, hurrying over, stood beside the food cart, bewildered as they searched around. "Hey, didn't you just say you saw a girl with blue hair who looked a lot like Xinhua?" "I saw her too, but now she's vanished." "Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" murmured the two fans, their gaze landing on Lin Xuan and Lan Xinhua. Bus, have you seen a girl with blue hair?" The fans scrutinized Lin Xuan before casting doubtful glances at the thoroughly disguised Lan Xinhua, feeling the sweat bead in her palms. Lan Xinhua thought, "If I'm discovered now, my career would surely be over." In a moment of quick thinking, she slightly altered her voice. "You must be mistaken. There's no girl with blue hair around here." As she spoke, her acting skills kicked in, and she urged Lin Xuan with a hint of urgency, "Hurry, darling. Let us get moving before all the good spots are taken. It's crowded here. We need to sell as much as we can." To the two fans, this scene appeared to be a charming couple heading out to run a stall. Lin Xuan shot a bemused glance at Lan Xinhua, thinking, "Wow, so setting up a stall comes with a complimentary wife? Can you peel a potato for me to see?" Lan Xinhua and Oppo's plan proved successful. The two fans didn't associate the woman in the apron with a celebrity at all. After a brief scan of their surroundings, they left in disappointment. Lan Xinhua breathed a sigh of relief, thankful she hadn't been exposed. She then turned to Lin Xuan with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, Boss Lin. I had no choice but to say that. If there's nothing else, I'll go set up my stall." Lin Xuan shook his head, unsure of what else to say. Although being called darling by a beautiful star in public was amusing, he understood it was merely a pretense. Taking it seriously would be foolish. Moreover, he had no intention of pursuing anything further with Lan Xinhua. Is being single truly unhappy? Or is the system's reward not enticing enough? "Wait a moment, Boss Lin," Lan Xinhua called out urgently. Although her previous words were merely to evade the fans, she contemplated the identity she had just assumed and found it flawless. One was a dazzling star on stage, while the other was a humble vendor scraping by. The stark contrast in their statuses made it nearly impossible for anyone to recognize her as Lin Xuan. Could there be a better way to hide? Lin Xuan gazed at Lin Xuan with her large, expressive eyes, pleadingly. Please, Boss Lin, let me join you at your stall. If you leave and I get recognized, I am doomed. Later, I can help promote your stall. She leveraged her celebrity status, her ability to draw fans. Just a single post about Lin Xuan's stall on her social media would surely attract a multitude of followers. Lin Xuan hesitated, pondering why he seemed to attract people wanting to join him at his stall, first a rich heir and now a star. He didn't particularly care about the promotion. In fact, he felt entertaining celebrity fans might be a hassle. However, considering Lin Xuan's friendly demeanor, he thought it over and replied, no need for promotion. Can you peel potatoes? Of course. I used to help my mom cook at home. Lin Xuan not that easily. Yet, recalling Miao Yuanshan's mishap, Lin Xuan pulled a potato and a peeler from the cart. Show me how you peel one. Lin Xuan was taken aback, thinking, is peeling a potato really something that requires a demonstration? Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Is it necessary to test me in public? However, knowing she needed his assistance, she adopted a humble attitude. Taking the peeler, she swiftly peeled the potato with finesse. Lin Xuan nodded in approval, realizing that Miao Yuanshan was indeed a unique case. Even peeling an apple had turned into some artistic endeavor. He believed her claim of frequently cooking for her family. If that were the case, it wouldn't be impossible to run a stall together. Lin Xuan adjusted his position, making room for her on the cart, as the driver's seat was still quite spacious. Once Lin Xuan settled in, Lin Xuan turned the ignition and drove swiftly to the front of the sports arena. At the main square of the sports arena, a peculiar breed, known as fans, wandered about, perhaps aware that entry into the venue was unlikely. A group of about 20 fans had gathered at the front, shouting in unison. Two hearts in harmony, madly in love with Lin. This world cannot lose Lin Xuan. Countless fans, we shall never stop. The fans chanted their loud and synchronized slogans at the entrance. Lin Xuan remarked, your fans are truly passionate. Lin Xuan's face, concealed beneath the mask, turned beet red. Though she frequently heard the cheering slogans, today they felt particularly embarrassing. Lin Xuan, however, paid no heed to her expression, mainly because her mask concealed it well. As the operating hours approached, Lin Xuan hastily began his preparations. He poured oil into the pot, washed the potatoes, but refrained from peeling them for the moment, placing them in the ingredient box. Meanwhile, he started to mix his secret seasoning. The preparation for fried potato towers bore similarities to that of French fries. Aside from the aroma of potatoes fried at high temperatures to impart richer flavors, he relied on his carefully crafted spice blend. A hint of black and white pepper, cumin, and 5-spice powder were combined in precise proportions. The fragrant aroma of the spices wafted through the air, captivating the senses. Dipping his fingertip into the mixture, Lin Xuan tasted it on his tongue, nodding in satisfaction. As he turned, he noticed Lin Xuan staring intently. Would you like a try? Is that allowed? She asked shyly, even from behind her mask. She could faintly detect the enticing scent. Of course, you can taste it from a customer's perspective and give me some feedback, Lin Xuan offered. Lin Xuan mimicked his actions, dipping her fingertip into the seasoning. Like a thief, she swiftly pulled down her mask to taste it. So delicious. Her eyes sparkled instantly. The flavor of the mixed seasoning was simply exquisite. It would likely be delicious even if dipped in shoe soles. As for feedback, she had none to offer. Her culinary skills were limited to assisting with minor tasks. Inside the sports arena, the main star of the rehearsal, Lin Xuan, had not returned for an extended period. Coupled with her manager's incessant phone calls, it quickly drew the attention of others at the rehearsal site. Even during rehearsals, aside from the performers, there were numerous other staff members, including those handling lighting, sound, and the band. Soon, unverified rumors began to circulate rapidly online. Rehearsal incident. Will Lin Xuan's debut concert be delayed? During the rehearsal, Blue Xuan mysteriously vanished, sparking speculation of a significant disagreement with her agency. Blue Xuan and Oppo's diva behavior. openly abandoning the rehearsal, has swiftly captured the attention of the internet. As Sister Zhao observed the sudden surge of online buzz, she felt her blood pressure rising. The entertainment news reporters, quick to sensationalize, cared little for the truth, as long as the stories were captivating. Just moments ago, she had dispatched someone to inspect the various entrances of the stadium, which were already crowded with fans. It would be quite challenging to discreetly bring someone in. Inside the stadium, tensions were palpable. Outside, Lin Xuan had officially commenced operations. As the focal point of public discourse, Xuan was clad in a full apron. Positioned at the corner of the food cart, one hand clutching a potato and the other wielding a peeler, fully prepared. Aware that mere pretense would not suffice to deceive the fans loitering in the plaza, Xuan understood the need for genuine effort. Soon, the first customer arrived. A familiar face, Miao Yuanshan, who had gifted her 2 complete aprons. He seemed to have been lingering for a while, ambling towards them with a leisurely gait. He glanced at the 2 individuals behind the food cart, scrutinizing Xuan with a hint of curiosity, but chose not to voice his thoughts. Instead, behaving like an ordinary customer, eyeing the sign for potato spirals priced at 20 yuan. I and Amp, Oppos, LL take a skewer. 70. Their eyes met. No need to pay. It and Amp, Oppos, S on the house. Lin Xuan interjected, halting Miao Yuanshan and Amp, Oppos, S attempt to pay. The value of those 2 custom aprons alone could easily bury him under a mountain of potatoes. Miao Yuanshan nodded, accepting the gesture graciously. After all, they were both owners at the Golden Imperial Court. Quibbling over 20 yuan would be beneath them. As Xuan heard someone place an order, she began peeling the potatoes. Miao Yuanshan observed her for a moment, a slight grimace crossing his face. Am I doing something wrong? Xuan felt a twinge of insecurity, uncertain whether she had made an error or if this individual recognized her. No, it's not your fault. It's mine, Miao Yuanshan replied cryptically. Just keep peeling. Don't mind him, Lin Xuan said calmly. Having guessed that Miao Yuanshan's occupational habits were flaring up again. Before long, a potato was peeled and rinsed clean. Lin Xuan placed the peeled potato on the cutting board and picked up a chef and Amp, Oppos, S knife. The crisp sound of the knife slicing through potato filled the air. The reason potato spirals are called such is due to the need to cut the potatoes into spiral-shaped slices. This step often requires specialized machinery, which treats the potatoes before they are fanned out with bamboo skewers, forming a pagoda shape. However, with his gained experience, Lin Xuan effortlessly handled the knife, showcasing an effortless mastery that rendered the heavy blade light in his hands. Watching Lin Xuan and Oppos' technique, Miao Yuanshan and Oppos' discomfort gradually faded, replaced by a burgeoning excitement. The precision of the cutting and the meticulous technique was evident to Miao Yuanshan, who had witnessed remarkable chefs in action before. He knew that some exceptional Chinese chefs could wield a knife with such finesse that their skills transcended mere culinary art. Although cutting potato spirals was not particularly challenging, the innate confidence and precise control Lin Xuan exhibited were qualities he had only seen in true masters. What a waste of talent, Miao Yuanshan mused, convinced that if Lin Xuan pursued sculptural arts, he would surely leave a mark in the world of artistry. Lost in thought, Miao Yuanshan observed as Lin Xuan set down the knife. The skewered potato was gently pulled, instantly unfurling into a spiral formation. Each spiral slice appeared uniform in thickness, and the width of the stretched portions was nearly identical, imparting an aesthetic precision that surprised Miao Yuanshan. He had never anticipated deriving such beauty from a simple street snack. Fleeting inspirations ignited in his mind, yet without a sketchpad or brush at hand, he could only commit the sensation to memory. Unbeknownst to Lin Xuan, Miao Yuanshan was experiencing a creative epiphany while he sliced the potato. With the potatoes prepared, the oil in the pot reached a bubbling fervor. The entire skewer of potato spirals was submerged, sizzling with delight. Frying whole potatoes would take considerable time, but the cut spirals quickly transformed into a tantalizing golden hue. Seizing the moment, Lin Xuan retrieved the spirals, letting them drain before liberally sprinkling them with a special seasoning blend. The residual warmth from the spirals released the fragrance of the spices, and a savory aroma wafted through the air. As Miao Yuanshan and Appo's mind continued to churn with inspiration, he was suddenly entranced by the alluring scent. "What flavor would you like?" Lin Xuan inquired, revealing an array of condiments laid out on the countertop, each offering a myriad of flavors. The seasoning blend served merely as a base. Potatoes are versatile and complement an array of sauces. Before them were as many as 10 different seasoning options. In addition to the basic choices of ketchup and mayonnaise, there were curry powder, seafood seasoning, honey mustard, cheese, lemon, garlic, seaweed, and scallions. "I and Appo's have a curry," Miao Yuanshan declared decisively, unfazed by any indecision. Lin Xuan dusted the potato spirals with curry powder, resulting in yet another eruption of delightful aromas. Miao Yuanshan eagerly received the dish, taking a bite. The crisp sound echoed as his teeth sank into the treat. Delicious! His eyes widened in delight as he savored the experience. Curry, a blend of spices, enveloped his palate in a whirlwind of aromatic flavors the moment it touched his tongue. The complexity and harmonious melding of tastes were irresistible, leaving him yearning for more. The most remarkable aspect was the lingering essence of black pepper weaving through the spices, with the rich aroma of the fried potatoes providing a solid foundation for the symphony of flavors. "I and Appo's have another skewer, garlic flavor, please." Before he could finish the first, Miao Yuanshan immediately placed another order. The taste of the potato spirals exceeded his expectations. What was ostensibly a simple street snack revealed an extraordinary balance of spices that was simply unparalleled. Not far off, He Jingshan, a devoted fan of blue xinyu, fumed as she stared at her phone. "What do these people know? They just spout nonsense online," she fervently typed, attempting to defend her idol. As a die-hard fan, she had attended numerous meet and greets with blue xinyu. If her idol had been the type to act superior due to fame, she would never have been drawn to her. Just then, an intoxicating aroma wafted into He Jingshan and Appo's nostrils. "What is that delicious smell?" She paused, her fingers frozen mid-typing. Instinctively, she looked up and spotted the food cart nearby. The tantalizing scent filled the air, and her stomach betrayed her with an audible growl. "Oh, come on, Jingshan. You can end Appo's. Be tempted right now." She chastised herself internally. At a moment when she should be fervently defending her idol online, she felt she should be too upset to even eat. How could she suddenly feel a craving? In a moment of impulse, she left 2 comments beneath a pair of vague marketing posts online. He Jingshan ultimately stood up and made her way towards a small food cart. After all, one must be well-fed to muster the strength to fight. She quickly concocted a valid justification for her actions. As she approached the cart, her gaze fell upon Miao Yuanshan, who was munching on a potato tower. The crunching sound resonated like an incessant alarm, urging her on. Upon reaching the food cart, He Jingshan instinctively surveyed her surroundings. She spotted Lin Xuan behind the cart, as well as the meticulously wrapped blue xinu. Noticing someone approaching, blue xinu glanced over, and their eyes met for a fleeting moment. In that instant of connection, He Jingshan felt a strange sense of familiarity. Before she could ponder further, the enticing aroma wafting through the air captured her attention. She looked at Miao Yuanshan and swallowed hard. "Boss, I and Appo's have a skewer, please." "All right," Lin Xuan replied, nodding at blue xinu to begin peeling potatoes. Blue xinu immediately bowed her head to her task. In the meantime, He Jingshan picked up her phone to join other fans in denouncing unscrupulous marketing accounts in their fan group. A fan posted a photo of blue xinu, and He Jingshan couldn't help but admire it for a few seconds before exclaiming, "My Yu is truly beautiful. The most stunning beauty in the world. It would be a travesty if she doesn't and Appo's become famous." With a hint of fan fervor, He Jingshan murmured softly, "Blue xinu and Appo's hand trembled slightly while peeling potatoes. To be honest, she was quite accustomed to receiving compliments from fans, but in this moment, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her toes nearly digging into the ground beneath her. He Jingshan gazed at the image on her phone, and that fleeting sense of familiarity washed over her once more. She looked at blue xinu, who was still focused on peeling potatoes. although the latter wore a mask. Her eyes appeared vaguely recognizable. Unable to resist, He Jingshan remarked, "Hey, boss lady, has anyone ever told you that you look like a star with that mask on?" Blue Xinu, startled by the unexpected comment, nearly dropped the potato in her hand. However, she quickly regained her composure, adopting a calm tone and even using a dialect. "Oh, you flatter me. You say I resemble a star? Truly, your eyes remind me so much of my idol," He Jingshan replied, oblivious to the fact that the woman before her, who was focused on peeling potatoes and speaking in dialect, was indeed the very idol she idolized. After the brief exchange, He Jingshan lost the desire to continue the conversation and instead busied herself with her phone while awaiting her food. Soon, a steaming potato tower emerged from the fryer. "What flavor would you like?" Lin Xuan inquired. "Cheese, please," He Jingshan pondered for a moment. The lightly yellow cheese sauce was generously drizzled over the potato tower, which retained its heat, releasing a rich and enticing aroma. "Wow, boss, this cheese smells heavenly." He Jingshan swallowed again, initially just slightly tempted, but the aroma ignited her anticipation. As she received the potato tower from Lin Xuan, He Jingshan took a moment to observe it. The golden brown fried potato tower, paired with the pale yellow cheese sauce, shone brilliantly under the sunlight. She eagerly took out her phone, snapped a photo, and shared it with her fan group before eagerly taking a bite. Crunch! The crispy potato tower shattered between her lips, and the fragrant potato flavor mingled with the rich cheese immediately enveloped her senses. "Oh my goodness!" He Jingshan exclaimed, astonished that such a simple food cart could produce such delectable potato towers. What seemed like an ordinary fried snack was inexplicably more crispy than usual, with the cheese flavor perfectly balanced, neither too rich nor too light. "Boss, I and amp. Oppos. LL take 2 more skewers." He Jingshan devoured the first potato tower with fervor and couldn't resist placing another order. Undoubtedly, she was utterly captivated by the crispy delight. Eager to explore other flavors, she felt satisfied after finishing 2 splendid potato towers. She opened her phone, excitedly sharing her experience in the fan group. "Hey, everyone at the gym, there is a stall selling potato towers here. The taste is incredible. I've never had such delicious potato towers before. I really hope you could try some too." He Jingshan, enthusiastic about sharing her culinary find, was taken aback by the discontent of some individuals. "How can you be in a mood to eat right now? Haven't you seen the online attacks against you? Have you reported it? Have you controlled the comments?" Feeling angered by the comments in the group, He Jingshan was annoyed. She didn't see herself as a so-called obsessive fan. While she loved her idol, she considered herself rational. What was the point of sacrificing her own well-being for a celebrity? Thus, she chose to ignore the negativity and continued to share her experience of the delicious potato tower. Before long, a member of the fan group muted He Jingshan, declaring that irrelevant matters should not be discussed in the group. He Jingshan wanted to argue that the original purpose of the fan group was for fans to gather voluntarily, sharing their lives and chatting. When had it become such a utilitarian affair? Frustrated, she decided to leave the group. It would be just as well if she could silently admire Blue Xinu from a distance. Though there were indeed some obsessive fans, many others were simply rational individuals who genuinely liked Blue Xinu and did not engage in the laborious pursuit of stardom. They were indifferent to the so-called metrics and comment control. They simply appreciated certain qualities about the star. Before long, 2 girls arrived together at the food cart. "Is this potato tower really that good?" They recognized He Jingshan, as her chat profile featured her own selfie. "It an amp. Oppos. It's incredibly delicious," she replied enthusiastically. "And the boss lady and amp. Oppos. S eyes look remarkably like you and amp. Oppos s." He Jingshan felt a surge of happiness seeing others enjoy her recommendation. It truly is. The 2 girls scrutinized Blue Xinu closely, their surprise evident. However, none of them, including He Jingshan, would suspect that the woman peeling potatoes and speaking in a dialect was their beloved idol. Initially, Blue Xinu felt anxious, fearing she might be recognized. Yet after receiving validation from these 3 fans, she couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. Eventually, she boldly lifted her head, revealing her eyes. Lin Xuan watched with amusement, unsure whether to consider the fans lucky or unfortunate. Unfortunate, because their idol was right before them, yet they remained oblivious. But fortunate, because they were about to indulge in potato towers prepared by their idol herself, a privilege that most fans would likely never experience. As expected, the potato towers quickly won over the two girls. These potato towers are absolutely divine. How can they taste so good? The fragrant, crispy potato towers paired with rich dipping sauce left the girls beaming with joy, and they couldn't help but rave about it in their fan group. Naturally, they wanted to share such a delightful discovery with their fellow fans. If one person claimed it was delicious, others might dismiss it with a smile. However, when 2 or 3 people praised the potato tower stall at the gym, it was bound to draw attention. At the entrance of the gymnasium, fans eagerly approached, filled with curiosity. Do you also possess acting talent? Boss, give me a skewer. I want to. Suddenly, Lin Xuan and Appo's potato tower food cart attracted a swarm of young female patrons. The oil in the fryers sizzled enticingly as Lin Xuan tirelessly peeled potatoes, while Lin Xuan continuously sliced them into towers, dropping them into the bubbling oil. The air was infused with the delectable aroma of fried potatoes and various sauces. Undoubtedly, no one could resist the allure of these seemingly ordinary potato towers. Delicious. This curry flavor is exquisite, so fragrant. I'm in love with this cheese. The girls chattered excitedly. As devoted fans of Lin Xuan, they shared their joy and exchanged their admiration for their idol, swapping photos and videos of her saved from the internet. This created a vibrant gathering of fans around Lin Xuan's food cart. Listening to the praises and discussions of her fans, Lin Xuan continued to peel potatoes without a pause. At times, amid fervent conversations, she even interjected a few phrases in her dialect. Really? Is as good as you say? The excitement was palpable. Within the fan group, individuals continuously posted pictures of their potato towers, elevating them to celestial heights. One overly enthusiastic fan manager finally lost patience, posting lengthy messages condemning the frivolous behavior of these fans, lamenting how fans of other celebrities were controlling reviews and boosting data. Yet, no one paid heed to the frenzied group manager. Instead, they became increasingly interested in the potato towers at the gymnasium entrance. Even fans not present at the venue were preparing to make their way over. Stars can be seen at any time, but missing out on culinary delights would be a regret. The group buzzed with excitement. Inside the gymnasium, Sister Zhao donned a cleaning outfit and quickly prepared a second set for Lin Xuan to disguise herself, rushing outside. As Lin Xuan and Appo's manager, her face was well known to the entertainment reporters. Earlier, she had received a text from an unfamiliar number claiming to be at a food cart by the gym and Appo's main entrance. This location was exceedingly perilous. Who knew how many reporters were lurking around the entrance? If recognized, the ensuing chaos would lead to a deluge of negative headlines. However, when Zhao returned the unfamiliar number, no one answered. Without further ado, she swiftly exited the gym. Thanks to her cleaning attire, Zhao successfully blended in. At the entrance, numerous reporters brandishing cameras sought ways to infiltrate the gym, hoping to obtain exclusive news. The sudden disappearance of a singer on the eve of her concert would undoubtedly attract significant attention. With her head down, Zhao hurried past the unscrupulous reporters, and once at a safe distance, she lifted her gaze to search for food carts nearby. Soon, a gathering crowd caught her eye. Peering over the heads of the throng, she discerned that the focal point was indeed a food cart. However, the sheer number of people surrounding it led her to dismiss it as a potential location for her artist. If her star were amidst such a bustling scene, it would be utter chaos. Scattered throughout the plaza were other food carts, but after a quick circuit, she failed to spot Lin Xuan. Just as she pondered whether Lin Xuan had moved elsewhere, she overheard 2 young girls giggling nearby. Hey, that food cart owner and Appo's eyes really resemble Yi and Appo's. Yeah, do you think it could truly be her, surprising us? Don't be ridiculous. Even if you're daydreaming, you should have some sense. What star would be peeling potatoes and frying potato towers for her fans? The words were spoken without intent, but Zhao took notice. Gazing at the crowded food cart, she swallowed hard. Could it possibly be? Regardless, with no other options, Zhao squeezed into the crowd, making her way toward the cart. As she navigated through the throng, the moment she caught sight of the woman in the apron behind the cart, she nearly gasped. Wasn't he that her artist? After years of close companionship, she recognized every move of Lin Xuan. Even clad in a baggy apron and wearing a mask, Zhao instantly identified her. What astonished her even more was that her artist was not only skillfully peeling potatoes, but also chatting with customers in a local dialect. From the content of their conversations, it was evident that all were fans of Lin Xuan. Yet, not a single one connected the woman peeling potatoes and speaking in dialect with the dazzling star. Could it be that her artist possessed acting talent as well? Zhao mused to herself, and her instincts as a manager kicked in, contemplating whether to secure some acting opportunities for Lin Xuan in the future. However, she quickly regained her focus. This was not the time for such considerations. The paramount issue at hand was how to extricate Lin Xuan from the food cart without drawing attention. Just as Zhao pondered a discreet approach, Lin Xuan lifted his head and calmly announced, "Apologies, but today's ingredients have sold out. Those who did not purchase should not wait any longer." Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of disappointment arose from the crowd. Even Lin Xuan was taken aback by how swiftly the potato towers had sold out, with customers continuously coming and going. Reluctantly, the latecomers began to disperse. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao rushed to the front of the cart. "I'm sorry, we've sold out." Lin Xuan and Oppo's words were interrupted as Lin Xuan recognized her disguised manager. "Oh, Zhao Jie, you've finally come." Lin Xuan nearly burst into tears. Regardless of her celebrity status, she had been peeling potatoes to the point of exhaustion. Beyond that, she had to meticulously monitor her speech and actions to avoid revealing her identity. For over an hour, she had been holding on by sheer will. Realizing who Zhao Jie was, Lin Xuan understood that this was the manager of the star. It seemed she was finally to be taken back. With most fans having departed, Zhao Jie felt reassured that no one would notice her taking Lin Xuan away. Before leaving, Lin Xuan bid farewell to Lin Xuan. "Boss Lin, I truly appreciate your help today. It's no trouble at all. I should be thanking you for peeling so many potatoes for me," Lin Xuan replied courteously. After exchanging pleasantries, as Lin Xuan prepared to leave, she felt a pang of regret. After learning to peel so many potatoes and inhaling their intoxicating aroma, she had yet to taste the potato tower herself. Watching the fans relish their meals, she too longed to savor the flavor. However, she was too afraid to lower her mask to eat. Just as she was about to follow Zhao Jie away, Lin Xuan suddenly retrieved 2 potatoes from the storage compartment beneath the cart. "Take these 2 potato towers with you." The potatoes were merely what he had casually taken from the bag moments ago. Although she was unaware of when Lin Xuan had stealthily pilfered 2 potatoes right under her nose, Lin Xuan still nodded in delight. "Let us hurry. What are you lingering for? You can eat whatever you want after this is over," Sister Zhao urged. Internally, she could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance. How could anyone think about food at such a time? Yet considering that no one had noticed for a while, waiting a bit longer hardly mattered. Lin Xuan and Oppo's gaze was fixed on Lin Xuan and Oppo's hands as he deftly handled the potatoes, her heart brimming with anticipation for her own serving of potato towers. Fortunately, it was not long before 2 steaming servings of potato towers emerged from the fryer, sprinkled with the most acclaimed cheese and curry seasoning. Ecstatic, Lin Xuan accepted the potato towers, thanking Lin Xuan once more before departing with Sister Zhao. After watching Lin Xuan leave, Lin Xuan tidied up the food cart, concluding his day in Oppo's business. As for Miao Yuanshan, that fellow vanished after indulging in the delicacies, and Lin Xuan paid it no mind. Their relationship felt like a gentlemanly acquaintance, refreshingly uncomplicated. Regardless, today's market task was complete, though he guessed that no one would believe the tale he could tell. Nonetheless, Lin Xuan had no intention of boasting. What could possibly rival the peculiarity of carrying a system? In high spirits, he closed up shop and headed home, with the final day of this week's tasks awaiting him. He eagerly contemplated the potential rewards that awaited him, hoping tomorrow's tasks would be manageable. That night, Jingshan was engrossed in scrolling through Weibo on her phone. The harsh criticisms of Lin Xuan had all but dissipated by the afternoon. Insider reports suggested that Lin Xuan had taken her debut concert very seriously, enduring strenuous rehearsals that led to her fainting from exhaustion in a corner. Fortunately, she had fully recovered and would not be affected for the concert the next day. This explanation lacked finesse, but at least fans received a seemingly reasonable account. Under the influence of fan sentiment, the comments overflowed with expressions of gratitude. He Jingshan also left a supportive comment for Ye. Just as she posted it, a notification appeared on her phone. The Lin Xinyu you follow has posted new Weibo. Curious, He Jingshan opened it to find a post accompanied by a picture. The text read, "Sorry for worrying everyone, but I'm completely fine now. Looking forward to seeing you all at the concert tomorrow. P.S. I found a delicious potato tower near the gym today." The image portrayed Lin Xuan joyfully savoring a potato tower. Instantly recognizing it as the same one from the food cart earlier that day, He Jingshan felt a surge of excitement. She promptly shared her own photo of the potato tower in the comments. Within minutes, her post garnered an avalanche of likes and comments. Numerous fans inquired about the location of the food cart, as who wouldn't want to try the same treat as their idol. He Jingshan, usually a low-profile presence online, was overwhelmed by the sudden attention, her cheeks flushing with excitement as she diligently responded to other fans' comments. Yet soon enough, another delightful surprise emerged. A familiar avatar appeared in the comments. Lin Xuan herself had replied to He Jingshan. "It's really delicious, right?" He Jingshan's fingers trembled as she typed back. "It's amazing, truly the best potato tower I've ever had." "Oh my gosh," Ye replied to me. "I love you forever." With her idol and Oppo's endorsement, He Jingshan recalled the potato tower from earlier with newfound reverence, believing it to be one of the finest delicacies in existence. The comments surged again, filled with envious remarks from fans. Meanwhile, in the fan group that He Jingshan had left, someone had shared a screenshot of Lin Xuan's Weibo post. "So happy, I gotta try the same food as Ye." This sparked a lively discussion in the group, with many recalling the events of the afternoon. Initially, some had been indifferent, thinking potato towers were just a common snack. But now, those who missed the chance to try them were filled with regret. One particularly fervent fan was now grinding their teeth in frustration, unaware that He Jingshan, who had left the group, had received a personal response from Lin Xuan. If they had known, they would have likely lost sleep over it. At that moment, the chaos of the internet was far removed from Lin Xuan. Even now, he paid no attention to Lin Xuan. Thus, he remained blissfully unaware that he had been recommended by a star. Were he an ordinary vendor, he might have been overwhelmed with joy, seeking every possible avenue to capitalize on this unprecedented windfall. However, even if he knew, Lin Xuan would likely just feel resigned, perhaps even troubled by the overwhelming demand. He was all too aware of how frenzied customers could become when their appetites went unsatisfied. Yet, there was little he could do. His resources were limited, and he could not cater to every individual's cravings. Oblivious to the outside world, Lin Xuan now turned his attention to the system notification appearing before him. Saturday's random operating hours are from 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Random fried food recipe, stinky tofu from 10 miles. Ingredients have been unlocked. Please prepare for business. Stinky tofu. And 10 miles stinky tofu? Lin Xuan inhaled deeply. Stinky tofu, a renowned snack, was known to be polarizing. Those who loved it adored its pungency, while those who disliked it would flee at the mere whiff. Lin Xuan had no doubt about the quality of the ingredients provided by the system. Just the name 10 miles stinky tofu conjured images of its formidable aroma. However, with the task now refreshed, Lin Xuan had no luxury of choice. Besides, he quite enjoyed eating it himself. On Saturday afternoon, Miao Yuanshan had specifically instructed the family cook to prepare an extra dish of fried potato towers for lunch. The potato towers from yesterday had been delectable. Unfortunately, the throngs around Lin Xuan's food cart had deterred him from indulging further. The cook, who was a well-trained professional, was tasked with preparing meals in the household. Miao Yuanshan assumed that making potato towers would be simple enough. After all, it merely involved slicing potatoes, frying them, and adding seasoning. However, upon the cook presenting the potato towers, Miao Yuanshan furrowed his brow at first glance. Compared to Lin Xuan and Oppo's evenly layered, spiraled potato towers, the cook and Oppo's knife skills fell woefully short. Even disregarding the aesthetics, Miao Yuanshan took one taste and quickly set it aside. Though it looked acceptable, the flavor was far from satisfactory. Every profession has its master, he thought, hastily finishing lunch and preparing to take a stroll to aid digestion, a habit of his. As he walked a short distance through the neighborhood, Miao Yuanshan was suddenly assaulted by an overpowering stench, whose toilet exploded. He thought, feeling a wave of nausea. He was indignant. After all, he paid a hefty property fee each year. How could such an odor permeate the community? As I was about to call my villa and amp, Oppos, as steward, I suddenly noticed a shuttle bus ahead, laden with boxes. The figure within the bus was familiar to Miao Yuanshan. It was Feng Yujia, the steward of Lin Xuan's villa. At that moment, Feng Yujia appeared almost fully equipped, donned in a mask and gloves while driving the vehicle. Occasionally, the sound of retching could be heard. What was going on? Had this girl forsaken her role as a villa steward to pursue a career in mucking out? However, observing the shuttle and Oppos' trajectory towards Lin Xuan and Oppos' villa, Miao Yuanshan and Oppos' curiosity quelled the unpleasant odor that tickled his nostrils. After a brief hesitation, he decided to follow the shuttle and Oppos' path towards Lin Xuan and Oppos' residence. At the villa and Oppos' entrance, Feng Yujia was assisting Lin Xuan in making preparations in the courtyard. The stench emanating from the stinky tofu provided by the system was overwhelmingly foul. Upon catching a whiff, Lin Xuan immediately abandoned his thoughts of wreaking havoc in his kitchen. Fortunately, the villa and Oppos' spacious courtyard allowed them to set up their operations without issue. "What on earth are you doing?" Miao Yuanshan inquired, pinching his nose and frowning as he entered the courtyard. They were preparing to sell stinky tofu. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure, Lin Xuan began to acclimatize to the pungent odor. Upon closer inspection, he even detected a faint aroma of soybeans amidst the stench. It is often said that human habits are remarkably resilient. Stinky tofu? Miao Yuanshan did not possess the pretentious airs of a rich second-generation heir. He had dined in upscale restaurants and was unbothered by street food. Having tasted stinky tofu, a delicacy known to nearly everyone, he had even journeyed to its place of origin to savor its authentic flavor. Yet, even the stinky tofu from its birthplace was not as overwhelmingly odorous as this. "Are you certain it's stinky tofu and not spoiled tofu?" Miao Yuanshan asked, observing Lin Xuan transferring the darkened tofu into the ingredient box. Strangely, in close proximity, the acrid stench seemed less unbearable. "It won't spoil," Lin Xuan responded calmly. While he too found the odor excessively strong, he had confidence that the system and Oppos' ingredients were of the highest quality. Spoilage was out of the question. "What time are you setting up today? I'll come and taste it," Miao Yuanshan inquired. "At 6:30. Good." After a brief exchange, Miao Yuanshan resumed his leisurely stroll. He Jingshan had ignited a fire, though this fire was within her fan community. As the sole respondent to Lan Xinhua and Oppos' post yesterday, and having used the same culinary delight, many fans were curious about where Jingshan had procured her potato tower and were eager to visit the same spot as their idol. Thus, it was no surprise that she received numerous invitations for various fan groups. As a relatively unknown figure in the fan community, this was unprecedented attention for Jingshan. Consequently, she graciously shared all information regarding the potato tower. The speed at which information spread among fans was astonishing. Soon, everyone was aware that there was a potato tower stall outside the sports arena hosting Lan Xinhua's concert. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Xuan had completed his preparations and was ready to venture out. At the opulent entrance of the Golden Imperial Residence, Lin Xuan had been residing there for several days. The staff had grown accustomed to this peculiar owner who, despite living in such a luxurious villa, chose to operate a food stall daily. Thus, 2 board security guards stationed at the entrance exchanged quiet musings as they observed the approaching food cart. Why would someone so wealthy choose to set up a stall? You wouldn't understand the world of the affluent. Just as they spoke, they simultaneously furrowed their brows. As Lin Xuan and Oppos' car passed by, A wave of foul odor assailed their senses. Both guards had undergone professional training and typically maintained their composure, unless circumstances were extraordinary. This is unbearable. They gaped in disbelief at the retreating cart. Had they not seen the cooking utensils atop it, they might have thought Lin Xuan was venturing out to muck out. Thanks to He Jingshan and Appo's promotion in the fan circles, when Lin Xuan leisurely arrived at the sports arena with his cart, his previous spot was encircled by a large crowd. He Jingshan, having waited impatiently, spotted Lin Xuan and Appo's food cart and shouted from afar, "The potato tower is here." Instantly, the crowd turned their attention towards Lin Xuan. In that moment, Lin Xuan felt an illusion of stardom. As he noticed the crowd drawing nearer, he yelled, "Wait, don't rush. Allow me to set up first." In truth, even if Lin Xuan had not spoken, the fans excited to purchase the same potato tower as their idol were already met with a powerful stench wafting towards them. How foul! Oh my, what is that smell? Is it spoiled potatoes? The encircling fans, instead of advancing, hurriedly retreated. Some even donned masks. Lin Xuan quickly parked his cart and turned to the crowd to explain, "Today we're not selling potato towers. We're selling stinky tofu." Among the crowd, led by He Jingshan, those who had already savored the potato tower the previous day turned pale. Not selling potato towers today? This is devastating news. Wait, boss, your potato tower is so delicious. How can you just decide not to sell it? Exactly. I've been dreaming of having 2 more skewers today. The fans chimed in, each adding their voice to the chorus of disappointment. Aside from the potato tower's undeniable deliciousness, they had also extolled its virtues in various fan groups, creating immense anticipation among those who had yet to taste it. If the fans who came seeking the dish were to leave empty-handed, it would be a severe letdown. Had the seasoned patrons been there, they would have calmly informed the younger fans, "You'll get used to it. Boss Lin never lets anyone eat their fill." However, to be fair, the leap from fragrant potato towers to stinky tofu was indeed quite jarring. As Lin Xuan positioned his cart, the fermentation odor of the stinky tofu intensified. If it were merely ordinary stinky tofu, it might have sufficed, as it is a common snack. Yet, Lin Xuan's 10-mile stinky tofu lived up to its name. From the moment the cart arrived, the stench was relentless. Those fans who lingered too close to the cart were nearly suffocated, their faces contorted in disgust. They covered their noses at a loss for words. Despite the throng gathered before Lin Xuan and Appo's cart, not a single person dared to place an order. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xuan felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. After all, stinky tofu, much like durian, has its devoted lovers and those who would flee at the mere scent. Having operated a stall for such a duration, Lin Xuan had encountered various scenarios, yet maintained his calm demeanor. He hung up the sign, 10-mile stinky tofu, 25 yuan per serving. However, Lin Xuan had underestimated the formidable power of 10-mile stinky tofu. Nearly 10 minutes after the sign was displayed, not a single soul dared to taste it. Even He Jingshan and her group of fans were attempting to persuade Lin Xuan. "Boss, it's still early. Why don't you go back and fetch some potatoes?" "Exactly. Look, no one wants the stinky tofu. If you sold potato towers, I'd buy 200 skewers myself for the other fans. I'll buy 10 skewers. I'll buy 50. In the world of fandom, there's never a shortage of those with deep pockets. Especially when it comes to idol merchandise, fans are never reluctant to open their wallets. They even began to openly bid in front of Lin Xuan and Appo's stall. As long as Lin Xuan agreed to continue selling the idol and Appo's signature dish, the stinky tofu, they would purchase it in abundance. The clamorous voices of eager fans attracted numerous other vendors in the square. In such large-scale entertainment events like concerts, small vendors rely heavily on foot traffic, and they're always well-informed. Many vendors arrived even earlier than Lin Xuan. Behind his stall, a woman selling cotton candy looked on with envious eyes, almost in tears. If only her cotton candy were as popular, she would dream of it joyfully tonight. However, faced with the fervent anticipation of the fans, Lin Xuan could only express his apologies. "I'm sorry, but today I only prepared the ingredients for stinky tofu, the potato towers. I promise next time." Lin Xuan had become quite adept at comforting unsatisfied customers. His culinary skills ensured that anyone who had tasted his dishes would likely return. Yet, he could not fulfill everyone in Oppo's requests. To this day, old customers still inquire when he would sell grilled wings or fatty intestines noodles again. Lin Xuan could only respond with maybe next time. He Jingshan remained undeterred. Mr. Lin, you've seen the voices of the masses. You can't be too rigid in business. If the potato towers are popular, you should sell them. After all, we're here to earn money. Why must we be at odds with it? He Jingshan appealed to reason and emotion. The surrounding fans nodded in agreement. Lin Xuan felt somewhat helpless. He had always heard about the fervor of fans chasing idols, but today he witnessed it firsthand. His previous regulars might grumble a bit, but they were nothing compared to these fans, who were firmly committed to persuading him today. However, Lin Xuan glanced into the distance, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. How about this? If I can sell 20 portions of stinky tofu in the next 10 minutes, we won Team Inch in the potato towers again. If I can't, I will go back to prepare the ingredients for them. Upon hearing this, the fans' eyes lit up. They had been standing in front of the food cart for quite a while, without seeing anyone come by. Typically, anyone catching a whiff of the aroma would instinctively steer clear. If not for the desire for potato towers, who would endure the assault of the foul smell? A deal. The fans exchanged glances and agreed to this little verbal wager. In their eyes, this bet was already a sure win. After all, this was the concert of Lin Xuan, and the attendees were mostly from their own circle. Just a few whispers among fellow fans would ensure that no one came to buy the stinky tofu. Although this seemed a bit unscrupulous, the fans were determined to succeed. They even believed that their actions would ultimately help Lin Xuan earn money. Lin Boss is in action. The message confirmed that Lin Xuan was currently selling at the entrance of the stadium. Go! Quickly capture him. The sniper is ready. The chat group instantly erupted with excitement, as if it were a festival. After the last time when they caught Lin Xuan selling spring rolls and fried milk, everyone was aware that he would be at the stadium this week. Some idle folk spontaneously took on the role of scouts, occasionally circling the stadium. And just like that, they had caught him. The members in the group transformed into ravenous wolves, hardly bothering to ask what Lin Xuan was selling this time. All they could see were the continuous messages urging everyone to go. In front of the food cart, fans simultaneously raised their phones, signaling each other to refrain from buying stinky tofu. They were determined to win this bet. However, just 2 minutes after sending out their messages, a howl pierced through the air. "Oh, Lin Boss, I've missed you so much. It stinks. What are you selling?" A familiar customer rushed over, nearly toppled by the odor emanating from the stall. Lin Xuan didn't recall the names of these familiar faces, but recognized them as customers who had visited his stall at least 5 times. "Would you like to try the legendary stinky tofu?" Lin Xuan inquired. The regular customer pinched their nose. If it were anywhere else, they would have turned tail and fled. With such a smell, who could eat anything? Even knowing it was stinky tofu, the odor was overwhelmingly potent. The customer hesitated for a second before deciding to indulge. After all, it was Lin Xuan, and they were the first to arrive from the group. Not trying it would be a missed opportunity. "I'll take 1. No, 2 portions." The regular customer quickly replied. Upon hearing this, the fans let out disappointed sighs. They hadn't expected Lin Xuan's stall to open so quickly. The regular customer glanced at the fans with confusion, unsure of their motives. Nevertheless, they paid no mind, focusing instead on savoring Lin Xuan's creations. Meanwhile, the fans encouraged one another silently. That was only 2 portions. They still had 18 to go before losing the bet. The oil temperature in the pot steadily rose, small bubbles beginning to emerge at the edges. Lin Xuan gauged that the oil was ready and swiftly placed 12 pieces of stinky tofu into the pot. The sizzling sound filled the air. Strangely, as the tofu floated in the hot oil, amid the unbearable stench, a rich aroma began to blend in. Under the high temperature, the fermented black, stinky tofu seemed to transform from an ugly duckling into a beautiful swan. As the surface of the stinky tofu puffed up and floated, Lin Xuan quickly retrieved a paper box, placing the freshly fried tofu inside. Each box contained 6 pieces, so 2 portions made 12. Although the color was not significantly different, the aroma quickly became distinct. So fragrant, a fan with a keen sense of smell exclaimed. "Traitor!" Someone nearby shot a glare. Nonetheless, regardless of how they tried to deceive themselves, The rich scent of fried food wafted through the air. The aroma of the tofu, transformed by fermentation and high heat, seemed to cleanse the original foul odor in the atmosphere. Lin Xuan performed a hidden magic trick with scents. "Enjoy them while they're hot," he said, handing the 2 boxes to the impatient regular customer. "My knife has been itching with anticipation," the regular joked, eagerly grabbing a piece of stinky tofu and carefully taking a bite. Chapter 76. The more stinky the tofu, the more fragrant it becomes. Crack. The regular customer bit into the crispy skin of the stinky tofu and was immediately enveloped by an exquisite softness, accompanied by the unique, rich aroma of the tofu that suddenly spread across the palate. Crunch, crunch. The regular and Oppo's eyes widened in astonishment. Unable to resist the temptation of the freshly fried tofu, he hastily stuffed the entire piece into his mouth. "Ah, it's so hot." The customer and Oppo's face flushed, drawing in air repeatedly, yet he simply could not bring himself to cease chewing. "One cannot eat hot tofu in haste. Be careful." Lin Xuan could not help but remind him again. "Boss Lin, it's easy for you to say. How can I resist? It an Oppo's so delicious, so foul yet so fragrant." The regular, who was never one to hold back, continued to praise the dish. Even as he took another piece of stinky tofu, his eyes squinting in bliss, utterly captivated. Is it really that exaggerated? Is this person a food vlogger? Given such expressive reactions? "Oh no, now I want to try it too." The surrounding fans were torn, witnessing the fervor of this individual. In contrast to the hesitation of the fans, a few friends who had come specifically were already salivating with desire. "Boss Lin, 2 servings. Quickly. I want 3 servings. I want 5 servings." The friends eagerly placed their orders, each one more generous than the last. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan had received over 20 orders for stinky tofu. The fans exchanged glances, initially thinking this would deter Boss Lin, but to their surprise, the outcome was clear within mere minutes. Now, no matter how unwilling they could not prevent Lin Xuan from continuing to sell stinky tofu. Their dreams of tasting the same dish as their idol were dashed. As each piece of stinky tofu was fried, the aroma became increasingly intoxicating. Perhaps having lingered at the stall for too long, the fans found the stench less offensive, replaced instead by a rich and savory fragrance. Gulp. A fan swallowed audibly. "Boss, I'll have 1 serving." "Boss, make that 2 servings." "I want some too." "Here is my payment." Fans eagerly began placing their orders, their eyes glued to Lin Xuan's bubbling oil pot. "Everyone, please line up and take turns." Lin Xuan maintained order while frying the tofu. Before long, the once chaotic stall became orderly, with customers patiently queuing for their delectable treat. Among the crowd, many fans, although excited for the stinky tofu, still felt a twinge of regret for not being able to taste the same dish as their idol. However, there was little they could do. The stinky tofu was simply too popular. Just as they lamented, several fans noticed a familiar figure near the front of the line. "Huh, hey, doesn't that woman look a bit familiar?" "Wait, she does." Whispers spread among the fans as they turned their attention to the lady donning a mask and sunglasses. She stood near the front, and within moments, it was her turn. 5 servings of stinky tofu." The woman lowered her voice, as if wishing to remain incognito. Lin Xuan found her voice somewhat familiar and instinctively looked up. "What the? Isn't that Ye's manager, Zhao Ma?" A devoted fan of Lan Xinyue exclaimed in surprise. Having followed Lan Xinyue since her debut, the fans were naturally well acquainted with her manager, even affectionately nicknaming her Zhao Ma. This was due to Zhao Ma's exemplary management, ensuring Lan Xinyue was well taken care of, which the fans greatly appreciated. One fan immediately greeted her. Now that she had been recognized, Zhao Ma had no choice but to lower her mask and acknowledge the fans behind her. Lan Xinyue had always been kind to her fans, and as her manager, Zhao Ma certainly could not lag behind. Logically, Zhao Ma should have been backstage with Lan Xinyue at this hour. Why was she suddenly here buying stinky tofu? As a responsible manager, it seemed unlikely that she was merely indulging her cravings. Suddenly, many fans realized something, their faces lighting up with excitement. "Zhao Ma, are you buying this for Yaya? Does she like stinky tofu too?" "Oh no, how can my Yaya the little fairy, eats stinky tofu? Yaya truly is my favorite star. This makes her feel more relatable and approachable. Having been recognized and her intentions guessed, Zhao Ma decided to drop the pretense. With a smile, she nodded yes. Boss Lin and Appo's culinary creations are adored by Yaya. She specifically told me to bring some back. You have no idea. Boss Lin and Appo's fried pork is also exceptional. As Zhao Ma reminisced about the fried pork she had tasted that night, her mouth watered uncontrollably. The fans' eyes widened in astonishment. They had not realized that their idol had visited this little stall more than once. Boss, can you sell the fried pork tomorrow? Agreed. Boss, can I reserve 10 servings of fried pork? I want to reserve 10 servings too. Clearly, the fried pork was more readily accepted than the stinky tofu. Upon hearing this, several friends exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of Boss Lin's peculiar habit of never repeating dishes once they had been made. If you missed out, you simply had to wait for the next opportunity, which was always politely declined. Every day, in their group chat, someone reminisced about the delightful dishes Boss Lin had previously made, dreaming of tasting them again, but only in dreams. Now, witnessing a newcomer experience this for the first time was quite delightful for them. As Zhao Ma's order for stinky tofu was prepared, Lin Xuan casually remarked apologies. I'll be taking a break tomorrow. A break? Boss, aren't you leaving money on the table? Exactly. We could easily sell hundreds of servings. In contrast to the fans' confusion, the friends' expressions instantly soured. They had initially looked forward to the fans' excitement, but were now met with the grim news of the break. What was even more concerning was that the group had already deduced a pattern. Each time Boss Lin took a break, it was invariably accompanied by a change in location. This meant that if they returned to the gym next time, they would undoubtedly be unable to find Boss Lin. Boss, will you be setting up next week? One friend tentatively inquired. I'd like to know too. Lin Xuan silently grumbled, merely managing an apologetic expression. Let us see how I feel. What kind of answer is that? The friends felt utterly defeated. I don't want to hear you say that. Boss Lin, don't you realize you might lose us? Chapter 77. The peculiar contestant at 9 in the evening. Lin Xuan indulged in a thorough bath, lathering with shower gel 3 times before emerging from the bathroom, fragrant and refreshed. Although stinky tofu is delectable, its pungent aroma is undeniably potent. Coincidentally, as Lin Xuan turned on his phone, he stumbled upon a TikTok video concerning Lin Xuan. Various marketing and entertainment accounts provided comprehensive coverage of her concert, lauding her as a rising star destined to carve a niche in the entertainment industry. Simultaneously, following the concert in Appo's conclusion, Lin Xuan released a video backstage. In the footage, she had yet to remove her makeup, donned a dazzling performance outfit, and was seen eating. The camera zoomed in on this future luminary of the entertainment world. At that moment, was unceremoniously devouring chunks of dark tofu. Rather than displaying signs of fatigue, her face radiated a blissful expression. Within mere minutes of posting, the video garnered hundreds of comments. Yaya looks so adorable while eating. She seems hungry. I never imagined my Yaya would enjoy stinky tofu. How down to earth. As a casual observer, I find this star quite likable. Lin's stinky tofu is the best. Oh my. Zhao Ma indeed bought her the same kind today. Ladies, this stinky tofu is phenomenal. I and Appo's, think you never tasted anything so pungent yet so fragrant. Not just the stinky tofu. That potato tower is unforgettable. Initially complimentary remarks about Lin Xuan unexpectedly took a turn. The name Lin Boss began to appear frequently, as more fans inquired about where they could find a stall to savor the same delicacies as their idol. However, bizarre comments soon emerged. Lin Boss. He sells fiery grilled wings at the entrance of Shuguang Hospital. Lin Boss. He peddles fatty intestine noodles at the matchmaking park. Lin Boss. The one who sets up at 2 in the morning? This man has no heart. These comments seem to have been orchestrated, collectively appearing in the thread, vehemently condemning Lin Xuan for various alleged misdeeds. Even more absurdly, several comments bore the indication that the authors had liked them, implying that Lin Xuan had indeed seen these remarks. This spurred the fans to become even more intrigued. The actions of this street vendor Lin Boss seemed to border on performance art. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xuan discreetly disabled the comments, embodying a mindset of navigating through a bustling crowd without a single leaf touching him. As 10 o'clock approached, just when Lin Xuan thought the day would conclude without further developments, words flashed before his eyes. Weekly task reward settlement. Physical fitness 1. Physical fitness? Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, having assumed that system rewards would only pertain to tangible benefits. He had not anticipated a direct enhancement of his physical condition. If such rewards were more frequent, could he perhaps evolve into a superhuman? Lin Xuan couldn't help but imagine himself soaring through the skies, battling Ultraman and trampling on little monsters. System, is there a quantifiable standard for the physical fitness 1? Equivalent to the fitness level of an average person who has consistently exercised for approximately 1 year. Physical fitness encompasses lung capacity, endurance, muscle mass, and other comprehensive evaluations. The host will not become a superhuman. Currently, the host's physical fitness is comparable to that of an average individual who has exercised for around 2 years. Well then, Lin Xuan felt a tinge of disappointment upon reading this. However, in a world where 9 out of 10 young people suffer from suboptimal health, maintaining 2 years of consistent exercise is already commendable. With the task rewards dispensed, Lin Xuan distinctly felt a shift in his mental state, accompanied by a subtle tension throughout his body. He lifted his bathrobe to inspect his abdomen, astonished to find the faint outlines of abdominal muscles. If he continued this way, perhaps he could also become a somewhat handsome man. Lost in thought, the text before him shifted once more. Next week's tasks refreshed. Requirement 1. For Monday to Saturday next week, proceed to Longhu Scenic Area to provide brunch for half-marathon participants. Requirement 2. Only serve customers holding a participant certificate. Requirement 3. The host must complete 1 half-marathon to unlock a dish recipe. No time limit for a single half-marathon completion. Up to 6 recipes can be unlocked. Requirement 4. The host must unlock the first dish recipe by 6 p.m. on Sunday. This task and Oppo's rewards will be settled separately upon completing 1 half-marathon. Physical fitness 1. Limited to once per day, maximum of 6 times. A farmhouse has been rented for the host at Longhu Scenic Area as the dining venue. Lin Xuan stared at the plethora of text that refreshed before him, nearly overwhelmed. Half-marathon? He promptly searched for information on his phone. A half-marathon spans 21.0975 kilometers, a well-known long-distance running event. Compared to a full marathon, a half-marathon is more suitable for novice athletes with limited training time, as it presents a lower threshold. Nevertheless, upon seeing the daunting distance of 21 kilometers, Lin Xuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Modern youth often prefer to order takeout rather than walk more than 500 meters, let alone tackle a distance of 21 kilometers. However, considering the system's rewards, Lin Xuan thought it might be worth a shot. At present, his only concern in life revolved around health. A robust body is the foundation of all endeavors. With a total of 6 in physical fitness, completing this task would equate to having exercised consistently for 8 years. In terms of health, he could not be in better shape. Resolving to proceed, Lin Xuan began searching for information on Longhu Scenic Area. To his surprise, he discovered that it lay just 50 kilometers outside the city, a well-regarded tourist destination. Its most notable feature was a vast lake named Longhu, which lent its name to the scenic area. The scenic area had constructed a half-marathon route around Longhu Lake, hosting an annual half-marathon event. This year in Oppo's race was scheduled for the following Saturday. According to online sources, many participants would arrive early to train and familiarize themselves with the venue. Given that the task required him to complete a half-marathon, Lin Xuan decided to register for the event on the official Longhu half-marathon website, thus joining in the festivities. Having completed these preparations, Lin Xuan promptly retired for the night, conserving his energy for the following day and Oppo's endeavors. Sunday morning at 7, Lin Xuan packed his belongings, bringing along several changes of clothes, and hailed a taxi to Longhu Scenic Area. Longhu Scenic Area Management Office. In the management office, Hu Jia logged into the internal network to review back-end messages. As the half-marathon approached, the management office had various matters to attend to at this time of year. This contestant seems rather peculiar. Chapter 78. Was it truly a legitimate business? A curious colleague leaned over to glance at the screen. Was and amp, oppos. This merely an ordinary competition registration form? After several scrutinizing glances, the colleague found nothing particularly strange. However, it was not the form that piqued my interest. Rather, the back-end registration details revealed that this individual had expended 20,000 yuan to rent courtyard number 6, and intriguingly, only for a few days. Look here. This person intends to engage in catering at courtyard number 6, with the information indicating that operations are set to commence tomorrow, Hu Jiai elucidated. The colleague immediately grasped the peculiarity. Having worked in this management office for several years, he had never encountered a scenario where someone both participated in a competition and conducted business, especially a short-term venture. Moreover, did not our courtyards typically have a minimum rental term of 6 months? Hu Jiai was equally perplexed, as the management office only possessed registration data. The specifics regarding operational leasing and event execution were managed by the Longhu Development Company in the city. An older colleague, having eavesdropped, appeared to contemplate something and remarked, "Let us hope it's not some dubious dining establishment. Little Hu, you are still young. There are many things you might not comprehend. Keep a close watch recently to avoid any mishaps." Fine. With an inexplicable additional task at hand, Hu Jiai's mood suddenly soured. What if these were indeed nefarious individuals? How could her petite frame withstand such danger? A fleeting image of a scar-faced, brawny gang leader, flanked by imposing figures, flashed through her mind. Perhaps it would be wiser to resign. This job seemed perilously risky. As Hu Jiai spiraled into her thoughts, a voice interrupted. "Hello, I am Lin Xuan, here to collect my competition certificate, as well as the key to courtyard number 6. Courtyard número 6? Hu Jiai, triggered by the keywords, abruptly turned her head, causing a crack in her neck. Ouch, that hurts. She inhaled sharply, clutching her neck, while simultaneously discerning the appearance of the newcomer. He seemed unremarkable, even somewhat handsome. Surely, he couldn't amp, oppos, be a villain. Or could he? Lin Xuan, bemused, observed the girl before him, astonished at her ability to twist her neck so. Indeed, a healthy body is the foundation of all endeavors. Lin Xuan resolved to diligently complete his daily half-marathon task to ensure his well-being. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, but fortunately, Lin Xuan successfully acquired his competition certificate and the key to courtyard number 6. Located deep within the scenic area, a distance away, Lin Xuan boarded the sightseeing vehicle operated by Hu Jiai, who had just twisted her neck. Upon arrival, Hu Jiai parked the vehicle at the courtyard in Oppo's entrance and began her introduction. This courtyard boasts an excellent geographic location, adjacent to Longhu and distance from the main road. With the half-marathon's finish line just a kilometer ahead, Lin Xuan unlocked the courtyard gate, revealing an enclosed space with 4 distinct rooms. "Mr. Lin, I see you have indicated catering on the rental contract. Are you planning to establish a farm-style dining experience?" Hu Jiai inquired, subtly assessing Lin Xuan, as she still bore the task of investigation. "Oh, it's not a farm-style dining experience. Think of it as brunch. I'm not considering a long-term lease at this moment," Lin Xuan casually replied. "Brunch?" A question mark appeared on Hu Jiai's forehead. Renting a courtyard in a scenic area at an exorbitant price to sell brunch? Would the meager earnings cover the rental costs? It surely seemed like an illegitimate business. Perhaps he intended to run one of those overpriced, exploitative eateries that prey on tourists? Pondering this, Hu Jiai felt compelled to caution Mr. Lin. While selling food items at a slightly elevated price is permissible in scenic areas, outright exploitation is unequivocally prohibited. Lin Xuan found the situation both amusing and understandable, recognizing Hu Jiai and Oppos as concerns. After all, the notion of renting a farmhouse to sell brunch did strike one as quite absurd. After several assurances, Hu Jiai departed, her face reflecting lingering apprehension. Lin Xuan, unfazed, explored each room. The 4 spaces included a bedroom, kitchen, living room, and storage area, evidently recently tidied and renovated. Each room was fully furnished with new items, ready for immediate use. The storage room contained a complete set of tables and chairs, perfect for accommodating guests in the courtyard. Without the need for further arrangements, Lin Xuan, reveling in the leisure, changed into athletic attire in the bedroom and proceeded to the main road by Longhu. System. Are there any requirements for today's half-marathon task? Must I begin from a specific starting point? No requirements. The host only needs to complete the designated 21.0975 kilometers, with no time limit. It is recommended that the host perform warm-up exercises and then silently declare an oppos, start an oppos, to commence distance tracking. The absence of a time constraint indicated the system and oppos, as user-friendly nature. Should Lin Xuan wish, he could leisurely walk the entire 21 kilometers. Of course, completing 21 kilometers was no trivial feat. Lin Xuan retrieved his phone and searched for a warm-up video, dutifully standing by the roadside to begin his exercises. After 30 minutes, feeling adequately limbered, Lin Xuan mentally declared an oppos, start, and oppos. He then set off at a pace slightly faster than walking, content to simply finish the half-marathon on his first attempt without overexerting himself. Shortly after Lin Xuan commenced, a sightseeing vehicle stealthily followed at a distance. On board, Hu Jia was increasingly perplexed. The registration indicated that Lin Xuan was set to commence operations tomorrow, logically suggesting he should be preparing ingredients today, a task that was time-sensitive. Yet here he was, seemingly unhurried, leisurely jogging. Once again, Hu Jia's mind echoed, this surely is not a legitimate business. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan jogged along the main road by Longhu, completely unaware of being followed. 1 kilometer, 3 kilometers, 8 kilometers. The task progress steadily advanced. With no time limit, Lin Xuan alternated between jogging and walking as needed. After a while, he purchased a bottle of mineral water for 5 yuan. 12 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 18 kilometers. In the final 2 kilometers, Lin Xuan felt as though his legs were leaden. At that moment, he was sustained solely by momentum. Finally, at a certain point, today and oppos, half-marathon task completed. Physical condition 1. Lin Xuan immediately halted, gasping for breath. Yet, as the reward was dispensed, an astonishing sensation of fatigue evaporated rapidly. The soreness in his muscles and joints dissipated as well. In a mere minute, Lin Xuan felt completely restored to his pre-run condition. Was this the effect of an upgrade, restoring his state? Lin Xuan marveled internally, initially worried that such exertion would leave him incapacitated for the day. The system's foresight was indeed commendable. More importantly, he wondered what recipes would be unlocked next. In the following moment, text appeared, unlocking this week's Recipe 1, Soup Dumplings. Ingredients have been unlocked. Chapter 79, Issues with Soup Dumplings as the recipe was unlocked. Lin Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of knowledge about crafting soup dumplings flood his mind, akin to a seasoned master who had dedicated years to this culinary art. This formidable knowledge transformed into a practical experience, embedding itself within his very muscles. From selecting the flour and kneading the dough to preparing the meat filling, measuring ingredients, and timing the steaming process, an array of intricate details surged through his consciousness. This enlightening sensation was, as always, exhilarating. Subsequently, Lin Xuan took out his phone and opened a grocery app, beginning to order the ingredients necessary for his soup dumplings. Flour, pork, steaming baskets, and more, all were accounted for. After swiftly placing his order, he felt a wave of joy as he prepared to head back. Although the system had restored his body, he decided to feign exhaustion and rented a nearby shared electric bike. At the Longhu management office, Hu Jia gave up after following Lin Xuan for less than 5 kilometers. Primarily, Lin Xuan was an oppos, running particularly fast, making her presence feel somewhat out of place. Upon Hu Jia and oppos' return, inquiries arose immediately. Had she discovered anything unusual? This peculiar competitor had indeed captured the attention of everyone in the management office. It was quite odd. This individual claimed he intended to sell brunch at Building 6. Hu Jia recounted her observations, sparking a lively discussion. Despite the chatter, no concrete conclusions emerged. Although Lin Xuan and oppos' actions oozed strangeness, there were no apparent violations or irregularities. Putting aside the matter for the time being, It was indicated that he would commence operations the following day. Well, Xiaohu, please check it out in the morning. Report any issues promptly for resolution, an elder colleague decided. All right, Hu Jai reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan returned to Building 6 at 1 in the afternoon. He calculated the time. Running a half-marathon had consumed over 3 hours. As a first-time half-marathon runner, this was a commendable achievement. He believed that without the system and Oppo's assistance in enhancing his physical capabilities, he certainly would not have been able to persevere. After enjoying a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, Lin Xuan promptly stepped out in search of food. The ingredients he had ordered had not yet arrived, and the kitchen was so spotless that even mice would disdain it, let alone attempt to cook. The Longhu scenic area boasted a complete commercial street filled with a myriad of shops, including a diverse array of restaurants. Being a Sunday, and with the half-marathon competition looming, the commercial street was unexpectedly bustling with a flowing crowd. As Lin Xuan strolled, he found himself contemplating what to eat. Truth be told, he rarely dined out, preferring to prepare his own meals. His palate had long been spoiled by his own culinary skills. At that moment, a sign caught his eye, a sizable establishment bustling with patrons, Rongfu Wonton. Signature dishes included Rongfu black pork dumplings, Rongfu black pork soup dumplings, and Rongfu black pork xiaolongbao. Oh, soup dumplings? Lin Xuan and Oppo's interest was piqued, especially since he was about to embark on selling them himself. Notably, he noticed that the sign at the entrance stated that the restaurant used Iberian black pork. While many might be unfamiliar with Iberian black pork, it is essential for producing the finest Spanish ham. Along with acquiring knowledge about soup dumplings, Lin Xuan had also gained insights into pork appreciation, as the filling primarily consisted of pork. He ordered a basket of soup dumplings and a bowl of wontons. The price for a basket of soup dumplings was 60 yuan for 3 pieces, while a bowl of wontons cost 48 yuan for 8 pieces, a rather steep price. However, considering the use of Iberian black pork and the premium associated with being in a tourist area, Lin Xuan found the price acceptable. The soup dumplings arrived promptly, still steaming, and they appeared irresistibly tempting. Not waiting for the wontons to arrive, Lin Xuan picked up a soup dumpling and carefully bit into it. The meat juices burst forth, flooding his mouth. Finding the temperature tolerable, he took a hearty bite. The taste was indeed quite pleasant, rich in aroma, yet Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. At that moment, as a true master of soup dumplings, he immediately identified several flaws. The dough had not fermented sufficiently, the flour quality was merely adequate, and the flavor of the ginger and scallion water in the filling was slightly too pronounced. If that were all, Lin Xuan would not have been overly critical. Such details merely indicated that the dumpling chef's quality control was somewhat inconsistent. However, upon chewing the pork filling, Lin Xuan detected something amiss. To make a more cautious judgment, he picked up another soup dumpling, only to find the flavor equally off. At that moment, the wontons arrived. After tasting them, Lin Xuan was entirely convinced of his assessment. "Excuse me," Lin Xuan raised his hand, summoning a male waiter. "Could you please call your manager? You can discuss any issues with me," the waiter replied, taken aback. "Better to call your manager. There are issues with your soup dumplings and wontons." Lin Xuan thought it unnecessary to put the waiter in a difficult position. Seeing Lin Xuan's insistence, the waiter had no choice but to ask him to wait while he went to fetch the manager. Soon, a middle-aged woman approached briskly, a smile adorning her face. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Lin Xuan glanced at the name tag on her uniform. "Manager Jiao, I believe you are deceiving your customers. The soup dumplings and wontons do not contain Iberian black pork, do they?" Manager Jiao paused momentarily, her expression shifting slightly. With several patrons nearby, they turned to listen to Lin Xuan and Oppo's assertion. Some even inquired curiously, "Brother, are you saying the dumplings and wontons don and Oppo's to use Iberian black pork?" Whispers filled the air as people began to speculate, and some even anticipated a potential argument, promptly pulling out their phones to record. Manager Jiao and Oppo's countenance darkened, realizing that a mishandling of the situation could severely impact the restaurant's reputation. "Sir, we use Iberian black pork for our fillings. Our kitchen has ample stock in the freezer, which can be inspected at any time. We also possess certification and customs import documentation. Manager Jiao's tone had shifted, becoming less courteous. There's a plethora of counterfeit Iberian black pork on the market. You may have previously encountered a fake, which could explain the differing taste. You are welcome to report us for verification, and we can have the ingredients tested for the presence of Iberian black pork. If you find the flavor unsatisfactory, we sincerely apologize and can arrange for a refund. However, if you seek to gain extra benefits from this, we will not allow our restaurant and Oppo's reputation to be tarnished. As Manager Jiao's tone grew resolute, and with her mention of the option to report for verification, the crowd's gaze shifted toward Lin Xuan. Chapter 80. The food blogger Manager Jiao nearly uttered the words professional opportunist. It was indeed true that you utilized Iberian black pork. Lin Xuan and Oppo's expression remained calm. Just as Manager Jiao sighed in relief upon hearing this, Lin Xuan continued, however, the filling you used must be a mixture of Iberian black pork and regular black pork. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Manager Jiao and Oppo's eyes. She had not anticipated that this young man would be so accurate. Nevertheless, she could not afford to acknowledge it, for doing so would spell the end of her career. This customer, if you have no evidence, you are defaming us, and any resulting losses will incur legal consequences. Manager Jiao and Oppo's expression was frosty. Lin Xuan seemed oblivious, continuing. The reason Iberian black pork is renowned is not only due to its exquisite flavor and even fat distribution, but also its distinctive nutty aroma. The filling at your establishment has a faint nutty scent and a pronounced greasiness. It is impossible for it to be pure Iberian black pork. Based on my estimations, the ratio is approximately 3 to 7. You really have a knack for guessing. Manager Jiao cursed inwardly, but maintained her cold demeanor. If you continue to speak, we will certainly pursue legal action. We do not welcome unreasonable customers like you. Please leave immediately. At that moment, a stout gentleman at a nearby table stood up. This brother is right. I sensed something was off from the beginning. I was just thinking this meat filling feels problematic. Yet it does have the flavor of Iberian black pork. This young man just confirmed my suspicions. You mixed it with regular black pork? Enough already. Manager Jiao directed her gaze toward the stout man, her face showing signs of exasperation. I see you two are in cahoots. With so many people here, only you two found an issue? Others have no complaints. The stout man scoffed dismissively. I used to be in the import pork trade. How could I not recognize the taste of Iberian black pork? I was merely uncertain if it was your batch of meat that was the problem until this brother and Oppo's comment clarified things. Manager Jiao retorted defiantly. You claim to be in the import pork trade, but I see you two are working together. Suddenly, from among the onlookers, someone exclaimed, Hey, isn't that Big Mouth Lou? Big Mouth Lou? The food blogger with millions of followers? Amidst the murmurs, some patrons pulled out their phones and confirmed that the stout man was indeed Big Mouth Lou, known for his candid restaurant reviews. Wow, it's my first time seeing a live internet celebrity. Have you ever seen a dead one? Someone beside him quipped, then stood up to ask for a photo with Big Mouth Lou, who graciously obliged, transforming the tense atmosphere into a fan gathering. Manager Chui and Oppo's face turned ashen. She had not anticipated that this stout man was a food influencer. Such prominent figures could dictate the fate of a restaurant with a single statement. I think there must be some misunderstanding. Mr. Liu, young man, shall we discuss this in the office? Manager Chui, now humbled, attempted to invite them to her office to mitigate the situation. There's no misunderstanding. Your false advertising will lead to your downfall, and I can't be bothered with you. As the crowd grew larger, Big Mouth Lou sought to avoid causing a scene. Brother, let's find a place to chat. He invited Lin Xuan to step outside, appreciating the young man and Oppo's straightforwardness and courage to speak the truth. Lin Xuan accepted the invitation, and they left Rongfu Wonton behind. Manager Jiao wanted to intervene, but hesitated, fearing the situation might escalate. Meanwhile, the remaining patrons redirected their frustrations toward her. Refund us, the crowd shouted in unison. Manager Jiao and Oppo's face turned pale. She wished for a rock to hide under, unable to face the unfolding chaos. Amidst the turmoil in the restaurant, Lin Xuan and Big Mouth Lu exited the commercial street, intending to stroll and converse along Longhu Avenue. Just as they reached the street and Amp, Oppo's entrance, a tour bus arrived. It was evident that the Longhu Management Office had received word of the incident and sent personnel to address it. On the bus, Hu Jiai spotted Lin Xuan and, after a moment and Oppo's thought, stepped away from the group to approach him. "Mr. Lin, I was just about to contact you. There's a delivery truck at the scenic area claiming to have your ordered ingredients. If it is indeed yours, I will authorize the security to let it through." Hu Jiai stated. "Yes, those are my ingredients. Thank you for your assistance." Lin Xuan expressed his gratitude, impressed by the responsibility exhibited by the management staff. Curious, Big Mouth Lu inquired, "Order ingredients? Are you running a restaurant in the Longhu scenic area?" "Yes, at courtyard number 6. Are you running a farmhouse? What is your signature dish?" "I'm currently focusing on brunch, tentatively planning on soup dumplings." Big Mouth Lu appeared momentarily dazed, perplexed. "You rented a courtyard to sell brunch? Brother, are you being scammed?" With his extensive experience as a food blogger, Lu had a deep understanding of the restaurant industry and immediately concluded that Lin Xuan was embarking on a losing venture. After all, brunch establishments typically thrived near residential buildings, schools, or corporate offices to ensure profitability. Lin Xuan could not explain his unusual decision and simply apologized. "Well, Lu Ge, I'm really sorry, but the ingredients have arrived, and I need to prepare for tomorrow and Oppo's opening." Big Mouth Lu said nothing further, understanding that they had just met and that it was best not to delve too deeply. However, considering the earlier incident, he mused that Lin Xuan and Oppo's remarkable palate might result in delicious soup dumplings, and perhaps a review could be beneficial. Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought, as the quality was uncertain, and he did not wish to jeopardize his own reputation. Regardless, he decided to visit tomorrow once the restaurant opened to make a determination. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan swiftly returned to courtyard number 6 on a shared electric bike. After waiting briefly at the entrance, he spotted a delivery truck emblazoned with XX Express arriving. He began unloading the ordered items into the kitchen, washed his hands, and commenced preparations for the following day and Oppo's soup dumplings, starting with the most crucial step, preparing the pigskin jelly. Chapter 81. Delectable soup dumplings. The secret to the soup dumplings, brimming with savory broth, lies in the pigskin jelly. The delivered pigskin has been meticulously cleaned, devoid of any residual fat, gleaming white and smooth to the touch. In a pot of cold water, I add scallions, ginger, a pinch of Sichuan peppercorns, and a star anise, bringing it to a vigorous boil over high heat before reducing to a gentle simmer. While the pigskin jelly is cooking, I take a moment to examine the freshly ordered pork. Under the kitchen light, the meat glistens with freshness, its red flesh tender and interspersed with evenly distributed white fat, forming a distinctive marbled texture. The fatty portions are as pure as snow, translucent and yielding to the touch. With the expertise of a master meat connoisseur, I immediately identify this as the front leg of the pig, which contains a higher proportion of lean meat, making it ideal for filling. The breed of the pig is the renowned Jinhua black pig, the very same used for authentic Jinhua ham. Esteemed among the 4 great pig breeds, the Jinhua black pig boasts thin skin, delicate bones, and exquisite meat quality, recognized as a protected geographical indication product. Armed with a chef's knife, I swiftly dissect the pork, removing the skin and chopping it into small cubes. Then, using 2 knives in a crisscross motion, I chop vigorously until it transforms into a fine mince. Although a meat grinder could be employed, the hand-chopped mince retains a pleasing texture due to the presence of small meat particles. During this process, I add small amounts of scallion and ginger water intermittently, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of the knife striking the cutting board. The once intact pork has become a generous puddle of mince. Thanks to the superior quality of the pork and the ginger scallion infusion, any trace of the meat and Oppo's raw scent is nearly imperceptible. Next, I transfer the minced meat to a bowl, seasoning it with white pepper and salt. Then, I unveil another secret ingredient to enhance the texture: water chestnuts, known in some regions as horse hooves. Their crispness and subtle flavor, when mixed into the meat, elevate the overall mouthfeel, and help neutralize any richness. I chop the water chestnuts finely and incorporate them into the meat mixture, stirring vigorously until the filling achieves a remarkable stickiness, signaling the completion of its preparation. I cover the filling with plastic wrap and place it in the refrigerator. The pigskin jelly is nearing completion, with the broth exuding a rich aroma. In pursuit of culinary perfection, I skim off the foam and rendered fat multiple times during the cooking process. At this moment, the broth is clear and luminous, completely unclouded, yet emits a fragrant, hearty scent. After straining out the pigskin and spices, I pour the liquid into a bowl, allowing it to cool before refrigerating it, thus completing the jelly. Having accomplished these tasks, evening has begun to settle. Peering through the kitchen window, I gaze upon the expansive Dragon Lake. The sunset casts a golden hue upon the water and damp Oppo's surface, blurring the lines between lake and sky. I decide to prepare the dumpling dough in the morning to ensure it does not overproof. I do not waste the cooked pigskin. Once cooled, I slice it into strips, dressing it with aged vinegar and light soy sauce, drizzled with a hint of chili oil, a delightful appetizer rich in collagen, serving as one of my dinners for the day. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, I awaken to the sound of my alarm. The sunlight outside is just right, not too hot, not too cold. Although this bedroom in the courtyard is significantly smaller than my grand villa, it offers a view of the shimmering water that eases my morning grogginess. I begin to understand why affluent individuals favor building villas in scenic locations. The beauty of the landscape can profoundly influence one's mood from the moment of waking. After freshening up, I head to the kitchen to inspect the state of the minced meat and pigskin jelly in the refrigerator before commencing the dough-making process. The quality of the dumpling skin is a crucial element in determining the taste of the buns. I'm wholly focused as I knead and rest the dough, attuning my hands to the gluten and Oppo's transformation, applying the perfect amount of pressure. Ultimately, a smooth, lustrous dough emerges in the bowl. Perfect. I am thoroughly pleased with this outcome. At this juncture, I retrieve the minced meat and jelly from the refrigerator. After finely chopping the jelly and remixing the meat, I skillfully portion out nearly identical pieces of dough, a precision that only a seasoned chef could achieve. Sprinkling dry flour on the work surface, I roll out the dumpling skins. Unlike regular dumplings, soup dumpling skins must be thin and translucent, yet sturdy enough to contain the filling during steaming. With remarkable speed, I roll out the skins, fill them with the meat and jelly, and seal them with precision. Each movement executed flawlessly, devoid of any superfluous actions. The steamer pot is set over high heat until the water boils. In one tier, I place 4 soup dumplings, commencing with 2 batches. After a considerable flurry of activity, I find myself hungry and naturally opt to indulge my appetite first. Ideally, the dumplings should be enjoyed fresh from the steamer. As the steam billows, the jelly within the dumplings transitions from solid to liquid under the high temperature, releasing the rich aroma of the meat. The premium Genoa pork, influenced by the heat, becomes tender, its fragrance mingling with the jelly, wafting outward. The kitchen and Oppo's exhaust fan fills with dense steam, dispersing the savory scents into the air. With the soup dumplings now ready, I carry 2 tiers to the courtyard. There, I have arranged 8 tables and chairs, choosing one to sit down. The dumplings are still steaming, and I carefully place one on a small dish, gingerly puncturing the skin. The savory broth, accompanied by the dough's fragrance, begins to envelop my palate. With a slurp, I savor the broth, feeling an indescribable warmth of meatiness surround me. It is as if my lips, tongue, and mouth are immersed in a luxurious meat broth, utterly captivating. Delicious. Even with prior expectations, I am astounded by the exquisite flavor of my own soup dumplings. After savoring the broth, I take a hearty bite of the dumpling, the filling mingling with the skin in my mouth, elevating the flavor to new heights. The filling is tender yet cohesive, offering the purest essence of meat flavor, while the scattered meat pieces and water chestnuts enhance the texture, delivering an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Those accustomed to eating soup dumplings know they can be quite rich, yet I find that my homemade dumplings could be enjoyed in succession without any heaviness. What sheer joy and beauty! My spirits are buoyed by the delicious food. Nearby, Hujiai arrives in a sightseeing car. She recalls that the registration information indicated operations today. But upon reaching the entrance, she finds no signs of activity, no floral arrangements or festive decorations, everything appearing unchanged from yesterday. Just as she hesitates to make a call for clarification, a breeze wafts from the sixth courtyard. One enticing aroma. Ujai is instantly entranced. Chapter 82. A different kind of romance, the aroma of flour mingled with the scent of meat wafted through the air. Although Ujai had already partaken of breakfast, her appetite surged, and she felt as though she could indulge further. After all, her visit was work-related, and it would be quite convenient to grab a bite before returning. With this thought in mind, Ujai hurried to the entrance of the courtyard, where the fragrance intensified, teasing her senses. Unable to resist, she longed to taste the delicacies within. Just as she raised her hand to knock, the courtyard door swung open, startling Lin Xuan. Any reasonable person would have been taken aback upon discovering someone waiting outside as they opened the door. Ujai, too, was caught off guard by the coincidence, flushing with embarrassment and offering an awkward laugh. Fancy meeting you here. What brings you? Lin Xuan regarded her with a hint of suspicion, questioning whether the girl had injured her brain rather than her neck the previous day. I noticed you registered for business today. The management asked me to check if you needed assistance. Finally, Ujai found a plausible explanation. She was about to inquire about the source of the enticing aroma and perhaps order some breakfast when Lin Xuan interjected. Actually, I do need your help with something. Is your handwriting any good? Upon hearing this, Ujai had to swallow her words, stifling her stomach and oppose. As protest as she replied, it and oppose. That's decent enough. What do you need me to do? Could you write something on the blackboard for me? My handwriting isn't very presentable. I would appreciate your assistance, Lin Xuan replied, turning to retrieve 2 blackboards and some chalk from the supply room. Go ahead and write, he instructed. Confused, Ujai accepted the chalk and approached the blackboard. On one board, she inscribed the title Today's Special, followed by soup dumplings, 28 yuan for a basket of 4. The price struck her as somewhat steep at first, but then she recalled that this was a tourist area, inherently marked by a premium. Coupled with the intoxicating aroma, she suddenly felt the price was justified. Deliciousness was the ultimate truth. After completing the writing, she glanced at her work, feeling a sense of satisfaction. In her school days, she had attended a calligraphy class for 2 years. On the second blackboard, she began to write business hours. Ujai paused, astonished. Wait, Boss Lin, are soup dumplings the only item on the menu today? Yes, just soup dumplings for today, Lin Xuan clarified, having consulted the system. This week in Oppo's menu was no longer limited to a single dish. Instead, a new item would be added each day. Once today in Oppo's half marathon was completed, another culinary delight would be introduced. Despite her confusion, Ujai obediently continued to write on the second blackboard. Business hours, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Our establishment only serves customers with a half-marathon participant certificate. Please present your certificate when ordering. As she wrote swiftly, a realization struck her midway through, causing her to falter. Only customers with a half-marathon certificate? Ujai stared incredulously at Lin Xuan, her thoughts racing with the suspicion that he might be a plant from the company. But, Boss Lin, what is the reasoning behind this? How can you restrict customers when opening a business? Her heart sank at the thought of potentially missing out on those delectable soup dumplings. How torturous it would be not to taste them. Consider it a personal sentiment of mine, Lin Xuan explained, adept at concocting excuses for the system. Ujai fell silent, her frustration evident as she hastily finished the remaining words, feeling increasingly uneasy about the situation. The tantalizing aroma lingered in the air, and her stomach growled in protest. Boss Lin, in light of my assistance with the writing, could you please sell me a portion? She pleaded sweetly. Sorry, he replied with an apologetic tone, devoid of options. Ujai realized she could not force a purchase. At that moment, a man clad in athletic attire peeked through the door. Hello, is this where food is sold? It smells incredible. Zhao Yuan stood at the entrance, uncertainty etched on his face. He had passed by and, drawn by the delightful fragrance, had searched until he found the source. However, the courtyard bore no sign, leaving him unsure if it was a residence or a food establishment. Recognizing a potential customer, Lin Xuan perked up. "We serve breakfast here, currently offering soup dumplings. The prices and requirements are listed on the blackboard." Zhao Yuan quickly glanced at the board, his expression shifting to one of surprise. "Your business model is quite unique, only serving customers with a half-marathon certificate. I must try it. I and Oppos. I'll have a basket, please." With a cheerful grin, Zhao Yuan retrieved his participant certificate from his pocket. Lin Xuan was not taken aback. Many half-marathon participants often scout the area in advance, familiarizing themselves with the venue. "Very well. Please wait a moment," Lin Xuan said as he hurried to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Zhao Yuan looked around and, noticing Hu Jiayi as a fellow customer, curiously asked, "Haven and Oppos, tea you eaten yet? What do you think of the taste, considering it smells so good?" At the mention of her unfulfilled desire, Hu Jiayi felt a wave of irritation. "I Haven and Oppos, tea tasted it. I and Oppos am not participating." Just then, a brilliant idea struck her. "Could we make a deal? Would you be willing to order a portion for me? I'll reimburse you. Is that appropriate?" Zhao Yuan hesitated. "It should be fine since it doesn't explicitly state that I can't assist with ordering," Hu Ji reasoned, patting herself on the back for her cleverness. "All right then," Zhao Yuan agreed, albeit without formal introductions. After Hu Jiayi transferred the funds, he promptly dashed to the kitchen to order an additional basket of soup dumplings. In the kitchen, Lin Xuan noticed Hu Jiayi and Oppos as transaction through the window. In truth, a clever mind could easily devise ways to circumvent rules. He had consulted the system regarding this matter, which responded with the notion that where there are rules, loopholes shall inevitably emerge. If someone, inspired by your culinary creations, decides to attempt a half-marathon and experience the thrill of pushing their limits, that too is a form of romance. Thus, Lin Xuan chose to overlook Hu Jiayi and Oppos as apparent circumvention of the rules. In fact, he was curious to see if he could influence some patrons and Oppos perspective through his culinary offerings. The mere thought that someone might choose to participate in a half-marathon for the sake of his food filled him with a sense of accomplishment. At that moment, Hu Jiayi and Oppos' actions in Lin Xuan's eyes resembled bait. After all, how could a fish willingly take the hook without first sampling the enticing lure? May the fisherman never return empty-handed. Amen. Chapter 83. The frustration of soup dumplings. The soup dumplings are ready, but be cautious, they are hot. There is vinegar on the table. Lin Xuan brings over 2 bamboo steamers filled with dumplings. The aroma of the steamed buns is simply irresistible. Zhao Yuan can hardly contain himself, his eyes fixed eagerly on the steamer. As soon as Lin Xuan sets the dumplings down, he eagerly digs in. He picks up a soup dumpling and places it on his plate, biting into it in one swift motion. The juice erupts, spilling over the plate and filling Zhao Yuan's mouth. "Ah, it's so hot, but utterly delicious." Zhao Yuan's eyes widen in surprise as he savors the rich, savory flavors mingling with the exquisite taste of the meat, rolling around in his mouth. Despite the heat causing him to clench his fists, he refuses to pause, chewing vigorously while slurping every drop of broth from the plate. In the blink of an eye, one dumpling vanishes. How delightful! Absolutely divine. Zhao Yuan feels as though he is plunged into a warm spring amidst the chill of winter, experiencing a magnificent release of tension in every pore. He can hardly fathom how such a commonplace dish as soup dumplings could yield such extraordinary flavors. Had he been consuming counterfeit dumplings all along? If he were to never encounter such dumplings again, it would likely spoil him for any others. In contrast, Hu Jiayi, as a lady, displays much more restraint, perhaps due to having already eaten breakfast. Her initial focus rests on the appearance of the dumplings. Each plump soup dumpling showcases a slightly translucent skin, revealing the broth within. A gentle shake of the steamer causes the dumplings to wobble enticingly, appearing delightfully bouncy. She too places a dumpling on her plate, adds a few drops of vinegar, and cautiously bites into the skin. The meat broth mingles with a hint of vinegar, releasing a delectable aroma. How delicious! Hu Jiayi and Oppos' appetite suddenly awakens. The vinegar enhances her desire to eat, and she forgets all sense of decorum, eagerly slurping up the broth without pause. The steamers, each containing 4 dumplings, are soon emptied as both devour without restraint. Zhao Yuan lifts his head, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he gazes at Lin Xuan. Boss, bring us another steamer. This is hardly enough. Hu Jiayi feels a tinge of regret. She has reached her limit and laments having eaten breakfast beforehand. Otherwise, she could have indulged in another steamer. As Lin Xuan enters to steam more dumplings, Hu Jiayi quickly turns to Zhao Yuan and says, "Hey, could you help me order 5 more steamers? Can you manage that?" Zhao Yuan blinks, casting a curious glance at Hu Jiayi and Appo's stomach. "No, you misunderstand. I intend to take them back for my colleagues to try," she clarifies. At this moment, she does not perceive the peculiar Lin Xuan as a dubious character. With such culinary skill, any establishment selling soup dumplings in the city would surely attract throngs of customers, leaving no need for illicit activities. Although his policy of only serving half-marathon participants seems a tad odd, it remains a legitimate restaurant with honest business practices. She believes that once her colleagues experience these dumplings, no explanation will be necessary. They will understand. "You seem quite nice," Zhao Yuan teases, before cheerfully returning to the kitchen to add 5 more steamers to the order. As they wait, Zhao Yuan pulls out his phone and opens a group chat titled Half-Marathon Enthusiasts. Having been a seasoned participant, he typically runs 2 to 3 half-marathons each year, while his primary occupation is a physical education teacher at school. "Are there any friends running the half-marathon at Long Lake?" I and Amp, Appo's, discovered an incredibly delicious soup dumpling place. Sharing the location, as Zhao Yuan sends his message. Responses quickly pour in. "I signed up at Haven and Appo's. Gone yet. I and Appo's am planning to go tomorrow. I and Appo's am already at Long Lake." "You're not talking about that Hongfu wonton place on the commercial street, are you? I've heard their Iberian black pork soup dumplings are quite famous." "That is old news. I'm also at Long Lake. Someone went to check it out yesterday and claimed that the filling only contains a hint of Iberian black pork. Total ripoff." "Lao Zhao, you must be referring to that place." Zhao Yuan types swiftly. "It should and Amp, Appo's, be the same place. Mine ISN and Amp, Appo's, on the commercial street, and doesn't even have a sign. Plus, the owner is quite an interesting character. He only serves customers with half-marathon participation certificates, suggesting he is one of us. Only serving half-marathon participants? How intriguing. Could it be a gimmick? After all, with the race at Long Lake, there will surely be a crowd. Trust me, it's incredibly delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite soup dumplings before. If I'm lying, I vow never to run a half-marathon again," Zhao Yuan swears in the chat. Soup dumplings should be eaten in binging. That and Appo's, where they originated. The ones from other places just on an Appo's. Compare. I and Appo's am a true binging native. Soup dumplings in Shanghai are also exceptional, though they lean towards a sweeter flavor. Soon, the group engages in a lively debate over whether northern or southern soup dumplings are superior. Yet, the instigator, Zhao Yuan, remains silent, lost in the joy of his second steamer, utterly content. For him, the distinction between north and south ceases to matter. Such delectable soup dumplings exist right here. Meanwhile, Hu Jiayi enters the management office, holding the soup dumplings. Immediately, a colleague inquires, "Xiao Hu, didn't you mention in the work group this morning that you were going to check out that place? How was it?" Hu Jiayi remains silent, placing the soup dumplings on the table. "These are the dumplings I brought back from that place. You'll see for yourselves." Mentioning soup dumplings causes several faces in the office to sour. The controversy surrounding Hongfu wonton has begun to circulate online, with many voicing their grievances. There are also accusations against the management for failing to oversee businesses that deceive customers. Consequently, the mere mention of soup dumplings dims everyone in Appo's enthusiasm. Many in the office have dined there and consider themselves victims. Is that place also selling soup dumplings? I hope it's not another Hongfu wonton. I don't want any. The thought of soup dumplings just frustrates me. Hu Jiayi refrains from explaining and quietly opens the container holding the soup dumplings. Since she returned by tour bus, the dumplings are still steaming, as if freshly made. Soon, an enticing aroma wafts through the entire management office. Wow, these dumplings smell amazing. They're nothing like the ones sold at Hongfu. If you're not eating, then I certainly will. who said they wouldn't eat. In an instant, the office staff, entranced by the aroma, forget the words they had just spoken, gathering eagerly around the table, with eyes gleaming with desire for the soup dumplings. Someone produces chopsticks and bowls, and soon, the sound of slurping fills the management office. Chapter 84. The quick wit of youth. The prowess of the soup dumplings was no surprise to Hu Ji. Just moments ago, a colleague had compared the dumplings from Rongfu wontons to those of Boss Lin, and it was nothing short of an affront, not merely to the dumplings, but to the very art of dumpling making. There simply wasn't enough to satisfy their hunger. Such delectable soup dumplings, how could one not procure several baskets? While they merely gossiped, it was Ujai who bore the expense. The colleagues from the management office resembled hungry wolves, their desires unquenched. After all, 5 baskets contained merely 20 dumplings, and with 7 or 8 individuals in the office, each would receive just 2, unless one had a larger appetite. As her colleagues conspired to purchase more soup dumplings, a mischievous smile crept across Ujai's face. It slipped her mind to mention that Boss Lin had a peculiar rule. He only served patrons who were participants in the half marathon. Upon hearing this, the management team was momentarily taken aback. Who, are you jesting? That's impossible. I've never heard of a business that discriminates against customers. Their faces bore unmistakable skepticism. What purpose would there be in deceiving you? I even took a photograph. Hu Jai promptly retrieved her phone, revealing the image she had captured of the message on the chalkboard. This was irrefutable evidence. No, such delicious soup dumplings. Are you saying we cannot indulge? Who? You are utterly despicable, no. It is Boss Lin who is truly heinous. Her colleagues lamented in unison. Yet, someone suddenly had a realization. Wait, who? How did you manage to acquire them? Having toyed with her colleagues, Hu Jai felt a sense of psychological equilibrium and ceased her jesting. I had someone with a participant S certificate assist me in purchasing them. When I arrived, there happened to be someone. Hu Jai explained. You're quite clever, Hu. Youthful minds are indeed quick. The flattery left Hu Jai feeling both amused and bemused. She never imagined she would be praised for her ingenuity in acquiring dumplings. The management office was tasked with issuing half-marathon participation certificates, and after years of hosting the event, they were familiar with numerous participants. Although soliciting someone to buy dumplings seemed absurd, the allure of the soup dumplings was irresistible. If necessary, she could always treat the helper to a meal. Within moments, Hu Jai observed each colleague extracting their phones, fingers flying across the screens. Must you be so swift? Hu Jai was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanzheng was briskly walking along the main road of Longhu, relishing the scenery while savoring the delightful taste of the soup dumplings. Initially, he had only taken a day off to familiarize himself with the venue. However, he had just submitted a request for annual leave, intending to remain until the conclusion of the competition before returning to school. As for any potential disruption to his teaching duties, Zhao was unconcerned. After all, the physical education teacher was perpetually engaged with various commitments. By taking annual leave, he spared his colleagues from concocting excuses. Most importantly, he could indulge in both the competition and the culinary delights. Moreover, he had even exchanged a few words with Boss Lin, who mentioned that new delicacies would be available the following day. Given how delectable the soup dumplings were, the other offerings should also be quite splendid. Regrettably, Zhao lamented that he failed to inquire about the new dishes that would be introduced. He could only marvel at Boss Lin's knack for keeping his patrons in suspense. Lost in thought, Zhao felt his phone vibrating incessantly in his pocket. The caller ID revealed a friend who participated in the half marathon. Hey, Lao Zhao. Many people in the group are looking for you. Why have you been silent? Zhao paused, puzzled. What do they want from me? I don't have many acquaintances in the group besides you. Didn't you recommend a soup dumpling place this morning? They're all asking about it now. Zhao hung up and promptly opened the group chat, indeed discovering a plethora of red notifications. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "What is going on? Just moments ago, a friend from the Longhu scenic area asked me to help buy soup dumplings." Help buy soup dumplings? Why wouldn't he do it himself? I heard this place has a peculiar policy. They only serve those who are registered participants of the Longhu Half Marathon and must present their certificates. I received the same message. It's someone from the Longhu office. How curious. What kind of restaurant enforces such a strange rule? Is this a new marketing strategy? I'm not sure, but my friend from the management office insisted they are exceptionally delicious and urged me to assist. Ah, I recall that earlier today. Zhao Yuanzheng mentioned this in the group. Zhao Yuanzheng stared blankly at his phone. When he had mentioned it earlier, no one had paid it any mind. How was it that so much interest had suddenly piqued? Furthermore, it was quite absurd that the people from the Longhu management office had mobilized so many individuals hoping to snag soup dumplings. Nevertheless, this only served to validate the dumplings' exquisite taste. Reflecting on this, Zhao felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction, having relished the culinary delight ahead of everyone else. He quickly replied to his group mates. Indeed, it is the very place I visited this morning. It has no sign and exclusively sells soup dumplings. And you must possess your own participant certificate to purchase. The soup dumplings are absolutely divine. You will understand once you try them. He shared the location once more. Are they truly that good? Alas, I can only visit Longhu in 2 days to familiarize myself with the venue. You made me crave them. I will go tomorrow. Ha! I'm already in Longhu. I'll head there now and bring some back for the management office. Several participants who had already arrived in Longhu quickly made their way to the location Zhao had shared. In the courtyard, Lin Xuan was idly scrolling through his phone, gazing at the emptiness of the yard and pondering that he might waste some ingredients today. However, there was little he could do. The initial day's business often relied on luck. If push came to shove, he could prepare the dumplings in advance and freeze them, consuming them himself over the next few days. Selling them was out of the question, for the freshest flavors could only be achieved with made-to-order dumplings. Customers who paid deserved to enjoy the best quality, while his own consumption had fewer demands. Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. Several individuals entered the courtyard in succession. Before Lin Xuan could inquire, they spotted the chalkboard and immediately presented their participation certificates. Indeed, we have found the right place. Boss, I'll have 2 baskets of soup dumplings. I need to see if Zhao Yuanzheng is reliable and how good they truly are. Boss, I'll take 2 baskets as well. Boss, I want 3 baskets, and when I'm nearly finished, I'll order 20 more to take home. Lin Xuan blinked in confusion, wholly unaware of the circumstance at hand. However, having customers was a positive development. At least he wouldn't have to worry about wasting ingredients. If given a choice, he would prefer to savor the freshness himself. Just a moment, please. Lin Xuan turned to the kitchen to begin preparing the dumplings. Soon, steam wafted through the kitchen, exhaust into the courtyard. The individuals who had been chatting and waiting instinctively fell silent, exchanging knowing glances. The aroma of the dumplings, it truly smelled divine. Chapter 85. Yancha noodles before 11 o'clock. The soup dumplings were completely sold out. Subsequently, a steady influx of half-marathon participants arrived. Having tasted the dumplings, they were utterly astonished, calling their friends and depleting all the ingredients that Lin Xuan had prepared. With no ingredients left, Lin Xuan had to close early. The unexpectedly successful first day of business took him by surprise. He found himself short-staffed. As Lin Xuan tidied up the courtyard, he pondered the situation. This week's task was not simply a roadside stall, but rather a significant endeavor that required ample space. With the need to both prepare meals and clean up, he found himself overwhelmed. It was evident that the coming days would be even busier. He needed to hire a temporary worker. With this thought in mind, Lin Xuan headed straight to the Longhu management office. Upon entering, he was greeted by a familiar aroma. Goodness, how many soup dumplings have been purchased here? Lin Xuan mused to himself, and then he spotted Hu Jiai. Ah, Boss Lin has arrived? Exclaimed Hu Jiai, her face lighting up with joy as she recognized him. Around her, colleagues lifted their heads from their computers as if triggered by a keyword. The boss of the soup dumplings? Boss Lin, your dumplings are delicious. Boss Lin, please grant us your culinary prowess. No, amend the regulations. Undoubtedly, the appetites of those in the management office had long since surrendered to the culinary artistry of Lin Xuan. Apologies, Lin Xuan said, a hint of regret on his face. He then directly expressed his intention to Hu Jiai, seeking to hire a temporary worker. If you had asked a few days ago, I wouldn't oppose to have had any options. But as luck would have it, Hu Jiai's expression suddenly turned peculiar. A nearby establishment, Rong Fu Wonton, had been ordered to suspend operations for rectification, resulting in the dismissal of a large number of staff. She had registered several of them. Is there a problem? Lin Xuan inquired, puzzled by her expression. No, nothing at all. Let me call and inquire about the specific hiring requirements. Hu Jai quickly suppressed her surprise. Truth be told, Rongfu Wanton had brought this upon themselves by deceiving their customers. This incident had cast a shadow over the Longhu scenic area. The city's Longhu Development Company had even leveraged connections to expedite a resolution in hopes of salvaging their reputation. The working hours are from 8 in the morning until 12 noon for 5 days, from this Tuesday to Saturday. The salary is 4,000 yuan. No gender restrictions. The job entails cleaning and tidying up, so efficiency is key. Lin Xuan replied immediately. 4,000 for 5 days? That's 800 a day? Hu Jai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, instinctively questioning her own eligibility. After all, she earned just over 5,000 a month at the management office. Lin Xuan knew this salary was quite generous, primarily aimed at quickly finding someone to avoid disrupting tomorrow's operations. In addition, he needed to complete a half marathon each day, conserving as much energy as possible. Having just tidied the courtyard had already proven to be quite exhausting. With such a salary, even as a temporary worker, you shouldn't have trouble finding someone, Hu Jai chuckled, pulling out a notebook to begin making calls. Hello, I have a temporary worker position available for 5 days, with a remuneration of 4,000 yuan. You 5 days for 4,000? Are you kidding? That and amp. Oppose. That's ludicrous. Are you going to tell me to transfer through Myanmar next? Get lost. The voice on the other end erupted in anger before hanging up. Hu Jai. Lin Xuan. The two exchanged glances, completely unprepared for such a response. It's my fault. I should have introduced myself first. Hu Jai reflected, quickly realizing her mistake, and dialed a second number. Hello. This is the Longhu Management Office. I'm the one who registered you yesterday. I'm glad you remember. We have a temporary worker position available, sure. You can come by the management office to confirm at any time. There's no fee. As anticipated, the second call went much more smoothly. Once Hu Jai clarified her identity, the arrangement was nearly finalized. Should the caller have further questions, they could simply confirm at the management office. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan received the details of the applicant. Yuan Zhou, female, 32 years old, previously worked as a supervisor at Rongfu Wanton. Her colleagues speak highly of her. She is not only quick at her tasks, but also warm and approachable. If this person comes to confirm at the management office, have her arrive at my place by 8 tomorrow morning, Lin Xuan instructed before departing. Back at courtyard number 6, he took a brief rest, changed into sportswear, and prepared to complete his half-marathon task for the day. On the main road of Longhu, Lin Xuan warmed up before gradually starting his run. 3 hours later, he panted heavily, walking slowly to alleviate the soreness in his muscles. Following yesterday's improvement in physical fitness, today's completion time was reduced by nearly half an hour, marking significant progress. Today's half-marathon task completed. Physical fitness 1. Soon, a familiar sensation washed over him as Lin Xuan felt his fatigue dissipate rapidly, rejuvenating his spirit and invigorating his body. His physical condition now resembled that of someone who had been diligently exercising for 4 years. Lifting his shirt, he could clearly see the definition of 8-pack abs. Perhaps I should consider becoming a fitness model instead of cooking, Lin Xuan mused, indulging in whimsical thoughts. Recipe unlocked. Yangshan noodles. Upon seeing the recipe unlocked, Lin Xuan immediately cast aside his distractions and immersed himself in the culinary instructions. Before long, he mastered the art of making Yangshan noodles. The broth was clear and flavorful, light and refreshing, rich in proteins, fats, carbohydrates, and other nutritional components. Moreover, its mild taste made it suitable for all age groups, making it an excellent choice for breakfast or brunch. Lin Xuan took out his phone and immediately began ordering the ingredients needed for the next day. In the afternoon, once the ingredients arrived, he dove into the kitchen to prepare for the morning's service. There was no need to elaborate on the preparation of the soup dumplings, as it was much the same as the day before, boiling the skin and preparing the meat filling. As for the Yangshan noodles, the preparation was simpler, requiring only the rendering of lard. The aroma of the Yangshan noodles emanated from the rendered lard. Lin Xuan placed the glistening pork fat on the counter, gently touched it, and leaned down to inhale its scent. immediately discerning its origin. Despite being rich and fatty, a subtle herbal fragrance lingered. It was unmistakably Bama fragrant pork. Lin Xuan quickly made the connection. This breed originated from the Yao Autonomous Region in Guangxi Province. The most authentic Bama fragrant pork is primarily fed on local herbal plants, green fodder, and rice bran, which imparts a delicate herbal aroma to the meat, making it exceptionally unique. It is also a nationally recognized geographical indication product. Lin Xuan cut the pork fat into pieces and rinsed them clean. He filled a pot with water and brought it to a boil. To achieve pure white lard, the process must begin with boiling before rendering. As time passed, the rich scent of lard filled the kitchen. Chapter 86. Am I hired just to be scolded? At 6:30 in the morning, Zhou Yun arose to wash up and have a light breakfast. Despite her efforts to be as quiet as possible, she caught sight of her 6-year-old daughter, Xiao Xiao, peeking out from the bedroom doorway. Be a good girl and go back to sleep for a while. Grandma will take you to kindergarten later, Zhou Yun said, her tone tinged with guilt. For she had promised her daughter the day before that she would personally escort her to school. It ended amp, oppos. That's all right. Mommy is working hard. A one and amp, oppos, be a burden. Xiao Xiao replied, nodding with understanding. The maturity displayed by her daughter tugged at Zhou Yun's heartstrings, yet she felt trapped. As a single mother, work took precedence over escorting her child to school. The sudden loss of her job had placed an immense burden upon her shoulders. The only thing she could do was strive to earn enough money to provide her daughter with the best possible life. There were no other choices available. That said, once Zhou Yun left, Xiao Xiao's distress was palpable, tears glistening in her eyes. At that moment, her grandmother emerged from another room and quickly scooped her up, offering comfort. Oh dear, why are you shedding little pearls? Don't cry, don't cry. At 7 o'clock, Lin Xuan was awakened by the punctual ringing of his alarm. After a swift wash, he made his way to the kitchen to inspect the ingredients he had prepared the day before. The meat filling and gelatinous broth were in perfect condition, while the lard had solidified into a pristine white mass, emanating a subtle aroma. This morning in Appo's workload had slightly increased. In addition to kneading the dough for soup dumplings, he also needed to prepare the dough for yangchun noodles in advance. As a quick and economical noodle dish, yangchun noodles predominantly utilize dried noodles. However, to Lin Xuan, a native of the north, dried noodles were a reluctant choice, a last resort. The ideal option was, of course, handmade noodles. Lin Xuan took out a mixing bowl and combined flour, water, salt, and eggs in precise proportions to create the dough. Having unlocked the secrets of various noodle types multiple times, he now possessed an intimate understanding of any dough form, easily gauging its elasticity during kneading to ensure it met his standards. Moments later, a large mass of smooth dough emerged in the bowl. Once the dough had rested, the preliminary preparations would be complete. He decided to make a steamer full of soup dumplings and a bowl of yangchun noodles for breakfast. He began by filling the steamer with the dumplings and placing on the stove. Then, he took a portion of the handmade noodle dough and rolled it into a long strip. He aligned the ends, stretching and realigning repeatedly until he achieved the desired thickness for the noodles. This step was known as stretching the noodles. The yangchun noodles did not need to be overly thin, but could not be too thick either. With the water boiling vigorously, Lin Xuan tossed the noodles into the pot to cook. While the noodles boiled, he prepared the seasoning in a bowl. The seasoning for yangchun noodles was quite simple: a dash of salt, sugar, lard, and light soy sauce. Just before the noodles were done, he added a couple of green vegetables to blanch. He then poured the piping hot noodles and broth into the bowl. The snowy lard melted swiftly in the hot water, as if breaking a seal, releasing a fragrant steam that enveloped him. Finally, he sprinkled some chopped scallions on top, completing the bowl of yangchun noodles. Lin Xuan served the soup dumplings and noodles at the table and immediately began to eat. He started with the broth. As he sipped it, he was enveloped by its aroma. The scent of lard harmonized beautifully with the fragrance of wheat, creating an exquisite blend. What seemed to be merely simple seasoning delivered an unmatched freshness. He picked up a mouthful of noodles, which glided smoothly with the broth. The noodles were chewy and slippery, enhanced by the subtle aroma of egg from the addition of eggs. With that bite, a sense of fulfillment washed over him. The rich flavors of oil and noodles gave this bowl of Yangshan noodles an unassuming appearance, yet it possessed an irresistible allure. Before he knew it, the bowl was empty, with not a drop of broth remaining. Delicious. What a delight. Lin Xuan savored the taste for a couple of minutes before turning his attention to the soup dumplings, marking the beginning of another indulgent experience. At 7:40, Zhou Yun arrived at the 6th courtyard. Although her employer had requested her presence by 8, her years of experience taught her the importance of arriving early. Earning 4,000 yuan for 5 days of temporary work, especially for a morning shift, seemed unlikely to be a scam. Despite having confirmed with the Longhu management office, she still felt a twinge of anxiety. She prepared herself for the possibility that this employer might be difficult and could find various reasons to withhold payment. Even 3,000 yuan for this short-term position seemed generous. As she approached, a delightful aroma wafted toward her. Although she had already eaten breakfast, Zhou Yun found herself salivating. Was this the famed soup dumpling from the management office? It smelled heavenly. For a moment, she was astonished, recalling her time working at Rongfu Wonton for several months. She had long since grown accustomed to the scent of soup dumplings, or perhaps she had grown weary of it. Yet today, the fragrance seemed to awaken her senses anew. With such skill, the chances of being deceived must be slim, she thought, suddenly feeling a surge of confidence. Noticing that the courtyard gate had yet to open, she hesitated before ringing the doorbell, opting instead to call her employer. Upon receiving the call, Lin Xuan promptly opened the door, welcoming Zhou Yun inside. After exchanging a few polite words, Lin Xuan got straight to the point. You will be responsible for taking the customers in Oppos, orders, and relaying them to me. Once I prepare the dishes, you will serve them to the customers. After they finish, you will return to the kitchen. Zhou Yun nodded repeatedly. She was well acquainted with these duties and could quickly adapt. However, Lin Xuan's next statement left her bewildered. When customers place their orders, first confirm whether they possess a half-marathon participation certificate. It must be the individual present. Ensure you verify this. If they are not participants, politely decline. They will figure out themselves. Zhou Yun was momentarily stunned, doubting her own hearing. But upon seeing Lin Xuan's serious expression, her confusion only deepened. With a modest education, Zhou Yun had primarily worked in roles such as a waitress or salesperson. This was the first time she had encountered such a business requirement. Boss, why is that? She could no longer contain her curiosity. Sentiment, Lin Xuan succinctly replied. Zhou Yun was at a loss for words. After all, she was merely there to work. Since this was her employer and Oppos' decision, she had no choice but to comply. Especially regarding the second point, a new concern arose within her. Customers would find their own solutions. What solutions? Surely, reasonable individuals would become upset or argue when faced with such an absurd requirement. Was it possible that this generous salary was merely a guise for hiring her to endure scoldings? Chapter 87. The allure of Yangshan noodles, let them scold me. I can endure it. Zhou Yun thought about the 4,000 yuan salary for 5 days and found it bearable. Having worked in the service industry for so long, she had encountered all kinds of customers and had lost count of the time she was put in difficult situations. Her boss would not offer additional pay for that. Recently, she had come across news online about a large supermarket that compensated employees for their grievances, which made her envious. Fortunately, her current employer seemed kind-hearted, and the 4,000 yuan likely included some form of compensation for her troubles. In any case, these were the responsibilities of her job. There are new aprons and masks in the storage room. Remember to change into them, Lin Xuan instructed. Understood, boss. Rest assured, I'm quite familiar with these. Zhou Yun nodded repeatedly, resolved to endure the verbal abuse with a smile. As for physical confrontation, who would resort to violence over a meal? Having said this, it was nearly time for business to commence. Lin Xuan glanced through the gate and noticed several individuals approaching. I'll leave you outside to you, he said, turning to head into the kitchen. Zhou Yun nodded, promptly changing into an apron and donning a mask before taking her position in the courtyard to await the customers. Moments later, 7 or 8 people entered the courtyard, led by Zhao Yuan. Welcome. What would you like to eat? Zhou Yun immediately approached to attend to them. Of course. It's the soup dumplings. Zhao Yuan replied without hesitation, recalling their conversation from the previous day and glanced at the chalkboard. Yangshan noodles, 16 yuan per bowl. Ah, wonder food. A new dish, Yangshan noodles. I must try it, Zhao Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Oh, there's a new item today. But Yangshan noodles seem rather bland. The soup dumplings are so delicious. Why not have a couple more baskets? Why bother with noodles? I'll just order one to taste. Unlike Zhao Yuan's straightforwardness, the others appeared somewhat hesitant. After all, soup dumplings and Yangshan noodles were entirely different dishes, and no one was certain how they would fare. Ultimately, only Zhao Yuan and one other person decided to sample the Yangshan noodles. It's South time to place your orders, Zhou Yun said nervously. Could you please show your competition certificates before ordering? Faced with the requirement to present identification, she felt somewhat uneasy, yet she had to comply with Lin Xuan's mandate. To her surprise, the group seemed well prepared for this request. They all promptly produced their competition certificates, as if they had been waiting for her to say that. Oh, Zhou Yun was momentarily taken aback, then quickly verified the documents. She had thought that, given the good business yesterday, the boss would forego checks today. Little did she know that one day, she could gain privileges through a half-marathon certificate. The boss truly had a unique character. The group laughed and showed no concern. Zhou Yun felt a wave of relief. Even with mental preparation, no one enjoyed being scolded. The subsequent process fell within her realm of familiarity, taking orders, confirming payments, and relaying them to the kitchen. Soon, a rich aroma wafted through the air from the kitchen's exhaust fan. Ah, that's the scent. It's truly delightful. You have no idea. I couldn't stop thinking about it after eating yesterday morning. I'll suggest to the boss that he should keep the place open in the afternoon and evening. The diners chatted while waiting for their meals. The Yangshan noodles were prepared before the soup dumplings, and Lin Xuan called for Zhou Yun to serve the Yangshan noodles first. Wow, my noodles have arrived. You all take your time. I'm diving in first. Zhao Yuan grinned at the bowl of noodles before him. The Yangshan noodles appeared unremarkable, with pale yellow strands submerged in broth, topped with a sprinkle of green onions. Yet, as soon as the steam wafted up, Zhao Yuan knew he was in for a treat. Although it lacked the intense aroma of soup dumplings, the combination of noodle and oil fragrances stirred his appetite. As always, one must taste the broth before the noodles. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan lifted the steaming bowl to his lips and slurped the broth. Wow, fresh, aromatic. With that first sip, he straightened up, exclaiming in soul-stirring delight. The seemingly clear broth, enriched with pork fat and flour, was anything but bland. Its exquisite taste surged down his throat, leaving a lingering flavor that tantalized his palate. Next, he picked up a mouthful of noodles, savoring the perfection. The handcrafted noodles were delightfully chewy, bursting with the essence of wheat and eggs, and paired with another slurp of broth, he felt an overwhelming urge to consume it all in one go. How does it taste? Someone nearby inquired curiously. Yet, Zhao Yuan was too absorbed to respond, relentlessly shoveling noodles into his mouth. Another diner who ordered the Yangshan noodles exhibited the same fervor. At that moment, their silence spoke volumes. Their ravenous consumption testified to the extraordinary quality of the Yangshan noodles. I can't resist. I'll order another bowl of Yangshan noodles. Me too. The others quickly followed suit, placing their orders for additional servings. All right, no problem, Zhou Yun noted diligently before relaying the orders to Lin Xuan. Can noodles this light be so delicious? Zhou Yun wondered, her curiosity piqued. She had no objections to the soup dumplings, as their aroma, during steaming, was already enticing. However, the Yangshan noodles exceeded her expectations. The culinary skills of Boss Lin truly astonished her. Should be around here? Lu Daizhe strolled along the main road of Longhu, frequently glancing at either side. Initially, he had planned to try the soup dumplings made by a newly acquainted friend yesterday, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he postponed his visit to today. He vaguely recalled it was at number 6 courtyard. He had assumed it would be easy to locate, but after asking 2 passers-by, he only received vague directions. If finding the location is this challenging, is running a restaurant merely about having the funds? Lu Daizue silently grumbled. Were it not for his lingering anticipation of Lin Xuan's extraordinary culinary skills, he would have turned back home. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, aren't you that food blogger, Lu Daizue? He turned to see a tour bus, and the driver appeared somewhat familiar. I remember you're from the management office. Lu Daizue recalled meeting them on Sunday afternoon. Are you also heading to Mr. Lin S for a meal? Hu Jiai quickly deduced Lu Daizue's intention. After all, a food blogger like him was a perfect match for Boss Lin's soup dumplings. After Lu Daizue confirmed, Hu Jiai invited him aboard, as they were headed in the same direction. From what you're saying, you went there to eat yesterday. How was it? Lu Daizue casually inquired once seated. 30 baskets of soup dumplings, Hu Jiai replied. What do you mean? Lu Daizue was puzzled by her response, unsure how it related to his question. Fortunately, Hu Jiai soon clarified. After enjoying Boss Lin's soup dumplings yesterday, our management office sent me today to pack 30 baskets. Now, Lu Daizue understood. If the dumplings hadn't been delicious, who would go through the trouble of packing 30 baskets? How many people are in your management office? 10 people working today, Hu Jiai replied. A simple math problem emerged. 3 baskets of soup dumplings per person on average. How delicious must they be for someone to devour 3 baskets early in the morning? Lu Daizue was astonished. Chapter 88. The true essence of cuisine. When the two arrived at courtyard number 6, it was already bustling with patrons. A couple of individuals were even in line, waiting for a seat to become available. This establishment was evidently thriving. If my memory serves me right, it just opened yesterday, remarked Lu Daizue. Indeed, it commenced operations yesterday, and the menu was freshly penned by me just the day before, Hu Jiai replied, somewhat astonished yet not entirely surprised. The allure of flavor was undeniable. Modern individuals possess an innate desire to share experiences. You pass it to me, and I pass it to you, and soon everyone is in the know. Just then, a 4-person table became available, and those in line promptly moved to share the space. Lu Daizue joined them, inviting Hu Jiai to sit alongside him. Hu Jiai initially intended to inform Lu Daizue of the house rules, but reconsidered. After all, he was a food blogger, distinct from ordinary diners. A mere video could catapult a restaurant to fame. For many establishments, this was akin to a windfall. What if she voiced the rules and Lu Daizue chose not to eat there? Would she then be the villain, obstructing someone's fortune? Moreover, Hu Jiai was curious to see whether Mr. Lin, the owner, would adhere to the established guidelines. If he did not, she would have the perfect excuse to order directly in the future. It would be rather embarrassing to trouble others for ordering assistance daily. Welcome. What would you like to eat? We have soup dumplings and Yangchun noodles. Zhou Yun approached briskly. Let us have a basket of dumplings and a bowl of noodles. Lu Daizue promptly ordered. Very well, please present your half-marathon participation certificate. Zhou Yun replied with a smile. Lu Daizue, perplexed, nearly faltered. Why do I need a participation certificate to place an order? He retorted, incredulously. Apologies, but our establishment only serves customers with a half-marathon participation certificate, Zhou Yun explained, gesturing toward a nearby chalkboard. Lu Daizue, who had overlooked it moments ago, now noticed the sign stating that only those with the certificate would be served. While he could understand needing to show an ID at a hotel, requiring a half-marathon certificate just to order was beyond him. He considered himself well-versed in dining experiences, yet he had never encountered such a stipulation. At that moment, someone at a nearby table seemed to recognize Lu Daizue and kindly informed Zhou Yun. He is a renowned food blogger with a substantial following. You should inform the owner. Exactly. With the owner's culinary skills, a simple video could bring a flood of customers. There might not even be room left in the courtyard. Another chimed in. A food blogger? Zhou Yun's mind sharpened. She did not recognize Lu Daizue, having only heard her colleagues mention the incident involving Rongfu wonton on the day it occurred when she was off duty. With this new information, she realized she could not make unilateral decisions and promptly went to the kitchen. In this modest courtyard within mere moments, the diners were aware that a prominent food blogger had arrived. Some, seeking amusement, began to speculate. I wonder if the owner will break the rules. Are you foolish, or is the owner? This is a golden opportunity for exposure. Indeed, what rule could possibly outweigh the prospect of profit? I'm not so sure. If the owner intends to make money, why only open in the morning? With business booming, they'll likely be open all day in a few days. The patrons engaged in lively conversation, tacitly agreeing to refrain from voicing any loopholes. They merely sought entertainment and excitement. Lu Daizue felt somewhat helpless, yet accustomed to this. Ever since his follower count surged, he had consistently received various perks whenever recognized at restaurants. Some even offered money, hoping he would speak favorably to attract more customers. While the former was unavoidable, Lu Daizue was reluctant to accept the latter, striving to maintain objectivity in his videos. In the kitchen, Lin Xuan, upon hearing Zhou Yun's report, did not lift his gaze. Proceed as per protocol. No special treatment is necessary. Zhou Yun hesitated, considering the impact of a food blogger on a restaurant's reputation. Yet, as the thought lingered, she realized it might not be imperative. Observing the diners' enthusiastic expressions as they enjoyed their meals, she questioned whether this establishment truly needed a food blogger to amplify its influence. Compared to gimmicky marketing and hiring internet celebrities, this brunch spot seemed to return to the essence of cuisine. It all hinged on flavor. Deliciousness was the ultimate truth. With that realization, Zhou Yun exited the kitchen. "I'm sorry, but our owner has stated that we only accommodate customers with a half-marathon participation certificate." Compared to her earlier apprehensions, Zhou Yun now felt significantly more composed and confident. They genuinely refused service. Lu Daizue, taken aback, observed the astonished expressions of the other diners. How bold! No wonder such delectable soup, dumplings emerged from his kitchen. Reflecting on the situation, he found himself feeling unexpectedly proud as a half-marathon participant. Strange, isn't it? Some diners chuckled, while others expressed regret. Rather than expressing anger, Lu Daizue smiled. Fame is a double-edged sword. He had witnessed numerous restaurants achieve overnight success due to exceptional flavors. Yet, ironically, as their popularity grew, many ceased to prioritize their culinary craft, focusing instead on expansion and rapid service, ultimately compromising the quality of their dishes and tarnishing their reputation. What a pity! These soup dumplings must be exquisite. Lu Daizue inhaled the aromatic scent wafting through the air, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Just then, Zhou Yun approached, presenting a basket of soup dumplings and a bowl of Yanshan noodles before Lu Daizue. Without waiting for a question, she stated, "This was ordered by that gentleman over there," pointing to a nearby diner. "Oh, I see. A proxy order, I presume?" Lu Daizue quickly grasped the situation. "Indeed, it does resemble a proxy order," he mused, impressed by the precise description. "It's quite absurd. I've never heard of proxy orders for soup dumplings before." The diners readily agreed with Lu Daizue's assessment, finding it remarkably apparent. With the allure of the food before him, Lu Daizue set aside his concerns and began to savor the dumplings. The moment he took his first bite, his expression transformed. Delicious, truly delicious. Lu Daizue, who believed he had tasted it all, found himself overwhelmed by this particular dish's extraordinary flavor. He could not detect any shortcomings that might typically accompany soup dumplings. Instead, he encountered an exquisite, rich aroma that exploded on his palate, utterly delightful. So delectable was the experience that an irresistible thought crossed Lu Daizue's mind. Perhaps I should consider signing up for a half-marathon myself? After all, it would be rather undignified to rely on proxies every time. Chapter 89. It's time to bite the hook if finishing the soup dumplings merely left Lu with a fleeting desire to sign up. Then tasting the Yangshan noodles ignited an insatiable urge. To savor such delectable cuisine while participating in a half-marathon and creating a video seemed an exquisite idea. "Don't just eat. Share your thoughts," someone urged. "Indeed, what makes the dumplings and noodles from this establishment so delightful? Can you suggest a way to replicate them at home, just like in your videos?" Just as Lu savored the last spoonful of broth, eager voices surrounded him, hoping the esteemed food blogger would provide insights. The reason for their anticipation was that Lu was no ordinary food blogger. He possessed a technical prowess. His videos often dissected flavors to reconstruct the chef and Oppo's techniques, occasionally offering simplified home recipes. While preparing soup dumplings was undoubtedly intricate, making Yangshan noodles for breakfast was a task that seemed quite manageable. Even if the flavors couldn't reach perfection, achieving a satisfactory taste would suffice. Lu pondered before responding. To explain the deliciousness, one must consider two fundamental criteria: premium, fresh ingredients coupled with exceptional culinary skills. The filling for the dumplings is made from the front leg meat of the Jinhua, double-headed black pig, while the lard in the Yangshan noodles is likely rendered from the Bama fragrant pig. Upon hearing this, a few patrons immediately pulled out their phones, eager to search for those ingredients online. Don't rush to purchase, Lu cautioned. These two types of pork are well known, yet the market is rife with imitations. Most importantly, even if you acquire these ingredients, you won't replicate the same flavor at home. He emphasized that culinary expertise was equally crucial. The dough for the dumplings and the noodles required considerable kneading skill. The chef here is undoubtedly an expert, perhaps even a master of the craft, Lu concluded, offering a high praise. Some diners looked enlightened, admiration evident on their faces, while others remained skeptical, doubting Lu and Appo's as hyperbole. A master of cuisine? But the chef looks so young, barely in his 20s. How can he be a master? One patron remarked, glancing towards the bustling kitchen where Lin Xuan worked diligently. Truth be told, had Lu not tasted the dumplings and noodles, he too would have found it hard to believe that such a young individual could possess the skills of a culinary master. Cooking is both a technical and experiential endeavor. Lu, familiar with many renowned chefs, realized none were under 40. In contrast, Lin was undeniably youthful. Yet, skill cannot be faked. It is what it is. Lu attributed Lin's capabilities to innate talent. When faced with the diner's inquiries, Lu chuckled softly. How should one define skill? While experience and time are certainly vital, one must concede that some individuals are simply born to excel in this field. Lu's answer was subtle, yet the patrons grasped its essence. It was akin to the allure of prestigious institutions. Why not attend if one is disinterested? The courtyard remained lively, with patrons finishing their meals and others arriving to place orders. As noon approached, the supplies dwindled, prompting Lin to declare the end of the day's service. Those arriving late were left disappointed, hoping Lin would prepare more the following day. But Lin could only suggest they come earlier, as he had calculated the ingredients to ensure he could operate within his limits. Given that he was the sole chef, exiting the kitchen for a breath of fresh air, Lin felt drenched in steam. Zhou Yun was tidying the courtyard when a middle-aged man strode in. I apologize, sir, but we have concluded service for today, Zhou Yun promptly informed him. Oh, I'm not here to dine. I wish to speak with your boss, the man replied, making his way directly to Lin. Good day. After enjoying your soup dumplings this morning, I found them extraordinary. Could you prepare 400 servings of dumplings and 150 servings of Yangshan noodles for tomorrow? Our company is hosting a team-building event in Longhu. Lin paused, instinctively asking, is your company comprised entirely of half-marathon participants? Not at all. We are a legitimate company. The man chuckled. I understand your rules and wouldn't want to impose. I can arrange for someone with a race participant certificate to place the order. Once prepared, we will have a catering vehicle to collect the food. No disruption to your space or operations, just a request for advanced preparation. The man wore a look that conveyed he had considered every detail, demonstrating his understanding of Lin's business model, without attempting to leverage a large order to persuade him. During service today, Lin had observed that the number of takeout orders had nearly doubled compared to yesterday, with many diners leaving with multiple portions for those without race certificates. Following this day, his small establishment would gain further recognition, indicating that the bait had been sufficiently cast. Contemplating this, Lin felt a sense of joy. After tasting the bait, would any patrons be willing to try something unprecedented in their lives for the sake of his culinary creations? With this in mind, Lin replied, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Considering the limited capacity of my small establishment, I must restrict the takeout orders. My priority remains serving the patrons dining in-house, and I hope for your understanding. The middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of incredulity, followed by irritation. Come on, boss. Do you have any idea how many restaurants would scramble for a group order like this? In response, Lin sincerely suggested, your company might consider a half-marathon team-building event. A half-marathon team-building event? The man was speechless. What respectable company would include participating in a half-marathon as part of their team-building activities? It was clear that the discussion regarding the group order had reached an impasse. With a hint of disappointment, the man departed, leaving behind a remark about Lin's poor business acumen. Lin accepted this judgment with composure. He had begun to reevaluate his weekly random culinary tasks. Chapter 90. I swore an oath in the group. Zhou Yun watched the middle-aged man depart, feeling a pang of regret in her heart. After all, this was money. She thought to herself that she would likely never possess the attitude of a boss, shoving away money that came knocking at her door. After all, circumstances vary from person to person. With a sigh, she resolved not to dwell on it any further. The hardest days were behind her, and now all she wished for was to nurture her daughter properly. As this thought crossed her mind, a wave of guilt washed over her again. She could surmise that her little daughter, Xiao Xiao, must have felt wronged when she left home that morning. A mother could never truly be oblivious to her child and Appo's emotions. Fortunately, she would be able to pick Xiao Xiao up from school for the next few days. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan watched the other man leave and promptly took some chalk to add a new note on the blackboard to avoid excessive waiting times for customers in store. All food items are limited to 3 takeout portions, regardless of variety. This meant that starting tomorrow, no matter how many items there were, customers would be allowed to take away a maximum of 3 types or 3 portions. He deemed it unnecessary to completely prohibit takeout, considering the courtyard could only accommodate about 20 people at most. During peak dining hours, it would indeed be excessive to make patrons wait for a seat. He had observed that even those with larger appetites were generally satisfied with 2 baskets of buns and a bowl of noodles. The 3-portion limit was quite reasonable. After lunch, Lin Xuan took a brief rest, then changed his clothes and headed to the main road of Longhu. It was time to complete his half-marathon task for the day. He wondered what culinary delights he might unlock. As he warmed up, anticipation bubbled within him. Last night, after warming up, he began to run, benefiting from improved physical condition and recent long-distance running experience. Lin Xuan felt optimistic about breaking the 2.5-hour mark today. Achieving a time under 2.5 hours would be considered above average. Typically, the half-marathon champion finishes in around an hour. Even with the enhancement from the system, Lin Xuan did not dare to dream too big. Success required both effort and talent. While Lin Xuan focused intently on his running, he failed to notice a rather infatuated young man had quietly appeared behind him. This ardent admirer, his eyes fixed unwaveringly ahead, quickened his pace to overtake Lin Xuan, then turned back to look. "Lin boss!" A heart-wrenching scream echoed along the road, startling birds into flight and causing passers-by to pause and glance over, their expressions hinting at curiosity. Lin Xuan, taken aback by the sudden outburst, turned to face the young man, bewildered. This zealous admirer was Xiao Yang, a first-year student bravely venturing into the world of blind dating. "Lin boss, I finally found you," Xiao Yang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. As if mere words could not fully convey his feelings. He added earnestly, "Really, Lin boss, I miss you so much. You have no idea how I've been lately. I dream of the meals you prepare, and every time I wake up, my pillow is soaked." Before Xiao Yang could elaborate further, 2 girls nearby suddenly let out suppressed gasps. They clutched their fists, covering their hearts, their eyes glistening with unshed tears as they fixed their gaze on the 2 men. When Xiao Yang turned to look at them, one even made a cheering gesture, clearly indicating some unspoken misunderstanding had arisen. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Xiao Yang scratched his head, offering an awkward chuckle. "Sorry, Lin boss, I've been watching too many Korean dramas lately and got a bit carried away." Lin Xuan wisely chose not to dwell on that topic. Noticing Xiao Yang was also dressed in athletic attire, he suggested, "Would you like to run together?" "Absolutely." Xiao Yang nodded vigorously, determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Together, they quickened their pace to escape the socially awkward scene. After running for a while, the atmosphere returned to normal, and they began to converse. Lin Xuan learned that Xiao Yang was a first-year student in the sports department, here specifically to participate in the Longhu Half Marathon. To Lin Xuan's surprise, Xiao Yang was a regular customer, having enjoyed grilled wings at Shuguang and garlic pork at Xiushui Park. "Are you setting up your stall in Longhu this week?" Xiao Yang inquired eagerly. "Not this week. I rented a courtyard over at number 6 courtyard," Lin Xuan replied, gesturing in the direction of the courtyard, which was not far off. "Fantastic. I can finally enjoy the meals you prepare, Lin boss." Xiao Yang felt like the luckiest sports student in the world, participating in a half marathon and coincidentally encountering Lin Xuan. He felt as if fortune were on his side. "This week, I and Appo's am open in the mornings from 8 to 12. You want an amp? Oppos. To be able to eat today, Lin Xuan quickly clarified. Ah, what a pity. But tomorrow will work, Xiao Liang said, momentarily disappointed, but quickly regaining his optimism, his face radiating the innocence of youth untouched by the harsh realities of life. Then, as if recalling something, he took out his phone and spoke with a hint of eagerness. Lin boss, can I share your stall's information in the group? I swore an oath in the group. Lin Xuan didn't and amp. Amp, Oppos. Mind if others shared his stall and amp. Amp, Oppos, as location. After all, it was a matter of personal freedom. However, he was slightly taken aback by the latter part of Xiao Liang's statement. Sworn oath? What oath? Xiao Yang explained, not long ago, while chatting in the group, we decided to create an oath to prevent anyone from monopolizing your stall information. Only those who swore could remain in the group. He seemed eager to prove his point, quickly scrolling through the chat history and playing a voice message he had sent. I swear that from this moment on, I will never monopolize Lin Boss and Oppos as stall information. Once I learn of it, I will report it in the group at the first opportunity. If I break this oath, I shall buy instant noodles without a seasoning packet, and the price of vegetables will inevitably rise by 30 cents. After the playback, Xiao Yang found several more voice messages of similar oaths. You see, now to join the group, you must swear an oath, he said, chuckling at the absurdity of it all. Lin Xuan could hardly believe it. This is simply ridiculous. Admittedly, he had underestimated the creativity of the people in this group, who had concocted such a peculiar requirement for membership. Since you've sworn, feel free to share, Lin Xuan replied, both amused and resigned. Taking a moment to compose himself, he added, however, since you want to share, let me provide you with accurate information to prevent anyone from making an unnecessary trip. First, the location is number 6 Courtyard in Longhu Scenic Area. I'll share the exact location with you shortly. My hours are from 8 in the morning until noon, serving brunch. Currently, I'm offering soup dumplings. The price is. Lastly, we're only serving customers who possess a half-marathon participation certificate. Upon hearing the last statement, Xiao Liang paused his typing. Lin boss, you are truly incredible. Chapter 91. The clever Mr. Xie. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the group chat lay silent. At this hour, members were either engrossed in study or absorbed in work. Suddenly, a new message pinged. Running Xiao. Am I the most handsome boy in the world? Coffee without milk. If you have nothing to do, stop biting the lighter and don't act crazy here. Betting Explorer. Have you been drinking fake alcohol? Demon King Timo. If there's no mirror, you might as well take a leak. Xiao Yang, jogging alongside Lin Xuan, was taken aback by the lack of respect from the group. Just you wait. There will come a time when you will seek my favor. He flipped his phone, activating the front camera. Snap. A selfie captured, showcasing half of Lin Xuan's profile. He then returned to the group chat. Running Xiao. I'm giving you another chance to articulate your thoughts. Running Xiao. A photo. Demon King Timo. As I said, if there's no mirror, just take a leak. In the next moment, Demon King Timo retracted a message. Demon King Timo. What the heck? Is that Mr. Lin? This revelation seemed to trigger a flurry of messages. Betting Explorer. No way, it's really Mr. Lin? Where did you run into him? Betting Explorer. Bro, I admit you are the most handsome boy in the world. Demon King Timo. Big brother, I was wrong. You are the most handsome, devastatingly so. Coffee without milk? Oh my. It truly is Mr. Lin. Handsome. Please share your location. Lemon. Handsome. Please share your location. Messages flooded in, all echoing the same plea for Mr. Lin's address. Xiao Yang gazed at his phone, a smile creeping onto his face, feeling a thrill that was more exhilarating than a high-powered rifle. He realized he might never again have the chance to be collectively hailed as handsome by so many people. Though it was all in jest, the matter of Mr. Lin's identity was no laughing matter. Xiao Yang decided not to keep them in suspense and directly typed Lin Xuan's recent words into the chat. The group fell silent for 2 seconds. What the heck? Mr. Lin is unearthly. I'll transfer you 200 yuan if you kick Mr. Lin twice for me. I nearly died running the 1,000 meters in school, and you want me to participate in a half marathon? It's infuriating. I want to eat the meals Mr. Lin prepares, but I don't want to run. Please kneel and beg Mr. Lin to spare us from this. Wails erupted in the chat, messages flying wildly. Xiao Yang typed again, Participating in the race with a registration certificate doesn't mean you have to place or win. It's all about participation. A half marathon isn't that daunting. You don't have to complete the entire distance. If you can't keep up, just leave the track. The scenery in Longhu is beautiful. Consider it a leisurely stroll. Having touched on his area of expertise, Xiao Yang enthusiastically educated the group about the event. In the office, Xia Hongyu frowned at his phone. Initially delighted by Mr. Lin's message, he was soon disheartened to discover additional demands. If only Mr. Lin were short on funds, he sighed, lamenting the taxing nature of being a company president, even when it came to dining. Aside from the half marathon itself, he was perpetually busy. He couldn't afford to spend hours daily commuting just to eat. Just then, his assistant knocked and entered. Mr. Xia, here are some recent proposals from the short video department that require your review. Xia Hongyu picked up the proposal. It included themes such as eating broadcasts, variety show critiques, workplace scenarios, and more, all aimed at recent trends in short videos. As he perused, he suddenly raised an eyebrow at the workplace section, where a page detailed a quirky team-building video shoot. Quirky team-building? A smirk crossed Xia Hongyu's face as he extracted that page. The popularity of workplace short videos had been steadily rising. This could be a fruitful venture. I have an idea. Let us film the company organizing a half marathon for team building. What do you think, assistant? A half marathon? Initially bewildered, the assistant soon realized how absurdly unconventional it was for a serious company to organize a half marathon for its employees. Wouldn't that be sheer torture? If this were turned into a video and posted online, the audience would undoubtedly flood it with sarcastic comments, ensuring explosive engagement. I hear the Longhu Scenic Area is hosting a half marathon soon. We could leverage that attention. Xia Hongyu continued outlining his plan. Indeed, Mr. Xia, this is a brilliant idea, the assistant exclaimed, excited about the potential of this proposal. As the assistant eagerly exited to arrange the details, Xia Hongyu smiled, pleased to merge work with culinary delights. Surely, this was fate. He pondered briefly, opened his phone, and sent a message in the group chat. I just so happen to have work to attend to in Longhu. It seems I want to miss out on Mr. Lin's cuisine. Wow, the wealthy brother is here. What a coincidence. Is his work related to the half marathon? Indeed, it's quite the coincidence. How laughable. Who would believe it? The work is secondary. Enjoying Mr. Lin's meals is the real motivation. It truly was work. If the wealthy brother claims it, I shall take him at his word. The group members, sharp-eyed, were not fooled by Xia Hongyu's claims of coincidental work in Longhu. Clearly, he had arranged his work around Mr. Lin's presence there. Such is the whimsical nature of a company president. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhou Yun stood at the kindergarten gate, waiting for Xiao Xiao to finish school. As children were picked up by their parents one after another, she soon spotted her daughter in the crowd. Xiao Xiao, mommy is here. Zhou Yun waved her hand excitedly. Xiao Xiao looked up, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing her mother. Without waiting for the teacher's instructions, she dashed toward Zhou Yun, pulling out a white object from her pocket and shaking it enthusiastically. Slow down. Don't bump into anyone. Be careful not to fall. Zhou Yun called out anxiously. Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Xiao collided with another running boy. Both children tumbled to the ground, and the white object flew from Xiao Xiao's hand, landing perfectly in a nearby trash bin. Fortunately, the thick carpet cushioned their fall, sparing them from injury. The little boy quickly stood up and, in a gentlemanly manner, extended his hand to help Xiao Xiao up. However, Xiao Xiao, ignoring him entirely, stared blankly at the trash bin, tears streaming down her cheeks. What's wrong? Did you get hurt? Zhou Yun asked, her voice laced with concern. No, it's my custard bun for mommy. It fell into the trash. Xiao Xiao cried, utterly devastated. The custard bun? Zhou Yun was puzzled until Xiao Xiao's teacher approached. Are you Xiao Xiao's mother? The teacher explained that the kindergarten's snack today included custard buns. After enjoying one, Xiao Xiao wanted to save another for her mother. She had carefully protected that bun since morning, but it ended in misfortune. All right, don't cry, Xiao Xiao. Even though I didn't get to eat it, I can feel your thoughtfulness. Zhou Yun gently comforted her daughter. The little boy squatted down beside them and, in a sweet voice, said, I'm sorry, sister. It was my fault. Next time, if there is custard bun, I can share mine with you. Goodness. Mr. Lin, How is it that your stamina seems even greater than mine? Xiao Yang panted, looking utterly exhausted. He had initially thought Lin Xuan was merely maintaining a level of fitness. To my astonishment, I managed to complete the entire distance. I'm even more athletic than this sports student himself. After all, cooking is also a physically demanding task, and I naturally possess a good level of stamina. Lin has made a commendable effort to appear fatigued, yet in reality, he has fully recovered. My physical condition has once again improved. A new recipe has also been unlocked. Unlocked recipe. Custard lava bun. This time, I have surprisingly unlocked a dessert breakfast. Chapter 92. Custard lava buns. As evening approached, the ingredients arrived, and the preparations grew increasingly abundant. Lin Xuan began to busy himself in the kitchen. With the expanding menu, the items he needed to prepare multiplied. He had to ready the meat filling for soup dumplings, the gelatinous skin, and the lard for yancha noodles. Today, he was also adding a new item, custard lava buns. Although all these items could be prepared in bulk and stored in the refrigerator, Lin Xuan chose to create them fresh each day for the finest taste. After preparing the ingredients for the soup dumplings and yancha noodles, he commenced the creation of the new dish. The custard lava buns required a combination of two fillings, custard and lava filling. He cracked eggs into a bowl, added sugar, and whisked until the sugar dissolved. Next, he incorporated milk and melted butter. The butter was melted using a double boiler, stirring until well combined. He then sifted in the custard powder and milk powder, mixing until he achieved a smooth batter devoid of lumps. The batter was strained into a pot. Sifting ensured a more delicate custard filling, and heated over low flame, constantly stirring. As it warmed, the batter thickened into a cohesive custard filling that did not stick to the pot. He removed it from the heat and placed it in the refrigerator to firm up, making it easier to wrap later. Next, Lin Xuan retrieved the salted egg yolks he had ordered. The quality of the salted egg yolks was exceptional, glimmering with an orange-red hue under the light. After steaming the salted egg yolks until cooked, he mashed them into a paste. In a pan, he melted butter over low heat, then added the salted egg yolk paste. Saute ing until evenly mixed. Gradually, he added sugar, milk powder, custard powder, cornstarch, and milk, stirring until it formed a thick, lava-like filling. Then set it aside to cool. Once cooled, he placed both fillings in the refrigerator, completing the preparation. On Wednesday, at 6 in the morning, Lin Xuan rose an hour early. Thanks to the booming business, he needed to start making buns ahead of time. He had to ensure the stove remained lit and the steaming uninterrupted to minimize waiting time for meals. After refreshing himself, he approached the blackboard and wrote the menu for the custard lava buns in chalk. The buns were priced at 27 yuan for a steamer of 3. Having completed this task, Lin Xuan rushed to the kitchen to begin his bustling preparations. One by one, the raw buns emerged swiftly from his hands, appearing almost identical, as if molded from a single die. He worked tirelessly until past 7, finally pausing to shake out his arms. On the cabinet behind him, large serving platters were stacked high, filled to the brim. This morning, he had prepared a steamer of soup dumplings, a bowl of yancha noodles, and a steamer of custard lava buns. Satisfied with his breakfast selection, he promptly began cooking. Soon, dense steam filled the kitchen. As the buns neared completion, he added the noodles to the pot. Success! The 3 dishes were ready nearly simultaneously, and Lin Xuan set them on the dining table. The soup dumplings and yancha noodles were, as always, perfect and delicious. Inconsistency was never an issue for him. Next came the custard lava buns. The plump, white buns appeared irresistibly cute. Upon gently pressing one, Lin Xuan immediately felt the remarkable softness of the bun. A fragrant aroma wafted in the air. While preparing the dough for the custard buns, he had added some milk powder, enhancing its appeal. He took a custard lava bun and bit into it. The freshly steamed bun was warm and soft, crumbling in his grasp like a cloud. His teeth encountered scarcely any resistance, and with a gentle squeeze, it easily broke apart. The first sensation on his palate was a subtle sweetness, accompanied by a delicate milk flavor. As the custard filling flowed forth, an indescribable sweetness and rich milky aroma burst forth in his mouth. Just as he became entranced by this delightful sweetness, the savory, salted egg yolk filling arrived. The salty flavor immediately took the lead, conquering the sweet landscape. The layers of texture were remarkably rich, Lin Xuan, surprised, found himself captivated despite not being a lover of desserts. The interplay of flavors mingled beautifully, creating a harmonious experience as he savored them. How splendid it was! Lin Xuan chuckled to himself as he continued to indulge. It was still early, around 6:30, when 6 individuals from Xiahong U.S. Company gathered outside the door of the short video department. The company doors remained shut, leaving them to stand idly. "Why did the boss summon us so early? He mentioned treating us to breakfast." Yawning, "I would rather sleep a bit longer. I'm so tired. I could die." The employees, still groggy, wore expressions reminiscent of their high school days. If given a choice, they would prefer to sleep in rather than partake in any breakfast. As they chatted, a 7-seater business vehicle approached and stopped in front of them. "Get in." Xiahong Yu called from a driver in Oppo's seat. "Good morning, boss." "You're driving yourself this morning, boss?" With their superior at the wheel, the employees instantly appeared invigorated and eager. Inside the vehicle, Wu Chuanfei, the head of the short video department, remarked with a smile, "You're so busy, you really didn't have to come personally. I could report to you anytime. How could I miss out on Lin's breakfast?" Xiahong Yu thought to himself, but replied, "I personally believe this project has the potential to be a hit. Since it originated from my idea, I should take responsibility. Relax, everyone. There's no need for pressure. Just do your best. If anyone feels sleepy, feel free to rest in the car. I'll wake you when we arrive." "No worries, boss. I'm not tired." "Me neither. I've had enough rest." The employees chimed in, thinking it quite presumptuous to sleep while the boss drove. "It's all right. Go ahead and sleep. I know it's a bit early. I mainly wanted to treat you all to breakfast," Xiahong Yu said, smiling. Wu Chuanfei added, "We're in for a treat. It's not every day that the boss treats us to breakfast. It must be something special." The business vehicle sped along, and although they claimed not to be sleepy, everyone's eyes began to droop uncontrollably. At 7:20, Xiahong Yu parked the vehicle at Longhu's entrance, waking everyone up. Confused, they followed his lead and exited the car, walking along the main path of Longhu. At this hour, the management office was still closed, and even the sightseeing buses were unavailable, forcing them to walk. Initially, they exchanged light-hearted banter, but after 20 minutes of walking, the employees exchanged glances, wondering how far they had trekked in the early morning. "Weren't we supposed to have breakfast? Is the boss making us endure a trek at Longhu?" The department staff shot meaningful looks at Wu Chuanfei, hoping he could intervene. Wu Chuanfei, equally puzzled, began to ponder if the department had inadvertently offended the boss recently, leading to this punishment. But that seemed unlikely. The department had completed all its tasks. As the group speculated, Xiahong Yu finally halted, pointing to a building ahead. "We've arrived. We'll have breakfast here." Finally, relief washed over everyone as they gazed at their destination. This was just a simple farmhouse, wasn't it? After an early rise and a long walk. Was this all? Confusion filled the air as they wondered what Xiahong Yu was truly up to. Chapter 93. You, with your thick eyebrows and bright eyes, speak of betrayal so readily. As Zhou Yin stepped through the door, her gaze was immediately drawn to the newly added dish on the blackboard. Custard lava bun? This dish and Oppo's name instantly reminded her of the events from the previous afternoon. To her surprise, she discovered that Boss Lin had also begun selling custard buns. If she brought Xiao Xiao here, the little girl would undoubtedly leap for joy. The question of whether it tasted good had not even crossed Zhou Yun's mind. After witnessing the bustling business from the morning prior, she recognized that although Boss Lin appeared youthful, he possessed genuine skill. The food blogger known as Big Mouth Lou had even publicly declared that Boss Lin's culinary prowess was on par with that of a master chef. Lost in thought, Zhou Yun was suddenly startled by a commotion outside. Is this really the place? After confirming, she realized it was indeed here. How outrageous! I must inquire about Boss Lin and Oppo's true intentions. He has no idea what I've endured these past few days. It's been so difficult. How can there be such a person? I suggest we go inside and give the ground a good kick. My impatience is unbearable. If it were up to me, I would tie him up and see where he could escape. Amidst the clamor, there were unmistakable sounds of frustration. Zhou Yin caught a few snippets and immediately felt anxious, sensing that the people outside harbored ill intentions. Moreover, It seemed someone was even carrying a knife. They intended to bind him. Zhou Yun swiftly dashed into the kitchen to relay the alarming news to Lin Xuan. "Boss, should we call the police?" she urged. Upon hearing her, Lin Xuan understood the situation immediately. It was undoubtedly the pack of hungry wolves from the group. It and Amp, Oppos, S fine. Just open the door as usual. They're merely making noise. He reassured her. Seeing Lin Xuan dismiss the matter, Zhou Yun could only suppress her doubts, though worry still lingered in her heart. As she approached the courtyard entrance, she faintly overheard someone suggesting it would be best to confine him to a small dark room. She swiftly took out her phone and dialed the emergency number, preparing to report if the situation escalated. 8 o'clock had arrived. Zhou Yun took a deep breath, her expression alert as she opened the courtyard door. "Oh, finally, the door is open. Let's hurry inside." A throng of people rushed in, each wearing a smile brimming with anticipation. "Boss Lin, I missed you terribly. Without you, how could I possibly survive?" "Enough chatter. Let us order. I didn't eat last night, so I plan to indulge today." Zhou Yun was momentarily taken aback. Those who had just been speaking in threatening tones now seemed to have transformed completely, as if the words she had overheard were merely a figment of her imagination. Although she didn't fully grasp what was happening, she recognized that she may have misjudged the situation and promptly adjusted her demeanor, shifting into work mode. Xia Hongyu entered the courtyard with his companions and scanned the area. "Chuan Fei, let us each grab a table and put them together. It will be just right. Hurry up." With that, Xia Hongyu and Wu Chuanfei dashed off. "Hey, rich guy, it's excessive for just the two of you to occupy 2 tables. We have a large group. A large group can wait in line. Then you go ahead and wait." The employees from the short video department stood in astonishment. In their minds, Xia Hongyu had always been composed and capable, exuding an aura of authority. The sight of him scrambling for discounted eggs was utterly incongruous. Sitting at his table, Wu Chuanfei felt as though he were dreaming, bemusedly exclaiming, "Boss, surely you can't be this desperate? You don't understand. Waiting in line for Boss Lin's food while starving is a form of torture," Xia Hongyu insisted earnestly. Such a claim seemed overly exaggerated, and Wu Chuanfei found it hard to believe. He turned his gaze to the menu on the blackboard. The soup dumplings, yangchun noodles, and custard lava buns were merely commonplace dishes, nothing particularly extraordinary. The other employees shared similar sentiments, having remained silent after perusing the menu. Xia Hongyu disregarded their skepticism and called Zhou Yun over, instructing her to place an order for each item on the menu according to the number of people. "Please present your half-marathon registration certificates." Zhou Yun pointed to the regulations on the blackboard. "We registered yesterday afternoon, but the certificates can only be picked up from the Longhu management office once they open today. However, we all have screenshots confirming our successful registrations." Xia Hongyu instructed the employees to display their screenshots on their phones. Zhou Yun, not wanting to be overly rigid, quickly verified their identities and rushed to the kitchen to place the order. While waiting for the food, Wu Chuanfei found himself increasingly amused by the absurdity of the morning's events. "Wait a minute, why on earth do we need half-marathon registration certificates just to eat? Boss, your insistence that we register quickly yesterday was merely to ensure we could enjoy Boss Lin's food this morning, wasn't it?" As Wu Chuanfei spoke, he noticed Xia Hongyu glancing toward the kitchen with an expression of eager anticipation, and a sudden realization struck him. "Boss, the reason you orchestrated this plan." "No, you've misunderstood. The meal was merely a side note," Xia Hongyu immediately countered. "Not a chance. Clearly, that's not the case." Wu Chuanfei felt as if a small voice in his mind was shouting in protest. The more Xia Hongyu denied it, the closer Wu Chuanfei felt to the truth. Yet, even if he had grasped the reality, the proposal was undeniably promising, even possessing the potential to become a sensation. Therefore, it could hardly be dismissed as mere whimsy. Besides, the company belonged to Xia Hongyu. Even if it were frivolous, there was little that could be done about it. While Wu Chuanfei was engulfed in various thoughts, the enticing aroma of steamed buns began to waft through the courtyard. Meanwhile, at the Longhu management office, the atmosphere was one of despair. The cause was, of course, the new regulations imposed by Lin Xuan, which rendered Hu Jiai unable to purchase breakfast for everyone on her own. Unless she enlisted the aid of different participants to place separate orders, it was simply impractical. However, it was easier said than done, as many participants intended to pack their meals to save for later in the day. Just run a proper business. Why complicate things? Who says otherwise? If it comes to that, I'd rather not eat. What is the big deal? Exactly, I simply want to eat. Hu Jia sat at her computer, listening to her colleagues grumble, and let out a sigh. Truth be told, she understood Lin Xuan's decision. After all, Boss Lin was selling food out of passion. If he truly possessed such culinary talent, wouldn't it'd be more lucrative to open a restaurant in the bustling city rather than in courtyard number 6? Since it was a matter of passion, he was free to sell to whomever he wished. Just then, Hu Jia noticed a new registration notification on the back end. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find that the name matched that of her colleague, Xiao Lu, perfectly. A glance at the accompanying photo confirmed her suspicion. Isn't that Xiao Lu? Before she could inquire further, another loud colleague shouted, Xiao Lu, you thick-browed, bright-eyed traitor. Did you run the half marathon? You just signed up. Didn't you say you wouldn't eat anymore? I'm not eating. I just want to run a half marathon for fun. Is that so wrong? Xiao Lu retorted defiantly. Coincidentally, another registration notification popped up. Hu Jia clicked to view it. Goodness, yet another colleague. What happened to trust among colleagues? Hu Jia silently chastised herself before casually opening the registration page. What is the big deal about joining a half marathon? I'll run. Chapter 94. I'll bow to you right here. 10 minutes ago, Wu Chuanfei felt that either he had gone mad or that President Xie had lost his mind. The world was engulfed in a profound sense of absurdity and various irrationalities. 10 minutes later, a mouthful of noodles, a bite of soup dumpling. Let us try this custard bun. A blissful and joyful smile spread across Wu Chuanfei and Oppo's face. Indeed, President Xie was perfectly fine. This world was also devoid of problems. Life is invariably filled with hope. As a weary worker who woke up early to catch a bus and was forcibly made to walk several miles, today's breakfast was a ray of light in a dark existence. It was simply exquisite. President Xie, a colleague nearby, let out a cry of sheer happiness. Were they in the office, Wu Chuanfei would have certainly admonished them to refrain from such exclamations. But now, he looked up at President Xie and nodded in agreement. President Xie, these buns, this noodles, this custard bun are truly remarkable. How did you discover this place? It's incredible. Oh, I can hardly imagine the joy of having such breakfast every day. Isn't that right, Xiao Sun? As Wu Chuanfei spoke, he turned to pat the subordinate beside him, hoping for some affirmation. Xiao Sun replied, Supervisor, are you still eating these 2 custard buns? If not, I'll take them. Let us not waste food. Eat your own. Wu Chuanfei felt as if he were facing a formidable opponent and immediately pulled the steamer closer to himself. What a joke. How could he possibly forego such delicious food? At that moment, Wu Chuanfei could only remind himself to eat slowly and savor the flavors, for one's appetite was limited. And once filled, there would be no more to enjoy. Xie Hongyu gazed contentedly at his employees, who were immersed in their culinary delights. At this moment, he was not merely the company's president, but rather a seasoned gourmet. For a connoisseur, the joy of having one's recommended delicacies so well received, with diners relishing every bite, provided a sense of fulfillment entirely distinct from that of running a company. Wu Chuanfei finished the last custard bun, lingering in reminiscence for a moment. If only he could have such breakfast every day, but alas, the distance was too great. He could only come on weekends or during holidays. Just as he finished speaking, an old diner waiting nearby scoffed. What does distance matter? After this week, let us see if he can find Boss Lin again. What do you mean? Wu Chuanfei was confused. Didn't he, the wealthy fellow, tell you? Boss Lin changes his location every week. This week he is at Longhu, but next week, who knows where he might be. I can only say, enjoy while you can. The old diner lamented with the tone of someone who had been through it. Huh? He is changing locations next week? Xiao Sun cried out in despair. He was from the south, and that custard bun had delighted him to his core. He had originally planned to come whenever he had time, but upon hearing such dreadful news, he felt an impulse to cry. President Xie, is that really true? Wu Chuanfei was somewhat incredulous. With such exceptional skills, surely Boss Lin could earn a fortune if he simply operated a restaurant. Why the need for such upheaval? Besides, he had never heard of anything like this before. Yes, it's true. Boss Lin. Xie Hongyu pondered for a long time, but could not come up with a concise answer. Ultimately saying, he is not short on money. I've talked with him before about investing and opening a restaurant, but he declined. He certainly doesn't lack for funds. How could someone living in the Golden Royal Mansion be financially constrained? An old diner chimed in. Golden Royal Mansion? Wu Chuanfei immediately pulled out his phone to search, feeling as if he had been blinded. The estimated price of the property was a figure he would never be able to afford in 10 lifetimes of hard work. So is there a pattern to Boss Lin's changing locations? Surely he has preferences. As the head of the short video planning department, Wu Chuanfei decided to apply his professional mindset to uncover any potential patterns. Patterns? Preferences? The old diner scoffed again, saying, "Come, let me tell you what I've gathered about Boss Lin's vending locations." According to records, Boss Lin's first stall was set up in front of Shuguang Hospital, selling spicy grilled wings. Even now, some still inquire there. The second stall was at the dining area of a matchmaking event in Xiushui Park, selling garlic pork and spicy intestines noodles. The third stall was at the sports complex, operating from 6 in the morning until 3 in the morning, randomly refreshing every 2 to 3 hours. This is the fourth stall at Longhu Scenic Area, and you even need to hold a competition certificate. Come on, tell me where the pattern lies. Buddy, if you can summarize any pattern that allows me to find Boss Lin next week, I'll bow to you right here. The old diner grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. To have collected such detailed information about Lin Xuan's vending times, one could only say that a true fan and Oppo's love can turn to deep resentment. What a peculiar situation. Wu Chuanfei and his department employees listened, dumbfounded. These vending locations bore no discernible pattern whatsoever. The operating hours were even outside the normal dining business hours. No way, you can tolerate this? Wu Chuanfei instinctively remarked. What can I do if I can't tolerate it? You have no idea what it's like to be tortured by not being able to eat Boss Lin's cooking. You're full now and can't feel it. But in a few days, when you can't eat it, you'll understand. The old diner was nearly brought to tears. The other old diners who overheard this conversation all displayed expressions of shared understanding. One could only say that Lin Xuan truly wreaked havoc. Another exceedingly busy morning came to a close. Zhou Yin swiftly tidied up, washing the dishes. However, while cleaning, she couldn't help but steal glances at the young boss. Since they had served old diners that morning, Zhou Yin had been forced to absorb much information about Lin Xuan. Previously, she had been puzzled. With such thriving business, it seemed logical to hire long-term workers. Now everything made sense. After this week, Boss Lin would no longer be here. In truth, Zhou Yin quite enjoyed her current job, not solely due to the higher pay. A significant part of her enjoyment stemmed from the fact that she found the diners at Boss Lin's establishment to be exceptionally friendly and incredibly patient. Having worked as a waitress for many years, Zhou Yin had encountered all types of diners and had faced numerous challenging situations. After all, food is subjective, and opinions vary widely. It is difficult to determine who is right and who is wrong. However, it was different at Boss Lin's. Despite 2 consecutive days of bustling business, none of the diners had made life difficult for her as a server. Even when she checked competition certificates or informed diners that they might have to wait a bit longer, the responses were overwhelmingly understanding. It's all right. I'm used to it. As long as I can eat, that's all that matters, and similar sentiments were the norm. Zhou Yin certainly wouldn't naively believe that the quality of humanity had suddenly improved. The only plausible explanation was that the exquisite nature of the food could overshadow all discontent. It said that good food soothes the soul. In every aspect of life in Huagua, food is inextricably linked. From birth to death, every significant moment in life is often accompanied by food. Zhou Yun had previously not understood this, thinking that no matter how delicious something was, it ultimately just filled the stomach. Now, she seemed to grasp it a little better. Chapter 95, 5-spice marinated eggs, the custard-filled buns, as the new offering of the day, garnered widespread acclaim from patrons. Zhou Yin recalled that her daughter, Xiao Xiao, also had a fondness for these delightful buns, prompting a strong desire to bring her along to savor them. The thought of Xiao relishing such delectable custard buns filled Zhou Yun with joy. Furthermore, after finishing work at noon, she could spend the afternoon playing with her daughter by Long Lake. It had been a while since she had taken Xiao out. "Boss, may I bring my daughter tomorrow?" Zhou Yun eagerly inquired. She promptly assured him, "Rest assured, it won't oppose to interfere with my work. My daughter is well-behaved and won't cause any disturbances." "Well, if you believe it's fine, then I have no objections," Lin Xuan replied, nodding. After 2 days of acquaintance, he felt confident that Zhou Yun was not the type to act irresponsibly. Since she expressed no concerns, he agreed. "Thank you. You truly are a wonderful boss." Zhou Yun beamed with happiness. Not at all. Not at all." Lin Xuan felt a bit embarrassed. After all, the praise he typically received revolved around the deliciousness of his creations. This was the first time someone had complimented him as a good boss, and he found it rather unfamiliar. In the afternoon, after changing into suitable attire, Lin Xuan proceeded to the main path of Long Lake as usual. Just as he finished warming up, Xiao Yang appeared out of nowhere. "Boss Lin, I won an oppos. Lose again today. Yesterday, I was careless. Today, I specifically donned my battle shoes," Xiao Yang declared with fervor, proudly displaying his new running shoes. After reflecting on his previous defeat, he couldn't oppose fathom how, as an athlete trained in sports, he could lose to Lin Xuan, who was a novice. It must have been his oversight, distracted by idle chatter in their group and not wearing his battle shoes. After some self-reflection, Xiao Yang resolved to challenge Lin Xuan once more. Although somewhat perplexed, Lin Xuan kindly advised, "Are you sure it's all right to run the full distance 2 days in a row? Can your body handle it?" Generally, even professional half-marathon runners would not attempt to run the full distance on consecutive days. Lin Xuan didn't think Xiao Yang had the same recovery system as himself. His concern was purely well-meaning. "Yesterday was exhausting, but thankfully I'm an athlete. After a night's rest, I'm perfectly fine." Xiao Yang chuckled, dismissing Lin Xuan's advice. "As long as you're happy," Lin Xuan shrugged and began to run at his own pace. Initially, Xiao Yang managed to chat amiably with Lin Xuan, discussing various matters. However, halfway through, he could no longer smile, feeling as if his muscles were laden with lead. After a brief struggle, he suddenly felt a tight cramp in his calf, accompanied by intense pain. I cramped up." Xiao Yang immediately halted, maintaining a standing position, stretching out the cramped leg, and pulling his toes towards himself. Being a sports major, he knew how to handle cramps during exercise. However, it was evident that running was no longer an option for him today. Lin Xuan also stopped, expressing concern. "Are you all right?" "I and oppos. Am fine. I just want to eat some pickled plums," Xiao Yang replied, his response jumbled, primarily in disbelief. How could it be that Lin Xuan, who also ran 2 consecutive days, was still going strong while he faltered? Was it true that a sports student who didn't oppose aspire to be a chef wasn't oppose a good athlete? It seemed utterly unfair. Regardless, Xiao Yang found himself unable to continue running. After confirming that Xiao Yang's condition was merely a cramp, Lin Xuan resumed his task. 1 hour 52 minutes. This was today and oppose, as half-marathon time. Lin Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction with this result. As time progressed, reducing the duration would become increasingly challenging, and it was impossible to expect a half-hour improvement each time. Body quality 1. Recipe unlocked. 5-spice marinated eggs. Marinated eggs were a delightful delicacy, and as Lin Xuan contemplated the new recipe in his mind, he couldn't help but reminisce about his school days. He had attended a boarding high school, and if he missed the afternoon meal or didn't oppose to eat enough, he would often go hungry upon returning to the dormitory at night. After the last evening study session, he would buy a bowl of instant noodles from a convenience store, add a sausage, and a marinated egg. Once the lights went out in the dormitory, he would soak the noodles in hot water, relishing the meal in the darkness, akin to a royal feast. Unfortunately, enjoying a bowl of instant noodles alone in the dormitory at night was virtually impossible. The aroma of the noodles would instantly transform his roommates into ravenous wolves. A bowl of instant noodles would quickly disappear, with everyone taking bites until not even the broth remained. However, marinated eggs were a different matter. they were generally enjoyed solo. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Xuan ordered the necessary ingredients. After placing the order, he took a shower and played with his phone until the ingredients arrived. Without a doubt, he now had an additional task to prepare for the day. 4 marinated eggs to be delicious and flavorful. They needed to soak in the marinade for an extended period. He boiled a pot of water, adding spices such as cinnamon, star anise, and bay leaves, followed by dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, and rock sugar. After simmering for a while, a fragrant 5-spice marinade was successfully prepared. Next came the boiling of the eggs. Though boiling eggs may seem simple, it requires skill. If placed directly in boiling water, the likelihood of cracking is high. While this does not affect consumption, it is unsuitable for sale. Conversely, starting with cold water may lead to overcooked eggs, resulting in a tough texture and a fishy yolk. Lin Xuan employed a method of boiling eggs in hot water. He first soaked the eggs in warm water for a short while. Then, he transferred them to boiling water and immediately turned off the heat. After allowing the eggs to soak in the hot water for a while, he brought the water back to a gentle simmer, maintaining a low boil. Once the eggs were cooked, Lin Xuan quickly transferred them to an ice bath, adding plenty of ice cubes. This method was intended to facilitate peeling and to prevent the yolks from further cooking, preserving a slightly runny texture. After peeling the eggs, he placed them in the cooled 5-spice marinade to soak. By the time they were sold the next morning, he would merely need to reheat the marinade slightly. Once he completed the preparations for the soup dumplings and custard buns, the sky had completely darkened. Tonight, I'll settle for instant noodles. Lin Xuan decided to revisit his high school memories. In the convenience store, an array of instant noodle flavors adorned the shelves, including numerous imported varieties. However, since he aimed to relive his high school experience, Lin Xuan naturally chose the most classic flavor, braised beef noodles, along with 2 sausages. At the checkout, the cashier remarked, "Sir, today marinated eggs are on a buy-one-get-one free special." "No thanks," Lin Xuan declined. The convenience store and Oppo's eggs could never compare to his homemade 5-spice marinated eggs. Although the noodles had soaked for several hours, while not imbued with overnight flavor, they were still satisfactory. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lin Xuan soaked the noodles and then retrieved 2 marinated eggs from the kitchen. The once pristine eggs had now transformed into a rich brown hue, exuding an enticing aroma. Before the noodles finished soaking, he could hardly contain himself and took a bite of the marinated egg. The burst of flavor enveloped his palate. Chapter 96. This is what they call direct recruitment by the boss early in the morning. While Zhou Yun was still in the embrace of slumber, Xiao Xiao opened her eyes and sat up in bed. Today, she did not have to attend kindergarten. Instead, she would accompany her mother to work and later enjoy some leisure time in the afternoon. Xiao Xiao felt like the happiest little girl in the world. When Zhou Yun finally awoke, she instinctively glanced beside her and found her daughter staring at her with round, curious eyes. It was easy to deduce the situation. "You little rascal." Zhou Yun gently tapped the tip of her daughter and Oppo's nose, feigning annoyance, before swiftly getting up to wash up and assist her daughter in her morning routine. After a flurry of activity, they arrived at courtyard number 6 by 7:30. As they approached, Xiao Xiao wrinkled her nose, catching a whiff of a tantalizing aroma. "Mom, it smells so good. I'm hungry." Zhou Yun, accustomed to this delightful scent, recognized it as her boss enjoying breakfast. "Xiao Xiao, please wait a moment," Zhou Yun said, planning to ask someone to help her order something for her daughter when the business opened. It was not that she believed Lin Xuan to be stingy. On the contrary, she held him in high regard. However, Zhou Yun firmly believed that one need not be wealthy, yet one should not take advantage of others. She did not wish to see Lin Xuan compromise his principles. As they entered the courtyard, they indeed found Lin Xuan at the table, having breakfast. "Good morning, boss. This is my daughter, Zhou Xiao Xiao." "Good morning, boss." Xiao Xiao chimed in, mimicking her mother's greeting in a sweet voice. "Are you here to work as well?" Lin Xuan teased her. "Do I get salary too?" Xiao Xiao and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened with excitement, resembling a little money grubber. "You might just get one," Lin Xuan chuckled. "Then I want to work too," Xiao Xiao exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm. "No mischief now," Zhou Yun chuckled, surprised at how well Lin Xuan engaged with children. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her." Lin Xuan smiled and turned to the kitchen. Zhou Yun quickly turned to her daughter and said, "Remember our agreement? While I work, you will sit on your little stool and play with my phone. There will be many people eating, so don't run around. If I can't oppose, TC you. I will be very sad." Zhou Yun fetched a small stool from the storage room and placed it in a spot where she could keep an eye on her daughter. "I will be good," Xiao Xiao replied. "Yes, you're the best. Later, I will buy you some custard buns," Zhou Yun said, pinching her daughter's cheek. Just then, Lin Xian's voice came from behind. "Why sit so far? Let the little one come over and have something to eat." He brought a steamer to the table and waved Xiao Xiao over. "Oh, boss, you don't have to." Zhou Yun stammered, caught off guard. "No need to be polite. I'll get you 2 eggs as well, so you can eat together." Lin Xian did not wait for Zhou Yun to refuse and turned back to the kitchen. Given that the food was already served, Zhou Yun had no choice but to accept. Xiao Xiao was thrilled and rushed over. Zhou Yun sat at the table, using chopsticks to pick a custard bun for her daughter while she took a soup dumpling for herself. Having worked there for 2 days, she knew these dishes were utterly delicious. The diners always wore expressions of bliss and satisfaction after tasting the food. Yet, Zhou Yun had never considered purchasing them. At 28 yuan for a basket of soup dumplings, she could buy enough ingredients for 3 meals in a supermarket, comprising both meat and vegetables. Living a modest life, one must be frugal and choose higher value items. Yummy. So good. The voices of mother and daughter echoed in unison. They exchanged glances, recognizing the happiness reflected in each other's faces. "Do you want to try the soup dumpling? Then I'll try the custard bun." They swapped their dishes. Lin Xian brought a bowl of plain noodles over along with the 2 eggs. "The little one has a small appetite, so I added a bit more noodle for you to share." "Thank you, boss. It's so delicious." Really, the 2 of them expressed their gratitude while savoring their food. Lin Xian found their delight amusing. It was evident they were mother and daughter, sharing identical expressions of joy while eating. With the opening time still a while away and nothing pressing to attend to, Lin Xian felt a spark of curiosity for conversation. After pondering, he asked, "Does your partner also share the surname Zhou?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun's smile dimmed slightly. "I divorced Xiao Zhao's father. She later adopted my surname. Forgive me. It and amp, oppose, s nothing. If it doesn't and amp, oppose, to work out, then parting ways is the right choice. There is no shame in it." True enough, though being a single mother must be quite challenging. "It's manageable. I have elders at home to help with the child, so it's pretty good," Zhou Yun replied, her expression remaining cheerful as she spoke of her circumstances. Xiao Xiao, deeply engrossed in her meal, suddenly raised her head and whispered, "Daddy is bad. He drinks and hits mommy." Lin Xian was taken aback. Zhou Yun hurriedly stuffed a chopstick full of noodles into her daughter's mouth. "Eat your food. Adults are talking, and children shouldn't interrupt." Lin Xian wisely chose not to delve further into the topic, aware that such matters were personal. "I and amp, oppose, LL head to the kitchen now. You can manage things here," he said. "No problem." At 8:00 and amp, oppose, clock, the door opened, and Xia Hongyu entered with a group of subordinates. "According to the number of people, let us order one of everything on the menu." Xia Hongyu had an air of affluence as he arrived, ordering confidently from the menu. In a grand restaurant, his presence would undoubtedly attract attention. However, here, it seemed somewhat lackluster, given the menu offered only 4 items. "The rich guy is quite extravagant. I envy you. Is your company still hiring?" One regular diner could not help but tease. "Yes, what is your major?" Xia Hongyu replied, accustomed to the banter of his companions. "I'm from a startup company and in need of talent. If you have the ability, feel free to come over. Salaries are definitely 10-20 higher than the industry standard." He nodded calmly, well-versed in the playful banter of his friends. "Is the salary really that high? I studied Spanish. Do you need anyone?" Someone chimed in, unsure if they were serious. "At the moment, we don't have any Spanish-related business," Xia Hongyu replied. I studied ammunition, engineering, and explosives." This declaration drew gasps from those around. Xia Hongyu was stunned. "Are you serious?" "I was just bragging," he replied, rolling his eyes at the first diner who had asked him. "What is your major?" "I operate excavators on construction sites." The diner grinned, eager to see Xia Hongyu falter. "Oh, I'm planning to establish a large studio next year. I might be able to hire you then." Xia Hongyu responded with a slight smile, unfazed. "How annoying. The rich guy has outsmarted us again. The diners felt a twinge of envy. Let us get back to ordering. Stop talking nonsense. Haven't you had enough of work? I see now. This is what they call direct recruitment by the boss, ISN and Oppos. T. What the heck is boss direct recruitment? Chapter 97. Scallion Pancakes. Another bustling morning has come to a close. Zhou Yun swiftly tidies up the space, while Xiao Xiao, like a devoted shadow, assists her mother by carrying cloths and plates. Lin Xuan initially intended to join in, but Zhou Yun firmly dissuaded him, insisting he take a proper rest. Finding the boss rather bored, Zhou Yun, while wiping the table, remarked with a smile, "Boss, today and Oppos. New dish, the 5-spice marinated eggs, has been exceptionally popular. I wonder how someone so young could possess such remarkable culinary skills." Though her words carried a hint of flattery, they were genuinely heartfelt. Unlike the diners who consumed their meals and departed, she had served the same patrons for 3 consecutive days without encountering a single complaint about the dishes. Given her extensive experience as a server, this was truly an unimaginable phenomenon. How can anyone create such delectable food without a flaw? Surely, there must be some shortcomings? Xiao Xiao nodded eagerly, wholly in agreement with her mother. If only we could enjoy those delightful custard buns every day, she exclaimed, unable to suppress her saliva. Not from hunger, but sheer craving. By the way, what are your plans after this week? Lin Xuan inquired. Of course, I will continue searching for a job. Restaurants are generally in need of staff. Zhou Yun replied with a smile, secretly yearning to secure a position. For a boss like Lin Xuan was a rare find. He offered generous wages and produced exquisite food. Nevertheless, she had heard from the regulars that Lin, the boss, would likely leave soon. Have you considered starting a small business? Perhaps a food stall? Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before stating, I can teach you, but I can only spare 3 days. It will be quite arduous. Zhou Yun was taken aback, hardly believing her ears. The boss was willing to teach her how to cook? This was simply astonishing. Zhou Yun had long since outgrown the belief that fortune would fall from the sky, and she had never considered herself a lucky person. Her failed marriage and the burdens of life painted a bleak picture of her future. The only reason she had not given up was the hope that her daughter, Xiao Xiao, might enjoy a broader, more varied life, unlike her own, mired in the quagmire of struggles. For her daughter's sake, she would endure any hardship. I am willing, Boss Lin, Zhou Yun exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, disregarding the need to wipe them away. I want to learn, and I will work very hard. I can endure any hardship. Xiao Xiao, seeing her mother in tears, panicked. Mom, what is wrong? Don't cry. It's all right, my dear. Mommy is not sad. She is happy, Zhou Yun replied, embracing her daughter with a smile. She suddenly recalled the last time she had cried, which was at the Civil Affairs Bureau, where she had finally and legally freed herself from the torment of her painful marriage. The moment she received the divorce certificate was liberating, and although tears flowed, it felt like a rebirth. Lin Xuan quietly observed this scene, gradually smiling as well. He did not wish to indiscriminately dispense kindness, but was willing to lend a helping hand within his means. The world should not overlook a single mother striving to make a living. Moreover, after this week, the dishes he had mastered were unlikely to be replicated. It would be better to impart this knowledge to Zhou Yun, providing a fitting conclusion. Naturally, 3 days would not be sufficient for Zhou Yun to reach his level, nor could he transform her into a master chef overnight. However, if she focused on specific recipes and dedicated herself to learning, even if she memorized the details, the end products would surpass those of the vast majority of restaurants. This was Lin Xuan's confidence. As for what Zhou Yun would choose to pursue afterward, whether further education or starting a business, that was entirely up to her. Then Don and Amp, Oppos, T rushed to leave today. Take Xiao Xiao to have some fun for a while. Come back before 4 in the afternoon, and I'll teach you in the kitchen, Lin Xuan instructed. All right, Zhou Yun nodded, relieved that she could still fulfill her promise to her daughter for an outing. After a brief rest, Lin Xuan changed into workout attire and began his half-marathon training. 1 hour and 41 minutes. Today marked a slight improvement over yesterday. Physical fitness 1. Recipe unlocked, scallion pancakes. At 4:00 and Oppos, clock in the afternoon. In the kitchen, Zhou Yun held a notebook with a serious expression. Lin Xuan got straight to the point without wasting time, or engaging in pleasantries. I'll first teach you how to make soup dumplings. The ingredients I use are not suitable for small businesses, so let us start with how to select pork. As this was a teaching session, it was highly targeted. The Jinhua 2-in black pig provided by the system and Oppo's vegetable shop was not cheap, and Zhou Yun had no stable source for high-quality pork. Generally, street vendors or small restaurants would procure their supplies from a market. When selecting pork, you must check for luster, smell, and texture. Lin Xuan elaborated, some shops may use fresh lighting to make the pork appear fresh, so it's best to choose under natural light. He explained in detail the selection of pork, the chopping and seasoning processes, cleaning the pigskin, and the simmering time for the pigskin jelly, as well as methods to eliminate any unpleasant odors. Zhou Yun wrote continuously, her notebook densely filled with notes. At that moment, she began to grasp why Lin Xuan's soup dumplings were so delicious. Previously, she had worked as a server at Rongfu Wontons. Although she had not learned the specific production processes, she had witnessed the chefs making soup dumplings numerous times. The contrast was staggering. The multitude of details that needed attention seemed overwhelming, many of which she had never even heard of. Individually, these details might not significantly impact the dish or could be seen as minor flaws, but when accumulated, the difference in flavor would become starkly apparent. If Zhou Yun had previously approached learning with seriousness and diligence, she now felt as though she were on a pilgrimage. She could sense that Boss Lin held nothing back and, in light of her circumstances, provided her with comprehensive insights. If she failed to learn, it would solely reflect her attitude. By the time they finished preparing and teaching, it was already 8:00 and Oppo's clock in the evening. Exiting the kitchen, Zhou Yun took a deep breath and solemnly tucked her notebook into her chest. This was her most treasured possession. Lin Xuan saw Zhou Yun to the door, saying, "I have an assignment for you. I want you to visit the market first thing tomorrow morning and select a piece of front leg meat for me to inspect. Also, I will begin my preparations at 6 in the morning, so you must arrive before 6 to learn." Zhou Yun calculated briefly and realized she would need to wake up by 4:30 at the latest. Moreover, she could not retire early tonight. She had to review her notes repeatedly to memorize as much as possible. "I warned you it would be arduous," Lin Xuan reiterated. Arduous? Zhou Yun was not disheartened. Instead, she smiled. "The real hardship is the mundane existence that stretches out before me without end. What is hardship when there is hope? It is merely a path that must be traversed. As long as I walk steadily and diligently, I can manage." As Zhou Yun stepped into the night, her footsteps grew lighter. Chapter 98. To eat or not to eat scallion pancakes. At 6 in the morning, Zhou Yun arrived punctually. The selected piece of front leg meat was quite commendable. "Soon, I will teach you how to knead and prepare the dough. This afternoon, you shall attempt to make soup dumplings yourself." Lin Xuan, having reviewed Zhou Yun and Oppo's previous work, was ready to guide her through her inaugural creation later that day. "All right, I understand." Zhou Yun nodded, a hint of nervousness flickering in her eyes. Lin Xuan proceeded to instruct Zhou Yun on crafting the dumpling wrappers. By 7:00 and Oppo's clock, the lesson concluded, and Zhou Yun and Oppo's notebook was filled with dense notes spanning several pages. Just as she closed her notebook, she noticed Lin Xuan producing a basket brimming with fresh scallions. "Is this a new item for today?" Zhou Yun deduced astutely. "Indeed. We shall add scallion pancakes to the menu today. Please write on the blackboard that they are priced at 8 yuan each. You should taste one too. If you find it delectable, I will teach you how to make them." "They are quite simple," Lin Xuan affirmed with a nod. "Simple?" Zhou Yun expressed skepticism regarding Lin Xuan's assertion of ease. Nonetheless, the prospect of learning something new delighted her, and she nodded enthusiastically. The scallions were meticulously washed and finely chopped, then combined in a bowl with cooking oil, white pepper, and salt for seasoning. Next, Lin Xuan retrieved the prepared dough, allowing it to rest briefly before rolling it into a thin pancake. A layer of salt was evenly sprinkled atop the pancake, followed by the chopped scallions. Beginning at one end, the pancake was rolled into a long cylinder, which was then coiled into a spiral shape and gently pressed to form a round patty. A large flat baking pan was heated with oil, flames flickering beneath it. "How many would you like?" Lin Xuan inquired, glancing at Zhou Yun, who had rushed from the market without breakfast. "2. Please, she replied promptly. 4 uncooked scallion pancakes were placed in the sizzling pan, emitting a delightful sound as they cooked. As the pancakes gradually browned in the hot oil, the enticing aroma of scallions filled the air. How fragrant! Zhou Yun swallowed hard, her hunger intensifying. Outside the courtyard, a few early patrons stood chatting, eagerly awaiting the opening. Do you think Boss Lin will unveil any new dishes today? One southern guest mused. Who knows? For brunch, it would be splendid to have congee, perhaps century egg and lean meat congee or seafood congee. Another chimed in. I crave savory tofu pudding. Salty tofu pudding. Someone exclaimed, feigning horror. Sweet tofu pudding is the best. Spicy soup. Another shouted. I vote for hot dry noodles. Gradually, the conversation spiraled into absurdity. You mentioned hot dry noodles, so I'll cast my vote for boiled pork slices. Is that even brunch? Sour cabbage fish. Sour cabbage fish. I want lamb skewers. Huh. You're all missing the point. Do you know what I desire? A slightly plump diner smiled, drawing everyone into Oppo's attention as he took a deep breath. Let me tell you what I want. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flour duck, roasted chick, roasted goose, roasted pig, roasted duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meats, pine flour, tripe, dried meat, sausages, assorted delicacies, smoked chicken, white tripe, steamed treasure duck, glutinous rice stuffed duck, canned wild chicken, canned quail, assorted marinated dishes, marinated goose, marinated shrimp, braised shrimp, stir-fried shrimp, mountain chicken, rabbit meat, vegetable mackerel, silver fish, steamed hairy crab, braised duck kidneys. A lengthy list of dishes flowed forth, the words tumbling out effortlessly. The diner stared in disbelief, bewildered by his fervor. Are you performing a comedic act, my friend? Do share another. Would you care for some scallion pancakes? Amidst the laughter, a rich aroma of scallion oil wafted from the courtyard, causing the patrons at the entrance to turn in unison towards the source. Oh my, what intoxicating scent of scallions. Is that scallion pancakes? I'm truly hungry. Damn it. What dishes were you just listing? I could hold on, but after hearing that and now smelling this, I can barely withstand it. Many diners, on the verge of tears, approached the entrance directly. Knock, knock, knock. The courtyard door was pounded upon. Boss Lin, don't hide in there. I know you're home. One patron channeled a comedic persona. Please open the door. Your beloved customers are on the brink of starvation. Boss Lin, is it fair to tempt us like this so early in the morning? Open up and check the water meter. Inside the courtyard, Lin Xuan and Zhou Yun were relishing the freshly made scallion pancakes. One bite revealed a crispy exterior, while the interior remained soft and tender. The rich scallion